In the ruins of an ancient temple, Lyra senses a powerful presence. As she calls upon the moon goddess Luna, she makes a wish that comes with an enigmatic and possibly perilous promise. What did she wish for? And what does the goddess's response foretell? Don't blink, the plot twist ahead will blow your mind. Subscribe to us and don't miss a beat. 1. Lyra took a deep breath and stepped into the ruins of the old temple, all my senses alert. The sun was starting to set on the horizon, and it was getting darker gradually. As far as my ears and nose could tell, there wasn't a single soul in this part of the woods. There couldn't be a more perfect time than this. I carefully walked through the ruins, watching my steps in the debris. I continued until I reached the center of the ruins, where the two pillars stood tall and proud. Even though most of the structure of the ancient temple had collapsed and withered away due to time and weather, the twin pillars remained standing. Had I come at dawn, I could have seen the sun rising through them in the east. That would have been beautiful to watch, but I saved that for another day. The carvings on the pillars were clearer than ever, regardless of all the damage the rest of the structure had suffered. This always made me wonder about the materials used to erect the pillars. But tonight my interests were somewhere else. I was here for something more important and I needed to focus on that. I stood between the two pillars, facing the vast snow-topped mountains. I closed my eyes and took several more breaths to calm my body down and focus on my surroundings until I felt myself becoming one with the woods. I felt everything at that moment: the turn of the breeze, the rustle of the leaves, the gentle way they landed on the forest floor, and how the small animals moved around. I stood there until I felt like an extension of the woods. It all felt so right in the moment. This was it. I started chanting the spells gently, lifting my hands and feeling the night breeze playing with my hair. I couldn't help but smile at that. Felt so good. I was starting to love it all too much until the breeze stopped flowing abruptly. The woods around me fell silent, or everything froze. I couldn't decide. Everything had been put on pause, and the reason for that was an all-powerful presence that I felt behind me. I wanted to turn around and see it, but I couldn't bring myself. A shiver ran down my spine when I felt the presence approaching me. I swallowed hard. "Is that you, Luna?" I whispered, on the verge of shaking. "Why did you summon me, my child?" asked a voice. It was the sweetest and most soothing voice I had ever heard. It instantly put me at ease, but still I didn't find the courage to turn around and see her. Is this real? You are real?" I asked, unable to believe my ears that I was talking to a goddess. "I'm as real as everything around us, and tell me, why did you summon me?" she urged, stopping behind me where I could feel her power surging through me with such intensity that it made me feel weak in my knees. "Luna." I licked my lips, feeling anxious all of a sudden. I should have thought about this more, but fuck it. I was here and the goddess was waiting for me. I didn't feel like wasting her time. I needed to be upfront with her about what I wanted. Otherwise, I was never going to get it. After all, I knew well from childhood that closed mouths never got fed. "I'm looking for a mate," I told her up front, and received a gentle, amused laugh from her. I could guess I heard the smile in her voice. "I'm done dating and waiting for my mate to come around. Most wolves find their mates before their 20th birthday. Don't you think it's a bit too late for me?" I asked her. 9 years late, to be precise, she agreed with a gentle smile. "Exactly." I sighed. "I'm just tired of waiting. It's hard, especially when I see everyone around me paired up," I whispered, blinking, tears stinging my eyes. I didn't want to think about my last boyfriend, Jason. He was like me, too mateless, and I thought I would have him with me for a while until last year when I saw him find his mate. In that moment, everything changed. He dumped me in the blink of an eye and disappeared with his new mate, leaving me alone again. I had tried my best to move on from that, but it had done the damage. After all, it wasn't the first time that had happened. I had another boyfriend before Jason. He was way older, but he was mateless. I thought he'd be great for me, but he went out without me one night and found his mate. Just like that, and dumped me over a fucking text. It hurt bad then, but I was younger and thought I'd learn to live with it, and then I met Jason. I should have thought it through. I should have been careful and known better, but no. It shattered me when I got dumped for the second time, especially after dating Jason for almost 6 years. And now, here I was mateless, clueless, and on the verge of becoming lifeless. Since Jason dumped me last year, I decided to be celibate and wait for my mate, but it got too hard. Too fucking lonely. I'm the only mateless person I know. And this time I didn't have it in me to pull myself back again and find someone else, only to be dumped for the third time so fucking brutally. If I get dumped the third time, then I'll lose it. So I ended up paying a witch heavily for a spell to summon the moon goddess, and now here I was asking her for my mate. I know what you mean, my child, but everyone has their time, she assured me. When will mine come? I asked her, impatient. I didn't care how I sounded at that moment. I was desperate for a mate, just someone to cling to in this empty life of mine. I had no family and no friends, only some associates that I worked with once in a while. It didn't help that my work was somewhat solitary. I was done with this. I needed someone, or else I was going to lose myself. Soon, the moon goddess assured me. How soon? I pressed. You'll find that out, she spoke. I didn't miss how she sounded uncertain about that herself. This almost made me turn around and look at her. Have you not found anyone for me yet? I asked her. Is there anything particular you're looking for? She asked me after a pause. That uncertain tone remained in her voice. I tilted my head to the side, thinking. Actually, yes, I breathed, feeling excited. Then tell me, my child. What do you wish to have in your mate? I have made you wait long. I owe this to you, she urged, something dark in her voice. I licked my lips excitedly, ready with a long list. But I wish I had given it some more thought. There's a reason why they say to be careful what you wish for. To Lyra. I would like someone kind and nurturing, I started. Kind and nurturing, the moon goddess noted. But at the same time aggressive and ruthless, I imagined. It was contrasting, but oh, it lit up a fire inside me. I hadn't thought about this properly before. This was the first time I was thinking about my likes and dislikes in a person. Otherwise, I generally dated whoever I found mateless, and that was a minuscule population that was constantly dwindling, so I didn't really ever have a choice. I went with whatever I got, and that always ended up in me being dumped and feeling hurt. Aggressive, the moon goddess muttered, a strange inflection in her voice. I didn't pay much attention to that and continued. I want someone who will treat me like I am the most fragile thing on this earth, but at the same time, I want them to be rough and overly possessive with me. I want someone who would let me be myself, but at the same time call me out on my shit and set me straight whenever I cross any line. I want someone who praises but punishes me too. I want someone who burns for me but at the same time cannot live without me. I want someone who craves me so much that it'll hurt them to live without me for even one day. I want someone who sees my best and worst, and yet accepts me with an open heart. I want someone who makes my heart flutter and pussy ache every time I look at them. I want someone who supports me no matter what. I want someone who will follow me to hell if that's the place I wish to go. I want someone who's so obsessed with me that their only goal in life is to please me, pleasure me, and make me quiver with need every time they touch and look at me because my need for them is their only source of sustenance. I want someone who makes me laugh every day, and makes me cry with pleasure every night for the rest of my life. I want someone who is generous and giving, but they are greedy when it's their turn to derive pleasure. I want someone who worships me like their life depends on my blessings, but at the same time ravages me like they own every part of me. I want someone who loves me so much that I feel so full every fucking time. I was still surprised to feel the presence of the goddess behind me when I was done speaking. I thought she might have left in the middle because no one had any time for a crying Camilla like me, but she was there listening, and it gave me some sort of comfort. It'd be okay if I didn't end up getting what I wanted, but for once I was glad that I was able to get the all off my chest instead of just burying it down and only wishing. At least now, I knew that I had asked even if I didn't end up with it. That's quite a lot, the moon goddess commented, a hint of something unreadable in her voice. I tilted my head to the side to listen more closely to her. But I hear you. Thanks for listening, I sighed deeply. I will see what I can do, she told me, her voice hardened all of a sudden, but I have a condition. I froze. Condition? Of course. What did I expect? That I could just summon a goddess and ask her for a mate, and that will happen all like that. No. Everything came at a price. What condition? I asked. It's simple but might not be easy for you. She trailed off, her voice somewhat unfocused. Whatever I must give you, you shall accept without a question. I found her words strange. Everyone accepted their mates. I had hardly heard of rejections. They happened, but they were quite rare, and for a moment this made me wonder if I would end up being one of those unfortunate select few who end up getting rejected. Suddenly my heart ached. No, I wouldn't be able to take that. Every relationship I've ever had so far has always ended bitterly for me. Whether it be friends, family, or my couple of boyfriends, everyone always left me. What was the guarantee that my mate wouldn't? The idea scared me. Why cannot I just catch a break for once? What did I do to deserve such pain and loneliness? I will accept my mate, I told her sternly, earning a mocking laugh from her. At that moment I wondered if I was doing the right thing by asking her to pair me. I didn't miss the cruel tone in her laugh. Was this her way of giving me new sources of pain in my life? You must keep your word, she stated darkly, taking a step closer to me. A chill ran down my spine. The energies oozing out of her subdued my senses and threatened to overpower me. I felt so weak at that moment that without realizing it, I dropped to my knees. I breathed, feeling lightheaded. In response, she laughed that mocking laugh out loud until the voice echoed throughout the woods. The night air suddenly turned so chilly that it made me shiver. Black dots were starting to appear in my vision, while the rest of my body started to feel weaker. I collapsed on the floor. My head hitting the ground and pain seared through my head. My body seemed to be growing colder with every passing second. But at the same time it felt like I was burning. I had never experienced something like this before. As my consciousness continued to fade away, I felt the presence of the goddess lingering around me. Sleep, my child, I heard her whisper as I swam in darkness. Get all the sleep you can before they find you. They. Who was she talking about? What did she mean by that? I wish I could ask her that, but it was too late already. 3. Marius. I glared at the screen, reading the email from my cybersecurity team. The same thing happened again. Someone entered our systems and corrupted them all. I grind my teeth while reading through the whole damage assessment my cyber team did. This wasn't the first time that something like this had happened. This was becoming almost routine by now. Despite all our efforts, someone always found a way around all our security checks, and this was now starting to grate on my nerves. So far we have a list of culprits who could be behind this. The list consisted of 3 names. I would hunt them all down at any cost and make them regret their whole life. I'd ensure they died the slowest deaths, begging and crying for the quickest way out, but they wouldn't have it. No one ever crossed me and got away with it. I always hunted them down and gave them the most torturous death, so they wouldn't dare to be born again. Before I could drive my fist through the screen, my phone rang up. I scowled and picked it up. Cross Jeremy off the list. Caspian, my brother, spoke first. I cocked an eyebrow and leaned back in my chair. You killed him? I asked, intrigued. Jeremy was one of our 3 main suspects. Nah, he killed himself, Caspian responded, a tone of amusement in his voice. I clenched my teeth. In times like these I wouldn't say I liked humor a lot. But before he took himself out, he tipped us, really. I asked, who is it then? Florence. It was another one of our suspects. In response, Caspian chuckled. Florence is dead too. Someone else took him out, Caspian spoke, his voice dark and cynical. At this point you can guess correctly who it could be. Morgan, I breathed. It was a hacker no one had ever seen. No one knew who Morgan was, where he or she lived, what was their real name, and most importantly why they were targeting us. But I knew one thing, it was Morgan all along. Jeremy and Florence were notorious hackers, but they didn't have it in them to play such pranks on us. Deep down I had known subconsciously that it was Morgan, but I had sent my brother after Jeremy and Florence just to be sure. That fucker, Caspian muttered. Have you found something about him? I asked. Nothing, but we can be sure now that it had been him all along, Caspian confirmed, and I agreed. Whoever this Morgan was, they were good at what they did, so good that even my cyber team, who were supposed to be the best in the country, couldn't find Morgan. Despite my frustration and anger at him for continuously attacking us, I was impressed at Morgan's skill. They seemed to know what they were doing, and they did it well. If they weren't against us, I'd have paid them millions to work for us. This made me more curious about Morgan, and even more restless to find him. They had proven that their skills were the best in the country, and if we failed to find them in time, they could bring us down single-handedly. I wasn't going to allow that. And what did Jeremy tip you exactly? I asked. Jeremy had been trying to find out about Morgan for years, and so far, he told me that Morgan is a girl and she's from somewhere around the south coast. A girl, I gritted. A she-wolf, Caspian mused, making the fire burn harder in my chest. I was now more determined than ever to hunt her down. I wasn't going to let a she-wolf destroy us. And once she had been caught, I'd make sure she regretted messing with us. What else? I probed just to be sure. Nothing much. I'll be back by evening after I finish the business here properly, Caspian told me, and in the background I could hear a few of our men talking and breaking things. They must be tearing Jeremy's home apart to find other important things. Come back ASAP. I'll find this she-wolf soon, I declared, making Caspian chuckle. Promise me you'll share her with me. I'd like to have a piece of her too. After all, she had kept us on our toes for a while, Caspian chuckled. I knew what he really meant by that. I didn't know why, but I was more interested in hunting down Morgan. Morgan would wish she were dead, I growled. She must have nerves of steel to mess with us, Caspian commented after barking a few orders at one of the men in the background. To mess with the two of us, and not once, but numerous times, and doing this for years without us ever being able to find out anything about her. He spoke what I had been thinking about all this time. You've got to give it to her for that. We have to find her soon, I stated before he could go on about her. Because Jeremy and Florence are out. This might have alerted her, I know. I'm tearing down everything in Jeremy's house to see what else he found out about her, Caspian told me. Gotta go now. See you tonight, brother. With that, he disconnected the call. Immediately, I messaged my team and told them everything Caspian said to me about Morgan. In the meantime, I could only wait for them to continue their investigation and for Caspian to return. And this was the part which I hated the most, waiting. I was the most patient man, but lately my wolf had been acting strange. I sighed deeply and checked the time. It was about to be 5 in the morning. I hadn't slept all night because my wolf had been quite active inside me, not letting me sleep. It was as if he was trying to tell me something, but whenever I'd try to talk to him, he'd shut me down. This had never happened before. I had always been in sync with my wolf. Something was making it act strange and I didn't know what it could be. Maybe I should visit the old witch who lived in the woods. She knew everything, one of the reasons why we never fucked with her, and let her stay in our territory even though she wasn't a member of our pack. She'd throw us a bone once in a while, and that was all that constituted our symbiotic relationship. I got up and decided to try to take a nap, even though I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep. I left the office and went to the house I shared with my brother. I went to my bathroom and stripped before taking a cold shower. I sucked in a sharp breath as the cold water hit my body, pricking my skin like 1,000 needles. The discomfort eased out in a couple of seconds, and my muscles relaxed while I felt the water run down my body. We're coming for you, Morgan. For Caspian, it took us a while to get out of Jeremy's house. We found a lot of hard drives that seemed to be full of data. It'd be given to Blake, our head of the cyber team, to see if we could find anything else about Morgan. I found some notes made by Jeremy about some of Morgan's previous work. I had ensured to take them as well. It was dark when we finally managed to leave. It took us a whole day just to do this work, and I was feeling agitated because I had other plans for today as well, but I couldn't take care of them because of raiding Jeremy's house. Despite all of this, we were one step ahead. We now knew Morgan was a she-wolf, and she lived somewhere on the southern coast. Interesting. Very interesting. Of all the people, it happened to be a she-wolf. Who could have ever thought about that? But it kind of complicated things for a bit. Usually we knew all our enemies and most of them happened to be men. There were a couple of she-wolves on the list too, but I could imagine none of them to be Morgan. They didn't have the nerve to do what Morgan did. It made me more curious about her, and I could tell that my brother had the same feelings about this whole Morgan ordeal. It had been years since she had been messing with us. Last year she had stolen 10 million from us, and Marius had been mad since then. This was when things turned severe for us. It was one thing to mess with us and another thing to steal so much money. I had been on the ground since then, trying to find Morgan myself. Previously I had a separate team looking at Morgan, but I decided to take things into my own hands after it got that serious. Finally, we seemed to have some clue, filling me with a strange excitement. Morgan had been a big mystery we were trying to solve, and finally we seemed to have a clue. We could eventually move in a direction where we could finally get to her and stop her from ruining us. Whoever she was, we couldn't deny that she was very powerful, and had the absolute potential to bring us down. This couldn't be allowed. When I stepped out of Jeremy's house, a cold breeze brushed my hair, soothing me for a bit. I stood on his driveway for a second and breathed in the fresh night air. Immediately it made my wolf stir. It had been a long time since I had taken a proper run, and tonight, something was in the air calling me to transform into my wolf and run free through the woods, tasting freedom. Freedom from what? Well, I had been feeling pretty odd lately. It was hard to describe, but it unsettled me at night. So much so that I wasn't able to fall asleep. I'd often spend my time in the training room, training until all my muscles hurt, and I'd pass out of exhaustion. Still, it wouldn't go away. That unsettled feeling would be the same thing to make my mind wander in the day when I needed to focus on my work. It felt like a part of me was slowly fading away into darkness. It felt like I was losing touch with a piece of me, and it deeply scared me. Why was this happening to me? Was this some sickness of the wolf? I wondered about it as I stood there, enjoying the night breeze. The run to our pack from Jeremy's house would be far away, but I wanted to let it out. Maybe this would finally calm me down and I could think straight again. I decided to go for a run. I informed one of my men and went to Jeremy's backyard, where the woods could be easily accessed. I carefully stripped and changed into my wolf before taking my clothes into my mouth and running. I ran through the dark woods, letting the chilly night air brush through my furs. It felt so fucking amazing, and for once it made me feel free of all the worries in life. But despite all that, the unsettled feeling remained. Just wouldn't go away. Instead of letting it ruin my run, I enjoyed the night and the woods. I kept running without taking a break. My wolf was fully energized because it hadn't been out for a while, so he was pleased to be out, and despite running for miles, he didn't seem to have gotten the least bit tired. I entered the pack territories just in time and stopped only when I was at the doorstep of the house I shared with my brother. I transformed into myself and walked in with my clothes in my hand, stark naked. It didn't matter. Nudeness wasn't an issue in our pack. Everyone had seen everyone's packages. I found Marius in the living room with his laptop when I entered the building. He looked up as soon as he sensed me. "You went on a run?" he asked, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "I guess I was late. I ran here." "Yes," I nodded, running my hands through my hair, that unsettling feeling creeping back into me. But this time it was even more intense. The harder I tried to push it back every time, the worse it seemed to get. Matt seemed to have read my expression because he asked, "What is it?" "Nothing," I dismissed and went upstairs to shower quickly. When I returned downstairs, the dinner was served, and Matt was waiting for me at the dining table under the grand chandelier. I grunted at the dinner choices but decided just to shut up and eat. "You know I'm supposed to be the grumpy one," Matt commented. I frowned. "I'm just tired," I said, filling my plate with ribs. Silence fell between us as we continued to eat. I felt Matt's eyes on me, waiting. He had noticed it, and there was no hiding anything from him. He was a keen observer, sometimes too keen for my liking. I started trying to collect the right words to describe that unsettling feeling properly, because I knew Matt wouldn't give up until I told him what was bothering me. "I've been feeling restless for quite a while. My wolf is acting strange. It's like he has gotten a mind of his own all of a sudden and doesn't want to listen to me at all." As soon as I said that, Matt's eyes widened. "You've been feeling that too." 5. Lyra. I lingered in the shadows for a while, waiting. In the distance, the sound of the sea crashing against the rocks filled the silence, along with the natural sounds of the woods. The woods were thicker and harder to reach here, one of the reasons why this was the perfect place for me to meet people. I naturally claimed this territory to be mine. I straightened up, alert, when I heard some noise in the distance. My wolf was on alert too. I listened intently to her and the noise to see who it could be. I didn't step out of the shadows of the trees until a familiar figure stepped out into the clearing and headed towards the cliff's edge. But even then I took my time to watch him. I couldn't understand why, but something had been bothering me lately, making it harder to lean into my natural intuition. When I didn't step out immediately, the figure scanned the woods, missing me easily. I smiled to myself. It was Nat, one of the most skilled killers, yet he missed me even when I was partially visible. I guess my several hours of camouflaging practice were paying off well. "I'm here," Nat announced when I didn't step out yet. I pondered for a couple of seconds, wondering how it'd go if I teased him. That would be comical, but my shoulders dropped immediately because that wouldn't be possible today. I had somewhere else to be after this meeting. Maybe next time. Casually, I stepped out of cover, my hands in my pockets, my mask and the voice modulator on and my eyes set on the man. I noticed how his body visibly stiffened to see me. I couldn't help but smile to myself. He feared me, and for some reason it pleased me deeply. It made me yearn to see the fear in his eyes as I stepped before him. "You're late," I told him and saw him gulp hard visibly. It made me smile wider under the mask. "I got stuck at an errand," he clarified quickly. "Your task has been carried out flawlessly. The payment has to be done by tonight," he pushed, tilting his head to a side and giving me a challenging look even though the tension in his body grew severe. I chuckled. "Show me first," I demanded, stepping closer and seeing him getting tenser. He gave out a breath before pulling an envelope out of his coat. I snatched it from him and tore it before looking at the pictures of a man shot in the head. "What do you think?" he asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. I glanced at him. $10,000 deducted, I spat. It'd have been perfect had the shot been in the middle of his eyebrows. "Come on. You wanted him dead, and he's dead," he protested, angrily throwing his hands in the air. I gave him a stern look, and he straightened up quickly. He couldn't see my eyes, but he could feel the wrath in my gaze under the mask. $20,000 deducted, what? Total $30,000. Wait, no, he cut. All right. I get it. I will keep that in mind from next time. I nodded, took the lighter from my pocket, and burned the pictures. "I have some news." He tried to tempt me before I could leave. I tilted my head and glanced at him, my hand on the gun just in case he was wasting my time. "But I'd need those $30,000 if you wished to hear it," he told me. "What about you tell me the news and then I kill you?" I asked, and he straightened up quickly. "This is going to get you killed someday," I heard him mutter under his breath. I pondered if I should show him my new gun, but he spoke up before that. "But I'll throw you a bone today. Florence is dead, that's old news, and so is Jeremy," he added quickly, making me freeze. He smirked at me, knowing that this was the first time he caught me off guard. I clenched my fist as he continued, "And you could guess who took him down, the King brothers. Those two bastards." Not that I was sad at Jeremy's death. No. I was glad he was dead because he had been trying to keep tabs on me. With him gone, I had one less thing to worry about, but if anything, his death was more of an indirect message by those bastard brothers. They're out there, looking for me. I knew I was next after Jeremy. I should have been scared, but it made me laugh out loud, puzzling Nat. He watched me with shock. "You shouldn't be laughing, really," he commented, his expression hardening. "They're coming for you, Morgan. If I were you, I'd wish the earth swallowed me whole before the brothers could reach me." "That's the thing, Nat," I laughed. He was trying to warn me, but if anything, his words made me laugh. "You're not me. You'll never be me. I have my ways, and it's okay if you don't understand them. Just stay in your lane and do as you're told to do," I told him. He shook his head at me. "You should fear them, Morgan," he told me. "They're not like Simone. They're much more dangerous, and they can go to any extent to hunt you down. And why are you so concerned about me?" I laughed instead of getting serious like he wanted me to be, but fuck that. I didn't fear anymore. Not even those bastard brothers. They'd never get to me. Ever. "You pay me well. I would hate to get that cut. Besides, they're the Alpha brothers. Everyone fears them. You should too." "I'm not everyone, Nat. I appreciate your concerns, but it's clear you undermine me." "A lot," I told him. "I think it's time for me to find a new hitman," I announced, and he shook his head again. I could tell that he wanted to say more, but I left before that. I had more important shit to deal with than those bastards. 6. Lyra. After meeting Nat, I went back to my place and showered. It was a fairly sunny day, and even though I had too much on my plate to deal with, I decided to take a break today. I hadn't had a break in a while. For once, I wanted to pretend to be a normal girl, spending some time by myself along the beach, soaking up the sun before the winter could arrive. This summer has been quite busy for me. I hadn't had the opportunity to take myself out much and enjoy myself. I should have taken myself out more, otherwise how was I going to meet my mate? The moon goddess promised me that she'd fulfill all my desires, but there was something unsettling about the whole thing. I couldn't figure it out yet, but there seemed to be a catch I must have missed. As much as I was excited to meet my mate, I was somewhat anxious. What if he turned out to be nothing like I had imagined? I'd be devastated, but for the time being I was trying to be positive about the whole thing. That was the only option I was left, or I could just worry myself sick, but fuck that. After my second lover left me, I already wasted a year mourning the abrupt end of our relationship. Now I was choosing to move forward and be more optimistic and hoping that things would work out. This was one of the reasons why I felt like taking today off. I wanted to have a moment for myself and enjoy the last sunny days of summer. Even though I was the kind of person to always keep myself busy, I decided to postpone all the work for tomorrow. The world could wait. I put on some light makeup and slathered sunscreen before getting dressed for the beach. I took my surfing board and drove down to the beach that was almost 20 minutes away from my residence. I couldn't help but smile to myself as I parked my car and went down to the beach with my surfing board and my tote bag. Today the beach wasn't crowded, making it even better for me. I chose a quiet spot for me and put my towel down before laying in the sun for a while. It was the perfect sunny day, not too sunny, and at the same time a gentle cool breeze was flowing. This day couldn't have been more perfect. I drank some beer as I scanned the waves. I wanted to go surfing, but there weren't many waves today, but that was alright. I didn't feel like leaving my perfect spot. So I lay there and enjoyed the day, watching people and slowly drifting off. I woke up abruptly when I felt a shadow hovering over me. I opened my eyes to find a pair of gray eyes intently staring at me. Hey, the man smiled at me. I shot him a glare as I grabbed my tote. I wanted to be left alone, but his flirty smile gave me an idea. Are you from here? He asked. I ignored his question and studied him from head to toe. He had a great body and looked good, so I decided to give him a chance. You're new here, I remarked. He gave me another of his flirty smiles that formed a deep dimple down his left cheek. It almost reminded me of Kent Clark. He was really easy on the eyes and made it easier for me to forgive him for disturbing my small nap. I could always have a little fun while I wait to find my mate. Yes, I'm here for a couple of days. What about you? He asked me. It's a work trip, I noted, ignoring his question again. He shuffled on his feet, slightly impatient due to his questions being ignored. Where are you from? I asked. North, he shrugged, focusing his eyes intently on my body. Are you a local? He asked. Yes, I finally decided to answer. Wanna go around the town? I offered. Well, I could cancel my whole weekend. I really need a break, and I think I could have some more fun if his skill set matched his looks. That's what I was talking about. The man gave me another of his suggestive smiles. I'm Fidel. He offered his hand to me. I gave it a look and took it, getting up from my spot. I knew that he was a complete stranger and could mean danger, but fuck that. I needed to live a little bit more. I could always take care of things if they went south. Besides, strangers were the best kind to have fun with. However, I made a mental note to get all the info on him when I returned home tonight. I'm Lyra, I told him. You're so beautiful, Lyra, he told me, his eyes running over my body heatedly. I laughed. Thanks, I get that a lot. Now what would you like to do? I asked, testing. He shrugged. I'm down for anything, he told me. Time limits. I have a meeting at 7 tonight, he told me. I tilted my head and gave him another look. Who do you work for? I asked, keeping my tone casual. Suddenly, the flirtatious mask he had been wearing slipped off his face. Something dark flickered in his eyes before his smile was back. Why don't we get going, sweetheart? I want to make every minute count with you, he told me instead, stepping closer and gently running the back of his knuckles against my jaw. I laughed. I cannot wait to see what you have in store for me, Fidel, I whispered, running my hand down his six-packs. I felt him suck in a sharp breath, making my smile grow wider. So far so good. Let's go then. He almost growled his words before grabbing my things and leading me out of the beach. 7. Marius, why the fuck is Fidel so late? I growled. Rory shrugged, texting away at his phone, probably asking others about Fidel. And where is my brother? I growled, waiting. He's out too, Rory answered. Jack says Fidel's on his way. He was out with a girl the whole afternoon. Did he think this trip was to have fun with beach girls? We are here to find Morgan, I growled. Rory sighed heavily. He replied. He's on his way here. I'm going to fuck him up if he doesn't have any info on Morgan, I growled. Fidel was my right-hand man and I usually gave him some slack, but lately he had been testing my nerves. Maybe I should go down heavy on him this time to remind him who he worked for. I wouldn't say I liked how he was getting too comfortable working for me. And where the fuck is Caspian? I asked, cracking my knuckles. I was doing most of the work here, while others were treating this trip as a vacation. This was another thing testing my nerves. We needed to find Morgan fast before she could figure out that we were not only after her but we had managed to find her city. Nothing from him yet, but Fidel's going to be here in 10, Rory updated me. I'm going to break his ass, I growled, and Rory pursed his lips, suppressing his laughter. That was it. I would give everyone hell tonight because no one seemed to be taking me seriously lately. Rory must have sensed the shift in my energy because he straightened up quickly and hung his head low in submission. Just in time, I heard a knock on my hotel room suite. Come in, I growled, knowing well enough who it could be. Fidel strolled in, a look of glee on his face. Evening, boss. I punched his face before he could finish and he collapsed. Suddenly I was craving blood. I was usually good with controlling my emotions, but ever since my wolf had started to act strange, I had multiple accounts where I lost control completely. But this was excessive. I should have stopped at the punch, but the bloodthirst was unexplainable. I didn't know why, but suddenly I wanted to tear Fidel apart, limb by limb, and hear him scream in pain. At that moment it felt like that would give me immense satisfaction, and some relief from the chaos brewing inside me for days now. Marius, Rory stepped in between before I could cause more harm to Fidel. Meanwhile, that motherfucker got up and lowered his head in submission. I could see one of his eyes slowly turning purple. Are you alright? Rory asked me cautiously. Where is my brother? I roared, making the walls shiver. I'm trying to get to him, but Fidel, tell us, what have you gathered till now? Rory urged while I tried to calm my nerves. This hadn't happened before. Why was I seeing red all of a sudden? Was I going mad? No. Why would that be? I tried to think of other reasons, but I couldn't come up with any. The only thing that seemed reasonable at that moment was that I was starting to lose not only my wolf but also my sanity. This would be the worst case, but why? Why me? Why all of a sudden? I couldn't find any answers, which made it worse for me. I've talked to a couple of vigilantes. They say Morgan is most definitely a she-wolf. She doesn't belong to any pack here, he informed. What else? I demanded, finding it hard to calm down. I've gone through the rogues list and the lone wolves that live here. Still, I didn't find any women that could be Morgan. Only 2 women live apart from the pack. Both are lone wolves, and they seem to be too old and disconnected from the world to be Morgan. What else? I growled, getting more and more impatient with every passing second. Whatever Fidel was telling me was too vague to make out anything. Fidel shuffled on his feet and exchanged a look with Rory. This is all I have found till now. I was out with this girl today. She's a local and seemed to be from one of the packs from here. She knows some stuff because she's the one who told me all this, he informed me, but still it wasn't enough to satisfy me. This wasn't exactly what I was looking for. Then bring her to me. I will see how much she knows, I growled, and Fidel straightened up. Okay. I'm not sure if she'd be up with this, he told me hesitantly, shuffling on his feet. She's kinda hard to get. He spoke with a tone that made me want to punch him again. I didn't know why I was feeling this. Maybe a run would fix all of this. It had been a while since I had gone for a run, and perhaps it would also help my wolf. Caspian had been having somewhat of the same problem lately, and he said letting his wolf out for a while and going on a run helped him a bit. But at the same time I didn't want to waste any time here. I wanted to locate Morgan before she could know that we were here. However, I wouldn't be surprised if she already knew about our presence here. She was very skilled, and after Jeremy's death, I could bet she was looking out for us. She knew she was next, making it more critical for us to make our next move as soon as possible. Then do whatever you need to do to bring her to us. I don't care. If that girl knows anything, then I want her. Do you understand me? I growled. Yes, Alpha. I'll bring her to you tomorrow, Fidel promised grimly. I could finally see him getting back into work mode, which made it one less thing to worry about. For now, I needed to find Caspian and see how I could stop my wolf from making me lose control again. 8. Lyra, I laughed, staring at the scene. A familiar pair of gray eyes with a Kent Clark face stared back. Under his picture, all the information on him was listed. Name Fidel Blackstone. Date of birth January 12, 1991. Place of origin Green Bay. Member of the Nightfall Pack. Rank second in command to Marius King. The last line made me laugh harder. It seemed like I had spent the whole day flirting with no one other than the right-hand man of my enemy. It couldn't get more satirical than this, but sometimes I liked life's sense of humor. I scrolled through the rest of the data about him, which included everything about him. The more I read, the more I laughed. They thought they were going to find me before I could know that they were here, but one of their men gave it all away. My stomach was starting to ache from laughing harder. I knew something felt off about him when he kept asking about the packs here and trying to learn more about the wolves. Also, the fact that he was from the north. It worked out for me to go out with him and feed him somewhat useless information. Now, I knew what he was here for, and even though this should have set my guard high, I was looking forward to seeing him again tomorrow. I wasn't going to let this opportunity go to waste. I wanted to keep feeding him the wrong info and see what they did with that. Things just got more interesting. I closed Fidel's files and looked at the other data I found on the Alpha brothers. I hacked into the airport server and knew when they had landed in the city, and even managed to find which hotel they were staying at. From the looks of it, the trip seemed to have been abruptly planned right after Jeremy's death. However, this made it clear that they were looking for me. And this time they were serious. This should have scared me. This could have scared anyone else but not me. Instead, it oddly excited me. My mind was already filled with all the ideas of all the ways I could mess with them. That'd be a lot of fun. I knew that they must have found out about the city from Jeremy since he had been on my tail for a while, but yet hadn't managed to find out about me as much. This was good. Here I was almost getting bored of life, but now I had something to look forward to, and that was to mess with the brothers. I checked more details to see how long they planned to stay here and what they were doing. I had hacked into that hotel's security base several times, so it was easy for me this time as well. It was one of the posh hotels in the city, seemingly very guarded, and often high-profile people stayed there. These factors made it my favorite place to hack into and access the cameras to see what was happening there. I checked the details to see on which floor and room they were staying. This couldn't have been easier for me. I checked the footage and found one of the brothers walking down the hallway. I zoomed into the footage to figure out which one of the brothers was it. It turned out to be Marius, the eldest. I couldn't make out much in the grimy security video, but he looked tense. I didn't know why, but as soon as I saw him on the screen, something shifted inside me. I watched him walking towards a lift. There was just something about the way he moved that made me focus more on him. I knew what the brothers looked like. I had seen their pictures several times here and there, but this was the first time I saw a video of one of them. There was no doubt that he was a powerful wolf. There was no denying that by the way he moved. There was this aura about him that could be felt through the screen. Again, this should have set off all my alarms, but instead of that, it fueled my thirst to mess with them. I wanted to mess them up pretty badly. I watched Marius get on the lift and go down 2 floors before disappearing into a room. I groaned, wishing there were cameras in the room too. I could hack their phones. I did it several times in the past, but for the sake of maintaining the thrill for me, I decided against it. After all, where would be the fun if I already knew all the cards my enemies had been dealt with? I was merely choosing to play fair with the brothers. For now. As long as I could have as much fun with them as possible. I'd get rid of them as soon as this was all over. It was as simple as that. But the idea of getting rid of them almost made me sad. If I permanently got rid of them, there wouldn't be any fun left for me. I pouted. Now this was a great dilemma, but for the time being I would focus on having fun. I could always figure out something on the way. I watched the camera footage for a while and saw the other brother, Caspian, enter the hotel. Again, something stirred inside me as I stared at him on the screen. I couldn't figure out what it was about the brothers that provoked something profound and primitive inside my being. Maybe it was merely my wolf's reaction to seeing a strong wolf. Even though I didn't belong to any pack, my wolf was somewhat receptive to the pack hierarchy. Not that she liked to be part of it. It was the opposite. The two of us hated having any authority over us. I'd die than have an alpha make decisions about my life. I liked to be free and independent. It was one of the reasons why I avoided pack life like a plague. The pack life always made a person subservient and minimized their potential to fit in a useless hierarchy that'd eventually crumble one day. I could either wait for that to happen or I could make it happen. Of course I chose the latter. 9. Lyra. The next day I met Fidel at the agreed spot. I couldn't help but smile wider at him. He gave me a flirtatious smile, his eyes lustfully skimming all over my body. There was a glint of hope of getting laid in his eyes, but little did he know about the terror I was planning for him. "What do you plan to do today?" I asked, giving him a flirtatious look. We were at a small cafe near the coast. The beautiful blue sea was visible from there, making the ambience of this place just perfect. We could go diving today. The weather's great too, I offered, testing how he'd respond. I have something in my mind, he offered, downing his beer. I planned it last night with a buddy. I couldn't help but laugh at that. I could easily guess who his buddy was, but I wouldn't let him, of course. Oh really? I acted to be surprised and intrigued. Yes, you might not have heard of it, he teased. I laughed at his face. I knew this city like the back of my hand. He didn't know whom he was talking to. Then pray tell me about it. Where is it? I asked. It's a private club. My buddy is a member. He's throwing a party tonight. I want you to come with me, he told me. I cocked an eyebrow at him. Sure, I looked like an unsuspecting girl, but I was far from that. I had dug enough on him to know what he was thinking about. I knew why he wanted to take me to that private party, and what he wanted to get out of me. It was either more free information for him or he hoped to get laid. The latter was never going to happen. I had standards after all. Sure, I'd have considered it if he weren't working for the brother. Oh, that sounds cool. Where is the place though? I asked, pinning him with my eyes. It's at the Pearl Hotel. I'm staying there, of course you are. I smiled innocently to stroke his ego. But tell me, what is this party all about? Will you be introducing me to your friends? I asked playfully, twirling my hair and giving him a suggestive look. He stared at me for a second longer, pondering in his head. I could almost see the wheels spinning behind his ears. He was wondering if he wanted me to keep to himself. He didn't want any competition. Even though I wasn't active in the dating marketplace after getting my heart broken, I knew that I was quite the catch. At least at first glance, and he wanted to keep the score to himself. But this gave me more ideas. What if he took me to the party, and I happened to meet one of the brothers? I could easily catch their eyes and do whatever I wished to do. The idea almost made me want to giggle out loud. The wheels in my head were turning as well. Of course, meeting the brothers directly could be risky. Even if I weren't the hacker they were hunting for, hanging out with the brothers was never a good idea. They were dangerous, mateless, and probably crazy. I was sure about this. One had to be a certain level of crazy to stay on the top and maintain fear among everyone. It was one thing to play with them harmlessly and another thing to take the whole business to the sheets. That would be too much of a commitment for reckless maniacs like them. Even if those two were the last men alive on this planet and I was in heat, I'd choose to die than fuck them. It's a small celebration for a huge deal we closed yesterday night. Sure, my friends would be there, he answered after a few seconds. He tilted his head to the side, studying me. I gave him a disarming smile. That sounds wonderful. I cannot wait to meet others, I told him suggestively, and instantly, something dark flickered in his eyes. I saw a hint of possessiveness. Not the kind that'd have flattered me. No. It was the kind of reckless possessiveness that kids had with their toys. I'll see about that, he told me darkly, his nostrils flaring. What's wrong, Fidel? I asked, reaching across the table and brushing my fingertips on his arm. I didn't miss how he sucked in a sharp breath. I knew the effect that I had on him. He put his beer down and was about to hold my hand, but I pulled back just in time and gave him an innocent smile. I'll pick you up at 6, he told me. Dress your best. I cannot wait to see your reaction to see in my little black dress, I told him suggestively, and immediately, his eyes darkened. His breath shallowed, and I could imagine him pitching a tent in his pants. I giggled evilly. I will look forward to seeing you, he spoke as I gathered my things and got up. See you, Fidel. I blew him a kiss before walking out of the cafe. It was around 10 in the morning. I had a few hours in my hand to prepare for tonight. I didn't know why, but suddenly I was too excited to go to the party. Especially my wolf. She had started pacing frantically, scattering my thoughts for the moment. I decided to go home and do some more digging. It was always a good idea to be well prepared if you were planning to go into your enemy's den. I didn't want to mess up the opportunity. This could be the first time I might meet one of the brothers. I needed to make an excellent first impression on my enemies, even though they didn't know about me yet. I wondered if I should leave some hints for them. That'd be fun. Marius. I glared at my watch, irked at Fidel for not arriving at the private party soon. My brother Caspian was out again, and his absence considerably worsened my mood. Since yesterday it had been getting harder and harder for me to keep in control, especially after I snapped at Fidel and attacked him. That had never happened before. I had never lost my control in that manner. Sure, I had bashed Fidel in the past more than a dozen times because he fucked up something important, but that had always been deliberate on my part. In all those situations, I was always in control. I always knew what I was doing. But last night's event had planted some worry in my mind. It was true that I hadn't been in my right mind for a while now, especially with my wolf pacing inside me and keeping me awake at night. I couldn't help but watch the people around me in disdain. They were enjoying it tonight, but me. I was miserable. Partying wasn't my thing. Caspian was more into such things, but me. I loved working hard, kicking ass, and always ensuring I was 10 steps ahead of everyone. That was where I derived most of my fun. And while I tried to remind myself that this was all a work thing, especially this party, I still felt irked by everything around me. Tonight, I drank more than I usually did at parties. That was the only thing helping me calm my senses to some extent so I could sit there without trying to kill anyone. I kept looking for Fidel again and again, wondering where the fuck he was. Was he fucking the girl he was supposed to bring tonight? If so, then I'd need to give him more shit for wasting my time. Instead of sitting there and waiting, I could have productively used my time to go out and do some independent investigation because, given how my men were treating this as a vacation, I knew I had to be the serious one to get things done. I was already considering leaving the party and meeting some local contacts when I was informed of Fidel's arrival. Immediately, my wolf was alert and pacing as if something important was supposed to happen, which worsened my mood. My wolf needed to be the last thing to trouble me in that situation, but I guess I could never catch a break. I left the private booth where I had been sulking most of the evening. I had been drinking alone while watching people through the one-way glass. Although it was a good vantage point for observing people, I felt the need to step out and take matters into my own hands. He's getting her loosened up. Give him a couple of minutes, Rory told me, nodding towards the main bar. I was tempted to return to my private booth, but I went to the bar instead and ordered a strong drink. Even though I had been drinking for most of the evening, I was still annoyingly sober. I might as well have been drinking water all this time because my wolf's sudden overactiveness was making it harder for me to get drunk. As soon as I sat at the bar, I looked around for Fidel. I didn't have to search for long. I found him instantly, occupying a table in a less crowded corner of the room. But it wasn't Fidel who caught my attention. No, it was the woman with him. As soon as I saw her, all my senses amplified. It felt like I was slowly stirring awake from an eternal slumber, like I was surfacing after being underwater for my whole life, like all my senses had suddenly unlocked all the new sensations. I watched the woman from afar, laughing with Fidel. I was too far from the table for her to notice me, but I couldn't find the strength or willpower to look away after seeing her. She was breathtaking, life-altering, and wolf-stirring. I could hear my heart pounding in my chest irrationally as I stared at her. The more I looked at her, the more I became perpetually aware of the emptiness inside me that had lingered under the surface for years. Yet I had always ignored it. She made me feel like I had been a corpse all this time, but the sight of her had just breathed a new form of life force inside me. But I didn't like that she was with Fidel. No, she should have been with me. Her whole attention should have been on me. She should have been with me. She was mine. That was decided in that instant. My chest vibrated with a growl as my wolf agreed with me. She was ours. She was my mate. I have finally found the woman I wanted to mate, mark, knot, and breed. She was meant for me. I straightened up and headed for Fidel's place without much thought. I needed to be by her side, to talk to her, to know her name, to know everything about her, and having any space between us already felt like torture. I felt drawn to her, like an invisible rope pulling me toward her. My legs moved faster. She straightened and snapped her head toward me when I was close enough for her to feel my presence. By then I was already at their table. Her beautiful doe eyes widened as soon as she saw me. When our eyes locked, I felt all the tension and annoyance drain out of my body until the only thing left was the aching need for her. I didn't know I had been craving her until I saw her. I heard the chair scraping and footsteps hurrying away, but I couldn't care less. At that moment, all that mattered to me was her. "Hello, mate," I greeted. "Want to know what happens next? Subscribe to get updates first." In a world filled with deceit and betrayal, What secrets lie behind Lyra's relationship with Fidel? Is her true goal love or revenge? Every click, every subscription, is the power to uncover the truth. Join us and search for answers together. 11. Lyra. I met Fidel at our usual spot, and from there he took me to the venue. He talked the whole time while driving. I tuned in and out of the conversation, mainly focusing on my wolf, who had been acting strange all day. I couldn't communicate with her to figure out why she constantly blocked me out. All I could tell was that she was preparing for something, but what exactly? She wouldn't tell me. She kept pacing, mulling over things I couldn't understand. I couldn't help but frown to myself. She was distracting me from tonight, which wasn't good. I was soon going to enter the enemy's domain, and I needed to be focused on everything, otherwise I'd be walking right into trouble. Well, I was already doing that, but I didn't want to do it stupidly. I was going there with plans for a possible ambush, to collect information, and to see my enemies up close. Focus, Lyra. I kept telling myself repeatedly. We're here, Fidel declared, stopping at the hotel's grand doors. He helped me get out of the car before tossing the keys to the valet and leading me inside. I acted to be interested in the place as if it was my first time there. I smiled and batted my eyes innocently at him, and that was enough for him to droll over me, disarming himself. I had also worn my unique black dress that hugged my body in all the right places and gloriously highlighted my assets. I had spent far more time working on them to not show them off on such an important night. I knew it was working better than anything because I caught Fidel staring at me hungrily whenever he thought I wasn't paying attention. The tent he had pitched in his pants also didn't go unnoticed by me. He dreamed of getting laid tonight, and he didn't hesitate to suggest it numerous times. I couldn't help but laugh at his face every time, knowing how things would soon turn out for both of us. But despite all this, I reminded myself that I was partly there to have fun too, so I was alive to all kinds of possibilities. I led him on with sweet words and encouraging smiles, only to turn him away firmly whenever he tried to get too close. I wasn't going to allow that, no matter what. 2 serious broken relationships had given me enough heartache to last a lifetime. Also, the knowledge that he worked for the brothers instantly eliminated the possibility of having any emotional investment in our brief fling. Sure, he was handsome and I could fuck him, but there wouldn't be anything beyond that. If I knew you'd look so good, I'd have taken you somewhere more private, he said, helping me sit. I glanced around the room and noticed a few faces I had some intel on. All the while, I was making many mental notes about everything and everyone around me. However, I hadn't seen any of the brothers yet, which was disappointing. I laughed at Fidel and focused on him, listening to his discussion. He was very chatty this evening, and I couldn't help but wonder why. I wasn't complaining though. The more he talked, the more I knew. There was an unmistakable enthusiasm in his eyes that was hard to ignore. Man, he had his hopes high for getting laid. I laughed at his face again, sipping from my drink, careful not to drink too much. Anyway, as I said, my boss is throwing this party because I closed an important deal for the company. He's deeply pleased by me this time, he said, with a hint of sarcasm. I asked him casually, what did you say your work was again? Even though I knew all about him. Oh, I managed the real estate. He stopped abruptly, and his eyes drifted behind me. His face blanched and his body tensed, leaving me puzzled. Before I could turn around, I felt an unmistakably assertive presence behind me. Whoever it was, they had a strong aura that always commanded everyone's attention. It made my wolf oddly alert and tense. I could almost guess who it could be, but I turned around. It was none other than Marius King, the eldest of the Alpha brothers. Of course, his presence was so fucking overpowering, so fucking focus-consuming, that I felt intensely aware of everything around me, especially his presence and how he was watching me as he closed the distance between us. My mouth dried up as I looked into his steely brown eyes, which captivated me instantly. I forgot all about Fidel. I thought I heard him leaving, but I didn't pay attention to him. My eyes were glued to Marius Hunter, and his powerfully charged aura triggered a wave of emotions inside me. The intensity of the emotions shook me up from the inside. I forgot to breathe or blink as I watched him move with the swiftness and ease of a predator. Even under his clothes I could see his muscles flexing, making me want to rip everything to shreds so I could see every inch of him. I needed to see every inch of him, especially due to how he looked at me. My heart was erratically beating in my chest, and my wolf howled in my chest with joy and enthusiasm. As he moved to take the seat beside me, I felt curls of heat between my legs due to how close he was. His intoxicating scent hit my nose, making me salivate. I wanted to taste him to see if he was as delicious as he looked and smelled. "Hello, mate." He greeted me with a possessiveness to his voice. 12. Lyra. It wasn't the first time I had seen Marius King. I had seen numerous pictures of him in various places. I knew what the man looked like and sounded like. I knew everything about the man, but despite all my knowledge and intel, nothing could have prepared me for the revelation that I was his mate. My wolf was over the moon to finally meet our mate, but the only thing I felt while looking at him was dread. This was not what I had asked for. He was not what I wanted. In my wildest dreams, I could have never imagined that I'd get paired with none other than Marius King. The man whom I hated fiercely. The man who was the reason for many people's suffering. All I had asked for was a kind and nurturing mate who'd love me no matter what. But the man sitting closer to me and gazing at me was anything but kind and nurturing. He was a ruthless beast. And he was my mate. I was doomed. I should have seen this coming when I asked the moon goddess for a mate. Back then I had suspected there must have been a catch somewhere, something I had been missing. Now I could see what she did. This was terrible. Why did she do this to me? What did I do to deserve such a terrible fate? Why did such things always happen to me? All I wanted was a mate, but I got a monster. All I needed was someone to love me. But the man before me was only capable of destruction and ruin. I could never be with someone like him. "What is your name?" he asked me, his gaze intensely possessive. I swallowed hard and tore my eyes away. I needed to leave. Otherwise, I was afraid I'd end up doing something stupid. I needed some time to think. I wasn't prepared for this situation, but I should have known. I should have seen this coming. How did I miss such a thing? My wolf already knew this was going to happen. That's why she had been acting up lately. I should have paid more attention to her. "Where's Fidel?" I snapped, leaning back to create as much space between us as possible. I needed to get away from him. I couldn't stay here for another minute. His eyes darkened with rage when I mentioned Fidel, and his nostrils flared. "Are you with him?" he asked. "No, scratch that." He demanded to know as if I owed him an answer. "It doesn't matter," I snapped, taking my purse and leaving. But I should have thought it out well, because the way Marius looked at me, it was clear that he wouldn't leave me alone anytime soon. "Lady, stop." He tried, but I was determined. I stormed towards the exit, leaving him behind. But before I could exit, he grabbed my arm and tugged me behind. I hissed as soon as my back pressed against his front, and he wrapped an arm around me. "You aren't going anywhere until we talk," he declared, dragging me back. I wanted to fight him, but I knew it'd be futile. I could feel all his muscles pressed against my back. I wouldn't win against him. Talking about muscles, feeling my body pressed against his was an instant distraction. His intoxicating scent and my wolf's eagerness to jump him weren't helping me either. I gave him a threatening look as he took me to one of the private meeting rooms of the hotel. As soon as he released me, I ensured to put as much distance between us as possible. It was for my best. I couldn't afford to get distracted at that moment. He locked the door and turned to me, eyes blazing with desire and possessiveness. My wolf started pacing inside me, wanting to get closer to him and kiss him and claim him, and I blocked her out before she could make it worse and glared at him. "I know I interrupted you and Fidel, but you must have figured out why I got you here," he spoke, his voice smooth and businesslike. I should have hated it immediately, but I felt butterflies in my stomach. A part of me imagined how he'd sound like whispering sweet nothings in my ear. I snapped out of the thought before it could get more heated. In response, I crossed my arms on my chest and sharpened my glare. "I was here on a date with my boyfriend," I said, even though Fidel wasn't my boyfriend. A part of me wanted to see him jealous, and oh, did he instantly look like he was going to murder Fidel. "Boyfriend," he muttered, disdain in his voice. I didn't know he was seeing someone. "Well, now that you know, you should let me out," I pressed. "We are not done talking yet," he said, pouring me a drink before setting it in front of me and taking the seat opposite me. "I'm not interested in talking further," I told him, ignoring the drink and glaring at him. He didn't touch his drink either. Instead, he watched me with his scrutinizing gaze, taking in every single detail about me. I had been stared at numerous times before, but it never made me feel anything like he was making me feel. Under his gaze, I felt like a unique specimen being studied. He looked at me like I was the most important thing on this planet, and I didn't like how good it made me feel. I should have hated how he focused his attention on me single-mindedly, but I loved it too much. I tried to remind myself that I shouldn't feel this way. Is it serious with Fidel? He asked, and I noticed his jaw seemed tense. Maybe it is, I shrugged. I might as well be endangering Fidel, but internally I was enjoying this. It's a personal matter, and you shouldn't interfere. Fidel works for me, and you're my mate. I have to interrupt, he stated, his voice stern. I cocked an eyebrow at him and glanced around, taking in the room. There was no way I could leave this room without him blocking me physically. I couldn't beat him physically, but I could always talk my way out of it. I needed to act. I needed to put on a show for him. Enough to distract him while keeping my emotions in check. I acted stunned by what he told me. Oh, I breathed. What is your name? I asked even though I knew the answer. Something flickered in his eyes, making the butterflies in my stomach flutter aggressively. I ignored them and focused on him, maintaining my aloofness. I'm Marius King, he answered, his tone firm and proud. His gaze was intense with interest. Marius, I tested his name, oddly liking the sound of it. His eyes softened and flickered to my lips. I sucked in a breath, imagining him kissing me. Fuck. No. Focus, Lyra. Fucking focus. I'm Lyra, I introduced myself and quickly added, I'm with Fidel. He is going to propose to me tonight. 13. Marius. It took all my self-control to refrain from leaping over the table, sweeping her into my arms and claiming her. Her enticing scent filled the room, overtaking my senses and clouding my judgment. I forgot everything about the party and the night as soon as I laid eyes on her. Nothing else mattered to me then. Only the she-wolf sitting before me, my mate, my to-be wife. I had dreamed of having a mate of my own and having a family with her for so fucking long. I had almost given up on that dream a couple of years ago when it felt like I was out of luck. Usually, wolves found their mates in their early 20s, and it was said that once you were past 30 and mateless, you were to remain mateless for the rest of your life. Once I turned 30, I accepted my mateless fate, even though it was hard for me to do so. But somehow I came to terms with it and learned to accept and live with it. Seeing her tonight was nothing less than a blessing, a miracle for me. Yet, she was looking at me with disapproval in her eyes. There was another unknown emotion in her I couldn't recognize. I wondered why she was resisting me. Didn't she want a mate too? On top of that, she claimed that Fidel would propose to her tonight. The thought immediately raised an inferno inside me. I wanted to find him and rip him to shreds, even though he was innocent. I couldn't help the waves of intense emotions taking over my logical side like a tsunami. I had just met her and I was already a mess. It terrified me to an extent, but at the same time it excited me in an unfathomable way. The mating bond seemed to be working its charm on me already. When did you meet Fidel? I asked her, using every fiber of self-control in my body to stay logical. I didn't want to scare her away. I needed her to like me, to crave me the same way I was craving her already. Just a few days ago, she shrugged, leaning back and fixing me with her burning, determined gaze. It made me feel weak in places I didn't know I could feel weak. This damn female. And you decided to get married? I asked, finding her answer somewhat irrational. It seemed as if she was trying to test me. I wouldn't be surprised if that were her primary intent, but I couldn't help but wonder why. Yes, it was love at first sight, she said with a suggestive smile. A whirlwind romance. I cannot wait to be with him. She spoke dreamily, making me thirstier for Fidel's blood. My wolf was already plotting to kill him, but I tried my best to keep my logical side working. I kept reminding myself that Fidel was innocent. He didn't know she was my mate, and once he did, he'd remove himself from the picture altogether. I could tell he'd figured it out already when I interrupted them, which was why he'd left in haste. I see, I muttered. Then why did he leave you? I pointed it out and she frowned at me, getting her defenses up. You scared him away, she snapped. Rightly so, because you're mine now, I stated. No, I'm not, she said, her voice sharp and her eyes murderous. For some strange reason, I found that immensely attractive. Her fighting spirit kindled my desire for her. She was one glorious female, and I felt like the luckiest man to have been paired with her. They said good things took time, and looking at her, all my years of loneliness and disappointment felt worth it. I was indirectly being prepared for her, and I couldn't feel more blessed. I must have done something to impress the moon goddess. I couldn't wait to take her home, make her mine and give her everything she could ever demand. I was finally prepared for a mate, but she seemed oddly guarded. "You don't seem pleased to be my mate," I commented, examining her. "You're not what I asked for," she muttered. I cocked an eyebrow, feeling a pinch in my heart, but at the same time I wanted to listen to her. If there were a way I could make her like me, I would do that no matter what. I needed her to like me, to love me, or else I wouldn't know what I'd do with myself. A mate's rejection meant a painful existence. The thought of her rejecting me sent another wave of intense emotions coursing through me. No, I wouldn't let that happen. I'd work hard to win her heart no matter what. "Then what did you ask for?" I asked her. "Tell me and I'll provide it for you." "Anything," I stated. I might as well have offered her a blank check, but I didn't care. She was invaluable, and no amount of money or wealth mattered to me if I couldn't have her. She laughed in my face and said, "You don't know what you're talking about." Felt like a challenge. "I don't." I tested. "Then tell me what you're talking about," I demanded, ready for a challenge. She was my challenge, and I was more than enthusiastic about conquering her, about making her mine no matter what. She laughed again, mocking. Her eyes twinkled with mischievousness, setting my loins on fire. I thought I couldn't crave her more, but I didn't mind being proven wrong. I was already discovering so many new things about myself, and it thrilled me. I wondered what else she'd make me learn about myself and, eventually, about her. I couldn't wait to find out. Did I already mention that I felt blessed to have her? "You're underestimating me," I commented, dishing back her challenge. "I'm the alpha of the Nightfall Pack. There's nothing I couldn't do for you," I told her fiercely. She smiled at me again, but this time it was different. There was a knowing look in her eyes that I couldn't ignore. If anything, it made me more curious and hungry for her. I wanted to know everything about her. "I see," she said. "I'll think about it, but I must leave now. I don't like my boyfriend to keep waiting." 14. "Lyra, you're underestimating me," he insisted, giving me a pointed look. "I'm the alpha of the Nightfall Pack. There's nothing I couldn't do for you." He challenged me. If anything, it made me want to laugh louder. Instead, I smiled at him and wondered if he'd say the same if he knew who I was. I guess not, but at the same time, new ideas sprouted in my head of how I could fuck with him now that I knew he was my mate and how eager he was to get me. It already felt exciting, and I needed to consider it. But for now, I didn't trust myself with him in the same room, especially with my wolf growing more eager to get closer to him. His pheromones were also growing more potent in the room with every second. I was afraid if I stayed there longer, he might make me go into heat, mainly because he was an alpha. His wolf was mighty and domineering. He'd want to secure me as his mate as soon as possible by claiming me. I needed to get out of there before it was too late. "I see," I nodded. "I'll think about it, but I must leave now. I don't like my boyfriend to keep waiting," I told him with a devilish smile. Speaking those words felt like I was shoving a knife in his heart, but I loved it, especially the slightly defeated look on his face. However, the determination was still in him. I could feel it radiating off him. All the more reasons to fuck out of there as soon as possible. As time passed while we were together, I imagined all the ways he could please me. However, I didn't want those fantasies to overpower my logic. "Your ex-boyfriend," he corrected me possessively. His body tensed like a predator about to charge after its prey. I might as well have been playing with fire, but I didn't care. I wanted to irk him, but my efforts seemed vain. For an alpha who had found his mate, he seemed highly in control and rational. This was unlike the other alphas, who immediately turned into animals and wouldn't stop until marking their mates. I had heard some traumatic stories about such mating, and it had always made me wish never to have an alpha mate. The moon goddess had done me wrong. However, the way Marius maintained his calmness, it meant he was damn powerful. I shouldn't have cared, but I fucking liked it. "Whatever, I need to see him," I told him, getting up to leave, but he remained seated. His body was tenser than ever. I kept an eye on him as I headed towards the door. "And don't fucking follow me. I need time to sort this out." "I understand," he uttered, getting up, but before he could reach out and haul me against him, I stepped out of his reach. He gave me a disgruntled look but made no effort to get me. Instead, he unlocked the door for me. "But when can I see you again?" he asked, bringing back his business tone as we stepped out. I don't know, I ignored, determined to get away from him as soon as possible. Lyra, he called for me, instantly making my heart flutter in my chest. Everything inside me ached for him, and my wolf howled woefully, displeased to leave him so soon. Leaving felt even worse because I could hear the longing in his voice. We'd need to meet again, he stated. Yeah, I waved my hand, trying to act casual and unbothered. But inside my heart was breaking to leave him. Even though I hated him, I loved pushing his buttons and waiting for his reaction. Surprisingly, he didn't seem like the person I expected him to be, which ignited my interest in him. I had half expected him to force himself on me and mark me without my consent like most of the alphas did with their mates upon meeting, but he had been respectful of my boundaries and choices. It oddly made me want to look forward to meeting him again. Maybe he was putting up an act to impress me. I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case, but at the same time, I reminded myself that he could have easily forced himself on me when we were alone in the private conference room. Again, I didn't want to read too much into it. That might make me focus too much on his positive attributes, and I needed to avoid that now. He was still my enemy and the man I hated the most. One of the most important missions of my life was to ruin him, and I wasn't going to let some rose-tinted glass put on me by my hormones and the damn mating bond ruin the work of my life. None. Not happening on my watch. Lyra, he called for me again. He had followed me outside the hotel, which I disliked. I wanted to turn around and tell him to stop following me, but something in me told me that it'd backfire. I'm serious about you, I'm making no promises, I responded, standing by the road. I looked around and realized I was at the back of the hotel. The road there was rather empty. Why did I get here? Of course, I got too distracted because of him. Fuck him. Finally, my patience snapped, and I turned on my heels to give him a murderous glare. All he did was stand there and look at me as if I were the biggest puzzle of his life that he couldn't wait to solve. Ha! I'd do a number on him soon to see if he still felt that way. Leave me alone, Marius. I don't want to do this, I snapped. All I'm asking from you is a chance. Tonight wasn't great, but I want to make it up to you. We can start afresh again, he offered, stepping closer to me. His dark eyes hungrily searched my face for a sliver of hope, but I was determined to give him none. I will be what you want me to be, he added, a glint of something indistinct in his eyes making me pause for a second and consider. He must have read the expression on my face because he gave me a slow, handsome smile. I tried not to stare too much at his lips and focused on glaring at him. Are you available tomorrow? He asked me eagerly, stepping closer. I should have stepped back, but I didn't. No, I need to go now, I booted. I'll have one of my men drop you home, he suggested, so that you could find out where I live. I accused. He cocked an eyebrow at me, a hint of challenge in his eyes. Lyra, before you get home tonight, I'd have discovered everything about you, he said. I laughed at him again. I'd love to see what you get. 15. Hunter. As soon as we landed in this city, chaos unfolded inside me. I didn't know what it was, but I found it hard to sit still in one place for over a second. My restlessness seemed to grow with every passing second in that place, and it often made me want to crawl out of my skin. This all meant that I couldn't focus on our work at all. So far I hadn't managed to find anything on Morgan, which was quite disappointing, but I was trying to focus, even if it meant that I needed to go for a run 3 times a day to get it all out of my system. Still, it felt utterly fruitless. It didn't help that Marius had been feeling somewhat the same. It was one of the reasons I avoided him. He was generally the calmer brother, the one who handled things rationally under immense pressure. And I was the jester, the one who liked to fuck around and find out, the shit stirrer and the nonchalant one. However, in all my years of fuckery, I had learned not to fuck with Marius when he wasn't in the mood. That resulted in fireworks of the worst kind. This was why I was trying to avoid him as much as possible. His current mood made him feel like a volcano about to burst. I didn't want to be the reason he burst. Hence, despite my crazed state, I tried to gather as much intel on Morgan as possible. I met some local alphas who were already aware of our presence in the area. They didn't have much to offer, and that was quite disappointing. So far, Marius had mentioned Fidel finding a she-wolf who seemed to know stuff. Marius had offered to meet her tonight while I was trying to meet some rogues and see if they knew something. However, they didn't offer much either. It was late at night when I finally gave up and decided to return to the hotel, but not before having another long and grueling run through the sparse woods of the southern coast. enjoying the night air blowing from the sea. I transformed into my human form before stepping out of the woods and entering the hotel through the back door. Some of the staff, especially the women, threw me curious looks. Maybe it was because I was in shorts and sweat without a shirt. If my mood wasn't so bad, I'd have invited the attention exuberantly and flirted with a couple of them. I headed straight to my room and took a bone-chilling shower, hoping it would wash off the distress and the chaos I had been harboring for days. I was disappointed but not surprised when nothing happened. After I had showered, I decided to see Marius. I was curious if he had managed to get anything from the girl. When I entered his suite, I found him in the seating area with his laptop on his lap, aggressively typing away with a stern look on his face. "Anything?" I asked, taking a seat and ordering myself some coffee. I was not feeling sleepy, I was merely looking for a distraction. Anything that could elevate me from the chaos. Marius remained quiet for a few seconds, his gaze murderously fixed on the screen. I waited, but when he didn't say anything, I asked, "Did you meet the girl Fidel?" "I found my mate," he said abruptly. It took me a few seconds for his words to make sense. I choked, unable to decide whether first to show my surprise or happiness that he had finally found his mate. The topic of mates was sensitive for him. He'd given up his hopes of finding a mate the day he turned 30. It hurt me to see him so defeated. He deserved to have a loving and caring mate after all the sacrifices he had to make. It was the only thing he had been looking forward to, but luck hadn't been kind to him in the past. But it seemed like things were turning around slowly, and I was immensely happy for him. "Congratulations." I laughed, getting up to pat him on the shoulder, but he grunted instead, not looking pleased or excited, which made me stop for a moment. "What happened, Matt? Aren't you happy?" I asked him, frowning. I sat beside him and peeked at his laptop to see what he was so intensely glaring at. I noticed he was going through some emails from our cyber team. "She didn't seem pleased with me," he gritted. "What?" I frowned. "I wonder why. Every girl should be throwing themselves at you since you're such a ray of sunshine. You have such a charming smile and aura that always enchants everyone." Matt growled at me as soon as he sensed the sarcasm in my words. I laughed heartily. "Forget about that crap about first impressions. You can always woo her with some effort. What's her name though? What does she look like? Did you dig up everything about her already?" I asked, peeking at the screen again. "The cyber team has been on it and—" He trailed off. "And?" I urged, not familiar with the uncertain look on his face. This unsettled me even more. I had never seen Matt like this. Oddly, there isn't much about her out there. Sure, the basics can be found. Her name's Lyra Woods. She's 26 and from one of the local packs. She works for the pack's administration, and that's all. Nothing more." He trailed off, staring at the screen grimly. "Just feels too fabricated," I suggested, and instantly his head snapped towards me. "You think so?" he asked, looking more doubtful with every passing second. Matt was anything but doubtful. He was the one who always seemed to have answers to everything, which further agitated me. I didn't have a good feeling about this. "I can go down to the pack and look for her if you want," I offered. "But didn't you spend some time with her tonight?" I couldn't help but ask. His situation didn't make sense to me. He should have been more excited to have found his mate finally, and instead of typing away on his laptop, he should have been spending the night with her, strengthening their bond. "She left. She didn't want to be with me, and she's oddly fixated on Fidel," he growled. I could see murderous rage flash through his eyes. Oh boy, things were more severe than I had thought. I took the laptop from him and scrolled through all the data our cyber team had managed to dig up on her. There was everything he had told me about her, and then there was her picture. She was drop-dead gorgeous, just what my brother deserved. But I found it unsettling how she had managed to fuck him up in such a short period. "I'll see what's up with her," I promised him, staring at her picture. She had enchanting blue eyes and a cute round face framed with bangs, making her look younger than her age. There was a slight smile on her face as she stared ahead. Personally, I found her cute and could see why Marius seemed to be so weak for her already. Oddly, I felt like I needed to be in charge suddenly. Now that Marius had found his mate, my fuck-around days were over. I needed to get more serious about shit. My responsibilities were going to grow. It scared me to some extent, but at the same time I felt ready for it. I'd do anything for my brother. 16. Lyra, it took me longer than usual to get home. I kept wandering for a while to ensure Marius hadn't sent anyone to follow me home. Fortunately, he didn't, but I didn't want to take my chances, so I lingered around the beach for a while, processing everything that happened earlier in the evening. Marius King was my mate. I found it hard to stomach. I didn't want to do anything romantically with him. I wanted to do the opposite, ruin him and his brother. I wanted to see them suffer the same way they had made others suffer. I wanted to give them the pain they had given to the people I loved and cared for. It had been so fucking easy for them to wipe away everything that had mattered to me in a single blow. Marius destroyed everything I had with a single stroke. How could I ever think of being with him? Now that I was reminding myself of the past, of the terrible flashbacks and the nightmares, the effect of his pheromones seemed to be washing away gradually. I was no longer distracted by the thoughts of his lips, his heart-aching smile or his addicting scent. The bitter memories of the past helped me flush away all that nonsense until I could only focus on what mattered most to me, the downfall of the Alpha brothers. I had been working on this for the longest time, not even months but years. I had carefully planned and executed everything. It took me a lot of hard work and determination to get where I am today. I wouldn't let anything ruin it. Mate and Marius be damned. I moped by the sea for a while before returning home, the fresh tears of my old wounds fueling my thirst for revenge. I got to work as soon as I got home. I was aware that Marius must have been combing the internet looking for me, and when he failed to find anything useful, he would go to the pack to look for me. That'd take at least a few hours, and I had only that amount of time to plan my next move. They might still be confused, but they were clever. Once they found out I was never part of the small pack downtown, it wouldn't take them long to put two and two together. It'd be interesting to see how that would play out. I wondered if I could leave them a hint just to be fair to them, but they don't deserve such things. So I do what I'm good at: ambush. I get myself a whole wine bottle before I sit down on my computer to fuck with their systems again. I have done this numerous times in the past. It was almost becoming my pastime hobby, but this time things were different. I had an even stronger reason to fuck with them this time, and I wasn't going to let it go to waste. I flipped through all the files looking for something to put them on edge. I had gathered enough material on them over the years to blackmail them, but that wasn't my style. I stopped at the file where I had been tracking all their offshore bank accounts where they stored away most of their funds. I wondered how they'd react if I were to freeze one of them. Suddenly, an evil idea crossed my mind. I chugged down more wine as I pulled up all their bank details, business transactions, and tax returns. The more I scrolled through all the info, the more excited I got. I was already forming a plan, and I couldn't wait to hatch it. All I had to do was wait for the perfect timing. I knew exactly what I was going to do and how I was going to do it. I did all the preparation before I began packing my stuff. Now that the brothers knew I was here, I had to move. I wasn't in a hurry though. Even if they got the best people on their side, it'd still take them a long time to find out where I operate from. Still, I felt like moving. They had spoiled the city for me. I couldn't live here anymore. Especially after finding out Marius was my mate. The more I thought about it, the more disgusted I became. However, my wolf had different thoughts about him. Even if somewhat reluctant, she wanted to give him a chance, especially after meeting him tonight and seeing how different he seemed from what I had perceived him. Well, fuck that. I didn't want to see him again. At least not alive. Mate bond be damned. It was forever ruined for me. The hope I had in me all this time died the instant I met Marius, and I hated him for that. I could have lived forever with that sliver of hope even if I had no mate, but he had to ruin it for me. Just like always. Why was I even surprised by this? The brothers did what they were good at. Now it was my time to go fully into operations. I had held myself back a lot in the past, but not anymore. Not that I was planning to nuke them all in one go. Nah, that'd be too boring. I wanted to no scratch that. I needed to see them suffer slowly and gradually. I needed to see them slowly falling apart, even if it meant I had to wait for a couple more years. Fuck it, I'd enjoy their downfall like film noir. I needed to see them suffer. I needed to see them slowly lose the hope to live. I needed to see them losing everything and everyone they cared about without being able to do anything to stop it. That'd be fucking magnificent, but even after that, I doubted I'd be satisfied. No, I guess not. But their fall was ensured, and nothing could stop it. 17. Marius. I couldn't sleep all night and kept thinking about her. I was second-guessing my decision to let her go. I should have made her stay. I should have kept her until everything between us was clear and set. Instead, I let her go. Even though my wolf was yearning for her, craving her, I didn't want to coerce her into this. I let her go because I wanted her to feel safe with me. She had been somewhat overwhelmed when she saw me, but something else about her transfixed me. I tried to catch a wink of sleep, but the thoughts of her wouldn't leave me alone. I regretted letting her go. So much for wanting to make her feel comfortable. It had taken a lot of self-control not to sweep her into my arms, take her to my room, and stay there until we were properly mated. That was what usually happened when an alpha found his mate. Once an alpha found his mate, his wolf wouldn't rest until they had properly mated. Sometimes that didn't end well for the woman. There had been many instances where the alpha forced himself on his mate instead of taking time with her, scarring her for the rest of her life. I couldn't imagine myself doing that. Even if I were on the verge of losing my mind with the need for her, I'd never force myself on her. She'd always be in charge of how the relationship would progress, but being in the relationship was my call. Maybe she was overwhelmed by my alpha status, which was understandable to an extent, but I don't think that was precisely the case with Lyra. She looked rather surprised and disappointed to find out she had been paired with me. I'd never forget that look on her face. It was permanently etched in my brain. Knowing that I had failed whatever expectation she had of a mate made me ache, but I was fiercely determined to make it up to her, and show her that I was far better than whatever she had in mind. I was willing to do everything for her. All she had to do was ask. Instead, she left. I groaned, tossing in bed. I had felt restless for the past week, but now that I knew why, my restlessness seemed to worsen. She had changed me in one single meeting. Literally. Since I saw her, breathed in her essence and touched her, my body could only think of her. Especially my cock, which was painfully hard. But there was more to that than not. It wasn't there before. But now, feeling it expand at the base of my cock in preparation for her made this even more torturous. I got out of bed and went to the bathroom for a cold shower to calm my body. I stripped off my gray pants and stepped into the bone-chilling cold shower. Goosebumps imploded all over my skin, and it felt like an iceberg had hit me, but despite that my cock throbbed hard like a rock. At the base was my new knot, swollen thick with seed, waiting to be surrounded by her cunt. I groaned as I took myself in hand and stroked myself. It didn't provide any relief whatsoever. Instead, it seemed to have worsened the ache. I continued stroking myself, paying extra attention to the knot which wasn't there before. Lyra had done this to me, and this was permanent. Every time I'd look at it, it would remind me of her. She'd ruined me this way forever, and this realization worsened her absence. I needed her beside me. Even if she wouldn't let me claim her, I'd be okay with that. I'd bear the torture without a complaint, but I couldn't ever live with her absence from now on. Earlier in the evening, I could have never imagined that I'd experience something so fucking life-alternating. But even if I did, nothing would have prepared me for Lyra. She was magical. That's how she had made me feel during our brief exchange. Meeting her felt like a miracle, like she was a divine blessing in my life. But that blessing had been snatched away far too soon for my liking. I growled, stroking myself harder, thinking about her body, her smile, her beautiful face. She was a work of art, and I'd feel honored to have her by my side. I thought of her full breasts as I stroked her. Even though she was tall, she had perfect curves. I'd been distracted by her breasts and her hips all evening. I palmed myself roughly, edging closer to my orgasm. I placed a hand on the glass wall while I stroked myself. The cold shower was still on, but it didn't do much. All my focus was on her, making me forget the chilling water. Instead, my body seemed to heat up even more, anticipating the release. I threw my head back and came with a moan. Thick white strips shot out of my cock, painting my hand before washing away under the shower. I looked at my seed, panting after the release. It was thicker than usual. It was my body's way of preparing to claim her and her womb. I thought of filling her with my seed, and it hardened me instantly despite my previous release. My knot felt tighter and more uncomfortable. No matter what I did to soothe myself, my whole body and wolf seemed to want only one thing: Lyra. And without her I couldn't feel peace. I needed to find her again or I'd lose my mind. I couldn't go long without having her beside me. I needed to see her, to touch her, to fill my lungs with her intoxicating scent, which relaxed me but at the same time incited inextinguishable desire inside me. It was the kind of desire that would make me follow her to the edge of the earth, to purgatory or even hell, to wherever she was planning to go. As long as she was mine, it wouldn't matter. Without her, I felt like my existence had no meaning. It hadn't had a meaning all this time. I was merely pretending to live, but meeting her had changed everything. She gave me a glimpse of all the things I could have, and I was fucking addicted to that already. But when she left, I felt like someone had pushed me into an abyss of melancholy. I felt like I was merely floating through space without a destination, a purpose or a name. I felt like I was nothing. I needed to find her. The sooner the better. I stepped out of the shower instantly and checked the time. It was sometime 4 in the morning. I started dressing. I needed to go down to the pack immediately. 18 Hunter. I couldn't sleep again. This was becoming my new standard. Instead of getting frustrated, I decided to use my time productively. I took my laptop to the hotel lounge and researched Marius's mate. He didn't seem in a good mood, so I left him alone for the night. He needed some rest because he had been working non-stop for the past couple of weeks trying to find out about Morgan. He had been the one to take on all the burden while the rest of us could frolic around. My brother needed a break. I reviewed all the details the cyber team had sent Marius about Lyra. At first, everything about her seemed normal, but I felt something wasn't right. The more I tried to find out about her, the less information I got. It slowly confirmed my belief that something was wrong with her information. It all felt planted carefully. I didn't find much about her education or work experience. I found whatever info was available on the Pack website. She was a junior administrator at the Moon Creek Pack downtown. It was a small pack, and I decided to dig into its alpha and the other members too, since I'd be meeting them soon. I looked through the pack pictures. Oddly, Lyra was in none of them. I frowned to myself as I kept looking at other things. I wished it was all in my head and that Lyra was an ordinary girl. The last thing I wanted was for Marius to lose his mind over his mate. That wouldn't be pretty. I spent hours combing through all the info and communicating with our cyber team, but I couldn't achieve much. I was frustrated and about to give up and go for another run when I spotted Marius in the hotel reception. It was early morning and seeing him up so early worried me. I could tell that he hadn't slept much. "Where are you going?" I asked him after catching up. "I'm going to meet the Pack's Alpha," he answered. "Now?" I asked. "It's 4:30 in the morning," I pointed out, even though I knew why he was getting so restless about seeing her. I'd have been in the same state if it happened to me. No, wait, I don't think I'd have been able to hold myself back this long if my mate left me. I'd have immediately gone after her and made her stay with me no matter what. Marius was too patient. I was the impulsive one. However, his patience hadn't been producing results lately. Maybe being impulsive now and then was good. Well, it was for me. We'd be there in half an hour. Most of the pack members are up by that time for training, he suggested. I nodded. "I'll go with you," I offered. "I'd have dragged you with me anyway," he shot, tossing me the car keys. I gave him a stupid grin before heading out with him. The ride to the pack was quiet. It wasn't the tense kind of silence. Matt was deep in his thoughts, thinking. Or maybe missing his mate. I'd have done the latter if I were him. But I had to admit that focusing on his problem made me forget about my issue. It was still there, but it didn't bug me anymore. Instead, I felt a strange sense of relief. It was the relief one experiences knowing they are doing what they should do. What if it meant that I was going to find my mate too? The idea suddenly crossed my mind, and I stepped on the gas. "What the fuck was that?" Matt growled. I laughed. "An idea crossed my mind," I told him, grinning. "That's bad," he muttered. "Your ideas make the devil look innocent." "No, this isn't that kind of an idea," I clarified, licking my lips. It intensely excited me now that I thought about it. Previously, I had never considered it a possibility, but now I have hope. "We have been feeling strange for the past few weeks. You ended up meeting your mate. What if I'm close to meeting mine too?" I proposed. Matt remained silent for a while before speaking. "If you meet yours, I hope she doesn't run away like mine did." His words pinched my heart but at the same time made me more determined to hunt down that girl named Lyra who had done this to my brother. "I'm positive that wouldn't happen. I have irresistible charm," I jabbed. Matt snorted but said nothing. Fortunately for you, I have enough charm for the two of us. I can charm your mate on your behalf. Enough talking, he growled. Now focus on the road. I want to get there soon and in one piece, hopefully. Of course you do, I chuckled. I'm sure she'd be happy to see you the first thing in the morning. That is if she lives there in the first place, he muttered, but I heard him. His mood remained terrible despite my attempts to lift it. On a side note, did you get anything on Morgan? I asked him. No, I gritted, grinding his teeth. Lyra is the woman Fidel claimed to have some info, isn't it? I checked. Yes, all the more reasons to find her. I noted she is the pack administrator. She could know a thing or two about the famous hacker. Morgan had fucked everyone's systems at least once, I pondered. For now, it'd be good enough for me to see her again. Matt muttered, gloomier than usual. I sighed deeply. We'll find her, brother, I assured him, despite my doubts. 19 Marius. Caspian tried to improve my mood, but it didn't work. Even though we were on our way to meet the alpha of the Moon Creek pack, I was agitated. Another feeling inside me was rising slowly, dread. I dreaded going there and finding out Lyra wasn't there. And everything about her was untrue. It would devastate me, but I was preparing myself regardless. I like to be prepared no matter what, but Lyra made it difficult. Now that I thought of it, her name could be fake too. Maybe it wasn't Lyra. I'd be disappointed if that were the case. But for now, I'd be pleased enough if I found her in the pack. My wolf kept pacing inside me, thinking about her and missing her. His pacing disturbed me even more and made it hard for me to focus. When we reached the pack's borders, I felt like changing into my wolf and running straight inside the border to search for her myself. That'd be a disaster. It took all my control as my brother talked to the patrolling guard and asked to meet the alpha. We had to wait for a few moments before getting permission to enter. The air in the car was tense as Caspian pulled up in front of the alpha's office. Consequently, the administrative building was right next to it. I could search for her, but I held myself back. I was there to look for my mate, not to make enemies. One wrong move would send a wrong message to the alpha. We got out of the car and stepped inside the office. The alpha's secretary gave us a curious yet guarded look before leading us to his office. The rest that happened next was a blur, but after talking to the alpha, it was clear that Lyra was not part of the pack. The alpha had never heard of her. No member named Lyra had ever been in his pack, and no she-wolf named Lyra had ever worked as his junior administrator. It was a quick meeting, one that broke something inside me. But again, I was curious. Why would she feel the need to do this? What could be her motivation to lie to me, to upstage such kind of thing? I have a theory, Caspian declared while driving back to the hotel. Speak, I muttered. I was mulling over it repeatedly until I couldn't think straight anymore. All I could think about was our meeting last night and how she had smiled at me, touched me, talked to me. My body was still yearning for her, especially my knot. Without her, it felt like life had been sucked out of me. Look, I'm shooting arrows in the dark, but I'm trying. Thinking isn't my strongest skill, but lately I've had to do a lot of it because that she-wolf has hijacked your mind, he said, irritating me further. Just spit it out, I demanded. I think Lyra, or whatever her name is, has something to do with Morgan, Caspian stated. My head snapped towards him with lightning speed. What? I asked, unable to believe my ears at first. He sighed deeply before repeating, Lyra might have to do something with Morgan. She fed all the info to Fidel, remember? He claimed she knew something, I reminded him. Well, not directly. Lyra told him the basics just about the wolves in the area and, still, why is every information about her out there fake? He challenged me, and this time I was quiet. I had no other defense. I contemplated his words in silence and found myself agreeing. We need to talk to Fidel, I stated. That is needed. I was looking for him last night but didn't find him. Rory said he left after figuring out his date was your mate, Caspian told me, saving his neck. Probably. Find him and call him back. I'm going to talk to him, I growled. I needed to know everything he knew about her, including how he found her and their relationship before I met Lyra. Even though he was utterly innocent, my jealousy was at its peak. I don't think that'd be a good idea, Caspian chuckled. I'll handle him once we go back. You can go check in with the cyber team. We will have a meeting about it in the afternoon and plan our next move, Caspian declared, sounding serious. I glanced at him briefly, ensuring it was my brother talking. It was rare to see him serious. He was taking hold of the situation because I was struggling to focus. I needed to take the control back and lead. As much as I liked to see my brother taking responsibility, I preferred to see him reckless and carefree. That was his forte. I didn't want to change him. But whatever it is, I wouldn't be surprised if Lyra has some sort of connection with Morgan, Caspian proclaimed. I'm starting to think that as well, I agreed, but at this point I didn't care about that anymore. I just wanted to see her anyhow, at any cost. I'd give away everything to get her in my arms. Enough moping. Let's get to work, Caspian spoke as we pulled up in front of the hotel. As soon as we entered the lobby, Rory and Fidel greeted us. Immediately, I wanted to grab Fidel and drag him somewhere alone and get everything out of him, but before I could do that, Rory stepped in between us. The cyber team reported an emergency. What is it? I demanded, irked. These days, something seemed to always be coming up. His expression told me nothing was good, but I needed to hear it. One of the main offshore bank accounts has been frozen, Rory spoke. How much was in there? A sizable amount. 300 million, Rory responded, tensed. And let me guess who did this, Caspian mocked. Morgan. Rory nodded hesitantly before adding, there's more. The cyber team has called for a meeting as soon as you two get back. Let's get going then, I gritted, getting into the lift with the three of them. However, I kept an eye on Fidel. He was unnaturally quiet this morning and maintained his distance. He was wise for doing that. The timing is too perfect, Caspian noted. She's watching us, who? Rory asked. Lyra, Caspian winked at me. 20 Hunter. It turned out Morgan went further than freezing one of our important offshore bank accounts. She created several fake cases of money laundering and tax evasion as well, and now we were being looked at by federal agents. That was a huge mess. It was not the kind we couldn't deal with, but it was still a huge mess and pretty annoying. It would quickly eat away months of our time to clear such a mess. This means one thing, I stated. She knows we are here and looking for her. And she doesn't like it. She wants to keep up distracted and busy. Of course she doesn't, Marius gritted, looking through the documents. I studied him for a couple of seconds to ensure he was all right. Even though he didn't show it on the surface, I knew my brother was still shocked and hurt to discover that Lyra had faked her information. If anything, this made me think more about her. Even though it was a wild guess, I felt that Lyra had some connection with Morgan. The timing of the events seemed a bit too accurate to be a mere coincidence. And also, every piece of information on Lyra we had found so far was false. Maybe Lyra wasn't even her real name. There was no way to be sure about it yet. For now, I had two separate incidents, and if I could somehow establish that they were connected, it'd give us a strong lead. We'd finally have something more to work with, and maybe we could also find out about Lyra. I kept thinking about it while my brother discussed with others how they would deal with the false cases. The cases were so well fabricated that they even looked genuine. Morgan indeed had a talent for fucking people up. I had to give her that, at least. This made me more determined to find out about her, but for now, Lyra's case needed to be settled. I had to bump her up on the priority list because of my brother. He looked pretty miserable without her already. If we somehow managed to find Lyra, my brother would be at peace. And I could finally figure out if Lyra had to do something with Morgan or if all the things happening were mere coincidences. However, I didn't believe in coincidences. Coincidence happened only once. Anything more than that was planning, and that I could already see. After our meeting, I decided to sit down with Fidel. Look, I know she's Marius's mate. I have nothing serious going on with her. He clarified immediately. Just stay away from him for a few days, I chuckled darkly. Fidel looked terrified enough, already saying Lyra's name. Whoever that she-wolf was, she knew how to leave a long-lasting impression. You don't have to say twice, he muttered. How did you meet her? I couldn't help but ask. I was out on the first day and spotted her at a beach by herself. She looked pretty, so I asked her out, he shrugged. She told me she was a local, so I asked her a few things. She was the one to give me all the basic information. Did she tell you anything about herself? Where does she live? I asked him. No, she mostly avoided talking anything about herself. I asked her where she lived and she brushed it off too. I met her twice after our first meeting, and that was usually in front of a cafe near the sea. Do you have her number? I asked, scratching my jaw. This didn't seem to be going anywhere, and frustration slowly started to seep into me. Yes, he answered, and immediately my eyes lit up. I exchanged numbers with her. I forgot about it until now. Sent it to me now. I'll have the cyber team look at it, I said, feeling hopeful again. We could track her location through her number. What else? I asked. There's not much I have right now, but I'm thinking of going down to where we usually hung out and find out about her, Fidel offered. Of course I nodded, getting oddly excited about this. Call me immediately if you meet her. I should leave now. She's there usually around this time, he offered, so I let him go before taking her number. I contemplated calling but then sent it to the cyber team to see what they'd find out about her. With Fidel on the road again and our cyber team looking at her number, all I had to do was wait. However, waiting was often the hardest and the most angsty part. I hated it very much, one of the reasons why I was so impulsive with everything. I didn't have anything to do, and that made it worse. I had no distractions and my mind was back to that restlessness that drove me crazy. I took my phone out and stared at Lyra's number. My fingers itched. I needed to do something, so I did what I felt like doing the most. I called her number. I had never felt so anxious waiting for someone to answer my call. I remained silent, waiting even though I wasn't expecting her to answer the call. My heart skipped a beat when the phone started ringing. For some reason my mouth started going dry. I wasn't expecting this, but I wasn't complaining either. But I felt strange as I waited for her to pick up her phone. As the phone rang, I felt my heart trying to beat itself out of my chest. The restlessness was back, and it was now worse than ever. It felt like I was crossing an invisible line for some reason, but it gave me a thrill I had never felt before. It made me sick with anticipation. I wanted her to pick up the phone, but at the same time I didn't want her to pick it up. It didn't make any sense to me. Why was I feeling so edged suddenly? It felt like I was ascending through smoke and going somewhere forbidden. Somewhere I'd regret going soon enough. I had been so paralyzed by my chaotic thoughts and all-consuming senses that I almost missed it. Hello, the story is not over. How will Lyra's choice change everything? Subscribe to the channel and witness it with us. Why did Lyra have that kind of dream? What exactly is the past between her and Marius? Do you want to know the mystery of Lyra's dream? Subscribe now to find out. 21. Lyra. I was sure they would stay busy with the mess I created for them. It'd be enough to distract them, and I was satisfied. Now all that was left for me to do was pack my shit and leave this place for good. But I was feeling tired, and was pretty much drunk too. The things weren't a good combination for me. Without realizing it, I fell asleep on the chair. I slept for a while and dreamt. It had been a long time since I had seen any dreams, but when I closed my eyes, the dreams started floating in front of me as if they had been waiting for me to fall asleep. It was as if they had been conspiring it. I walked down a known dirt road through the woods until I saw the ruins of the ancient temple. It was where I had summoned the moon goddess. I felt a sense of urgency as I treaded through the path and ventured further into the ruins, seeking the twin pillars. The sun was setting on the horizon, and it was gradually getting dark. Not the best time I choose to visit this place, but I was here regardless. I felt like someone was waiting for me there, and I needed to meet them. I noticed a familiar figure waiting for me when the twin pillars appeared. I couldn't determine who it was, but I was sure I knew them. I headed in their direction, unsure what to expect. But the closer I got to them, the more excited my wolf got. I realized who it was when I was close enough to them, but it was already too late. Before I could leave, he turned around and faced me. Lyra, he called out for me, and instantly I froze, unable to move anymore. It was Marius. I missed you so much. His voice was laced with pain as he closed the distance between us. I wanted to step back, but I couldn't. I was too captivated by him and his overbearing presence. My wolf liked him a lot. Marius, I wanted to sound snappish. I tried to push him away, but my voice came out like a moan. Instantly, he moved closer and wrapped his arms around me until my body was pressed against his. Whatever resistance I had against him left my body due to his touch and his warmth. My whole body lit up with the need to be with him. I wanted to run away from him, but I felt myself giving in to his touch. I wanted to get closer to him. No, I needed to get closer to him, otherwise it felt like I'd get lost somewhere. He was my anchor to the world, and I didn't want to leave him. Not again. His hands wandered all over me as he pressed his body against mine, making me feel every hard edge of his muscle and his throbbing erection. I could feel his knot too digging into my stomach. Why did you leave, Lyra? He asked, more hurt dripping from his voice. His glowing eyes were watching me hungrily. But there was something melancholic about his eyes that I couldn't let go. It softened me for him. I felt guilty for leaving even though I knew I shouldn't. At that moment I couldn't help feeling all those emotions. I'm sorry, I sobbed lightly, blinking tears while also feeling an intense craving for him. Fuck, I had never experienced something like that before. It was too powerful to ignore. A slow throbbing was rising between my legs, demanding to be addressed. I missed you, he told me again, his lips lingering closer to mine. I missed you so much that it hurts. I'm sorry, I whimpered, feeling the ache between my legs worsening. It was as if I was being punished for the crime of leaving him. I groaned. I promise I'll never do that again, I whimpered. He growled in approval before claiming my lips. Immediately it felt like I was bursting into flames. A storm of sparks took over my senses, numbing me to everything around me except for him. All I could feel was him, his lips, his hot and greedy mouth, his steely muscles around me, his erection, his scent. He took over everything, and it was slowly overwhelming me. He kissed me fiercely, claiming what was rightfully his. His tongue dominated mine before petting it, teasing it, and doing numerous mind-blowing things to it. Felt like I was melting against him. The ache between my legs only got worse with every passing second. It felt like I was going into heat. I clung to his kiss because it oddly seemed to help me. I let him suck hard at my lips, torturing me deliciously. It made me want his cock inside me badly. He made my pussy feel desperately empty. I was definitely going into heat. Marius, I need you, I moaned, begging. I needed him. Otherwise it felt like I was going to die. Well, I could die if he didn't help me out. Going into heat without any help was dangerous. Lyra, he moaned, my baby girl. I'll give you everything. All you have to do is ask, he promised. One of his hands grabbed my ass and squeezed it, making me squirm with need. I need your knot, Marius, I demanded. Please. You're in heat, baby girl, he said, kissing me again. Baby girl. Heat. 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 I woke up with a cold seat, almost falling out of the chair. I didn't realize I fell asleep. I get out of place as if I had been knocked out of my body. My head was aching and my body seemed to be heating up. I had never felt so hot and needy before. As soon as I recalled the dream, my pussy clenched hard, reminding me what I was missing, what I could have had if I had been with him instead of running away last night. I reached into my pants and gently stroked myself, feeling frustrated instantly because it wasn't enough. No fingers or dildos or vibrators could replace a mate's cock with a knot. I moaned, feeling hotter as I stroked myself. My breasts felt sensitive as well. I pulled down my bra and pinched one of my nipples while I aggressively rubbed my clit, chasing for a quick release. I was on the verge of coming when my phone rang up suddenly. I sat up, shocked and feeling disoriented. It didn't help that I was still somewhat drunk and frustrated by a lost orgasm. It must have been the alarm. I was going to ignore it, but then realized that someone was calling me instead. This frustrated me even more. I took the phone and without seeing the number, I answered the call. Hello, I spoke, ready to give the caller a piece of my mind for disturbing me. Hi, Lyra. An unknown voice answered, making my wolf stir again. I didn't know what was about that voice, but it made my pussy clench hard, forcing me to have the denied orgasm. 22. Lyra. Hi, Lyra. An unknown voice answered, making my wolf stir again. I didn't know what was about that voice, but it made my pussy clench hard, forcing me to have the denied orgasm. I swallowed the moan, threatening to escape my lips while my whole body shook with the orgasm, making me forget about everything. It took me a couple of seconds to return to the present and remember that someone on the phone was waiting for my response. Hello. I croaked, not liking how I sounded out of breath. Who is this? It took me an effort to ask that. In response, I heard the most melodious chuckle that kindled the throbbing between my legs. It was the sexiest voice I had ever heard. I didn't know why, but I was somehow fascinated with the voice. That's not important, he replied, and I frowned. I wanted to know who that voice belonged to and why it was making me feel this way. But last night you left something at the hotel. I sucked in a breath, already imagining who could be on the other side of the line. Oh, did I? I asked, opening my laptop and checking the ID of the caller. Caspian King. Great. But how did he get my number? And most importantly, how did he call me on this number? I usually had the blockers active to divert unwanted calls, and ensure that no one could track my location through the number. Yes, and I was wondering if you could come back to fetch it, he offered, or it could be delivered to your address. Immediately, I knew what it was all about, but the laugh died in my throat when I checked my blockers. They weren't active. Fuck. That meant my number wasn't protected and could be tracked to this location. Fuck. How did I fuck up so fucking bad? Usually, I always ensured that the littlest details like these were taken care of, but how did I forget about this? No thanks. I don't need it, I tried to dismiss. I was a mess, unsure what to do. I was caught unprepared in that situation, and the sexual haze from that intense orgasm slowed down my brain to a great extent. Are you sure, Lyra? Caspian King asked, something dark and suggestive in his voice. It's important. Look, I don't want to do anything with him. I shot triggered. I wouldn't say I liked his teasing voice and all the things it was doing to me. I tried to think of something, but my mind was a mess. The throbbing between my legs wasn't helping me at all. It was torturous. We could discuss that properly if I said I'm not interested in your brother, I hissed. A tense silence followed on the other side of the line, making me anxious. I put on the blockers to conceal my location, but something told me it was already too late. How did you know I'm Marius's brother? He asked me after that tense pause. I wanted to disconnect the call and already be done with it. At the back of my head, the clock had started ticking. It was only a matter of time for them to find my location. I was in a race against time and needed to act fast. Getting caught wasn't an option. If I got caught, it wouldn't end well. Despite knowing this, I still couldn't disconnect the call. I wanted to hear Caspian talk and see what he had to offer. I liked his voice. A bit too much for my liking. It doesn't take a genius, I snapped. I don't want to do anything with your brother. I hate him. He ruined my date with Fidel. He's sorry for that, and he wants to meet you to make it up to you, Caspian assured me, but I knew what this was all about. I don't care, I snapped, annoyed with every passing second. Suddenly, my wolf had started pacing inside me again, interested in the conversation. This added to my frustration. She had mourned all night, and now she wanted to meet him. I'd never allow that, no matter what. Look, I know my brother isn't all sunshine and roses. He's domineering, but I assure you, he'll be nice once you give him a chance. Caspian sounded sincere with that, and it almost made me want to say yes. No, it was my wolf who wanted to say yes, but I pushed her back, and rightfully so. I wouldn't let her out anytime soon, no matter what. Still not interested. I hate him, I answered, checking other security measures on my laptop. I was still bummed on how I had made such a small yet dangerous mistake. Could completely ruin all my years of work. You just met him last night. What made you hate him? I'm sure it just wasn't a ruined date, he pondered out loud. I had to give it to Caspian, he was observant. And it pleased me deeply for some reason. What the fuck was wrong with me? You're right. It's just more than a ruined date, I gritted, trying to swallow down the dark memories that started to appear out of nowhere. These two brothers triggered me in every way possible. Then what is it about? Caspian asked, his voice cautious. Oh, it's more than that, I muttered, clutching the phone and glaring at the screen before me. It's old and personal. I was so lost in my destructive thoughts that it took me a couple of minutes to realize that the call had disconnected and Caspian wasn't on the other side anymore. I gritted my teeth, feeling the destructive rage take over me. I wanted to destroy Marius. I wanted to see the brothers suffer. Whatever I did didn't feel enough. There needed to be more damage. Irreversible damage. 23. Caspian, you just met him last night. What made you hate him? I'm sure it just wasn't a ruined date, I stated, unable to find a strong enough reason to justify her leaving my brother last night. There must have been more to it than she was letting me know. You're right. It's just more than a ruined date, she muttered. Her voice was low and whispery. I didn't know why, but a part of me liked it. I even found it strangely fascinating. I wanted to hear her talk more. I wanted to know more. It was a miracle that she had picked up my call and was talking to me in the first place. I was hoping I could talk her into coming back and meeting my brother again. Marius would appreciate that, and beyond that, I was strangely curious while talking to her. I wanted to meet her too. Then what is it about? I asked, hoping there could be some way I could convince her to come back. Oh, it's more than that, she muttered, her voice taking a darker inflection. It's old and personal, she added. I didn't miss the hint of vengeance in her voice. Oddly, it made my wolf stir. It bewildered me, but I had a feeling that she was up to no good. This wasn't solid evidence yet, but it pointed out more to my theory that she had something to do with Morgan. I had to figure that out. I was about to ask her more, but the call disconnected. I tried calling her back, but the call wouldn't go through. The more I looked into this case, the more fishier things seemed. I was starting to have some hope that maybe we'd figure something out. Just in time, I noticed another email from the cyber team. They seemed to have done some digging on the phone number. The first thing I noticed when I opened the email was the location. I was surprised to find that because I hadn't been expecting that. I was sure she was using some blocker that didn't let my call go through the second time, but somehow the cyber team had managed to get the location of the call. I acted immediately, getting up and going straight to Marius. He was busy talking to one of our solicitors about the frozen offshore bank account, but he was ready to go with me as soon as I told him about the location. I didn't waste any time. I called Rory and informed Fidel before setting out to the location. It happened to be somewhere near the port, a private property in the woods. I drove nonetheless, not caring about the speed limit. We needed to get there as soon as possible, and until we reached our destination, I counted down the seconds. The restlessness was back while I was driving, and it was worse than ever. It made me wonder if this meant I would also meet my mate. I'd be over the moon, but for the time being, I focused on getting to the location as soon as possible. We reached the port within 20 minutes. The sea was a dark blue here, and the city was quieter. It was mostly a peaceful residential area, away from the packs and among the humans. The woods were sparse here but still good enough to hide if needed. I kept driving, the houses on our left and the sea on our right. The woods got thicker as we headed further north, but the road continued. Finally, we reached a place close enough to the location. "What's the plan?" I asked, staring at the woods. I could see a house in there. It looked slightly abandoned, but we would check it out nonetheless. I didn't want to leave any stone unturned. Marius was tense beside me while Rory was arming up in the back seat. I closed my eyes and tried to calm down my wolf, but he was more active than he had ever been in my entire life. This made me hopeful. Maybe I too was going to meet my mate soon. The thought excited me further, making my wolf more energetic. He wanted to take over me and go out in the woods with his nose on the ground, searching for our mate. I tried to focus on the present. "Rory, check the parameters. Caspian, take cover, and I'll walk in through the front door," Marius ordered. I chuckled, feeling like I could take over the world. Seeing my brother back made me feel more positive about this. We were going to find Lyra soon. And maybe my mate too. Like old times, I grinned and exited the car before taking a pistol. I didn't think it'd be needed, but still. Better safe than sorry. With that, I slipped into the woods. I found a tree that was tall enough to climb and search the area, and also provided me with a good view of the house. It was old but big nonetheless. From outside, I didn't see any signs of a resident, but the absence of the overgrowth in the driveway told me that it was a regularly maintained place. I was alert as I watched Marius walk down the house and knock on it. He waited, but there was no response. He knocked again. No response. He looked around, but there was nothing. He knocked the third time. This time the response came, but in the form of an explosion. 24. Lyra. As soon as the call disconnected, I knew I had to start moving, or else it'd be too late. It was already too late. I didn't have a good feeling about it. I had to pack my stuff and get rid of all the hardware I couldn't take with me. I couldn't risk it falling into their hands. That'd be a major disaster. I already had systems in place to deal with such kind of situations. I permanently stored the important hardware in the basement where I had the explosives installed. It was easier that way, but my brain felt like scrambled eggs today. Especially after that feverish dream about Marius and the phone call with Caspian. It was all I could think about, and my wolf's longing wasn't helping me in this situation at all. Felt like I was at war with myself. Me and my wolf wanted different things. This was the first time when I was in a conflict like this. It rarely happened before, but those brothers had done this to me. Especially Marius. Marius. My wolf howled inside me, calling for him. She wanted to be with him so bad that it hurt. I tried to remind her of what he had done in the past, but that didn't matter to her much. She had craved a mate for so long that she would accept someone like Marius. It made me feel pathetic, intensifying my disdain for Marius. I suppressed her emotions and focused on the present. I needed to leave soon because I had a feeling they'd come looking for me here one way or the other, especially after the phone call. They must have found some way to track my location. I opened my wardrobe and hastily stuffed my clothes in a duffel bag. I wasn't going to carry much. If they somehow managed to find me, the last thing I wanted was to be caught with something that'd give them an edge over me. The only things I took were the clothes, cash, and my ID. After that, I started taking the rest of my hardware in the basement. All my data was stored on a server in another location, so I didn't have to worry about losing everything. I always ensured there was backup. After moving everything into the basement, I started working on the explosives. I had them installed by an expert once. However, this was the first time I was going to try them. I checked everything before turning on the timer. My heart throbbed painfully as I watched the countdown start on the screen. I took a last glance at my stuff. It was such a shame I had to get rid of all my things, but it was for the best. I could hear the time ticking away as I locked the basement door and raced upstairs. I had 10 minutes to leave the building and reach a safe location. I grabbed my bag and checked everything once before leaving the place I called home for the past few years. It wasn't much, just a rundown 2-story house that I had gotten from an old couple. I walked out of the woods and was about to leave when I heard a car in the distance. I froze. It was a one-way street. My house was at the end of it. Up ahead, the road continued for a kilometer before abruptly ending on a cliff. It didn't take me more than a second to guess who could be coming this way. I turned around and ran into the woods seeking cover. I hid at a distance from the house, but it wasn't safe from the explosion. However, the ticking bomb left my mind when I thought about the brothers, especially Marius. He had finally managed to find me. My wolf was happy about it. She wanted to be hunted down and mated like they used to do in the old days. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at her. Thinking logically wasn't her forte. Her only focus was on Marius and being found and mounted by him. I focused on the situation before she could drag me into her steamy thoughts filled with Marius and all the delicious things he could do to me. I couldn't see much from where I was hiding, but I heard the car stopping on the road, followed by footsteps 3. Soon a man came into view. I didn't know his name, but I knew he worked for the brothers. He rounded the house searching. In the distance, the birds started chirping loudly, trying to warn the woods against the wolves. I swallowed hard. I didn't have to see to know that they were here, the brothers. The Alpha brothers. I glanced at my wristwatch and frowned. It had been more than 10 minutes, yet the explosion hadn't happened. This wasn't a good thing, especially since they were here. If the bomb didn't go off at all, then I'd be in big trouble, but at the same time I couldn't go there and check because they were already there and the bomb. Maybe it was delayed somehow. I was mentally cursing myself as I held my breath and waited. I caught a glance of Marius heading towards my front door. My heart fluttered just by looking at him, but I forced all the emotions away. I needed to focus. He knocked on the front door and waited. My wolf was anxiously pacing inside me. Marius was in danger. If the bomb went off, he'd get severe burns. My wolf didn't like this. She was mad at me for placing him in danger, and to some extent it made me feel guilty and more anxious. I couldn't help but move closer to the house to see what happened. The basement was at the back of the house, so the explosion's maximum impact would come from the back. There was a back door to it, and I was contemplating slipping there and checking on the bomb. I knew it would be dangerous, but I had nothing to lose. I should have thought through this. This was the first time I had to carry out an important task like this, and there were too many variables I hadn't prepared for. This was very unlike me. Today, I was entirely out of my element and made one mistake after another. All this because my wolf was fighting against me. I clenched my jaw and tried to swallow my anger. I needed to focus and stop this situation from getting messy. I was close enough to the house when I heard Marius knock again. The next thing that I saw was a flash of blinding light, before I was thrown back violently against a tree. I hit my head hard against it, and the last thing I remembered was a skull-cracking pain before my world went pitch black. 25. Caspian, the explosion knocked me off the tree and I landed on my back. Hot pain burned through my back at the impact, but I uprighted myself immediately, glancing around. Black dots clouded my vision, and the explosion shook all my senses. It took me a few seconds to fully configure myself and become aware of my surroundings. The back end of the house was on fire, and so were some of the trees surrounding that part. A thick cloud of smoke covered everything, making me cough. My eyes stung from the smoke as I searched the place for Matt. When the smoke slightly lifted off, I could finally spot my brother crouched at a distance from the house. His clothes were tattered and his skin was burned. I rushed to his side, grabbing his arm and trying to get him upright, but he grunted in pain. "Are you all right?" I asked, checking the burns on his skin. They are mostly minor burns, but he had a deep cut on his forehead that was bleeding profusely. "Yeah," he groaned. "What the fuck happened?" he asked. I tore my shirt to tie the wound on his head and stop the bleeding. "The back part of the house blew up," I answered, tying his wound. I was still in shock from the blast and my ears rang. I could tell that Matt was deeply shocked by the explosion, and it'd take him longer to be upright again. "Where's Rory?" he asked. I supported him by draping his arm over my shoulder and putting my free arm around his mid. I needed to take him to the car as soon as possible. "I haven't seen him," I replied, dragging him to the road. Behind us, the house continued to burn. There was a lot of black smoke coming out of the house for some reason, and it didn't sit right with me. It made me want to get out of there as soon as possible. This all could have been a trap set up by Morgan, and we fell for it this time. Again, I couldn't help but wonder if Lyra had something to do with this whole thing. Was Lyra the bait for this trap? If so, then it'd be a huge mess to deal with. But I could deal with that later. I needed to get Matt out of there and get him looked at. The way he was bleeding made me anxious. He was lucky that only the back part of the house exploded. He'd have been burnt to a crisp had it been the front portion. From his injuries, I guessed that the explosion threw him back with a crushing force, and he must have hit his head hard against a tree. Otherwise, I didn't see any severe burns on his body. After helping Matt get inside the car, I turned back to the woods to find Rory and bring him back. I hoped Rory would be alive when he appeared out of a smoke wall, coughing violently. "Rory," I gasped, almost hugging him out of relief before checking his wounds. He was not hurt at all. "We need to get out of here as soon as possible. This was a trap set up by Morgan," I told him while he coughed. You need to come with me," Rory managed to say between the coughs, tugging me toward the burning house. Puzzled me. A pitch-black cloud of smoke rose from the house, darkening the sky instantly. It made me wonder what exactly was in the house that was prodding so much smoke. "What is it?" I asked Rory, blinking tears. "Whatever was in the air, it was stinging our eyes. You need to come and see it." "I'm not sure if she's alive," Rory managed to respond before heading back toward the house. I followed him, deeply puzzled but fully alert this time. He rounded the house and kept walking deeper into the woods. Here the smoke was denser and made my eyes burn like lava. I couldn't see much beyond a few meters ahead of me. I wanted to drag Rory out of there, but I wondered who he had found. Oddly, my wolf chose this time to start pacing inside me, anticipating something big. I frowned to myself, feeling more disconnected. Now was not the time when I wanted to get distracted in any way. Matt was hurt, and I needed to treat him immediately. And Rory tried to show me something important. My wolf shouldn't have any reason to act so strangely, yet he did, and it almost got on my nerves. However, the reason for his strange behavior was soon revealed when the smoke started to thin slightly, and I noticed a body up ahead. My wolf stirred again, but this time he was anxious. My feet moved fast until I left Rory behind and almost ran towards the body. The closer I got to it, the more my wolf was pacing inside me, fighting me to take control. He wanted to be on the surface, dealing with the situation. I tried to ignore him, but as soon as I reached the body, my world came crashing down on me. I was on my knees instantly, pulling her in my arms. My wolf howled inside me as I looked at a familiar face smeared with black dust from the explosion. "Lyra," I growled, my wolf taking over me forcefully. Only one word was running through my mind as I stared at her face in disbelief and wonder. Mate. 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 Lyra was my mate. For a split second, I felt like I had everything in the world. But the grande feeling was gone as soon as her head fell back lifelessly. 26. Marius, I woke up to a splitting pain in my head, wondering how the fuck I got that. My vision was blurry no matter how hard I tried to focus. I tried to recall how I got that pain, but I couldn't come up with anything. The more I tried to force myself to remember, the more my head hurt. My wolf should have been busy mending it, but he was silent. Awfully silent. It was unsettling to an extent. "Marius," a voice spoke beside me, "are you all right?" I didn't miss the cautiousness in the question. It took me a few seconds to realize it was Fidel. My head is splitting, I growled. How did it happen? I asked. Talking seemed to make the pain worse, but I'd rather have the answers than suffer silently. You were caught in an explosion while tracking a location, he explained. I have some meds if your pain is worse, he offered, but something in his words didn't feel right. I never need to take meds, I gritted. Why isn't my wolf healing me? I demanded, and he went reticent. By now, my vision had started to clear significantly, and I could see that we were back in our pack and I was presently in our pack hospital. Well, the injury was intense. You lost a lot of blood too, he explained, but I could tell he wasn't speaking the whole truth. Fidel was one of my most trusted men, and he had worked with me for a long time, but ever since Lyra, there had been a divide between us. Lyra. I last remembered going to a location with Caspian and Rory. After that, everything in my memory was blank. The location was where Lyra had called from, and I remember being overly optimistic about finding her there. Did we find Lyra? I asked as soon as I started remembering everything. Yes, he answered cautiously. Where's she? I demanded, sitting up, and instantly the pain intensified in my head, but that didn't matter. I need to see her, Matt. Calm down. It would be best if you rested, Fidel said, trying to fuss over me. But I set him straight with a glare. Where is Lyra? I growled. What happened to her? Are you still trying to get back with her? I demanded. So many questions floated in my head, and I felt overwhelmed by all of them. I needed the answer to everything all at once, otherwise it felt like I would lose my mind. I needed to see Lyra, talk to her, and tell her how much she meant to me and how I'd forever cherish her no matter what. I'd beg her to be with me if that's what she'd ask of me. I was ready to do anything for her. Any fucking thing. Fidel looked more uncomfortable at my questions, making me want to rip his face off. The image of Lyra laughing with him that night flashed before my eyes, making my heart burn with jealousy. I was willing to get rid of him if it meant I'd get to keep Lyra to myself. Well, it's a long story, and no, I'm not dating her. I never had anything going on with her. I had asked her to show me around since she seemed to be a local. That's all. Everything she told you other than that was a lie. I'd never dare to take your mate, Alpha. I know my place, Fidel told me sincerely while I stared at him grimly. Even though I was still pissed at him for finding Lyra first, I forgave him. It wasn't his fault that he'd found Lyra first. If anything, he had done me a favor by inviting Lyra to the party that night. Otherwise, I'd have never met her. My wolf is possessive, I told him, and he nodded in understanding. Serving you is the most honorable thing to me, Alpha. I'd never disrespect you or cheat you in any way. I respect Lyra as our future Luna, and I'm looking forward to serving her, he stated firmly, his voice grim and professional. I nodded, feeling satisfied with that. But where's she? I pressed, and immediately, the grim expression on his face faltered. He looked unsure, not looking me directly in the eye. She's sleeping, he answered curtly. She's here. I asked, surprised and optimistic. He nodded reluctantly before standing up. I'll go inform Caspian that you're awake. He can explain better, Fidel muttered, leaving the room abruptly before I could ask him more questions. This added to the existing uneasy feeling inside me. After a couple of seconds, Caspian entered the room. The first thing I noticed was how tired he looked. He seemed to have aged 20 years since I was last awake. His eyes lit up gently when he saw me. Matt, you're awake, he spoke in relief. Of course I am. How long I had been out? I asked while he sat beside me. 3 days, he answered. What? I don't. You hurt your head severely, brother. You were the second closest to the explosion, he told me, a dark look on his face. And who was the closest? I had to ask, especially after seeing the look on his face. Before he could answer, I knew what it was going to be. Lyra, he answered, defeat in his voice. My heart stopped and I stared at him in distress. There was a strange look on his face as he stared at me. I need to see her, I demanded, trying to get out of bed, but he pushed me back. She's unconscious, Caspian gritted. And you need to rest too. I cannot rest until I see her. I cannot even feel my wolf, Caspian. I roared, simmering with frustration and angst. It felt like I wouldn't be at peace until I saw her myself. It's not only you, Matt. My wolf has been quiet too. She growled back, his eyes red with angry tears. He looked on the verge of breaking, making me stop for a second. He must have been taking care of everything ever since the explosion. I shouldn't have been so hard on him, but I couldn't help myself. The urge to see my mate eroded my rationality. What do you mean by that? I demanded. We have the same mate, Matt Caspian replied. Lyra is my mate too, 27. Caspian. I was shocked to find out that Lyra was my mate. Not that having two mates was uncommon. There were two great-granddads on my mother's side of the family, but still I was shocked and terrified. The first time I saw her and held her in my arms, she was almost lifeless. I thought she was dead, and that had pushed me towards insanity. I hadn't slept or had a moment of peace since the explosion. Lyra was almost dead. And my brother had a severe wound that refused to heal. Those 3 days had been the most testing days of my life. I didn't have Matt, and I thought my mate was dead. After my revelation, Matt stared at me for a long minute, searching my face. Usually, alphas were said to be very possessive over their mates, but oddly, the idea of sharing Lyra with my brother didn't make me feel jealous. Instead, it thrilled me in an unexplainable way. I couldn't have ever imagined this in my wildest of dreams. Are you sure? He asked. I didn't see any hint of jealousy in him either. He wasn't reacting the way he responded to finding out that Fidel was dating Lyra. Yes, I answered, and he nodded in understanding but didn't say anything. I need to see her, he demanded, getting up from the bed. I could see it pained him to do so, but the determination in his eyes was fierce. He wasn't going to listen to me until he'd seen her. She's unconscious, I told him, supporting him to stand upright. He winced in pain but didn't complain, his will unfaltering. I need to see her, Caspian, he growled. I want to know what happened. I want to know why my wolf is quiet and why I cannot feel any part of the mate bond, he demanded. I had the answers to his questions, but my heart was too heavy to tell him. I know you know what's going on. She got hurt pretty bad in the explosion, I sighed, knowing that I wouldn't be able to keep it from him for long. He would find out either way, and I could understand his urge to learn more about our mate. But I didn't want him to hurt the way I did when I saw her broken, burnt body. I had almost lost my mind and my wolf at that moment. The image of her almost dead face was permanently etched in my brain, and I was never going to forget it. How bad? Matt grilled, pushing off my support and walking by himself despite being weak and recovering. Answer me, he growled when I remained quiet. She had a major crack in the cranium and a part of her brain is swollen and I trailed off, unable to continue. Every time I saw her broken body, it pained my soul. And Matt demanded. She suffered from severe burns on her left side, especially her left hand. The doctor says it could be permanently damaged and might need amputation. She inhaled a lot of smoke too. I finally let it out. My words made Matt walk faster towards the intensive care unit. It was where I had spent the last couple of days. I had been going back and forth between Matt and Lyra. It was torture for me, especially the thought of losing them together. Even in his weak state, Matt practically peeled the door off of the intensive care unit before storming inside, not listening to the nurse. He stopped only when he was beside Lyra. I didn't miss how his face blanched when he looked at her broken body. I tried not to look at her again, but my eyes betrayed me. Every time I looked at her, I felt a stabbing pain in my chest. Maybe we could have saved her if we had arrived early to the location. This was making me regret not getting there earlier. I could have stopped this from happening, and she'd have been healthy and happy with us. I could have prevented a lot of things, but I was late. This was one of the things that had been eating me away since that day. But at the same time I wondered who did it. After the fire had died, I had sent my men to look at the ruins and try to find any hints, especially why the place had blown up and why there was so much black smoke. I learned there was a second explosion soon after I fled the place with them. The only thing my men found was ash and melted metal. The second explosion was more destructive and destroyed whatever was left after the first explosion. One thing was confirmed from all this: the explosions weren't an accident. They were coordinated and somehow Lyra got caught in it. I was sure Morgan did it, which made me want to hunt her down even more. She hurt my mate. She almost took my mate away from me. She was the reason Lyra was in such a broken condition. I didn't want to stare at her damaged hand, but I couldn't. It was severely bandaged, but the doctor had said she might not be able to use her left hand. It made me see red. I was now more determined to hunt Morgan down and do all the damage she caused to my mate. But for now I wanted Lyra to wake up. I wanted her to look at me and recognize me as her mate. I wanted her to hear her seductive and mischievous voice. My whole body had been yearning for her voice. It pained me physically not to have any of those things. I clenched my jaw painfully, swallowing away the wave of emotions while I watched Matt gently touch Lyra's face. There were some minor burns on her cheek, but one side of her face and head was swollen, and that seemed to get worse every day. "Lyra," Matt whispered, holding her good hand and kissing it. I stood by his side watching our mate. "Please, wake up," Matt's voice broke and a tear ran down my cheek. I was too focused on Matt and our mate to notice when the doctor entered the room. "Alpha Matt. Alpha Caspian," the doctor greeted the two of us. "When will she wake up?" Matt demanded, sounding out of control. This worsened the storm of emotions inside me. It had been a wonder how I had been holding myself for the past couple of days. "I cannot answer that yet, Alpha Matt," the doctor responded hesitantly, "but I'm afraid we might have to proceed with the amputation. The damaged hand is making it worse for her." With that, my heart shattered. 28. Lyra. When I woke up, it felt like I had been run over by a freight train. My whole body ached, and the mere act of blinking seemed to debilitate me. I felt exhausted, yet I couldn't go back to sleep. Something in me wouldn't allow that, and also the lights. The fucking lights that were so intense and focused on me. I had to blink several times to focus my vision, but having the lights on gave me an immediate headache. I groaned, wanting to leave my body until the pain eased away. I didn't know if it was possible, but if there were an option to do such a thing, I'd have utilized it. It was too painful to dwell in my own body. "Fuck the light," I tried to speak, but my tongue felt like parchment paper against my mouth, sending me into a coughing fit. My lips burned due to being chapped, and suddenly it felt like I was stuck in the desert. I felt some commotion nearby, but the coughing overwhelmed me, draining whatever energy I had mustered. My eyes fluttered, my eyelids feeling heavy as exhaustion took over me. Finally, someone turned off the lights on my face, but the commotion continued. I felt someone fiddling with one of my hands. From the corner of my eyes, I saw someone familiar appear, leaning over to look at me. Due to my blurry vision, I couldn't tell who it was, but they had my wolf's attention. She was waking up from a slumber too. I could imagine her yawning and stretching in my head, but she didn't seem to be in the same terrible condition as me. However, sensing my pain, she got to work immediately, healing me. "Water," I whispered, trying to lick my chapped lips, but I tasted blood instead. My lips were bleeding from being chapped. "Lyra, what are you saying?" a voice asked, the face getting closer to mine, but still I couldn't focus my vision. "Water," I coughed, forcing the words out. Finally, someone seemed to understand me, but I didn't get the water immediately. Instead, I felt the bed moving underneath me until I was somewhat upright. I sighed when finally someone held a cup against my lips, slowly pouring the water. I instantly felt so relieved that I could have kissed the person giving me water. It made me feel alive again. Not more than that. She might choke. An alarmed voice cautioned on my other side, and the water supply stopped instantly. I wanted to curse out at that person but lacked the energy to speak. "Lyra," that voice called out to me again, and for some reason I could hear the voice clearer this time. My vision started to focus as well. I blinked a couple more seconds before my vision focused on a face, a familiar one but not the one I wanted to see at that moment. It was Marius King, the man I hated the most. But why was he looking at me wide-eyed? Like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. And where the fuck was I? Why did my mouth feel like someone had poured sand into it? Why did my lips hurt? Why did my whole body hurt? What that fuck was going on? I tried to recall, but nothing came to my head. It didn't help that Marius looked at me like I was a miracle. It took me a few seconds to notice the deep slash on his head and the dark circles under his eyes. His cheeks looked hollowed too. Overall, he looked worse. It seemed like he had been out in the wild, lost and struggling to survive. This filled my head with even more questions. "Do you recognize me?" he asked, searching my face desperately. I scowled at him. Or tried to. He waited for my response. "Yes," I answered, "and I still hate you." Something flickered in his eyes before he nodded. However, my wolf felt differently about seeing him. She was rather excited at seeing him, wanting to leap at him and beg him to take us. Her behavior surprised me sometimes. She started acting like a pup out of nowhere. "She's awake," he informed someone outside my line of vision. "Where am I and how did I get here?" I asked. Before he could answer, another face appeared in my semi-blurry vision. Familiar one, but it was the first time I was seeing him in person. I had talked to him before, but seeing him in person was different. Caspian King. He looked somewhat messy as well, but that didn't matter. My wolf was happy to see him too. A bit too optimistic. As delighted as she was to see Marius. For some reason, my heart started beating fast as I looked at Caspian. In the background, I heard a beeping sound grow annoyingly rapid, causing more commotion. I didn't know what was happening to my body. I looked at Marius and then at Caspian and then back at Marius, waiting for someone to tell me that it was a dream. I must be dreaming because there was no fucking way I had two mates. The King brothers. The brothers I was determined to destroy. My wolf was over the moon to be paired with them. She couldn't have been happier but me. I was terrified, angry, sad, disappointed and a lot many other things. Happy wasn't one of them. What did I do to deserve this? "Lyra," Caspian whispered, touching my face. Sparks immediately lit up, dancing all over my skin before traveling down my body. "Our Lyra," he spoke, but his words burned my skin. "No," I whispered, but it was lost between my struggling breaths. It felt like my lungs weren't working, but at the same time my heart was thrumming inside my chest like a drill. Before I could say anything more, my eyes fluttered shut, and I was sleeping again. 29. Lyra. I didn't know how much time had passed since I woke up and found out I had two mates, but it felt like days. It was more than a couple of days. I'd wake up for a few minutes daily to find one of the brothers by my side before going back to sleep. And I'd dream about the brothers again, about them doing sinful things to me. I didn't want to imagine such things, but my wolf craved the two like I craved water. Yet they wouldn't give it to me. I was awake longer than before each time I woke up and felt less tired, but my body was still weak. I couldn't feel the left side of my body for some reason, but one day I figured out why. It felt like a terrible dream when I found a cybernetic arm in place of my human left arm. Caspian informed me that I had burnt my left arm in the explosion, and they had to replace it. He had been the one to tell me all about it. I'd only talk to him and ignore or pretend to sleep whenever Marius was around. Even though I despised the two equally, it was easier to talk to Caspian. He was the less serious one of the two brothers and had a unique sense of humor that was hard to dislike. Conversely, Marius carried a domineering air that sometimes overwhelmed me because he commanded all my attention. There was a focused intensity to his presence that made me feel entrapped in his essence. His burning gaze always seemed to hold me captive in them with a suffocating intensity. I wasn't strong enough to withstand that yet. However, my wolf didn't discriminate between the two brothers. She'd jump either of them or even both if she could, so I can take it off any time. I asked Caspian one day. Even though I pretended not to care outwardly, waking up to a robotic arm was something eerie. It was all I could think of. I had lost my arm because of my foolishness. "No," Caspian explained, looking at me with soft eyes, "it's permanently attached to your bone. It's like a real arm." "But it's not," I muttered, and something darkened in his eyes, making me regret saying that in the first place. But he didn't say anything about it. I could tell that the brothers were trying their best to keep me alive, and I should be grateful to them, but I couldn't. I didn't want to even if I could. However, my wolf was deeply pleased, making her yearning for the two stronger day by day. "I'm sorry," he returned. "It'll never be your real arm, but it's close enough to that. Even better in some ways," he explained. "How?" "There's a chip placed in your brain that's connected to a what?" I asked. "A chip in your brain," he clarified. "We needed to work on your head too since it cracked open in the explosion, but it's better now. You're healing a light. The chip in your brain connects to your arm and synchronizes it with the rest of your body, making your reflexes sharper. They say you'll get used to it soon." I licked my lips, trying to take in all the information. I glanced at my arm and tried to lift it, but accidentally smacked Caspian in the face. But he caught my new arm on time and let it down. "You'd need a good amount of calibration first," he commented. "But that's good enough." He nodded to himself, checking my fingers. My wolf stirred inside me, wanting to hold his hand, wanting to touch him and get closer to him, but I suppressed it all. It was one of the topics I ignored while talking to him. He studied me profoundly as if I was the most important thing to exist on this planet. I could almost feel his longing and suffering through the mate bond, but I chose not to address it. I pretended I didn't feel it, but it was there and often troubled me in my dreams. How long have I been in the hospital? I asked him. A month and a half, he answered, and I let out a small yelp. We weren't expecting you to wake up soon, he told me. But I'm glad you're awake, Lyra. I tried to ignore how my name on his lips made me feel. It gave me those annoying butterflies. I glared at him as the machine beside me beeped loudly, indicating my racing heart. Caspian knew exactly what he was doing because he smirked. You're so beautiful, Lyra, he told me. Lying in the hospital bed with chapped lips, pale skin, a shaven head, a half-swollen face and a robotic arm, I felt anything but beautiful. I felt like a crumbled leaf, and the person responsible for all this was none other than me. It was the most brutal truth to accept because deep down it shook something inside me. The hatred I had for the brothers was dangerous. Too dangerous for my own good. It had almost destroyed me. I never thought about it too seriously, but when you wake up to find a cybernetic arm attached to your body and a chip in your brain, you gain a certain kind of perspective that an ordinary arm wouldn't have given you. You're lying, I sobbed. I didn't want to cry, but my eyes swelled up with tears when I felt the emptiness inside me. Not that it wasn't there before. It was just that I had been filling it with hate. Becoming aware of it made me feel pathetic. But still it didn't change anything. I despised the brothers, especially Marius. Caspian's eyes softened and he kissed my humane hand, giving me more sparks and butterflies. The machine was beeping wildly, but no one seemed to pay attention to it. I will never lie to you, Lyra. You're beautiful and I feel blessed to be your mate, he spoke, kissing my hand again. I wanted to pull away but didn't because it was oddly comforting. I hated that I felt that way about this exchange, but I needed more of it. It made me feel like an ant lost in a stream who had finally found a dead branch to hold on to. I could have never imagined that a king brother would make me feel this way. It made me wonder why the moon goddess had chosen them for me. 30 Marius. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't focus on work. Many things were waiting to be done: managing pack affairs, dealing with the officials regarding the fake money laundering cases filed by Morgan, and mainly dealing with all the mess Morgan had created for us. Despite all this work, my mind kept wandering and returning to Lyra in the hospital. I was glad that she was awake. It had been more than a month since she had been unconscious. She had to be put in a coma for a couple of weeks after critical brain surgery and getting a cybernetic arm. My mind constantly replayed the moment when she woke up and asked for water. I'd asked her if she recognized me, and I would never forget how she looked at me with disdain in her eyes. She said she hated me, which kept me awake at night. It wasn't like Caspian, and I had slept much in the past month. We had been busy looking for specialist doctors and engineers for her cybernetic arm and the swelling in her brain. I wouldn't be able to rest until she was out of hospital and living with us, healthy and happy. It was all that mattered to Caspian and me at the moment. The rest of the world could wait. I sighed heavily, staring at the screen and scrolling through the legal documents. I hadn't visited the hospital for the past few days to see Lyra. I knew she didn't want me to be there because every time I went to see her, she'd either pretend to sleep or ignore me altogether. However, she was more responsive to Caspian, which was why he spent most of the time at the hospital with her. My wolf kept pacing inside me, urging me to see her. He felt the most tortured of all. Seeing our mate hurt was agonizing in itself, and on top of that, she didn't want to do anything with me. I didn't know why she hated me so much. I kept thinking about how disappointed she looked when she saw me for the first time. It hurt deeply. I snapped out of my thoughts when the office door opened and Caspian walked in. He seemed to be in a much better state than me. He gave me a look of pity, but I ignored it. She's awake, he told me. You should go see her. It'd encourage her wolf to heal her faster, he urged. My wolf was ready to go, but I wasn't. Every time I went to see her, I felt unwanted and rejected. If she didn't want to see me, I didn't want to disturb her, no matter how bad my yearning for her got. She doesn't want to see me, I told him up front, and he frowned. She seems to hate me. Said who? That was the first thing she said when she woke up, I told him. He hadn't been there when she told me she hated me. But you should go and see her once. It'll help you too. You look worse. Your wolf must be aching to get close to her. I don't want to push her when she's weak, I snapped. I knew Caspian meant well, but I didn't want him to feel sorry for me. I'd pursue her when she got better, but not now. She needed to rest. Seeing me there seemed to distress her even more. Caspian sighed but didn't say anything. She has been here for more than a month, but no one ever came looking for her, Caspian commented. Doesn't she have anyone? He wondered out loud. I had been thinking about the same for a while. I had tried to dig out more about her but to no avail. Maybe she's an orphan, I muttered. Still, she must have some friends. Caspian pressed, running his fingers through his hair. Someone who could tell us more about her. She's such a mystery, didn't she tell you anything? I asked. Not really. She seems shocked, especially about her new arm. It'd take her a long time to process it. I don't blame her, I muttered. I was devastated to have her left arm amputated, but it seemed to have helped her so far. Did you ask her about the explosion? I asked. Not yet, he shook his head. I don't want to distress her. She needs to heal first. The good news is the swelling in her brain has gone down, and her body hasn't rejected the new arm and the chip in her brain. Doc says she's healing well, but it's still not as fast as it should be. Her wolf is weak, Caspian informed me. A thoughtful silence fell between us before he suggested, I'm thinking of moving her to our house so we can be close to her. Feeling us around would strengthen her wolf faster. She needs us as much as we need her. I doubted his last statement but didn't say it out loud. She only seemed to need Caspian while she acted as if I was a no one. I grunted. What does the doc say? I asked. They say the same. The earlier our wolves bond, the stronger her wolf will get and heal her faster, Caspian replied, looking at me prudently. The empty room upstairs will be best for her. She'll love it, especially the sunroom. I nodded, thinking about it. Even though Lyra didn't want to be around me, I wanted to be around her. I desperately needed to feel her presence around me and bond with her wolf. Sometimes I wondered if her wolf loathed me the same way she did. I'd be devastated if that were the case, but for now, I was willing to try for selfish reasons. I needed her achingly. I'll set up her room, I declared, getting up. It'd be a good distraction for me, and even if I couldn't see and talk to Lyra, being in the same house would still be more than enough for me. Lyra's story continues. Subscribe to us and follow her future together. Why does Lyra hate Marius so much? Will she reveal the reason behind it? Where does Lyra's hatred come from? Subscribe now to uncover the truth. 31. Lyra. My time at the hospital wasn't great, especially after Caspian left. The staff would be around me, looking at me and poking me and doing all sorts of annoying things to me. Each day, I lay there and tried to think of a way to escape the place, but the limited energy in my body wouldn't allow me to walk more than a couple of steps. I was still debilitatingly weak, and doing the basic things felt like the greatest struggle. It made me feel trapped in my own body and forced me to face the truth again and again. I had done this to myself. It was a dangerous thing, especially for me. I didn't want to be around them much, no matter how much my wolf held needily inside me, but I didn't have any choice yet. I still had to recover a lot, and it wasn't like I had anywhere to go for the time being. Even if I ran away, I doubted I could look after myself, especially with the new cybernetic arm. As much as I hated to run away, I realized that I didn't have many options to choose from. I had to rely on them for a while, until I could escape. It was both good and bad. Being near them would allow me to gain more intel on them, but at the same time I needed to be more careful, especially with how my wolf seemed to crave them more each day. It was something primal and hard to control. Even if I tried my best to hold back, I always found myself loosening up when Caspian was around. My wolf was always awake for him, waiting and craving. Sensing him around helped her heal faster, so that was one good thing, but I didn't like how I was starting to grow comfortable around him. What irked me more was, even though I hated Marius the most, not seeing him as often spoiled my mood somehow. My wolf craved him the most, making me feel increasingly divided internally. I needed to see him, but at the same time I didn't want to do anything with him. Did that make sense? The brothers lived in a secluded property at the edge of their pack. The greenery surrounding their house was covered with a thin layer of fresh snow. I hate snow, I told Caspian when he took me to their house for the first time. Marius was nowhere to be seen. At this point, I believed that he was avoiding me after I had refused to talk to him at the hospital. As much as I liked his absence, it made my wolf feel miserable. She needed both mates by her side, bonding and mating with them. With how much she craved the two, it surprised me how she hadn't gone into heat already. I wished that would never happen, but it was inevitable. It snows for 2 months only, Caspian assured me as he took me inside the house. The design was modern and sleek, with abstract art and minimalist furniture. It's bland, I commented, determined to be a bitch. Caspian snorted. You can tell Marius all about it since he's the one who chose the theme, Caspian told me, carrying me upstairs in his arms. I hated it but didn't comment on it. What about you? I had to ask, what do you prefer? I was curious. I had always thought the brothers to be the same, but so far I realized they were as different as day and night. You'll see, he told me with a spark in his eyes that made me curious. I was already in his arms, but the smug look on his face made me want to wrap my arms around him and press my lips against his. Lyra, stop. It took me immense patience and self-control to not stare at his face too much and pay attention to the surroundings. I needed to memorize everything about that place so I could easily slip away when the time would be right. The upstairs stairway opened into a beautiful living room with a grand fireplace. On both sides of the drawing room were hallways lined with doors. Caspian turned left and walked down the hallway before pushing open a door with his feet. Tada! This is my room, he announced with a childish grin. The first thing I noticed was a giant screen, and many control panels piled up in the middle of the room. Is all the crap of the house stored in this room? I asked, overwhelmed with all the stuff in his room. All the walls were covered with either guns or swords. There was a table in the corner which was piled with more crap I couldn't bother to look at. However, his room didn't have a bed. Interesting. I'm a collector, he grinned, setting me down gently on a dark couch. Collector of crap? I asked, eyeing all the shit on the table. I noticed some interesting pieces of computer there, and it immediately caught my interest, but I hid it. Yeah, he answered, standing in the middle of the room somewhat awkwardly with his hands in his pocket, shifting all his weight on one leg. A look of uncertainty crossed his face as he glanced at me. He almost looked nervous. I cocked an eyebrow at him. What do you think? He asked. Too cluttered, I told him, eyeing the desk. Where do you sleep? On this floor surrounded by your crap? I asked. He chuckled, the uncertain look lingering in his eyes. I haven't been sleeping much lately, he sighed, and finally, the uncertain look he had been trying to hide a few seconds ago completely overtook his face. A spectrum of emotions simmered in her eyes, making me somewhat tense. My wolf stirred inside me, telling me to get closer to and touch him to soothe him. I pushed her back. Why? I asked knowingly. Because of you, he answered with an intense longing in his eyes. It shouldn't have tugged at my heart, but it did. I hated to feel soft for him. I pretended to be indifferent to that. I'm glad you're home, Lyra, he told me after a tense silence. This isn't my home, I told him quietly. Then where is your home? He questioned. I knew better than to answer that question. Am I going to stay in this room? I stirred the topic. He shuffled in his legs. If you wish, I can set up a bed here. No, I snarled, narrowing my eyes at him. He nodded before reaching for me again. I can walk, I told him fiercely, even though I greatly doubted that. My muscles were weak from not walking for a month. We have set a room for you, Caspian told me, guiding me out of his and leading me to the next door. I wanted to roll my eyes but didn't. He opened the door for me and let me walk inside first. It was a big room with a beautiful fairy tale style poster bed in the middle of the vast windows. The walls were a light pastel lavender cover with small details of birds and cats here and there. I noticed a giant closet at one side of the room, my hands aching to open it and see if it was as spacious as it looked. The room was entirely different from the rest of the house, and I loved it even though it wasn't what I usually preferred. It made me feel oddly at home even though I had never had a home before, a proper home. I traveled a lot and lived in a lot of places. The place I blew was something I was starting to consider home, but then the brothers came along. Now I was homeless and armless. It was life-altering if you ask me. What do you think? Caspian asked, standing close behind me. I wanted to be a bitch to him and complain about the bed and the wallpaper. It's homey, I blurted out instead. 32 Lyra. It's homey, The words left my mouth before I could stop them. I wanted to bang my head against the door, but I bit my lip instead. You think so? Caspian asked, sounding surprised. I noticed how close he was standing to me. It made me hunger more for him. Up this close I could feel the warmth of his body, and I needed more of it. Yeah, I breathed, heading for the bed and plopping down to check if it was as comfortable as it looked. It was excellent. Caspian watched me prudently as I climbed on the bed and lay in the middle. Marius decorated it for you. I hate the bed, I snapped, sitting up to glare at him. He cocked an eyebrow, staring at me curiously with another indistinct expression in his eyes. Why? Is it not up to your liking? Caspian asked, sitting beside me and rubbing his hands over the cover. I watched him like a hawk, trying to anticipate his next step and question. Could have been better, I frowned. What do you want? Tell me, he urged, edging closer to me. I should have moved, but I lay there waiting. I glanced around the room again. It was more than enough. It was bigger than Caspian's room. The bed was excellent, the view was gorgeous, the closet was big, and there was a dainty working table by one window and a couch. It was perfect, but I tried to devise an excuse. Meanwhile, Caspian lay beside me, propping himself on one arm, watching me closely. I hate the wallpaper, I lied. He glanced around, asking, what do you hate about it? The cats and the birds. Do you think I'm a child? I tried to sound offended and glared at him. He gave me a soft smile and leaned closer. I think it suits you best, he whispered, brushing his lips at the side of my jaw. My breath hitched and my heart raced. His lips were surprisingly soft and delicate as he planted soft, slow kisses across my jaw. I bit my lip, trying to contain the whimper at the tip of my tongue. I should have moved away, but I still didn't. Instead, I clutched the bedsheet as if my life depended on it. Why? I asked. I had to ask. I wanted no scratch that. I needed to know why he thought the wallpaper suited me. It was suddenly the most important thing for me to know. I needed to know that before I died, otherwise my spirit would never rest. His kisses grew fervent with every passing second. He edged closer to me until his body was pressed against my side, and his arm was heavily draped over my stomach. I let out a shaky breath as my whole body seemed alive at his kisses. A new form of energy buzzed through my body, threatening to make me burst. Because you're my pussy cat, he whispered, dragging the tip of his nose against the length of my neck, making my core throb. I whimpered uncontrollably. He groaned and placed a heated kiss on the juncture of my neck and shoulder. My sweet pussy cat, he whispered. It was silly to be called that, yet I found it infuriatingly arousing. I clenched my legs and placed my hands on his chest to push him away, but I ended up pulling him closer to get more of his warmth and amazing scent. I filled my lungs with his musky scent, feeling like a druggie. Gosh, he smelled amazing. He smelled of wood and snow, so fresh and instant addiction. My pussycat is finally home, and now I can play with her whenever I want, he spoke, placing more kisses on my neck. His arm was growing heavy around me while I squirmed under him, seeking more of him. I should have fought him, but I couldn't. Instead, I discovered my profound need for him. I had been trying to deny myself of this for a long time. You're going to play with me? I asked innocently, but my question rolled off my tongue, riding a soft moan. Yes, he growled, lifting his head to look at me. His eyes were dark with lust and need. His face looked feral with the determination to possess, claim, and mark me. I wanted all that, even though I kept denying myself all those things. I must be the biggest fool on earth for doing that. Gosh, why did I do such a thing? Why did I hate him? I seemed to have forgotten everything suddenly. Nothing came to my mind. How? I asked, feeling more aroused. I knew I was digging my grave, but I was too lost chasing the thrill to think rationally about the whole thing. My mind had stopped working altogether and submitted to him instead. It should have alerted me, but I found deep solace. All I needed to know was what he had in store for me. I wanted all of it because it was all mine. Caspian was mine too. Fuck yes. I whimpered against his lips as he ravaged me, making me grow hotter and needier. My pussy cat, Caspian gasped, pulling back from the kiss. It's time for play, he declared darkly. 33. Caspian, she tasted divine. I was never going to forget how her lips felt against mine and how she whimpered when I played with her tongue. It was the best thing in the world and I needed more of it. But despite all that, The thick scent of her arousal in the air was hard to miss. She smelled as divine as she tasted, elating my hunger. My wolf pranced around, begging me to give control to him so he could be closer to her and show her how much she meant to us. He wanted to show her how much we had missed her, craved her. My pussy cat. It's time for play, I told her, unable to hold myself back. Her eyes were dark with lust and need for me, and a whimper escaped her lips. Her chest rose and fell rapidly as he stared at me, waiting. I didn't want to make her wait for long. I placed myself between her legs, watching her closely as I gently tugged at her pants. Her breath hitched as I did that, but she didn't protest. If anything, the scent of her arousal thickened around me, making it harder for me to control myself. My knot pulsed for her needfully, craving the warmth of her cunt, but that had to wait. This wasn't about me. This was about her. I had waited for her for so long I could wait longer. But I needed to show her what she meant to me, and how much I had dreamed about this moment. She swallowed hard as I tossed her pants over my shoulder and grabbed her hips, angling her to expose her core to my hungry eyes. Her white panties were soaked, making me groan. My pussy cat, I whispered, tracing my fingers over her wet panties, so fucking wet for me. She squirmed under me, trying to close her legs, but I didn't allow that. You cannot hide it from me, Lyra. I see you and I want all of it, I growled, hooking a finger and pulling her panty aside to expose her glorious, slick folds to me. Caspian, she whispered, her legs lightly quivering. Good. I was doing this to her, which filled me with immense pride and determination. Fuck, I growled, staring at her pink folds glistening with her arousal. So beautiful, my pussy cat. So perfect. I could take a picture of him and hang it on my wall like a work of art, I told her, admiring everything about her. Her soft tuft of curls looked so cute and enticing to me. She was still weak and had to recover a lot, but that wasn't going to stop me from giving her the pleasure she deserved. She was made to be pleasured, worshipped, and cherished. I was going to do all that. She whimpered at my touch, making my wolf howl with pleasure. I parted her lips gently, exploring her beauty. The scent of her arousal was intense in the room. I could bathe in it if possible. I spread her folds to find her small little pink clit was hard and throbbing for me. My pussy cat, I smiled, stroking her clit and watching her struggling to contain her moans. She's so sensitive for her mate. So eager, I whispered, circling her clit, making her shake. I loved how she was so receptive to me. My barest actions made her weak, and I couldn't have asked for anything more. Please, she cried, sounding breathless. I froze but didn't stop teasing her clit. Please what, pussy cat? You don't like the game? I asked smugly, stopping the strokes briefly, and that seemed to send her to the moon. She made a frustrated noise before reaching between her legs, but I swatted her hand away, giving her a firm look. You're not allowed to touch yourself, I told her darkly. If heaven was on earth, it was between her pink folds. I felt like I was standing at the doorstep of the heaven. It would be such a shame if I didn't get to open the gates myself. Now that I think of it, we need to establish some rules for you, I pondered out loud, returning my thumb to her clit and stroking her teasingly. She let out another tortured cry, and nothing could have been more beautiful to my ears than that. Rules? She asked, her eyes begging me to let her release. No, not so quickly. Yes, I answered, locking our eyes. You cannot touch yourself without our permission. How are you going to stop me? She gave me a mischievous look, her hand slowly edging towards her cunt. I gave her another of the firm looks and made the strokes over her clit more intense and faster. She let out a surprised gasp and flung her head back to let out a loud moan. We'll be watching you always, Lyra, I spoke, driving her to the edge. There are hidden cameras in this room. You'll always be watched, and you'll be punished whenever you break a rule. That's how it will be, I stated, working my finger faster. She was whimpering and shaking, reaching closer to the release. Fair, she managed to breathe, but her whole body was possessed, chasing the release. I'll let you come once you agree, I told her, slowing down for a second and making her groan in frustration. She grabbed one of her breasts and squeezed it, but I didn't allow that either. I forced her to look at me as I started building the orgasm again. Say it, I demanded, twirling her throbbing, sensitive clit. Say it, Lyra. I'll follow the rules, she cried out loud, and I finally let her come. I watched in awe, wonder, and fascination as the orgasm shook her whole body, making her eyes roll back to her head. She looked glorious. I didn't think I could ever get tired of seeing her this way. especially her coming like this over my knot. Good girl, I praised her and dipped my head between her legs to taste her. 34. Marius. I was excited today because Lyra was finally coming home. I had done my best to prepare her room so she'd like it. Even if she didn't like it, I was willing to make changes according to her tastes. I was willing to do anything for her. But staying away from her was slowly draining me. I needed to see and talk to her, but I decided to hide in my office instead. She didn't want to see me yet, and I didn't want to overwhelm or distress her by always being in her face. If she wished for my absence, that was all I would give her, even though it physically hurt me to do so. My knot had been pulsing all day and night since she woke up, and I could feel the bond again. No matter how much I stroked myself, it wouldn't help me at all. It seemed to make my urges worse. It was as if my body was indirectly forcing me to go to her, but I wasn't selfish. Lyra needed rest, and I doubted she'd be able to rest if she saw me. So far, Caspian had been doing great at easing her, so I let him be with her for now. There was still some hope for me if she was accepting of Caspian. I sat in my office, staring at the visuals from the cameras in Lyra's room. I could be away from her, but I'd always be watching her. This was my best plan so far. I stared at the screen as Caspian showed her the room. I couldn't hear them talk, but I watched them talking about the room before Lyra lay on the bed, and Caspian followed her there. I held my breath as my brother slowly edged closer to our mate. I waited for Lyra to push him away like she did to me the night we met. Instead, she leaned into him, and when he kissed her, she didn't protest either. Watching the two together made my whole body burn with need. My blood was singing, and my knot was full and throbbing with seed again for her. I watched the two as I shifted in my seat, feeling like a man being tortured in hell. It took me all the self-control not to walk out of my office and go straight to Lyra's room to join the two. I could have never thought that seeing my brother with our mate would do such a thing to me, but I was highly aroused. I wanted to pleasure her as well. I wanted to be there with Caspian, exploring our beautiful mate. However, that had to wait. Lyra was still weak, and it wouldn't do any good to her if we tried to claim her at the same time. She needed to build her stamina to match not one but two alphas. An alpha's thirst for his mates was unquenchable. A she-wolf had to be strong to be paired with an alpha because it wasn't a joke. When an alpha claimed his mate, it was an intense affair that could last days. Lyra's wolf must be very powerful to have two alpha mates. I could tell our mating would last days, especially due to how much she was making us wait. But it was all right. I was willing to wait for her some more if it meant I could have her for the rest of eternity. I froze when Caspian took off her pants and tossed it over his shoulder. From this angle, I couldn't see much between her legs, but it was enough to send me over the edge. Soon, I tried to convince my wolf, who was very restless, prancing around, searching for our mate. I groaned as I stroked myself slowly. Caspian caressed her gently on the screen, but that was enough to make her quiver. I imagined myself in Caspian's place, doing everything I had dreamed of doing. Didn't take me long to spill. My knot slightly deflated, giving me a brief relief, but it was soon filled with more seed for my mate. This was the most torturing part, and I had been somehow managing it while she was at the hospital. Now that she was home, it'd be more difficult for me no matter how much I tried, but I was determined. I was going to give her all the space she required. She'd be the one to come to me, begging me to be taken. Then only I'd take her. Until then, Caspian would be enough to get the work done. I grunted, watching Caspian slowly lick her cunt while she laid back, breathing hard, her legs spread for him. It was such a marvelous scene, yet I couldn't join. Nothing could be more torturous than that. In no time my cock was throbbing with need again. I turned off the video and sat back, trying to calm my body. Lyra, I groaned, stroking myself again. I needed to do something. I needed her to know that I was thinking about her even though I wasn't around, that she occupied my thoughts every second of the day. I wanted her to feel my presence without even seeing me. I wanted her to burn with the same kind of need I was burning with. Then only it'd make me feel better. Otherwise, it felt like she had too much power over me. She'd always have too much power over me, but she didn't have to know that. She didn't have to know how she ruined me forever, and how she'd be my only redemption. An idea popped into my mind and I got to work immediately. I wasn't sure if it'd be up to Lyra's tastes, but I could gradually figure that out. It'd be enough to let her know that even if she couldn't see me, I was still around her, thinking about her. I wondered how she'd react to that. A wicked smile stretched on my lips as I turned on the live feed of Lyra's room again. 35. Lyra. After Caspian gave me the most mind-altering orgasm, he spent the rest of the time licking my pussy clean as if he was the thirstiest man alive. He licked every drop of my release, his tongue exploring my folds like an avid adventurer, not leaving anything unseen, untouched, or unlicked. I loved it. He allowed me to lay back and enjoy the slow, heated session, making me forget about everything in the world for those few moments. It felt like I was floating, flying through the clouds. My wolf was happy and content, and for once I wasn't fighting her. "My pussy cat," Caspian whispered, pulling me in his arms after he was done liking me. I whimpered and gave in to his touch quickly. I felt so safe and secure against him. It felt like nothing could go wrong in my life. I sighed heavily as he set more small kisses over my neck and jaw before claiming my lips. I gave in quickly because I needed it. Spending time with him alone seemed to have filled me with more energy. My wolf was more active and awake, working faster at healing me. I tried to tell myself that I was supposed to hate this. I was supposed to hate Caspian because he was Marius's brother, but none of that seemed to matter anymore when I slowly drifted asleep, my cheek pressing against Caspian's chest while he held me preciously. When I woke up next, I found myself alone, making me groan in frustration. I remained in bed, loving the heavy duvet's warmth and comfort, while watching the snow fall outside. I wanted to hate everything around me, but it was all so comforting, so homely. I groaned and got up, feeling something buzzing on my left shoulder. Right, my cybernetic arm. I hadn't had the time to look at it properly. I got it in front of me and examined the whole thing. It was made of titanium yet seemed as light as my other arm. It almost felt like a real arm after all the calibrations. The fingers moved naturally and as smoothly as muscles. It was an excellent combination of high technology and fine craftsmanship. I was thoroughly impressed with it. I could even extend my arm if I needed something out of my reach. That was another pretty cool feature. A metal cast covered my left shoulder where the arm was attached. I got out of my bed and stood in front of the dresser mirror to look at myself. I jumped back at my appearance. I almost couldn't recognize the girl I saw in the mirror, and it made me immediately question how Caspian found me attractive in this state. My head had been shaved completely, I was aware of that, but I wasn't aware of the train of stitches that ran across the right side of my head. The wound was closed, but it was still healing. My skin looked paler than a ghost, my cheeks hollow, my eyes sunken, my lips discolored, and all the soft features in my face were gone, making me look bony and ghost-like. I had lost a lot of weight too. My collarbones looked extra sharp, and the veins in my throat were popping. I looked sick, and that made me feel self-conscious instantly. I stepped away from the mirror and went into the bathroom for a hot shower and to look at myself more closely. I was merely a bunch of bones and skin. My perky boobs looked deflated and sad, my hip bones were out, and I could almost see my ribs. My eyes stung with tears as I stood under the shower. I cried silently for a while, not sure how to accept everything. Sure, my new arm was cool, but it wasn't my real arm and I wasn't myself anymore. I didn't feel like myself in any fucking way. Physically or mentally. It felt like I was in someone else's body, making me want to crawl out of my skin. I did this to myself. I could always blame the brothers for ruining my plans, but it was me, no matter whom I chose to blame. They said hatred was the most dangerous thing. It could destroy the person hating. I could have gotten killed easily, but instead I lived, and this was in itself a huge lesson. I stepped out of the shower and patted myself dry. I eyed the hospital clothes with distaste. They were decent but smelled strongly of medicines, which I hated. I stepped out of the bathroom in my towel and opened one closet door to see what was inside. I was expecting it to be empty, which was why I gasped in surprise to find it filled with clothes. All new clothes. I quickly found a pair of comfy pants and a slightly oversized sweatshirt to wear and closed the closet. I didn't want to look at all those things yet. It overwhelmed me quickly. I was afraid I'd grow too fond of the brothers quickly, which was dangerous for me. I still disliked the brothers, but Caspian felt like a good and fun guy I'd have loved to be around when I was young and filled with more life. I wasn't sure if I could say the same about Marius. Come to think of it, he was the biggest reason why I hated the brothers. After all, he had been the one to take away my most beloved person. I wondered if he was aware of it. I wondered if he'd be as eager to be with me after knowing my true identity and our family's bloody history. I wondered if he'd hate me for being who I was. Not that it'd matter to me, but it mattered deeply to my wolf. This was the part that annoyed me. Just taking a shower and clothing myself seemed to have immediately drained a lot of energy out of me. I headed towards the bed intuitively, yawing and feeling tired. I plopped down on the soft mattress but jumped back to my feet, feeling a sharp sting to my hip. Then I noticed a small red box on the bed. I hadn't seen it before, but I swear it wasn't there when I woke up and went to shower. Maybe someone snuck into my room and placed it here while I was showing. I wondered who it could be as I eyed the box. I could tell from the packaging that it had some jewelry, but who could have placed it here? Caspian could have done it. Maybe he snuck in and let it here. I opened the box to find a dainty pendant in it. A dove. I narrowed my eyes and searched around the room for the cameras. This had to mean something. However, I didn't find anything. My eyes went to the wallpaper instead, and I studied it briefly. Cats and birds. Cute. It took me a moment to register that the birds on the wallpaper were doves. White cats and doves. The realization clicked, and my breath hitched when I realized who could have placed it here. Marius, I whispered. 36. Marius. I was back in my room in time to watch Lyra discover my gift on the live feed of the cameras installed in her room. She was shocked to find out the box and searched the room for a few seconds. After some contemplation, she opened the box and looked at my gift. I waited for her reaction, holding my breath. She studied the pendant for a while, a pensive look on her face. She glanced around the room again, but this time, she stared at the wall for a solid minute, and then something clicked in her head. I expected her to wear the pendant, but she closed the box and put it inside the closet as if she didn't want to see it again. I tried to ignore the minor stabbing hurt in my chest as I kept staring at the screen, watching her move through the room looking. She stopped in front of the camera installed behind a decoration on the dresser. She stopped before it, filling my whole screen with her face and narrowing her eyes at me. For once it felt like she was seeing me through the camera instead of me seeing her. I had to give it to her for being smart. She fiddled with the camera for a while but then gave it up. The next moment, a piece of clothing covered the view, and nothing could be seen. But that wasn't the only camera in the room. I watched her try to find the other cameras for a while before she grew tired and went back to bed, hiding under the covers this time. I watched her for a while until she seemed to have fallen asleep. I had a lot of things to do, but I chose to watch my mate fall asleep. I wished I could have her curled against me, sleeping peacefully like he did with Caspian. The idea was an immediate torture, making my body hum with need. I sat back watching, contemplating. When it finally got too much, I caved in and went straight to her room. As soon as I walked in, her intoxicating scent invaded my nose. It incited so many emotions in me that it felt like a punch in the gut. It made me realize how much I had genuinely missed her, and how her absence affected me. I couldn't help but go to her bed and stand aside watching her sleep. Everything in my body ached to be touched by her, but I held myself back. I stepped away from her bed before I could give in and slip under the covers with her. Instead, I went to the closet and took out the small red box. I took the dainty pendant and went back to her bed. As quietly and as carefully as possible, I pulled back the covers to expose her neck to me. It helped that her face was turned away from me. I didn't want to wake her up midway. I clasped the pendant around her neck, trying not to stir her much. When I was done, I sat back and admired her. The dainty necklace looked cute on her. It wasn't much for now, but it was the most thoughtful gift I could think of. Because I'm selfish and it was hard to stay away from my mate, I ran the back of my knuckles down her jaw, feeling the sparks tingle my skin and making my wolf stir awake. Lyra's breath hitched and she stirred in her sleep, making me climb off the bed, but I didn't leave yet. I froze in my place and kept watching her, waiting for her to return to sleep, but she didn't. She tossed in her bed, her cybernetic arms searching for something. Or maybe someone. Caspian. She mumbled sleepily, rubbing her eyes. I should have snuck out of her room then, but I didn't. I stood there, waiting for her to notice me, to see me for once, even though I knew she wouldn't be pleased to see me. She blinked her eyes sleepily, looking around until she found me at the side of her bed. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise, but the expression on her face told me that she had been expecting me. Marius, she sighed deeply, sounding half asleep. Maybe she wasn't awake. Perhaps she was dreaming. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called out for me like that with a hint of longing in her voice. The thought hurt me deeply. I decided to leave before things could escalate and my wound could worsen. Where are you going? She called after me. It made me stop in my tracks and look back at her. She was dreaming. You didn't want to see me, remember? I reminded her. She frowned but didn't say anything. I was here to check on you. You're watching me, she mumbled. I know. Can feel it. I turned around, unable to keep it to myself anymore. She watched me sleepily as I stalked towards her bed and loomed over her. I am watching you, I told her up front. In case she was somewhat awake, I'll keep watching you. You can push me away as much as you want. You can deny me, but know this, I will always be watching you from the sidelines, I told her darkly, and her breath hitched. She blinked, looking more awake than before. Is that a threat? She asked, searching my face. No, I told her, touching her face. Even in sickness, there was a haunting beauty about her that was hard to ignore. I want you to know that even if you push me away, I will be there, waiting for you, craving you, wanting you, even if you hate me. Her eyes softened at my words, but it was gone sooner than I could anticipate. She sat up, looking fully awake, a discerning look on her face. You don't know what you're talking about, she told me darkly. I don't. I probed, tilting my head to the side, never taking my eyes off her. Then tell me, Lyra. Why must you keep pushing me away? Why do you keep ignoring me? Why do you hate me so much? I asked her truthfully. I want to know everything. 37. Lyra. You don't know what you're talking about, I told him, feeling overwhelmed by my emotions. It had been weeks since I had seen him. It felt like I had finally found a part of me that had somehow gone missing. I don't. He questioned, watching me darkly. Then tell me, Lyra. Why must you keep pushing me away? Why do you keep ignoring me? Why do you hate me so much? He pushed. I want to know everything. I could burst into flames at that moment as my darkest memories flashed in front of my eyes, reminding me of all those years I had to spend orphaned and nearly homeless. The sense of loss I felt then made it seem like my life had ended, and there was nothing left for me to live for. It made me feel so alone, deserted, lonely and insignificant, because the only people I mattered to were gone forever. It shattered me devastatingly forever. No matter how much I tried to be strong on the surface, my darkness always found a way to seep into the surface. I wanted to yell at him, tell him how he ruined my life, how he took away everything from me. But nothing came out but tears. A knot formed in my throat, not allowing me to speak. I blinked my angry tears as I glared at him, hating how he made me feel while still unaware of everything. I wanted to kill him, but at the same time I wanted to kiss him because my body had its own needs, and at that moment it needed Marius desperately. Marius watched me quietly for a few seconds before climbing on the bed. I clenched the sheets around me, glaring, unmoving from my place, as he continued to close the distance between us. I didn't want to make you cry, he whispered, wiping a tear down my cheek. My body heated up at his touch immediately, and I flung myself into him, claiming his mouth fiercely. This surprised both of us, but before I could pull back, his arms went around me, and his lips captured mine, resulting in fireworks of sparks. There was a fierce hunger in his kiss that threatened to consume me all at once. It scared me, but at the same time it gave me a thrill I had never felt before. I felt my whole body thrumming alive. My wolf was finally joyful to be with her other mate. I pulled back, gasping for breath, but Marius instantly claimed my lips back, stealing my breath away. I squirmed under him as he consumed me like wildfire, his body pinning mine against the bed. His tongue fiercely traced my lips before he took my lips between his and sucked hard at my bottom lip, pulling a tortured moan out of my lips. My hands went into his hair, clutching it. I thought I was pulling him off me, but I deepened the kiss by pulling him closer and tilting my head to the side so he could have better access. I was desperately grinding myself against him, burning for him. My connection with Caspian was also intense, but it wasn't as urgent as it was with Marius. I guess it was because Caspian usually spent much time with me while Marius was always away, making me feel his scarcity. This made my wolf want to claim him as fast as possible, afraid that he'd go away soon and I'd be left with nothing. The thought of him leaving troubled me in a way it shouldn't. I groaned against his lips, grinning myself against his body, feeling every part of his muscles. Even though his body was pressed against mine, it felt like we weren't close enough yet. I needed him bare until nothing was standing between the two of us. Feeling the hardness in his pants worsened my yearning for him. I needed it so bad that it felt like I'd die without it. I whimpered when he finally let go of my lips, letting me gasp for air. He hovered over me, watching me with eyes dark with lust and need. There was a tortured look on his face, telling me how much he missed me and how much it hurt him whenever I pushed him away. I wanted to feel bad for him. I almost felt bad for doing such things. It made me feel guilty. The tears were back instantly as my darkest memories flashed in front of my eyes. I hate you, I hissed, burning with lust and anger. I didn't know I could experience both at the same time. My body was on fire, and I couldn't decide if it wished to be sated by his cum or his blood. I will always fucking hate you, I hissed, digging my fingers into his scalp painfully, but he didn't wince a bit. Tell me why, Lyra. What did I do to you? He demanded, desperation laced in his voice. You dare ask me that after you destroyed everything? I cried, pulling his hair. You. I was again at a loss of words. I wanted to tell him what he did. I didn't care about hiding this anymore. No. I wanted them to know who I was and to see their real face again. I wanted to see if they'd be so lovey-dovey with me after finding out that I was the daughter of one of their oldest enemies. I wanted to know if the mating bond could push beyond that, but at the same time I was afraid to find out. This could end in the worst ways. What did I do, Lyra? Tell me, he urged, his lips hovering closer to mine while he looked pained. How dare he look hurt when he destroyed my family? Tell me so I can do it right. I want to know, Lyra, he growled. Can you bring back a dead person? I snapped at him and he froze, watching me in surprise. I would if that was possible, he told me, and I wanted to laugh at his face, but his words fueled my anger. I wanted to hit him across the face. I wanted to hurt him so badly. Yet I couldn't bring myself to do any of that because he was my mate. Then get the fuck out of here, I growled, pushing him away. 38 Lyra. I spent the rest of the day napping, only waking up for a light dinner, but I immediately went back to sleep. When I woke up the following day, I felt highly disoriented. It was as if someone had taken me by the shoulders and shaken me until my brain was in shambles. I didn't leave my bed until Caspian came to check on me. How are you doing today, my pussy cat? He asked, showering me with kisses, which annoyed and aroused me at the same time. Stop calling me that, I groaned, flexing my cybernetic arm and testing it. Why should I stop? He asked. You're my pussy cat, he teased, wrapping his arms around me and pulling me into his arm's lap and cradling me. I wanted to fight him for trying to test me first thing in the morning, but I settled against his touch instead, enjoying and welcoming his warmth. His presence somehow made my mood better. Are you hungry? Would you like me to bring breakfast here and feed you like last night while you were half asleep? He asked, and I groaned against him. I was immediately pushing him away. I couldn't believe that I fed from him. It was wounding to me, but it made my wolf giddy. Before I could say anything, my stomach growled out loud, answering the question for me. He set me back on the bed and left to bring me breakfast before kissing my forehead. I went to the bathroom to do my morning business and look at myself again. I couldn't stop doing it. Every time I glanced in the mirror, I expected to see the old Lyra back, but all I got was a sickly skinny girl with a cybernetic arm. However, I looked somewhat better today. My eyes and cheeks looked less hollow, and the scar on my head was also looking better, a thin layer of hair covering my head. I guessed it was because my wolf was healing me well, especially after meeting her mates and spending time with them. This reminded me of my brief spar with Marius yesterday. He'd left me alone after that, and I was still angry. I wanted to take it out on him. I wanted to tell him how he ruined me, but I couldn't do that yet. But I'd tell him sooner or later to let him know what he did to me and why I hated him so much. I was almost looking forward to it, especially his reaction to finding out that he killed my father. When I left the bathroom, Caspian returned with a tray of hot, delicious-looking food. My mouth watered uncontrollably at the sight of it. It was as if my body was reminding me how it had survived on saline for more than a month at the hospital, and now it was craving some real form of sustenance. I'll feed you, he told me, batting my hand away when I reached for a delicious-looking cheese sandwich. The menu wasn't anything special and not even my favorite, but I'd have downed it all in one breath if allowed. I grunted but didn't protest as he slowly fed me. I chewed my food silently, sitting on his lap while watching it snow outside. It had snowed all night, and everything was covered in a thick, fresh coat of snow. Even though I wouldn't say I liked the snow and the cold, everything outside looked scenic. Do you feel pain anywhere? Caspian asked while feeding me. No, I answered calmly, leaning against him, hungry for his warmth and his touch. I needed more of that. It was somehow more important than what he was feeding me. How's the arm? Is it working well? Do we need to calibrate it again? He asked thoughtfully, a genuine note of care and kindness in his soothing voice, reminding me of a mother. Well, I never had a mother, but I guess this was how it felt like to have one and be cared for by one. The instant realization made my eyes burn with tears. I blinked them away quickly, glad that I wasn't facing him. It's fine, I managed to choke, swallowing my emotions. That's awesome. You look better today. Your wolf seems stronger too, he noted, blowing on a spoonful of hot tomato soup before holding it in front of my lips. I sipped, trying not to get too emotional about it. I hated how Caspian made me feel so vulnerable, but in a good way. He made me feel like I could finally stop fighting and rest. How dare he make me feel so loved and protected? I hated him. I wanted to, but he was not letting me. My wolf is fine, I noted, but I want to go for a run, I told him. There were a few doubts in my head. I'll go with you then, he offered. What happens to my arm when I phase into my wolf? I asked. I have been thinking about it ever since I learned about it. It transforms with you. The chip is completely tuned to your state, he explained, holding another spoonful of soup before my lips. Really? I asked, surprised as I studied my arm. I cannot wait to see that happen. I cannot wait to meet your wolf, Lyra, he whispered against my ear, making my heart quiver. The thought of our wolves meeting each other immediately awakened my wolf from her slumber. She was already ready to go for a run with his wolf and explore him. As much as the idea made me awkward, I decided to try it. I needed to stop suppressing my wolf so much. Otherwise, it'd take longer for me to heal. This time it was for my wolf's sake. Sure, Caspian was a good guy, but at the end of the day, he was Marius's brother, and one way or the other, he must have supported his wrongdoing. I repeatedly tried to remind myself about this, but Caspian's caring nature was disarming and diverting. What does your wolf look like? I asked him innocently. To be honest, I couldn't help thinking about it. You will meet him soon, he spoke, nudging my ear in a way that gave me the butterflies. You must eat well, my pussy cat. You're so weak. It hurts me to see you like this. I want you to be strong and healthy as soon as possible, so I can chase you around the woods and play with you. You have no idea how much my wolf wants to do that, he almost groaned, placing a heated kiss on my neck. At that moment, I felt like a snowflake melting against his warmth. Fuck him. I wanted to fuck him both figuratively and literally. It felt like I was splitting into two internally. Is your wolf into play hunting? I couldn't help but ask. It had always been a dream of mine to be hunted vigorously, and then claimed and fucked in the most animalistic way. I felt him grow tense under me as he asked, would you like to be hunted by my wolf, pussy cat? My breath hitched at the idea. It had always been a dream I didn't get to explore before because my wolf never seemed to get along with those of my ex-lovers. She had a mind of her own, but she was excited at the possibility of doing this with one of her mates. Having both the mates hunting me in the woods would have been even better, but I pushed the idea out of my head before I got too excited and later met with disappointment. Will you do it if I say yes? I asked on the edge. I'll do anything for you, my pussy cat, he answered darkly, and I instantly knew what I wanted from him. 39. Caspian. Having my mate in my lap and feeding her gave me the greatest pleasure I could ever imagine. I wanted to do this every day from now on and never fucking stop. It was the best way to start one's day, and it gave me something to look forward to. Well, Lyra gave me everything to look forward to, making me feel like the happiest man alive on the planet. But the same couldn't be said for Marius. I was aware of their heated interaction yesterday, and how it had ended painfully for him. Marius looked completely broken after that, and seeing my brother in such a state troubled me. I wanted to talk to Lyra about this. Why was she denying him? I needed to know, but at the same time I didn't want to push her. She had somewhat lowered her guard for me, and it would be futile if I made a wrong move that could make her close off even more. Are you ready? I asked her after I was done feeding her breakfast. She wanted to lie down briefly because of the heavy breakfast. I had ensured that the chef made her food richer than usual. She needed to consume a lot of calories so her wolf could work faster at healing. However, it made her somewhat sleepy because she wasn't used to it. She yawned in response, rubbing her eyes. I laid beside her, my hand resting gently on her abdomen. I felt internally giddy due to the way she accepted my touch and even sought out it often. I wished she had acted the same way with Marius. He'd have been content forever with that. Not yet, she whispered, turning towards me, her hands on my chest and our legs tangled together. She sighed in contentment, making me move closer to her until I cradled her in my arms. She didn't protest as I cuddled her. She hummed, snuggling deeper until her hips were firmly grinding against my cock. It twitched in my pants and my knot felt tight, but I ignored it. Her comfort was more important than my pleasure. We can cuddle all morning like this if you wish, I whispered, gently nudging her neck with my nose. She snuggled deeper against me, searching for more warmth, and I had no problem providing it to her. Are you sure? She asked, placing her humane hand on mine that was resting on her stomach. You don't have anything important to do? She asked, a hint of amusement in her voice. You're the most important thing in my life, pussycat, I told her, making her giggle. It made me smile almost instantly. I loved the sound of it. It was music to my ears, and I couldn't wait to hear more of it. That's such a corny thing to say, she told me. But it's the truth, I affirmed, yet she laughed. Did it work on other women as well? She asked, an edge to her voice. Sometimes it did, sometimes it didn't, I told her honestly. A minute of silence followed my answer before I realized the mistake I had committed. I didn't mean to, it's alright, she dismissed quickly. I've been with a few men here and there. It's all past now, she sighed heavily, drawing small circles on the back of my palm. I lifted my head on my free arm and looked at her in wonder. The thought of Lyra being with other men made me want to destroy things, but at the same time it made me curious about her. Maybe it was because we still didn't know much about her. Tell me about them, I urged, and she frowned. I want to know what kind of lovers they were, and whether they satisfied you the way I'm going to satisfy you, I demanded, even though I knew I should have been more diplomatic with my words. She might not have wanted to share such things with me, but my words were out of my mouth already. She remained silent for a while, her eyes unfocused as she descended into deep thoughts. I wished I could read her thoughts and see what was happening in her head. She was still a mystery to me, and I felt impatient to learn everything about her. She shrugged, a distant look on her face, and said, I had a good time with them, but it was all temporary and on a surface level. Anything we do will never be temporary and shallow, I told her up front. A mate's bond is unlike anything. I gently caressed her cheek, looking deep into her beautiful doe eyes. I'd pleasure you for the rest of my days and never leave any part of you unexplored, I promised. You talk too much, she chuckled. Then let me do it and show you, I offered, raising myself and turning her around, her legs on either side of me. Let me pleasure you, my pussy cat. I want to see you quiver with pleasure on my tongue, on my fingers and on my knot. I'm dying to have you. A tortured groan escaped my lips. I bent down and kissed the slightly exposed skin on her stomach, making her whimper. The excitement that shot through my body was enough to make my cock and not pulse with the need to be surrounded by her walls. My sack tightened, seeking relief, but I reminded myself to be patient. I needed to take it slow. My pussy cat, I breathed, setting kisses on her hot skin before tugging her leggings off until she was bare in front of me. No panties, please, she whimpered, wavering my self-control. I didn't want to admit it out loud, but whenever it came to Lyra, I was mentally weak. I couldn't deny her due to the look in her eyes. She was looking at me as if she was going to die if she didn't have my knot. It tightened my sack, reminding me of all the seed that my body was producing for her. I need to touch you. That's all, she pleaded, and, well, I caved. Lyra's story continues. Subscribe to us and look forward to the follow-up development. When Lyra discovers that her adoptive father, Giovanni, was killed by her two mates, Caspian and Marius, under the mistaken belief that he was a family murderer, her world is turned upside down. How will she face this shocking truth and the complex emotional entanglement with her destined mates? Don't go away. Subscribe to our channel to delve into the emotional entanglements and family secrets between Lyra and her two mates. 40. Lyra. Even though Caspian had made me come a few moments ago, my walls clenched continuously, reminding me of the emptiness. It intensified my need. And yet the cruel man was denying me what I needed the most, his knot. I needed it desperately to clench around. I had never had a knot in my life before. Very few wolves had knots. Mostly the alphas got a knot as soon as they met their mates. None of my previous lovers had knots. They had normal but impressive cocks, and I had been content with that much in the past. But presently I needed more. I didn't even know what knots felt like, and I had never seen a knot in my real life, but the burning desire I felt for a knot at that moment was utterly unmatched. "You're too weak to take my knot," Caspian told me, stroking my cheek so gently that it hurt. I heard the concern in his voice, yet the desire in his eyes was undeniable. He was holding himself back, but for what? I didn't give a fuck about being weak. All I needed was his knot. It seemed like the only solution to all my problems in the world right now. The clenching of my walls got worse, making me whimper in need. "Please." I tried. I would beg for it if that were how I would get it from him. I needed to have it anyhow. "I need to touch you. That's all," I pleaded, reaching for his pants. His eyes darkened considerably at my request, and this time when I unzipped his pants, he didn't say anything. He turned into a statue as I reached into his pants and touched his throbbing erection. The only response I got was feeling him grow tenser under my touch. I didn't care. I was going to get what I wanted by hook or by crook. I pulled out his raging erection, his enormous bulging knot, and stared at wonder. To say that he was impressive would have been an understatement, an insult to the glorious, breathtaking, and pussy-clenching cock. I stopped for a moment to admire the beauty of the whole thing: the veins, the slightly purple color of his cock tip, and the bulging knot at the base of his cock. All mine. My chest vibrated with a possessive growl. I looked him in the eyes as I wrapped my fingers around his length, feeling its hotness and heaviness. The girth was impressive, and it made my walls clench again, making my thighs quiver in need. "Fuck," was all I could say as I took him in hand, admiring his glory. His eyes were completely pitch black as he watched me. His fists clenched and unclenched on his side. He was constraining himself. "So good," I moaned, gently stroking his length before reaching his knot. I couldn't wrap my fingers around it all the way. It was a fascinating thing, hotter to touch and heavier. His cock twitched in my hands as I traced a vein on his knot, earning a tortured groan from him. I looked back at Caspian to find him panting hard with his head hanging back. His shoulders and the rest of the body looked tight with tension. I wanted to see his muscles, especially his tattooed chest and arms. The man was as beautiful as the cock and not attached to him. For a brief second it made me feel lucky to have him. I felt like I had everything and wouldn't need anything as long as I had him and his knot. My walls clenched and my pussy throbbed, agreeing with the thought. My whole body was in tune for once, and I wasn't fighting myself internally. It felt eternally blissful. "Lyra," he moaned my name when I gave him another slow stroke, taking my time to explore him. I reached into his pants with my other hand to take his balls, and I wasn't disappointed with what I found. He had big, heavy balls full of his seed. "All mine," I declared, and he growled, his body growing tenser while his breaths grew ragged. "I cannot wait to feel your knot inside me, pulsing like this while you fill me with your hot seed again and again," I whispered, stroking him faster and making him pant with need. My pussy was begging to be filled, but first I needed to taste his cum. "It's all yours, pussy cat. Use me all you want," he encouraged, worsening my heat tenfold. "Do you mean what you say?" I asked. I had to ask, and I was serious this time. This wasn't part of the dirty talk. "Can I really use you for my pleasure? You should know that I'm greedy when it comes to such things. I have a habit of taking more than I could give," I came up front while stroking him. Another tortured groan escaped his lips as he clasped his hands behind him, his breaths ragged and heavy. "Do what you must with my knot, Lyra. It's all yours. Without you there's nothing for me here. You can be as greedy as you want me. I have no problem in giving. I have already given my heart to you. You might as well have my knot and my seed in your cunt. It'd make me the happiest man alive on the planet," he told me between ragged breaths. I stroked him faster, taking him to his liberation. I was desperate for it more than him. His words made my desperation worse. I needed to see if he was telling the truth. He came moaning my name, and that sent an electric jolt through my body, the coil of pleasure tightening between my legs. I felt like a child at Christmas when he shot his load over my hand. I was quick to take him in my mouth and work it to extend his orgasm as long as possible. He tasted delicious, and in no time I cleaned him up. He fell back, panting as he watched me slowly lick his cock in his knot. His knot loosened briefly after his release, but it was soon back to bulging and pulsing, ready for another round. I didn't mind another round. I was already looking forward to it, but the throbbing between my legs seemed to get worse with every passing second until I couldn't ignore it anymore. I reached between my legs to gently ease the throbbing there. I stroked my clit a couple of times while I continued licking his cock, tracing his veins with my tongue tip and drawing small circles at his tip. I was being flipped out of nowhere until I was under Caspian, and he was hovering over me, a dark look on his face. "What were you doing down there, pussycat?" he asked darkly, an edge to his voice that made my heart race. I was at a loss for words. "Were you touching yourself?" he pushed, his tone getting graver, right in front of me. He almost sounded offended by that, and for a moment I was scared. "I shouldn't have done this, fuck. Did you forget the no-touching rule, pussycat?" he teased, his hand going between my legs to cup my sex heatedly. "Do I need to show you what happens when you touch yourself, especially in the presence of your mate?" Yes, I choked out the answer because I had a death wish. 41. "Caspian, were you touching yourself?" I demanded, my nostrils flaring. The air in the bedroom was so thick with her arousal that I could taste her in the air. I wanted to taste her, but then she begged for me and I couldn't say no to her. But touching herself while she was right in front of me was where I drew the line. Right in front of me. "Did you forget the no-touching rule, pussycat?" I growled, cupping her hot sex. She was wet and needy, making my wolf stir for her. He wanted to unite with her as soon as possible. Lyra squirmed under me, her face flushed with need. "Do I need to show you what happens when you touch yourself, especially in the presence of your mate?" I asked, staring at her needy face. Her eyes were hooded with desire, her breaths heavy, and her skin hot to touch. She looked so beautiful like that. Her face was so vibrant, and her cheeks and eyes looked less hollow. She looked so full of life, so ready for me. "Yes," she whimpered, trying to close her thighs, but I didn't allow that. I smiled at her devilishly, feeling at the top of the world for having my mate whimpering for me. "Such a brave pussycat," I purred, stroking her clit gently at first. Her back arched and a moan escaped her lips. Her eyes were dark and greedy with hunger. Hunger for me. Good. I sat up and maneuvered her in my lap, facing the huge mirror on the dresser. Behind it was the main camera, hidden from where everything could be seen in detail. I knew Matt was in the office watching. He spent most of his time there, not because of work but because of her. He watched her from there because she didn't want him around. That needed to change. "Spread your legs," I commanded, and she did so immediately. I ensured everything was reflected in the mirror perfectly to capture her glorious hole. "So fucking wet," I muttered, running my fingers through her wet folds, putting them on display for Marius. Why should he be exempted from pleasure? Lyra was his as much as she was mine. She was our mate, and even though I could have never imagined that I'd share a mate with my brother, it brought me the greatest joy in the world. Lyra was the best thing in the world, and Marius deserved to have her too. "Such a needy cunt," I commented, lathering her juices everywhere. I was tempted to bury my head there and lick every drop of it. I still remembered her taste on my tongue from yesterday. It was the most delicious thing I had ever tasted. But I'd taste her later again. I needed to put on a show for my brother first. I needed to show him the treasure he was blessed with and in no time would get to possess. Lyra was a treasure meant to be shared. I was usually a greedy wolf when it came to sharing, but I loved to be generous with my brother. "So ready for my knot," I groaned, lingering around her hole that felt more than inviting, but I was still being careful. She whimpered at my words, clutching my arm painfully, her legs wide apart. "Do you want my knot?" I asked her, and she nodded desperately. "Not yet. You'd need to ride my fingers now," I told her, slowly slipping one finger inside her warm hole. Immediately my knot tightened, ready to burst, but I ignored it and focused on her warm hole. She clenched around my finger and squirmed in my lap. Legs wide apart, pussy cat. I want your cunt to be on full display. You've hidden yourself enough, I growled, adding another finger to her hole, and she took me in eagerly, hungry for more. This made me groan with need again. I was so close to flipping her on the bed and mounting her. I needed to feel her walls clench around me like they did around my fingers. I explored her cunt and found the rough spot behind her front wall. It was her most sensitive spot because as soon as I touched it, her whole body tensed, and she gave a tortured moan. Good. I started applying pressure on that spot, moving my fingers and hands both, making sloppy, wet noises with the movement. Lyra cried, holding on to me as if her life depended on it, and I sped up, creating more tension between her legs until she was quivering. When she seemed to have reached her peak, I slowed down and she cried in protest. I flicked her clit with my thumb while continuing to apply pressure inside her sensitive spot, maintaining the tension there, keeping her hanging on the edge. Not so easily, pussy cat, I whispered in her ear, my free hand on her neck, pinning her head against my shoulder. I need your cunt to get used to me to the point that you cannot satisfy yourself no matter how much you touch yourself. Only we would be able to make you come from now on whether you like it or not. Your cunt will only obey us because it belongs to us like all of you. Every time you need to come, you'd have to come to us. You'd have to depend on us, giving your freedom to coming only to us, I told her, working my fingers and hand faster. She was drenched with her wetness, and her walls were begging my fingers to let them clench, but not yet. I was teaching her cunt a lesson, and she needed to learn it soon. Needed to learn to obey. Now tell me, pussy cat, would you touch yourself again? I asked, fucking her with my finger and making those wet noises. Her pants were hard and fast, her legs quivering. Caspian, she whimpered, her voice weak and breathy. Answer me. Would you touch yourself again? If you do, then I'm going to torture you like this by keeping you at the edge and not letting you come. Please. I will not touch myself. She cried. I stopped flicking my fingers and pushed hard at her sensitive spot, making her squirt while she came with an intense orgasm. Good girl, I praised her, letting her squirt more, shooting her juices towards the mirror. 42. Marius. I stared at the screen single-mindedly as Caspian spread her legs apart right in front of the main camera. My whole body tensed, and my knot throbbed painfully in my pants as his fingers explored her folds, spreading them to reveal everything. I knew Caspian was doing this for me. He had been sensing my stormy emotions for a long time. I was usually good at hiding my emotions and appearing stoic, but Caspian was always good at reading people and he read me too well. Also, he knew about my heated interaction with Lyra yesterday. He was doing this for me, and as much as I'd have liked to tell him not to push our mate so early, I couldn't look away from the screen as he spread her bare in front of the camera, ensuring everything was on full display. I groaned, feeling like my knot was about to burst. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It all felt like a dream because I had been dreaming of doing those things to Lyra, and now my brother was giving me a peek at how things could be in reality. I watched him stroke her clit while fucking her with his fingers simultaneously. Caspian was exceptionally good with his fingers. Maybe it had something to do with him playing the piano well, or maybe it was his years of experience entertaining all the unmated pussies of the pack. Either way, he was good with his technique and it worked all too well on Lyra. My heart lodged in my throat when I watched Lyra squirt towards the screen, her whole body shaking violently while she clung to Caspian's arm. Her eyes rolled back uncontrollably, and her face was flushed with so much color that, for once, she didn't look sick at all. I gritted my teeth, setting my cock free from my pants for the nth time today and stroking it to ease my knot. It was heavy and slowly turning purple from not being given attention it needed. I tried to drain myself occasionally, but it didn't help. It was because my knot needed Lyra desperately. It didn't help I had watched her take Caspian in her mouth, playing with him with such pleasure. I wanted to imagine her doing the same thing to me, but it made my situation worse. As I stared at the screen, it took me all the self-control in my body not to leave my office and go straight to her room and eat her out until she was begging me to give her my knot. When I spilt some of my seed and eased the tension from my knot, I decided it was enough. I needed to go on a run and think of something to sort this out. I was already at the end of my limit, and I needed to come up with a solution soon before I could die of blue balls. Lyra, I was utterly wasted after Caspian forced me to have those intense orgasms. It clouded my brain so much that I couldn't think of anything else while I lay on my bed with a racing heart. Meanwhile, Caspian stayed beside me, watching me fervently as his hands explored me. I was completely bare, and I should have felt self-conscious about it, but I was too high to think of that. "Are you there, pussycat?" he whispered, nudging his nose against my neck. I shuddered, but my wolf purred inside me. She was the most content, and even after being so wasted by an orgasm, I felt good. I felt better in a way I had never felt before. Felt like I could take over the world. "Yeah," I sighed, seeking his warmth. I had made him take off his shirt so I could look at his tattoos. All his corded muscles were covered with interesting tattoos. I loved his back the best. It was inked with a ferocious dragon. It made me wonder if Marius also had tattoos, but I pushed his thoughts out of my mind. "Do you feel tired? Does anything ache?" he asked, his voice thick with concern. It made it hard for me to believe that he had been whispering dirty things to me a few moments ago. "No," I answered, "I feel good." "That's my girl," he cooed, and even though I didn't want to, I melted. Caspian could make me turn into a puddle with just his words. I wondered what it'd feel like to have his knot. Mindlessly, I reached for his pants to see if his knot was still there. But he grabbed my hand before that. "It's enough for you for today, pussycat," he told me firmly, bringing my hand to his lips and pressing small kisses all over it. Even though it was my cybernetic arm, I felt his every kiss, raging the butterflies in my stomach. "You're not ready yet. I want you to be stronger," he told me hesitantly, his eyes thick with a motherly concern. It made me want to kiss his breath away. But at the same time, it made me want to scream in frustration. "I just want to touch you, Caspian," I whispered, and he chuckled. "It always starts with a touch," he said heatedly, and I frowned. "You don't have to worry about it. My knot is not going anywhere. Doesn't it feel painful?" I asked. I had a lot of questions about it, and instead of just imagining the answers, I decided to ask. "Doesn't it bother you?" "It does," he nodded, "but as I said, your comfort is more important than my pleasure. I can bear it." "For now," he muttered, uncertain. That meant that there were still a few cracks I could seep through. Good. I needed to find more of those cracks and try to get in. I desperately wanted to. "If you're feeling better, we can go out," he offered. "Yes, I want to go out." I grinned, excited to explore, to let my wolf out and let her play with his. I desperately needed that. He nodded before getting up from the bed and going to my closet to get some clothes out for the outdoors. "Not like I'd need them if we go for a run," I shrugged, stretching. "Can't be sure." "Better be prepared." He returned with thick sweaters and trousers before helping me in them. I wanted to giggle at how concentrated he looked while helping me get dressed. I could already imagine him wielding all his self-control. Once I was sufficiently dressed for the weather, he took me outside. Even though I wouldn't say I like snow, I was eager to explore the snowy landscape on this particular day. There's a frozen lake in the woods. It has this bacteria that turns colorful when the temperature drops. It looks beautiful during this time, he explained while leading me through a frozen path. I followed him like a lost child, holding his hand. "What else is here?" I asked him innocently, even though I knew most of the information about their pack. It didn't hurt to know more. "Well, there's this place a bit far away. We'd need to drive to get there. Or we can run there when the weather's nicer than today. It has a frozen waterfall and it's..." I continued to listen to him intently as he talked about his pack. It was a good day for me. 43. Lyra. 1 week later. My life at the brother's house fell into a routine soon. I'd wake up in the morning and have Caspian bring me breakfast. He'd talk to me and spend time with me before leaving for work. He'd come around in the evening and spend the rest of the night touching and talking to me. I was starting to get used to it, which was fine for now. Caspian demanded all my focus and attention whenever I was awake. The rest of the time I spent drifting in and out of sleep, especially after taking my meds. On nights after Caspian left, I always felt a presence in my room, watching and sometimes even touching me. I knew every time that it was Marius. He always came to see me in the darkest hour of the night and left silently like a shadow. Some days I stared back at him, my eyes half open. He'd sit at the foot of my bed and gaze at me longingly. Sometimes he touched me, but the other times he maintained the distance. No matter what, I could feel his anguish, his need, his desperation, his cravings, his every fucking emotion, and that drove me crazy. I wanted to stay mad at him, but my need for him was overpowering, and I wouldn't say I liked that. Caspian brought up Marius here and there in the conversations, telling me about him fondly, and I hated how I listened to all the information too closely, remembering every fucking thing. Apart from all this, nothing much happened. I mostly stayed in my room, resting or fooling around with Caspian. He tried to know more about me when we talked, but I always shut him down. It was not like I had much to share. Whatever I could share would leave nothing but a trail of disaster. In the meantime, I healed a lot. The scar on my head had completely healed, and I had grown some hair. My natural curly hair was starting to show, curling on my forehead and over my ear, giving me an innocent girly look. The curves on my body were returning, and I looked and felt a lot better, but still not the same as before. That would take a while, especially due to how things were progressing. However, after spending a week like that, I finally grew bored. Usually I was always working on a project, finding new ways to fuck people, extort money, get people killed and all that good stuff. Now with all my stuff gone, I had nothing. Not literally. I still had everything stored in a server in a city east of this place. But I doubted if I'd ever be able to go there soon. So, in the meantime, whenever I was awake and when Caspian wasn't around, this was uncommon, I took the opportunity to explore the house. I spent some time in Caspian's room, looking through his computer junk, which I found interesting. That was all. I could access most of the house, but the eastern wing was off limits. And that's where Marius lived and their main office was. Not that I was the kind of girl to follow the rules. One day when I found the house empty, I snuck into the eastern wing to explore. The first room I encountered was a cozy study that seemed less used. The next room was a bedroom. I didn't have to guess whom it belonged to. Marius. Of course. Even though we were not seeing eye to eye, I took the complete liberty to explore everything in his room, feeling childish. I opened random drawers of his dressers, jumped on his bed to check if it was as bouncy as mine. It was fucking rock hard. Ran through his closet, messed up some folded clothes and ensured all his crisp shirts were crinkled. Satisfying. It was all good until I moved to the final door. At first it was locked, but then I returned to the study and found myself a paper pin. I picked the lock effortlessly and stepped in. I was shocked immediately. It was the biggest room in the house. One side of the room had two huge tables, one for each brother, and the other side of the room was plastered with security screens streaming live feeds of different rooms of the house. But half of the feed was covered with the view of my room from various angles. Only my bathroom didn't have a camera. Blood rushed to my face when I saw the clearest view in front of the bed, right where Caspian had made me squirt a few days ago. While he played with me in my room, someone sat here and watched everything. Who? Marius, of course. It had to be him. I shouldn't have been more surprised by this, but instead of enraging me, it turned me on. My wolf was already wondering how long Marius sat here and looked at me. She felt pity for him because he could only watch me but not touch me. I reminded my wolf that Marius had killed my father. He took away the only support I had in my life. I could never forgive him. I shouldn't ever feel any pity for him. He deserved it if he was hurting by staying away from me. But to my wolf, none of this mattered. She needed her other mate soon. She had been craving him more and more each day. I was afraid that if I didn't give her what she wanted soon enough, she'd force me to go into a heat. That'd be fucking terrible. I froze when I heard footsteps behind me, followed by an intense gaze burning on my back. I didn't have to look to know who it was. "What are you doing here, Lyra?" Marius demanded, not sounding too pleased to see me. 44. Lyra, what are you doing here, Lyra? Marius's voice boomed through the room, sending shivers down my spine. Even though I had been adamant not to bend to him, a part of me melted after hearing his voice. Even though he came at night to visit me, it seemed like part of my dreams. However, facing him in the daylight, being in the same room, and hearing his voice were entirely different things. My wolf was immediately awake, pacing to get closer to him. I turned around to face him. A stony expression shrouded his face. "You've been watching me from here," I accused, choosing not to beat around the bush. There was no use in doing that, and I wasn't the kind to do that. I was a straightforward, cutthroat girl. Brr. He stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. That mere act made my heart throb harder in my chest. Suddenly, I was aware of everything about him. The way he moved, the way his eyes washed over me, lingering a few extra seconds over my lips, how his body looked tense as if he was ready to leap over and take me. "Don't act like you don't like it," he shot back, dangerously stalking towards me. It was sexy and alluring and made me want to jump at him and devour him and fuck. "Lyra, focus." I glared at him as he continued, "You know I watch you. That's why you roam around naked." I clenched my jaw because, well, he was right. Whenever you're with Caspian, you look for the cameras. Whenever you touch him, you look for the cameras. "I know this is your game." His words burned on my skin like a hot lamp because he spoke the truth, and I didn't like it. I accused him of being a pervert, but secretly I liked it. Whenever I was awake in my room, I'd always wonder if someone was watching me, if he was watching me. Knowing that he had been watching me all along gave me a sense of satisfaction. This wasn't normal. Something was wrong with me for liking this, but I didn't care. I was abnormal. That has been long ago established. "And didn't you ever feel pathetic?" I purred back, running a finger down his chest as he stood before me, too close until our toes touched. "Sitting here and watching your brother fuck you, mate, while all you could do is just watch and never get to touch your mate because she hates you. This is the only way you could ever see her." I picked out my words carefully so they'd leave the maximum impact on him. The darkening of his gaze told me that I had succeeded in triggering him. Good. I wanted to put him down, bully him, ruin him and all those things, but my wolf wanted only one thing: to climb him like a tree. And oh, that was another thing that I could do along with all the things I was planning to do. I gave him a wicked smile. I must be sick in the head to even think of such things in the first place. Maybe the explosion fucked me up. But most likely I was already fucked up. Out of nowhere I was pinned to the wall, and his body slammed into me until I could feel every inch of him. Feeling his body against mine awakened a part of me. It made me feel alive with the realization that he was what I had been missing all these days. The big gaping hole in my heart was for him. Fuck him. "The last time you asked me if I could bring back dead to life," he started, his lips a few inches away from mine. If he wanted, he could claim my lips and kiss me to his heart's content, but he chose to speak instead. It had me thinking if we share a past I am unaware of. "I want to know. I'm fucking tired of these games, Lyra. Come clear and see me face to face. You cannot keep running away from me and pushing me away. We're bound to be together whether you like it or not." His words were dark and sharp, cutting right where I least expected them to cut. "Because we're mates," I challenged, feeling my blood thicken with rage. How dare he? "I can assure you, Marius, you wouldn't fuck me if you knew our past," I growled, wriggling against him. He had my hands pinned above my head. Otherwise, I would have loved to sink my nails in his throat and rode him like there was no tomorrow. The thought made heat curl between my legs until I could feel the faint pulse of need. How could I want to kill and fuck a person at the same time? "Try me, Lyra," he growled, pressing his body even more. I could feel his knot digging in my stomach. I was sure he could smell my arousal as well due to the way his nostrils flared. "Really?" I decided to test it out. "Go on," he pushed. "And what if you don't want to fuck me after that?" I probed, searching his face for any hints of what was going through his head. Even though I pretended not to give a fuck about him wanting to fuck me, it mattered to me. I wondered if knowing our past would end in a rejected bond. That would be pretty awful after all the things that I went through. "I'll fuck you no matter what," he stated with such confidence that I couldn't help but laugh at his face mockingly. This made me want to confess, but at the same time the fear of rejection was real. I should not have cared, but I couldn't stop myself anymore. With my body singing with need, my wolf craving him each day, and his nightly visits, I started feeling attached to him somewhere along the line. I'd be devastated to have it all severed, but I couldn't let him know that I was attached. "You want to know?" I gritted, my heart almost lodged in my throat when I finally confessed. "You killed my father, Marius, 45. "Marius, you want to know?" she asked, something dark and dangerous swirling in her eyes. Even though I had her pinned against the wall with my body, and I could smell her arousal thick in the air, the rage in her eyes was lethal. Her body and tongue spoke different languages. The same was the case with me, and it was because we had been staying apart for such a long time. The only thing we had shared so far was a kiss, which wasn't even a proper one. Our bodies were starving for each other and doing everything to force us to mate. It was frustrating, and I had been trying to deal with it for the past week. However, nothing could have prepared me for the following words: "You killed my father, Marius." I stilled. The silence in the room was deafening. Her words felt unreal for a minute, but then I kept repeating them in my head, churning them until they rang in my ears, and my whole body shook with the realization. Something heavy settled in my chest. The lethal look in Lyra's eyes intensified. She looked hungry for my blood and my knot at the same time. "Who was your father, Lyra?" I asked her. I had killed a lot of enemies in the past. I needed to know who exactly it was. She blinked at me, her eyes glossy with unshed tears, but I could see her trying extra hard not to cry. While I waited for her to answer, I went through all the wolves' names, but none seemed to have any links to Lyra. I always knew my enemies' families. I'd have known Lyra if that was the case. "He used to work with your family," she spat, her body quivering with fury under me. "Giovanni Williams." It was Caspian who spoke next. I was too consumed in my thoughts to have noticed him entering the office. "He was your father?" Caspian asked, stepping closer to us. I didn't let her go yet. I kept her pinned under me. "Yes," Lyra hissed. "How is that possible?" "He never had a mate and could not have a family," Caspian spoke. The same things were going through my head. I knew Giovanni since I was a boy. He had worked for our family for a long time. I always thought he was a lone man without a mate or a family. What Lyra was claiming was impossible. One couldn't have children without a mate unless they. "I was adopted," she hissed, wriggling under me to be set free. But I didn't let her go yet. Caspian stood shocked as he looked between the two of us. "I was orphaned at birth and he took me out of the system and gave me a proper life, but you took away the only person I had." She screamed at my face and I finally let her go, unable to bear her words. My heart was growing heavy in my chest, drowning deeper and deeper into guilt. I shouldn't have been feeling this because I killed Giovanni for a reason. A big serious reason. "And do you know what Giovanni did to us?" Caspian asked, a stern look on his face. "Giovanni was the one who got our mother and unborn sister killed," Caspian growled, his eyes red with rage. It was rare to see him in that state. The loss of our mother had affected him the most and the longest. He spent years lost in sorrow. I was sure he still missed her now and then, spending hours at her grave. I was 17 when our mother was killed, and he had been a mere boy. Days after our mother's death, my father killed himself, forcing me to take over the pack. It had been one of the darkest moments of my life. And since then I always craved Giovanni's blood. After our parents' death, I spent the next 5 years searching for Giovanni, and once I found him, I gave him the slowest and the most painful death. I remembered how he had begged for a swift death, but I had always laughed in his face. I had never felt an ounce of guilt for killing him until now. I had good reason to kill Giovanni, but I ruined Lyra's life. "Wait," I spoke, taking a step back. The chaos brewing inside me was too much, and glancing at Lyra and Caspian, I could tell they were consumed by the same, especially Caspian. "We need to talk this out," I stated. I needed to be the calm one no matter what. I had always been the one to take charge of such tense situations, but the storm inside me was a dangerous one. "Fuck you too." Lyra screamed and stormed out of the room. I wanted to follow after her, but I stopped myself from doing so. I didn't trust myself enough in that situation. Instead, I turned my attention to Caspian. His eyes were blazing red, his whole body tense. He was going through the motions again, and it had always been the worst for him. "Caspian, we need to sort this out calmly," I told him. "I'm not angry at her," he spoke, his voice deep. "It's not her fault that someone like Giovanni adopted her, but I know," I assured him before he could complete the sentence. I could feel everything he was going through. "We need to tread with caution. We cannot distress her." "It's not her fault," I told Caspian, but it was mostly for me because the thoughts racing through my head were dark. "It's not your fault either," he pushed. "You killed Giovanni because he ruined us," Caspian spoke, reading my mind. He had always been good at sensing my suppressed emotions. "You did what was necessary to be done." "I know," I muttered, still feeling a small amount of guilt. "I'll go talk to her," Caspian offered. "No, leave her alone for a while," I told him, glancing at the screen. She was back in her room, hiding under the covers. "We'll have a serious talk at the dinner 46. Caspian. I usually spent most of the day at home looking after Lyra, but today I stayed outside till dark, running the whole perimeter of our pack boundary many times to keep myself occupied. I was afraid if I didn't do anything to keep myself distracted, I'd end up going to our family grave. I didn't want to go there, especially with all the thoughts running through my head. That'd aggravate me more instead of calming me down. I needed to be calm for tonight. We were going to talk this through. I was hoping so. Even though Lyra was completely innocent in this whole ordeal, her being related to Giovanni crushed a part of me. Of all the people, she had to be related to the murderer of our parents. Of course, it wasn't her fault. However, these made things even more complicated, especially for Marius. I could now start to see why she had been so avoidant of Marius and seemed to want to do nothing with him. But at the same time, he wasn't at fault either. Marius didn't kill Lyra's father. No. He killed our parents' murderer. It happened to be Giovanni, and we were unaware of her. My head hurt thinking about all these things. I had been running all day in the snow to keep myself preoccupied, from visiting our family grave or going home and talking to Lyra about it. I was more eager to do the latter, but Marius had strictly told me to give her space. He had been right in telling me to do so because my emotions were all over the place, and I didn't know how I'd have reacted to Lyra. It could have created a bigger mess. It was a good thing I wasn't home, but at the same time my wolf was eager to go home and embrace our mate. But I was anxious to go back. As much as I wanted to see Lyra, a part of me wanted to hide away for a while and mope until all my stormy emotions were gone. When it grew late, I knew that I had to go back. I couldn't continue avoiding this forever. Marius was waiting for me at home, and I wished Lyra was waiting for me too. Dread washed over me as I stepped on our porch. When I stepped inside the house, I could sense Marius in his office, slugging while Lyra was still in her room. Silently, I headed to my room and showered, composing myself. A sharp knock on my bedroom door made me step out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around my hips. It was Marius, a stern look on his face as he regarded me. He knew this affected me the worst. I didn't take the untimely departure of my parents well. I went into deep depression and almost lost my wolf for a few years. It took me various years of therapy to be as normal as I could. My wolf took longer to return, but once it returned, I did everything I could to keep it. Marius knew all about it. Not that the loss hadn't affected him much. He was equally crushed, if not more, forced to abandon his childhood soon and take on the crushing responsibilities of the pack at such a tender age and without much training. But he grieved in his own way by hunting all the people related to the murder and torturing them. Instead of storing his anguish inside and slowly slipping into darkness like me, he put others into darkness. This was how he kept it all intact on the hardest of days. This was how the tragedy changed us forever. "Dinner is served," he told me curtly. I glanced towards Lyra's bedroom door and wondered what she was doing. My body craved her desperately after not seeing her for the whole day. "I'll speak to her," Marius told me, reading my mind. I nodded and threw on gray pants, not caring to put on a shirt, and headed downstairs. Behind me, I heard Marius knocking on Lyra's door and telling her to come downstairs. I went straight to the kitchen to keep myself busy. An old lady of the pack was our chef. She was still in the kitchen, finishing up when I stepped there. I silently did some chores, helping her even though she tried to send me away. In the hallway, I heard Marius setting the dinner table. I carried the dishes to the table and silently served them while Marius sat at the head of the table, his hands under his chin, waiting. I took my seat but hadn't touched the food yet. I doubted if I'd be able to eat at all. It was after a long time we were having dinner like this. After Lyra's arrival, I got used to having dinner with her while Marius ate his in the office. He spent most of his time there watching her. We glanced at each other, waiting for Lyra. "What did she do all day?" I asked, leaning back and crossing my arms on my chest. My hair was still wet from the shower, and a few drops dripped down my shoulder now and then. "She slept for most of the day. The last I checked, she was trimming her new-grown hair," he answered, glancing at his watch. A frown hung on his face. I wasn't expecting her to show up, but then I heard her footsteps climbing downstairs. She entered the living room, a blank look on her face. She glanced at the two of us before sitting at the opposite end of the table far away from us. I noticed her newly trimmed hair. She had grown her hair pretty quickly and now had a pixie cut. It made her look like a teenager but hid the scars on her head. She was starting to look healthier day by day. "Thank you for coming, Lyra," Marius greeted her, but she gave him a chilling look. Meanwhile, she avoided looking at me directly. "How are you feeling now?" he asked. Terrible, she hissed. A flash of rage lit her eyes. Marius tensed but remained calm on the surface. I clenched my jaw, biting back my words. It's not her fault. I reminded myself again and again. I'm sorry for your loss. Your feelings are completely valid, he started. Are you sorry for killing Giovanni? She asked, injecting the whole room with thick tension. 47. Marius. Are you sorry for killing Giovanni? Lyra asked me sharply. Her eyes filled with rage and loath, the two things I couldn't bear looking at anymore. It broke a part of me every time. Hurt my wolf and deepened the wound in my chest. I'm sorry for killing your father, Lyra. I stated out loud and clear so that everything was out in the clear. I wanted this to be as straightforward as possible. It was all I had been preparing for the whole day, but I still felt anxious. The storm of emotions raging in Lyra's eyes made me feel like I was walking a tightrope. Are you sorry just because he was my father? She asked, an assertive look in her eyes. I could say a bunch of stuff to her to beat around the bush, but I chose to speak the truth instead. Yes, I answered honestly. I'm sorry that Giovanni turned out to be your father. But I'm not sorry for killing my parents' murderer. Something strong and dangerous raged in her eyes. Her jaw was set as she tacked me with her eyes, her body tight with tension. He was all I had, she gritted, her voice heavy with dark emotions. He took me out of the system, and right when I was starting to have a normal life I was put back into it. I'm sorry for just shut the fuck up. She roared, slamming her arms on the table and standing up. I twitched, not because of the way she snapped but primarily due to concern for her hands. She slammed them way too hard. I was hoping they didn't hurt. Do you know how it feels like to hate a place and wish to never go back, but then one day, someone pulls you out of that place only for you to end up back there again? She asked, an angry tear running down her cheek. My hands itched to touch her, to soothe her, to do everything to calm her down, but I couldn't move. I could feel Caspian's emotions too. He wanted to get closer to her and hold her, but not yet. I needed to hear what she wanted to say without reacting. Whatever the case was, I accepted that she had it worse than me. Even after our parents were gone, we brothers still had some form of support system in place to deal with our grief, but she didn't have that. I wanted to say everything to her but couldn't find the words to speak. A lump was building in my throat, constraining my speech. But even if I could talk, I wasn't sure if my words would have made any difference. So I chose to listen as she went on. I woke up one day and found myself back in the orphanage I hated the most. It felt like I had been dreaming all the time I spent at Giovanni's house, calling him father. At first I thought he abandoned me like every other person did. It hurt a lot because I liked him. I had been with him for years and he never treated me like I was a pest. For him to be gone so abruptly shattered me deep down. I started thinking that something was wrong with me. But then months later they found him dead. They didn't let me see him for a last time because his body was severely mangled. I couldn't have been more devastated. I listened wordlessly, feeling that guilt seep deep into my heart like poison. A part of me wanted to burst out of the glass door and disappear into the snowy night, but I couldn't escape this. I needed to face the reality. I needed to face her wrath. Only then could I sort this situation out. I cannot bring back Giovanni, but if there's a way I could ease you, then leave me alone, she snapped. The only reason why I ever tolerate you is because of this stupid mate bond. In reality, I don't want to do anything with you too. Feels like a curse being mated to you too. Then you have to live with the curse. Caspian spoke up this time. He had been quiet all along, but the darkness in his voice told me that he was done sitting silent and watching it unfold. If it feels like a curse, then you are cursed. There's no way I'm letting you leave us. You're not the only one who fucking suffered in this, Lyra. We lost our parents too. Caspian, I spoke, calling him to stop. I didn't want to make this a screaming match. Lyra glanced between the two of us with a hurt look on her face as if it were her against us. Before I could say anything more, she turned around and left. Caspian growled, but I reached out and dug my fingers into his shoulder to stop him before he could go after her. We need to take our time with her, I told her. Doesn't it bother you, brother? He asked me, quivering with anger. I rarely saw him in such rage, and it never ended in anything good. Does, but we need to be patient. She's still healing. She'll come to understand, I assured him. How are you so sure? He shot back. She was asking to be left alone. What if she leaves us? He asked, and for a moment I didn't have an answer to those questions. What if Lyra chose to leave us? I'd be devastated for sure. I'd be ruined and most likely I'd lose my wolf insanity. I couldn't let that happen. I'll not allow her to leave us, I told him firmly. She'll stay with us no matter what our past is. I want to focus on the future. What if she doesn't want to? He asked, and his question was valid, but I wasn't ready to face those questions yet. I didn't want to force Lyra into anything, but at the same time I was too selfish to let her go. She needs time, I assured, getting up to leave. I hadn't touched anything on the table at all. I didn't have any appetite. Go train for the night. It'll help you take your mind off, I told Caspian before returning to the office to watch her. 48. Lyra back into my room. I slipped under the covers and stayed there for hours hiding. I silently cried there for a while, unable to stop myself. The memories from those dark days came back in waves, shaking me to the core. It was all I could think of for the rest of the night. I remembered the day when the officials from the orphanage had shown up to take me back. I had never felt such a soul-crushing disappointment and hurt before. I felt cosmically abandoned, as if no one ever wanted me and would never want me ever. It was the first time I had felt something so intensely. Sure, I had been abandoned by two lovers as they found their mates, but feeling that intense emotion for the first time while I was still a kid changed me forever. But apart from my pain, I kept thinking of Caspian's words as well. He had said that he had lost his wolf due to the shock. That must have been really terrible. It was rare to survive after someone lost their wolf. It must have been hell for him to have something like that happen to him as a kid. Even if I didn't want to, I was starting to feel guilty for screaming at him and leaving like that. After all, they had lost their parents and unborn sister so abruptly. It must have been pretty devastating for them too. I wasn't aware of this fact before, but knowing it now changed some things despite my dislike. I wanted to hate those brothers brutally and destroy them, but day by day I found more reasons to not do terrible things to them. My heart ached for them after knowing the truth, especially after what Caspian told me. I wasn't the only person affected by this. They had suffered a great deal too and were continuing to suffer. I got too blinded by my suffering and the thirst for revenge. I didn't realize when I drifted to sleep while thinking about the three of us. It was a messy situation, and as much as I wanted to think rationally, all the years of emotions I had been bottling away were surfacing, and it was ugly. I didn't want to face the brother and make a fool of myself. I needed to calm down and think more and dream. That's quite a lot, but I hear you, the moon goddess's voice floated behind me, making my hair stand up at the nape of my neck. Thanks for listening, I sighed deeply. I will see what I can do, she told me, her voice hardened all of a sudden. But I have a condition. I froze. Condition? Of course. What did I expect? That I could just summon a goddess and ask her for a mate, and that will happen all like that. No. Everything came at a price. What condition? I asked. It's simple but might not be easy for you. She trailed off, her voice somewhat unfocused. Whatever I must give you, you shall accept without a question. I found her words strange. Everyone accepted their mates. I had hardly heard of rejection. They happened, but they were pretty rare. For a moment I wondered if I'd become one of those unfortunate ones. My heart ached. No. I wouldn't be able to bear that. The idea scared me. I will accept my mate, I promised the moon goddess. You must keep your word, she stated darkly, stepping closer to me. A chill ran down my spine, followed by a moment of weakness, making me drop to my knees. I will, I breathed, slowly losing my vision. Sleep, my child. Get all the sleep you can before they find you, she whispered before disappearing. I gasped for air as if someone had been holding me underwater for a long time. However, no matter how hard I tried to breathe, my lungs didn't seem to be in a mood to cooperate. It felt like my lungs were collapsing on me. I couldn't focus on anything but how I felt out of breath, and it felt like I was drowning even after being outside of the water. A lot of commotion happened around me before someone tried to cover my nose. I fought them hard, screaming at the top of my lungs. Whoever they were, they didn't want me to breathe and I wouldn't allow that. I punched my cybernetic hand straight to their face and heard a loud thump, but soon after, more arms were holding me down before a mask was put on my face. As soon as my breathing eased, I stopped struggling. My lungs were working again and I felt like I could think straight, as if the world wasn't closing in on me, making me feel claustrophobic. When my vision cleared, I saw several nurses and some docs from the Pack's hospital in my room, surrounding my bed. Along with them were Caspian and Marius, looking at me with eyes full of concern while one of the doctors explained something to them with a severe face. I tried to tune in, but all I heard from the conversation were a few words: lungs, fire, smoke, and many other things. But that wasn't what I was focused on. I was focused on the brothers while the dream I was seeing came back to me. I had promised the moon goddess that I'd accept whatever she chose for me. I had forgotten that part. I didn't keep my word. I tried to go against her. And all this was nothing but her way of punishing me for not holding my side of the bargain. Suddenly everything made sense. I was the one to do this to myself. Of course. Who else could it be? It was on my shoulders now to clean this up. Or else things could worsen. 49. Lyra. When I woke up the time, it was sometime in the afternoon, and I was still plugged into some machines, making me remember my terrible time at the hospital. Don't do that. Marius's sharp command made me stop when I tried to remove the oxygen mask. It felt uncomfortable against my face. I glanced at Marius to find him sitting by my bed, reading some papers with a grim face. Nonetheless, I went forward and took the mask off. He gave me a warning growl, but I didn't stop. Without the mask, I could breathe fine again. I concentrated on my breaths, checking if something in my body felt out of place. Meanwhile, I heard shuffling on my side and felt Marius move closer to me. Put the mask back, he urged. I can breathe, I frowned. You abruptly stopped breathing last night when I came to check up on you, he told me, running his fingers gently through my short hair. I wanted to fight it off but accepted his touch with a deep sigh. His words reminded me of the dream I had last night. It wasn't a dream but more like a flashback of me asking the moon goddess for mates. I remembered everything vividly now, making me realize some things I had forgotten. Especially, me promising the moon goddess to accept whoever she chose for me. I dipped on that part and well, she punished me in return. I can breathe now, I told him. Take these things off me. I hate them, he narrowed his eyes at me. His hair looked messy, as if he had repeatedly run his fingers through them. He had salt and pepper stubble growing on his face, making him look mature beyond his age. I stared at him for a few seconds, unable to recognize him. He seemed to have aged 10 years since I first saw him in the hotel that night. Damn, I must have been giving the brothers a tough time. That's not happening until your vitals are stable, he told me gruffly, sounding like a brooding guardian, and despite my dislike for him, it softened a part of me. He looked genuinely worried about me, which reminded me of Caspian. Though Caspian looked at me with that motherly worry while Marius was looking at me as if I was one of his troubled children, constantly breaking all the rules. Despite all this, he couldn't bring himself to punish me. It almost made me smile. Didn't I ask for someone like this? I recalled. Now that I think of it, I had asked for a long list of qualities, most of them opposite of each other. Maybe that's why the moon goddess gave me two mates, the brothers who were day and night in comparison but still oddly similar. They were like the two sides of the same coin. Where's Caspian? I had to ask because it was usually him looking after me while Marius was the one sulking away somewhere, avoiding me. However, a part of me was happy to wake up to him. I had neglected him a lot, pushed him away and berated him at every chance. Seeing him so worried over me made me feel guilty for treating him like that. Maybe I should start giving people the benefit of the doubt sometimes. He's out dealing with stuff, Marius muttered, but that's not important. Do you want him instead of me? He asked. Even though he had asked the question casually, I sensed the heaviness of emotions in his voice. He looked at me as if he meant business, but his eyes searched my face for something acceptance. It tugged at my heart. Even though I still found it hard to accept him, much less forgive him, I felt like crap for treating him like crap. He was my mate too, and my wolf craved for him. I was sure his wolf craved for me too, after all the things he'd seen me through. Pushing him away felt cruel, even if I saw him as my enemy. Sometimes you ought to show kindness to your enemies too. No, I want you to stay, I told him, my voice a mere whisper. My words visibly loosened his shoulders, and he nodded. He stared at my face for a couple more seconds and began. About last night's dinner. Let's not talk about that right now, I dismissed. Okay. But is that why Caspian is avoiding me? I had to ask because his absence was irking me as well. For once, my wolf needed her mates, and Caspian being away at such an hour felt odd. Something was up. I knew the brothers' schedule by heart, and usually at this time Caspian was by my side. Be honest, I shot before he could feed me a bullshit answer. Well, he likes to deal with his emotions privately, but I assure you, he's away at this time for work purposes only, Marius assured me. I narrowed my eyes at him. What happened? I pushed. I smell some bullshit in that answer of yours. He cocked an eyebrow at me and gave me a stern look. It's pack-related work. Nothing concerning you. He tried to dismiss me and go back to his seat, but I grabbed his arm right on time, and immediately, a strong surge of sparks washed all over my body. The stupid heart monitor started beating rapidly, indicating my racing heart. I mentally cursed at it and trained my eyes on Marius' face. Please tell me. I want to know where Caspian is, I asked him. He's away, but if you really want him, say it, Lyra. You don't have to pretend to be with me, he told me up front, making me stop. If only that damned heart monitor weren't beeping away with the speed of a racing car, I'd have replied to him with some colorful words. Why can't I want both of you at the same time? I shot, glaring at him. I tried to be softer with him, but he made it harder. He froze for a second, searching my face before taking my hand and stroking his thumb gently on the back. Caspian is dealing with work. I'm not lying to you, Lyra. I'll call him here if you want, he offered much more kindly this time. The way he was stroking his thumb at the back of my hand was doing something to me because I wanted to hell at him and kiss him at the same time. Okay, I settled this time, no longer wanting to ruin the moment. Will I be going back to the hospital? I had to ask because the machines were grinding on my nerves, especially that beeping heart monitor. If your wolf doesn't take over the healing quick enough, then I'm afraid you'll have to be taken to the hospital again. He told me sincerely, taking a seat by my side, his hand never leaving mine. I liked that. It was the first interaction I had with Marius without being in any conflict. Well, kind of. I didn't count the shit I tried to start a few moments ago. I don't want that, I frowned. I hate hospitals. I don't want to see you like this too, he told me gently, but your wolf is weak, Lyra. Until she's strong, things are going to be like this. We brought you home because we thought having us nearby would encourage your wolf to heal faster. Seems like it's not working so far. Don't blame her, I'm not blaming her. I want her to be well, he answered, his eyes softening over my face, and even though I didn't want to, I felt myself melting under his gaze. I want to see you healthy and happy again. You say this even after our past. I had to ask even though I dismissed any conversation regarding this topic earlier. Regardless of our situation, I'd always want to see you healthy and happy, Lyra, he spoke, his other hand going back to my hair, and I didn't fight it. I could feel it from the way he was moving closer and closer to me that he needed to touch me. Physical touch seemed to be his love language, and it warmed me to know that. I'd do anything not to go back to hospital, I told him. His eyes darkened. You know what you need to do not to get back to the hospital, he told me, and I immediately knew what he was talking about to stop fighting the bond. It was what was making my wolf weaker. No matter how much I loathed the brothers for our past, my wolf still needed her mates. They were all that mattered to him. She wanted to fulfill our bond soon and carry their pups. I was still very skeptical of the two though, but more or less I was slowly starting to give in. I didn't like it, but I had to do it, no other option. My crappy health made me more dependent on the brothers, and I couldn't help but think that the moon goddess was at play here. She had given me the mates, and now she wanted me to be with them. I know, I sighed. He bent down until his face was inches away from mine. Up this close I could see all those emotions swirling inside his eyes. He was carrying a storm inside him, and I wanted to be lost in it. I'm sorry, Lyra, he spoke, his voice was a rough whisper. I know my actions caused you suffering in the past. I cannot go back and undo them, but I promise you I will take care of you till my last breath. Thanks for watching. If you want to know more, remember to subscribe and turn on notifications so you won't miss any new content. The tension between Lyra and Marius reaches a boiling point as she reveals herself to be the enigmatic hacker Morgan, and confesses to orchestrating the near-fatal explosion. What drove her to such drastic measures? And how will the brothers confront this mate who is both an adversary and an irresistible partner. As the truth unfolds, Lyra's story will take you into uncharted territory. Subscribe to our channel to unravel the mystery together. 50 Marius. I'm sorry, Lyra, I whispered, my voice heavy with all the emotions I have been trying to hold back. I know my actions caused you suffering in the past. I cannot go back and undo them, but I promise you, I will take care of you till my last breath, I told her sincerely. I mean what I say. Her eyes looked slightly glossy, and her bottom lip wobbled. She looked on the verge of crying but didn't. She looked away briefly while I waited for her response. I wasn't asking for her forgiveness. I knew it'd take a long time, but I needed something from her. I felt like I was at the end of my limit, on the verge of perishing from hungering her. Okay, she muttered after a few seconds, still not looking at me. Thank you, I nodded and straightened up. I continued running my fingers through her short hair. Seeing her not fighting my touch gave me a deep sense of satisfaction. That was still a big win, and I felt like some heaviness had been lifted from my heart. My wolf was particularly happy with this. After being unable to be close to our mate for so long, touching her felt like I was standing at the gates of heaven. I kept running my fingers through her hair before tracing her jaw gently. I put a finger under her chin and made her look at me again. Her beautiful blue eyes gazed at me with uncertainty in them. The doe shape of her eyes made her so innocent and pure, making me feel even more protective of her. I was yet to find out who did the explosion. We had tried to investigate that matter but still had no clue. Our only clue was Lyra, but I didn't want to make her uncomfortable by asking her such things. She lost an arm due to that incident and almost had a near-death experience. She must have been traumatized by it. It'd be cruel to make her reminisce about it. Instead, I focused on the present with her. The silence between us was slightly charged as we peered into each other's eyes. I kept running my fingertips over her jaw, leaving gentle trails of sparks. Up this close, I could feel her wolf under her skin, ready to meet my wolf. This was the closest and most intimate I had been with her. She kept gazing at me as I continued to caress her face. Your eyes are so beautiful, Lyra, I couldn't help but tell her. She batted her eyelids a couple of times before smiling at me. My heart drummed in my chest, yearning for her. Even in sickness, she was beautiful. I couldn't take my eyes off of her no matter what. When she was unconscious at the hospital, I'd sit beside her and stare at her peaceful face for hours, memorizing everything about her. Now, as she gazed at me with her beautiful eyes, I couldn't help but gently lean in to kiss her. I paused right above her lips for a few seconds, waiting for her to tell me to back off. Instead, she took my face in her hands and gently pressed her lips to mine. I captured her lips immediately, keeping my kiss slow yet intense. I wanted to have all of her, and it was a constant inner battle to not give in to my urges and overpower her. She was still weak and I didn't want to make it too intense for her. After a light kiss, I pulled back, only for her to take me back to her lips and kiss me more fiercely this time. Her small tongue lingered on my lips as if asking me to take her, to ravage her. Ravage her I will, but not now. I was careful to be more gentle with her as I pushed my tongue past her lips, exploring her before finding her tongue and coaxing it. She moaned against my lips, her hands moving all over me, exploring me. She grabbed my collar and tried to pull me against her. I shifted closer towards her on the bed, somehow maintaining the kiss, but still it didn't feel enough for her. Hold me, she whimpered after pulling back from my slow yet passionate kiss. I didn't have to be told twice after that. I lay beside her and pulled her into my arms. She felt so small and dainty, surrounded by my muscles. She sighed contently, placing her head against my chest as if she couldn't have been in a better place. It filled me with warmth. Holding her eased almost all the stress I had been carrying for weeks now. My sweet Lyra, I whispered, gathering her in my arms and running my nose against her neck. She smelled divine. My canines begged to be sunken deep into her neck, but I held my desires back. This was all about Lyra. I needed to give her what she wanted. She made another small moan before seeking my lips again. I kissed her again and again while holding her in my arms. My knot was tight in my pants, almost on the verge of bursting after feeling our mate nearby, but I ignored it. All my focus was on Lyra's soft, eager lips as she kissed me back with the same hunger I possessed for her. For once she seemed to want me, making me feel like the happiest man on the planet. I was determined not to let anything ruin the moment, not even my own overwhelming desire for her. She was so gentle and perfect. She was all I could ever ask for. Such a perfect little angel. I felt so blessed to have her in my arms kissing me. We lay like that for a long time, either kissing or simply laying with each other in silence, hearing our hearts singing a beautiful duet and our breaths dancing to a slow rhythm. She snuggled against me, sneaking my warmth, and I gave it all to her. I was hers completely in every way. Only if she knew. 51. Lyra. I could have never imagined that I'd feel so peaceful and protected while laying against Marius. I had always thought he was a cold-hearted, ruthless brute who only cared about ruining other people to advance his interests. Well, to some extent he was that kind of man, but I never knew he had soft she to himself. He let me snuggle against him after all the kisses. I still wanted to continue kissing him, but I didn't. I was looking for something hot, fiery, and passionate, but all he gave me were those gentle kisses. Not that they weren't great. I loved them, but I needed more. And at that moment it felt like he was holding himself back. I could tell he was gentle with me because of my condition, which made me want him more. "Do you want to sleep?" he asked when I yawned. His voice was low and husky, giving me all the butterflies. "Are you going to stay?" I asked. I didn't want him to leave yet. I wanted him beside me. His presence had such a calming effect, and my wolf liked it. After staying away from one of her mates, having him by my side made her happier. She was awake, purring and working at healing me. She hadn't been so enthusiastic in a long time. If only Caspian were here too, she'd have been over the moon to have both of her mates. But being with Marius alone was fine too. In fact, I relished this alone time with him. I couldn't keep running from him anymore. I needed to accept him and get used to him, and this was the beginning of that. "I will if you want me to," he offered. His eyes set on my face fervently, waiting for a response. "Then stay," I whispered, feeling shy for asking that. He smiled and nodded at me before pulling the covers over us. I settled back in his arms immediately, letting him spoon me. I felt so content in his arms. I felt the same in Caspian's arms, but in a different way. Caspian had a playfulness to himself that made me feel like a kid, but in a good way. Marius's presence had a domineering aura that made me feel like I was well taken care of. It had a calming effect, but, at the same time, a certain kind of tension. I could feel all the tension in his body as he pressed against me. His muscles felt right, but most important of all, the massive bulge in his pants was hard to ignore as it poked at my ass. I felt Marius adjusting his position to ensure that his hardness didn't poke me, but I didn't care. I snuggled deep against him until I could feel the whole length of his cock pressed against my thigh. If anything, this seemed to have made his body more tense. I bit back my smile and pretended to be oblivious to the effect I was having on him. He blew a deep breath against my ear. Our position bothered him, but he hadn't said anything about it yet. "Sleep," he whispered, pressing his hand over my chest where my heart was beating. I sighed, snuggling closer to him until I felt him grow more tense. But the teasing game could always be a double-edged sword. Could always backfire, and it was happening to me. I felt more intrigued while feeling his cock pressed against my hip. I could tell his knot was bigger than Caspian's, making my walls clench in excitement. I wiggled again, feeling the size of his knot. This time, he let out a tortured groan as he adjusted himself again so as not to poke me with his erection. But I had other plans. "You're moving too much," I complained, facing him before pressing my front against his, tangling our legs. "I don't like that." "Sorry," he muttered, stilling like a statue as I pretended to sleep against him. I bit back another smile, slowly moving my hand down his pants. "Lyra," he growled in warning when my fingers gently brushed against his bulge. I almost jumped out of my skin because his growl was loud, making the whole bed shake momentarily. "What?" I asked innocently, searching his face to see if I had crossed any boundaries. So far, his face had a tortured look while his eyes were dark with desire. "You know what you're doing," he growled, holding my hand and keeping it from roaming around his bulge. I bit my lower lip to fight the blush from staining my face. I had been caught red-handed, and there was no denying after this. "Can I see you?" I asked, deciding to come clear. His eyes darkened and a feral look took over his face. I could feel his whole body tense like a high-voltage electric wire. "No," he answered, his voice deeper and guttural. Despite his answer, he was looking at me as if he wanted to devour me. And I wanted to be devoured so bad. He was holding himself back. But I didn't want him to. Okay, I pouted, settling back and giving him an innocent look. That did nothing to dissipate the tension in his body. If anything, he felt more tense against me. I could swear his muscles felt like a rock. The silence that followed next was deafening. I could tell he was thinking about it. Well, it served him well for turning down my generous offer. After a few minutes, he put a finger under my chin and made me look at him. I didn't want to scare or upset you, Lyra, he told me sincerely, his gaze burning hot on my face. I could practically hear him thinking about my request again and again. I could feel his wolf yearning for my touch. Do you want to see me? He asked with a bit of hesitancy. I want to see you're not, I told him, running my hand over his chest and slowly edging it towards his pants. Please, I breathed, and that was enough to break him. 52, Marius. I felt like an idiot after turning down her request to see me, especially when she fell quiet, and her body tensed. Even though she was beside me, I could feel her thoughts going away from me, and I didn't like that. I wanted her here with me while I held her and soothed her. This soothing was as much for me as it was for her. After not being able to talk to her properly for weeks, I finally had the opportunity to kiss her and spend some time with her. The moon goddess must have been pleased with me today because Lyra was not only opening up to me, but she accepted me, at least physically, and that felt like the floodgates of pleasures had been opened for me, only for me to shut them close. I mentally groaned. I shouldn't have said no, but I did because she was still recovering, and I didn't want things to grow too intense between us quickly. I was afraid I couldn't hold myself back if my self-control snapped. Still, her silence was bothering, so I put a finger under her chin and made her look at me. Her beautiful blue eyes regarded me with a hunger that matched my own. I didn't want to scare or upset you, Lyra. Do you want to see me? I asked her, hoping I hadn't ruined my chance by being so uptight. Caspian was right about me. I needed to let loose occasionally and take random opportunities to make the best of them. Well, I was learning about it now. I want to see you're not, she whispered, running her hand over my chest and slowly edging towards my pants. My cock was hard as a rod, and my knot was full with my seed ready to explode. Just the feeling of her hand anywhere near my knot made me spill slightly. I wasn't sure how long I could hold myself off. This got me contemplating if I was doing the right thing until she batted her eyelashes at me innocently and whimpered, "Please." That one word was like a blow to my self-control, and I nodded at her weakly, unsure myself, but the way it lit her eyes with excitement made me feel like it'd be worth it. She rose from my side and pecked my lips before her hands lingered over my pants. With a mischievous look on her face, she undid my pants and reached inside. It felt like I was going to burst when her warm fingers wrapped around my throbbing knot, and she pulled it out to see. A gasp left her lips upon seeing the dark color of my knot. I groaned because I was so starved for her that her mere fingers on my knot felt pleasurable enough already. Lyra, I whispered her name, reaching out to touch her while she stared at my throbbing knot. It had almost turned purple, and the veins around it were almost black. Marius, she whispered, your knot is so big and tight, she commented, wrapping her fingers around it or attempting to because my knot was so full of seed. I hadn't drained it since last night, resulting in such a condition. I watched the fascinated and slightly worried look on her face as she stroked my knot gently. I couldn't hold back the low moan that escaped my lips. Why's your knot so dark, Marius? Are you all right? She asked me, sounding more worried. The fact that she cared for me so much immediately pleased me. I'm all right, I assured her, caressing her face. Her eyes softened as she stared at me. I hadn't drained my knot since last night and I trailed off, unable to complete my sentence after seeing the look of understanding on her face. A look of pure guilt crossed her face. I'm all right, Lyra, I assured her before she could assume something wrong. I shouldn't have pushed you away, she breathed, stroking my knot more passionately. I should have thought about your knot. It must have been so painful for you to be ignored by your mate. It's all right, Lyra, I assured her again. The truth was that I was about to burst, and the way she stroked me wasn't helping my situation at all. I heard my heart putting in my chest and my whole body burning for a release. My balls felt as tight as my knot, wanting to spill the seed they had been trying to hold back for so fucking long. No, it's not. She pouted, stroking me until a few beads of pre-cum leaked from my cock and ran down the whole length, making my breath hitch. Lyra gasped and continued stroking me harder and faster to ease my knot. "Fuck, you're so full and heavy. It's all because of me neglecting you," she muttered as she continued to stroke me. "Marius," she whispered, dipping her head and placing a teasing kiss on the tip of my cock, making me leak more. I let out a tortured groan, my fingers digging into her hips desperately, but she didn't seem to care. All her attention was on my knot and my cock. "I'm going to drain your knot like a good mate, and then I'll lap up all your seed," she promised, earning another tortured groan from me. I could smell her arousal slowly filling in the air as well. "Lyra," I growled, and she gave me the hungriest look before putting her mouth on the tip of my cock. What followed next was the most mind-numbing and intense orgasm that ripped through my body. My knot spilt all the seed it had been storing for many hours, filling her mouth. I was afraid she was going to choke my cum, but she lapped up every drop of my happily. Her mouth remained on my cock while her humane hand worked my knot, and the other hand gently massaged my balls. I couldn't have asked for more. The annoying pressure I had felt in my knot for the past couple of weeks was finally gone. However, this time the effect of the release was long-lasting because of Lyra's touch, and it filled me with even more hunger for her. "You taste so good, Marius," she purred, running her tongue over my knot and making my balls clench. "Let me taste you now," I demanded. I had to taste her now or else I would lose my mind. She smiled at me but gave me a teasing lick in response. So I went along with it. I lifted her hips and placed them on my chest, and tore her pants away until her pussy was visible to me. She gasped in surprise but didn't protest when I touched her slit, feeling my knot starting to grow tight again with the new flow of seed. I groaned and buried my face into her cunt, making her moan against my cock. She played with my cock, and I devoured her cunt. I couldn't have asked for anything better than this. 53. Caspi and I stared at the screen, reviewing the recent progress reports on the offshore accounts. We had finally managed to salvage some big ones, and the other ones were in the process of being salvaged. It was one of the best ways to take my mind off Lyra. Even though I was concerned about her health, I was somewhat relieved at the moment that Marius was beside her, looking after her. After the incident last night, I had wanted to stay at her side, but sensing Marius's distress, I decided to leave him alone with her. He needed her more at the moment. And I needed some time to think, calm down my racing thoughts, and get a hold over all my emotions before facing her again. Until then, I focused on work, and well, after weeks of inactivity there were some interesting updates. Not the kind that pleased me, though. All the damage Morgan had done a couple of months ago was finally being dealt with. However, Morgan struck again when I thought we were on top of things. This time, however, she had crossed the line by selling intel to the Drakons of the Arctic. They were our sworn enemies but equally powerful. There had been enough wars in the past between us, and finally, after enough bloodshed, a treaty was signed that ensured that we never crossed paths again in any way. However, by selling our intel to them, Morgan was trying to stir some shit between us. This would finally be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Due to Lyra's weak health, we couldn't focus on our investigation. Also, it wasn't like we had many clues on Morgan yet. The only person who could tell us about Morgan was Lyra, but I didn't want to stress her out by talking about such things. Marius also felt the same, and it was the only thing holding us back. Whatever the fuck was happening out there, Lyra's health and well-being were the number one thing for us, and we weren't going to compromise with that. But with Morgan's recent shenanigans, I was afraid we needed to have a serious conversation with Lyra soon. I sighed deeply as I looked through all the reports one of our moles sent in the Drakon territory. After going through them, it seemed like Morgan was trying to ally with them. This meant big trouble. From the kind of intel that she sold them, it was clear that she was trying to incite them against us. Morgan was playing a dangerous game, the kind of game that could put the whole continent in danger. I wondered if this move was the reaction to our brief expedition in the south to find her out. That must have left her in a sour mood. However, all this proved one of my previous hypotheses wrong, Lyra being Morgan. Lyra wasn't Morgan after all. But I still believed Lyra knew something important about Morgan, and she had been in contact with her. Maybe it was Morgan who put Lyra in danger. The explosion was still a big mystery, and we had yet to get any proper clue about it. Again, we knew Lyra could tell us a lot more, but we hesitated to talk to her. I didn't know how she'd react to that. I wanted her to rest and not worry about a thing. I knew she was still adjusting to the idea of having a cybernetic arm. In such a situation, the last thing I wanted was to talk to her about the explosion. But the situation was tense, and we needed some clue soon or there'd be wars. When I went home, Marius was in the office while Lyra was sleeping peacefully in her room, her vitals seemingly normal. Marius seemed to be in a better mood until I told him about the recent developments. It enraged him because the last thing we wanted was to deal with the Drakons. We should talk to her, I urged. I know she's weak and needs some more time to accept her new arm, but Morgan is planning something that could break the treaty. She's pushing our limits, I told him. He nodded, but there was still reluctance in his eyes. Did you two talk? I asked after a couple of moments. I had left the two alone, hoping that Lyra would also start to bond with him. In the past couple of weeks, she had avoided him at all costs, and it hurt me to see my brother in such a state. We spent some time together, he nodded, his eyes slightly dark. I knew what he meant by that and offered him a smile. She didn't forgive me yet, but we're talking finally, he clarified before I could comment. I nodded, satisfied with the progress the two had made. It loosened a few knots in my chest. I'm glad to hear that, I said, but I think it's about time we talked to her about Morgan. In response, Marius rubbed his chin deep in his thoughts. I could tell that he was weighing the options. There were no fucking options. We needed to stop Morgan from dragging the Drakons into this. Give her a few more days, he told me. Let her be stable properly and then we'll talk about it. I grunted, feeling restless, but at the same time, I couldn't deny that he was right. After seeing Lyra's condition last night, I thought giving her a few more days to gather her strength would be best. Despite that, the situation was still tense due to the failed talk at dinner. It kept lingering in my head until I couldn't ignore it anymore. Did you pay them a visit? Matt asked, reading my emotions. No, I sighed deeply, thinking about our mother. Go see her if it's bothering you too much, he urged. I don't want you slipping into darkness again. I'll think about it, I grumbled and went into my room for some time alone. 54. Lyra. I woke up the next day feeling much better than ever since waking up after the explosion. I even had more energy than usual, and my wolf was active, feeling energetic and hard at work to heal me. Maybe it was all because she finally got to spend time with Marius and his wolf. My face looked less bony, and my breasts were finally returning, making me feel slightly better. The scars on my head were covered, and even though the cybernetic arm made me feel disoriented somewhat occasionally, I was slowly getting used to it. It was finally starting to feel like my real arm. My legs and human arm felt less bony, which was a good sign. On this particular morning, I took slightly longer under the shower, exfoliating my skin and shaving my legs and arm. I washed my newly grown hair, feeling its new texture. It was coolier than my previous harvest and I liked it. When I exited the bathroom, Caspian awaited me with the breakfast. My heart stuttered as soon as I saw him. I hadn't had the opportunity to be with him ever since my confrontation with Marius. His eyes lit up as soon as he saw me, and he offered a gentle smile as I stepped closer to the bed. You look beautiful, he told me, drinking in my appearance. I climbed on the bed, flinging myself at him until I was in his lap, and my arms were around his neck, burying my face in the crook of his neck. I missed him so fucking much. My wolf purred with happiness to be back with him. However, I thought of the dinner and how I had screamed at the two. I was still guilty about it all but was hesitant to talk about it. Are you feeling better? He asked, his voice a caressing whisper against my ear as he gently ran his hands over my back. I held him tightly, filling my lungs with his intoxicating scent that never failed to stir my hunger. I'm feeling better now, I sighed against his skin, not wanting to let him go yet. Did you miss me, my pussy cat? He asked, his voice darkening with my pet name. I swallowed hard. Of course I had missed him. Even if the situation was tense between us, my yearning for them persisted. I couldn't ever stop missing them. I missed them every fucking second. A part of me wished to have Marius in my room to shower me with all the attention. I'd be over the moon. Yes, I replied, brushing my lips against his neck and feeling him grow tense under me. His hand stopped at my hips and pulled me closer until I could feel his hardness poking my inner thigh. His knot was hard and filled with seed for me. I missed you too, my pussy cat, he whispered in my ear. Do you want to see how much I missed you? Yes, I replied without missing a beat. I needed him, I craved him. The brothers were my soul's sustenance. Without them, I felt empty, especially between my legs. I'll let you see me once you eat all the breakfast like a good girl. He purred against my ear, caressing my back while I felt his erection poking me angrily. I groaned but agreed to it. He silently fed me, not allowing me to eat on my own. I grumpily let him fuss over me while enjoying the warmth and comfort of his lap. I loved it when he pampered me. My previous lovers had never shown this level of care for me, and this made me feel even more guiltier for treating the brothers like shit. I'm sorry, I whispered, feeling like a coward after he was done feeding me. I couldn't stop thinking about my meltdown at the dinner, and needed to get it off my chest. It's okay. We don't have to talk about it, he assured, and a knot in my chest loosened. I put my hands under his shirt, feeling his six-packs and his delicious muscles while he kissed me gently. My pussy cat. His hot, needy tongue traced my lips before petting my tongue in slow, sensual motion, making me burn for him. I was breathless when I pulled back, clinging to him like he was all I had. My pussy cat deserves all the best things in the world after suffering so much, he muttered, setting small kisses all over my jaw and neck, making my breath hitch. I'll do anything for my pussy cat. If words could melt, I'd be a puddle already. Why didn't you come to see me yesterday? I pouted, running my hands all over him and feeling all his muscles. I wanted to run my tongue over them and see how he reacted. I wanted to taste him and hear his beautiful moans. They were like music to my ears. I was busy, he answered, pressing slow kisses while he teased my tight nipples. Just some mess. Was it more important than me? I asked playfully and he chuckled. No, but since Marius was with you, I decided to give you two some alone time, he answered. Were you kind to him, pussy cat? He asked with his dark, rumbly voice loaded with sinful promises. Did you let him taste you? You know he yearns for as much as I do. I bit my bottom lip at his words, somehow finding it hot talking about my time with his brother. I told him in a sultry whisper. I played with his knot while he played with my pussy. Such a good girl, he praised. His words were like gasoline to my desire. My pussy clenched as he continued. You're meant to be shared, remember that. Your pussy is his as much as it's mine. You've got two knots to take care of, pussy cat. Would you be able to do that? Yes, I whimpered, breathing hard while my core pulsed with need. All his dirty talk was making my pussy clench for a knot. Are you sure, pussy cat? He asked darkly. These are two alpha knots, and you're going to be busy draining them once you recover. My mouth dried up, thirsty for his seed already. Yes, I want that, I moaned. Please, good, he purred, but not now, pussy cat. I want you to heal quickly before we give you our knots. We don't want to break you. Until then, you have to let us play with your pussy, let your cunt get used to us and realize whom it belongs to. Do you understand? He asked darkly. Yes, I moaned as he slowly slipped his hand into my pants. Good girl, he whispered in my ear as he found my clit. I was already ready to come undone. 55. Caspian, I caressed Lyra's arm, losing the feel of her body against mine. Even though I had been away from her for a few days, it felt like years. My wolf and I were so content to finally have her in my arms while she snuggled against me cutely. As I lay with her, I couldn't help but think about the threat that was lingering over us. Whatever Morgan was up to had kept me awake all night. If she pushed stuff to this extent, a war was inevitable. A war was the last thing I wanted to happen. I remembered the tales of our last war with the Drakons. My great-grandfather had fought in it, and we still had to endure the damage caused by the previous war. The treaty that was in place required us to pay war reparations to the Drakons while they stayed out of our business and stayed limited to their Arctic circle. All hell would break loose if the treaty were violated from either side. What are you thinking? Lyra asked. Her voice was a low whisper as she. I sighed deeply. Marius had told me not to talk to her about the issue for almost another week, but after mulling over it all night, I felt that waiting another week could cost us more. How do you feel about your arm, Lyra? I asked her gently, caressing her cheek. It's alright, but sometimes it makes me uncomfortable, she told me. I'm not sure if it will work once I turn into my wolf. We can try if you want, I encouraged her. It'd be better if you let your wolf out once and go for a run with us. She'd heal you faster, I told her, and she nodded, lost in her thoughts. Lyra, I started feeling hesitant to talk about it, but at the same time, I knew that if I didn't speak to her about it soon enough, We might get in big trouble. Do you remember anything about the explosion? I drew out the question slowly and cautiously. Immediately, her body tensed against mine. I cupped her face and kissed her jaw gently to calm her down. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it, I assured her, but it'd help us with the investigation. We want to know who did this to you, Lyra. She remained silent for a while as I stroked her arm. Are you all right? I asked her after a few seconds when she wouldn't speak or her body wouldn't loosen up. Instead, she remained tense. The explosion. She sighed. It was an accident. Her words puzzled me. To us, the explosion looked like anything but an accident. What do you mean? How did it happen? What were you doing there? All these questions flowed from my lips before I could hold myself back. My curiosity had gotten the best of me, especially since we had spent such a long time wondering about this without a single hint. Lyra looked me into the eyes. Her blue eyes gleamed. There was so much depth in them that I felt lost for a second. I'm sorry, I breathed, feeling the overwhelm in her. I shouldn't be pushing her so hard, but at the same time I wanted her to know what was up. I didn't want to trigger you. Do you know why we went to Lake Town? When she didn't answer, I continued. For some time now we've been trying to hunt this hacker. Her name is Morgan. She has given us trouble for a long time, and finally we could track her to her base, but we didn't find her. We need to find her soon because she's up to no good. She has finally crossed the line by selling intel to the Drakons. She was quiet all along, but, hearing the last bit, glanced at her face. What? She asked, sitting up and looking shocked. Morgan is trying to stir some shit up with the Drakons, I told her, observing her reaction. She didn't look traumatized or overwhelmed like she did when I tried to talk to her about the explosion. How is that possible? She asked. I narrowed my eyes at her. She looked tense, her eyes unfocused as 1,000 thoughts cluttered her head. Do you know anything about Morgan? I asked her. If anything, her body looked more tense. From the mate bond, I could feel a storm of emotions raging inside her. This confirmed my speculation. She had something to do with Morgan. Tell me everything that has happened since the explosion, she demanded. Look, I don't want to overwhelm you. I need to know, Caspian, she growled, fury flashing in her eyes. I had never seen her like this. Even though she was sick and weak, the rage in her eyes was enough to destroy the strongest of packs. I stared at her reaction. How much do you know about Morgan? I asked her. She cocked an eyebrow at me. I know her, she answered quietly, her body tense. I sat up. I had been correct all along. She was somehow related to Morgan if she weren't Morgan herself. How? I asked. I cannot explain that now. First, tell me what has happened since the explosion. Fuck, I should have paid more attention, she hissed, fisting her hair and looking around the room restlessly. I pulled her in my arms to calm her down. It's okay, Lyra. Calm down. It's not as bad, I assured her, but she pulled back with a determined look. The last thing Morgan did was freeze some of our offshore accounts. We have managed to get some of them back. Just a couple of days ago, one of our moles informed us that Morgan has traded intel with the Drakons, and she's in constant touch with them. Her face paled even more as soon as I explained her the whole situation. Immediately, I regretted talking to her about this. I should have waited for a few more days. If she fell sick again, Marius would kill me. Lyra, what kind of intel did she sell them? Tell me more, she demanded. By this time, I was regretting talking about it at all. Lyra, calm down, tell me, she growled, and it was powerful enough to shake the bed. I bristled, staring at her in shock. At that moment, she didn't look sick or weak at all. She looked ready to bite someone's head off. Marius is looking at it before I could finish talking. She hopped off the bed and stormed out of her bedroom. I followed her as she stormed to our office and almost tore the door off with astonishing strength. 56. Marius. I was working in the office when I heard some commotion outside, 2 pairs of footsteps storming towards the office. Before I could investigate the issue, the office door was almost ripped open with an alarming strength by none other than my mate. Her face was feral, and it was the first time I had seen her like that. For once it sent a shiver down my spine. She looked ready to kill. Behind her came panicked Caspian, who was asking her to stop. Tell me everything. Lyra growled her demand. Her eyes darkened, and her voice deepened as her wolf took over her. I was baffled at the sudden change in her demeanor. I could have never imagined that Lyra had in her to act such a way. I wondered what made her act like this. However, Caspian's guilty eyes gave me some hints before I could ask. Tell you about what? I asked, standing up from my place slowly. Behind her, Caspian was pacing, something he often did after creating trouble for me. Tell me what Morgan has done. I need to know, she demanded, her voice deep and nothing like hers. It made my wolf stir, wanting to get close to her and calm her wolf down. At that moment, Lyra didn't look one bit sick or weak. I almost caught a glimpse of her old self in her, which made a part of me happy, but at the same time, her extreme reactions were unexpected and harrowing. I looked at Caspian with accusing eyes. I knew he had to have a hand in this. He talked to her about the issue even though I had told him not to. He went looking for trouble. He fired her up like this when all she should have been doing was rest. Lyra, I drew out softly, stepping closer to her. You need to calm down, or else you'll burn through all your energy and pass out. Just tell me already. She screamed, and the walls of my office shivered. Caspian grew tenser, stepping behind her to talk, but if anything, her eyes were dark with fury. Lyra, I growled lowly to set her straight. What kind of intel that imposter sold to the Drakons? She asked, shaking with fury. Tell me. My eyes widened and I glared at Caspian. Yup. He had told her everything, and I was going to bite his head off when I got him alone soon. You don't need to get into this, Lyra. We have the situation under control, I tried to assure her, but she laughed at my face like I was a clown. You have no idea what you're talking about, she mocked me, walking past me to get to the screens, but before she could touch them, I slipped between her and the screens. Yes, I know what I'm talking about, Lyra. Now sit the fuck down or else you be plugged into those machines again. I growled, and this finally seemed to have snapped her in place. But she glared at me and stepped away, crossing her arms over her chest and shooting me a murderous glare. Oh really? Then tell me about the intel. I need to know, she insisted, a fierce look in her eyes. Her jaw was so tight it could shatter at any moment. I haven't gotten the news yet, but it's mostly regarding what Morgan had been collecting against us, I told her calmly, but my blood was getting hotter. If anything, she laughed even more. The mocking tone pricked me very close to my pride. You don't know what kind of intel that imposter sold them? She probed. Imposter? I asked. What do you mean? Is that not Morgan? I asked. She said she knows Morgan, Caspian added, only to receive a perilous look from me. I returned to Lyra, and she was grinding her teeth hard, something dark flickering in her arctic blue eyes. You know Morgan? I asked her. The one who sold the intel is definitely not Morgan, she answered cryptically. And neither is anyone else who claims to be that bitch, are you sure? I asked her, narrowing my eyes. In return, she threw her head back and laughed a dangerous, villainous laugh that could make anyone's blood run cold. I'm surprised at you two brothers. Morgan had targeted you two for the longest time, yet you are clueless about how she works. I gave you more credits, she spoke, plopping on one of the grand seats and crossing her legs regally. Her movements were lithe and elegant, as if she wasn't wearing a cybernetic arm and that explosion hadn't happened. As if she was whole, powerful and invincible. Do you know Morgan or not? I asked her again, feeling restlessness rise inside me. I had a lot of questions that needed to be answered, and even though I didn't want to push Lyra, a part of me wanted to know. I was dying to find out. I know Morgan would never do anything like that, she shot sharply. That's not how Morgan works. Then tell us who's messing with us. I asked. If it's not Morgan, who could it be? Who could dare to collect intel on us and sell it to the Drakons? A deathly silence drenched the whole office. Lyra leaned back in the chair, acting like she was some royalty and we were mere mortals in her court with the purpose of only serving her. Part of me liked that. Morgan collected intel on you too. Someone stole it from her and sold it to the Drakons, she stated after a thoughtful silence. I cocked an eyebrow at her. And Morgan let that happen. I thought she was the best hacker out there, undefeated and unmatched in her skill. Yet someone managed to steal from her. I jabbed. Lyra seemed to hold Morgan in some high regard. But if what she claimed was true, then Morgan had lost already. Where is Morgan? Who is she? Why hasn't she done anything about the imposter yet? She couldn't do anything because she went missing. Lyra growled. And how do you know that? I pressed, my restlessness bubbling like hot lava about to erupt from a volcano. Morgan blew up her house and lost an arm while trying to run from you brothers. Because Morgan is me. I'm Morgan. She finally snapped. 57. Caspian. Morgan blew up her house and lost an arm while trying to run from you brothers. Because Morgan is me. I'm Morgan. Lyra roared. Her words tectonically shocked me. I was baffled more by the fact that I had always been right with my guesses. That Lyra was, in fact, Morgan. It had been a wild guess on my part, and it made it more astonishing for it to be true. A thick carpet of silence stretched in the room, and a buzzing tensing sparked in the air. Lyra was Morgan. I couldn't believe that we had been looking after none other than Morgan herself all this time. That I had been taking care of Morgan, kissing her, holding her, feeding her and eating her pussy whenever she begged me for it. Morgan was our mate. Lyra had been the one tormenting us for so many years by creating trouble for us. Her strongest motive had been her father's death all along. All this revelation felt like one of the gods had let us know some of the universe's deepest secrets. Morgan. Marius breathed, his body tensed. He never believed in my claims, even though they were based on guesses rather than evidence. He looked more shocked. You are. He trailed off speechless. In response, Lyra smiled evilly. My sweet evil mate. Our mate. It had been her all along. She had been stringing us all this time. She had been playing with us, fucking up our systems, hacking into our systems and doing all sorts of things. She was the best at what she did. And there was no doubt in that, but to know that it had been our mate all along. A mate that we had wished for so long. But, you made the explosion happen? I asked. A dark look dawned upon her face, and that was an answer in itself. All this time we had been looking for the culprit, someone to blame, to punish, to take out all our anguish stored from the time when Lyra was in a coma and having all those serious medical procedures done. It was torture seeing her broken, cut open and scarred body, not knowing if she'd ever wake up or not. She had been the one behind it all this time. Why? Marius growled. Why did you put yourself in such danger, Lyra? He demanded, his voice laced with fury and another intense emotion. Did I disappoint you so much that you had to take such an extreme step? I realized that other emotion was self-hatred. Of course he was blaming himself for this. Immediately Lyra's face softened. The explosion wasn't to hurt anyone, she replied firmly. I wanted to burn my house down because I knew Caspian had somehow tracked my phone number. But you two came down at the most inconvenient moment, and the explosion didn't happen when it was supposed to happen. I panicked, went to look at it and got caught in the fire, she explained. And you ended up losing an arm. You could have gotten yourself killed. We could have lost you. It was now Marius's turn to roar in anger. Marius, I snapped before he could take it farther. Lyra blinked her eyes fast, fighting her tears. I slipped beside her and pulled her in my arms. She buried her face in my chest immediately and sniffed. I'm sorry, Marius grumbled, but he was still rage-filled. I shouldn't have let you go that night. I should have kept you with me. It'd have saved us a lot of trouble. I should have listened to my wolf because he never wanted you to go. I let you go because I didn't want to keep you with me against your wishes, Marius growled, rubbing his face in frustration, but that look of self-loathing remained. I knew he was shouldering the blame even though there was no fucking way anyone could have predicted this. I got blinded by vengeance, Lyra sniffed against my chest. All I had asked for was a mate, and when I saw you I lost it. All I saw was that I got my father's murderer as my mate. She quivered in my arms as she broke down into tears. It's okay, Lyra, I tried to calm her. Everyone makes mistakes in life, and you didn't know the full truth. If anything, my words made her cry harder. Marius sent me another of his murderous glares because, of course, I had been the one to start this shit show by telling her about all this crap in the first place. But now things were out in the open. We knew what was up, and that eased me because for the past few weeks it felt like we were in limbo, having no fucking clue about what we were supposed to do and where we were supposed to look. But now we had the answers. Not all of them yet, but some of the important ones. I fucked up, she sniffed. I fucked it all up, and the arm was a lesson. Lyra, I whispered, looking back at her red face and tear-stained cheeks. She didn't want to look me in the eyes as I kissed her gently to lull her. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself, I told her. I'm sorry about your arm, but you have a better new one. You can now easily break anyone's nose. I suggested humorously. Yeah, and you should start with Caspian first, Marius suggested, and Lyra almost choked on her spit. I rolled my eyes at Marius. He was pissed at me, and before Lyra could He was the one who'd give me a broken nose. I'll start with whoever gets on my nerves first, Lyra sniffed. But now we have to go. I bristled and exchanged a look with Marius. Go where? Marius and I asked at the same time. She pulled back from my embrace and went to the screens again. However, before touching them, she glanced at Marius. I store my private servers in a location no one knows about, she explained. We need to get there before the imposter can locate them. They've managed to hack into it. It's only a matter of time before they find out its location. What exactly is in those servers except for all the dirt you've gathered on us for all these years? Marius asked. Even though Lyra still had tears streaming down her face, she laughed. I have shit on all the packs, including the ones on the other end of the continent. I know the shit they're up to, and it's nothing the treaty allows. If the Drakons got to know about it, they wouldn't waste a second to descend from the Arctic Circle, she replied, wiping her tears and looking like she meant business. Now, can I please access the computers? I need to locate the servers for you to find, she requested, batting her eyelids at Marius, who was still feral with age. We need to go to them today. I'll let you touch my computer, and in return you'll spill all your guts, Lyra, Marius demanded. Lyra pouted. I pointed her a look that let her know I was on my brother's side. Fine, she hissed annoyingly. 58, Lyra. It was all out in the open now, and there was no going back. The brothers knew I was Morgan, and I had been messing with them all along. Initially, I planned to hide it for several weeks, but the imposter situation changed everything. I couldn't hide anymore. I had to do something about it before the Drakons could head south and start a war against us. Whoever got them involved was the biggest idiot of the century. Or they could be planning to take over the whole continent. I shuddered. My imposter was up to something sinister, something that scared even me. If anything, it made me want to find them out as soon as possible and stop them. I couldn't let them misuse my name. However, someone misusing my name was the least of my concerns. After the revelation, I had yet to gauge what the brothers thought of me. So far, they hadn't shown much reaction except for being shocked and surprised. However, I was expecting more. Indeed, they wouldn't let it slide after all the trouble I had created for them in the past. I'd have to pay for my shenanigans one way or the other, and deep down I knew how it would go down. I was their mate after all. I'm going, I declared after giving out the location of my servers. A long time ago, I had bought an abandoned mansion on the eastern ranges of Westbrook. At first, I had planned to make that place my home, but then I decided to move south because the winters in Westbrook were cruel. It didn't snow there in the winter. No, it was worse. It rained there all winter. I hated rain equally as snow. In comparison, Lake Town was the best. It had mild weather and not much variation throughout the year. And the sea was another plus point. I loved hearing it at night while I fell asleep. All that was gone now, I reminded myself. No, you won't. Marius was the first to object. You've already worked yourself enough today. It's a long journey from here. I second that. Caspian chipped in and I glared at him. I could sense the tension between the two brothers over something. I could tell that Caspian was taking Marius's side in an attempt to ease the tension. I narrowed my eyes at him. You cannot go with us. Do you expect me to stay here alone and overthink myself to death? I asked, restless. I needed to go to do something or else I would lose my mind. I had already wasted so much time doing nothing. I couldn't afford to waste more time. You are sick, Lyra, Marius reminded me, his voice sharp and commanding. I glared at him. I need to go. I'll be more sick waiting here, I told him fiercely, not willing to back down at any cost. I'm going to prepare for the journey, Caspian said. You can talk to her. I knew this was his ploy to avoid Marius's rage. I glared at him again as he slinked away from the room, giving me an apologetic smile. Lyra, you cannot go with us. It'll take us a couple of days back and forth on the road, and your health is still uncertain, Marius reasoned. He was right on all accounts, but I wouldn't listen. I had to go. You wouldn't be able to get to my servers without me, I pointed, crossing my arms over my chest and leveling him with a determined look. A look of frustration crossed his eyes, and his jaw hardened. You undermine what we can do, Lyra, he commented quietly. I laughed. The explosion was the only reason you got to me, I shot back, and all of a sudden he was in front of me. He had covered the several meters of distance between us in the blink of an eye. I gasped and tried to step back, but I was already up against a wall, trapped by him. I'm starting to think you still enjoy playing the cat and mouse game, he growled lowly, his face inches away from mine. My heart was ramming in my chest, and my wolf stirred, wanting to end the rest of the distance between us. I put my hands on his chest, and instead of pushing my away, I pulled him closer and whispered, "What if I do?" A feral look dawned upon his face, his eyes darkening with a hellish desire. His chest vibrated with a thunderous growl, and in the next moment, his lips were mushed against mine, claiming me with a furious need. I whimpered at his intensity. It was overwhelming but extremely arousing at the same time. He ran his tongue over my lips as if he owned them and then speared past them to stake a claim to my mouth. No, he didn't need to stake a claim on me anymore. That had been done long ago. This mere act was just a reminder of sorts that every part of me belonged to him. His tongue caressed mine with a burning devotion while his muscular arms went around me to sweep me off my feet. The next moment, I was seated on his office table with him standing between my legs. I gasped for a breath desperately when he freed my lips. "It's a dangerous game, Lyra," he whispered, rubbing the tip of his nose down my neck with such intensity that I was burning for him. My pussy came alive with a pulse, wanting him and his knot. The way it clenched made me want to whimper, to beg, to plead with him to fill me and end my misery. But that'd be accepting defeat, and for now my pride was too great for that. "One that leads to nothing but trouble," he added darkly, lingering on the most sensitive part of my neck. "I love trouble," I purred, clutching the front of his shirt and trying to pull him closer. I could see his huge bulge, his knot begging to be let free. The sight made my pussy clench even more. Marius growled at my words. I continued, "I live for trouble. Trouble is my middle name. You need to get used to it, Lyra," he growled as I wrapped my legs around his torso and rubbed against the hardness in his pants. "Do you think I could stay away from this for even a few days?" I hissed, running my hands all over his muscles, feeling every bit of them. "Do you think you could sleep at night without touching me?" The tortured look on his face told me that I had gotten a hold of him, that I was making him don't my own decision. I chuckled darkly. "I must go with you too." Suddenly, he pressed me down until my back was on the table, and he was hovering over me. The feral look on his face was more dangerous than ever. It looked like he wanted to devour me, and well, I wanted to be devoured by both of them at the same fucking time. This short trip would be the perfect opportunity for that because in this house, there seemed to be an unspoken rule between the brothers that two of them couldn't be with me at the same time. I hated that. I needed to change that rule. "You're manipulating me," Marius growled, his canines sharp and glistening with saliva. I shuddered, imagining what they'd feel like on my neck. It worsened the ache between my legs. "Then are you manipulated?" I smirked, darkening the hunger in his eyes. That was an answer enough, making me laugh on his face. "I'll take you there, but on my terms," he growled, and that shut me up quickly. If you're captivated by Lyra's story, don't forget to subscribe to our channel and turn on notifications so you can get the latest content first. The emotional entanglement between Lyra and the brothers Marius and Caspian reaches new heights, but when Lyra asks for Marius's knot, their shared past suddenly stands in the way. Can she overcome her inner turmoil to accept the deepest connection with Marius? And what will Caspian's return mean for this complex relationship? Join us on this adventure to witness how Lyra finds love and truth among the brothers. Subscribe to our channel to not miss a single heartbeat. 59. Marius. I wasn't happy taking Lyra with us, but at the same time, she was right. It'd be hard for us to stay apart, especially because of our wolves. We weren't wholly bonded yet to feel secure being away for more than a day. It'd be the most torturous couple of days for us if we were to go without her. Caspian was also wary about her condition but was somewhat pleased to know that she'd be present with us. It wasn't what I wanted, but this was what we needed to do to keep the bond satisfied. With each day that passed, I craved more and more for her to the point that it hurt. Each day my knot threatened to burst, unhappy for not being buried deep in her cunt, rutting again and again until my balls were empty and my seed flooded her womb. The mate bond urged me every day to mark her, to sink my teeth into her flesh and forever bind her soul to mine. I knew Caspian felt the same urgency but hadn't had the same troubled relationship with her from the start. I glanced at Lyra sitting in the backseat of our car while Caspian and I sat in front. Caspian was the one who drove so I could check updates from the Draken's side. So far they hadn't acted on anything yet. What is in those servers? I asked Lyra, wanting to know more. How much did you keep there? Everything, she replied. Do you have more servers elsewhere? I asked. Caspian was listening intently to us. Yes, but I stored my most important things on this one. Especially everything regarding you two, she returned with a suggestive tone. I narrowed my eyes at her in the rearview mirror. I want details, Lyra, I demanded. She pouted, but she knew she didn't have any other choice but to tell us everything. Or else I was going to tease it out of her by playing with her cunt and denying her a release until she told me everything. A part of me wished she'd do that so I could play out the whole scenario with her, to have her begging me. It made my cock twitch in my pants. Where shall I start? She purred teasingly, and I felt Caspian grow tense beside me. I wish I were sitting with her so I could touch her, to teach her that playing with us wasn't going to get her anything but our knots. And she'd have accepted that. I fought a groan. I needed to think straight. You promised to tell us, Lyra, I pressed. You can imagine what happens if it's anything sensitive and the Drakens got their hands on it. A pensive silence followed my question. I didn't have anything that'd make the Drakens suspicious of you too, but you know those packs on the edge of the land, the ones under the control of that mad alpha. His stuff scares me, she said, her voice wavering. Are you talking about Rickard of the Snow Court? I asked, nervous about her answer. Yes, that one, she sighed deeply. I have much information on him. Working on him occupied most of my time. What has he been up to? I asked, not feeling optimistic about the answer to the question. No one has heard from him or his wolves for a long time. That's because he's busy raising a naval fleet, so he could cross the frozen waters and enter the Arctic, Lyra hissed. Why the fuck would he want to do that? Caspian asked, horrified. I felt somewhat the same. Rickard had always been the most unpredictable alpha, making it hard to have any pact with him. It was one of the reasons why he wasn't invited to the Alpha's meet, held every year in the deserts of Klaus. We forged pact ties there to stay strong and relevant in geopolitical affairs. That madman was banned from Klaus after he killed 3 alphas the first time he was invited. He has to live up to his name, I said. It might come as a shock to you too that he isn't as mad as people think him to be, Lyra spoke. At least that's what I realized after keeping an eye on him for years. Who the fuck in their right mind would want to cross the frozen waters and enter the Arctic? It's the land of the Drakens. Caspian questioned, echoing my thoughts. Whatever Rickard was up to, it was extremely stupid and dangerous. Not only was he putting his pack in danger, he was dragging every one of us into a war we didn't want to fight. However, Lyra laughed at our questions as if we were the foolish ones. Again, I should have sat beside her. That'd have eased the tension in my body. If I were to tell you, you'd drop everything immediately and start raising a naval fleet yourself. She shot. What is it? I asked. What's so fucking important that it's worth putting everyone in danger? You want to know? Lyra asked, her voice dark and heavy all of a sudden. Tell us, I urged. Have you ever heard those old tales of the Madridar Drakens? She asked. Those ancient creatures that used to wreak havoc, you mean those mythical creatures? Caspian asked. Oh no, they were not mythical. They were real, Lyra replied, her tone dark and tense. They existed in those ancient times along with the gods. The current Drakens are the descendants of gods and those fierce creatures. Who told you that? I asked, intrigued, but at the same time I wouldn't say I liked where this was going. The witches of Weddard, she said. You're friends with all sorts of creatures, Caspian commented, and she chuckled. I know the witches. They are strange women, but they're worth having on your side. Anyway, back to the Madridar Drakens. They were all powerful. So much so that they defeated gods as well. You know what made them powerful? She asked. No, Caspian and I answered at the same time. You don't know, nor do the rest of the alphas. But guess who knows? She asked. Rickard, I answered. And he knows where and how to get it. 60. Caspian, what is it? I asked. It's snow dust, Lyra answered. Also known as frosterium. Said to give one superpower. The Drakens snort it to survive in the Arctic. At least, this is what I figured out after intercepting Rickard's messages with the Weddard witches. Damn, he really is up to something if he's working with the witches, I couldn't help but comment. I knew little about the Weddard witches, and most of those things weren't good. The Weddards love him, Lyra chuckled. As I said, Rickard isn't as mad as he seems. He works differently than the rest. Just because he lives on the edge of the land doesn't mean he's disconnected. No. It helps him avoid the noise and do his own thing without interference. He has changed Wintercourt ever since he overthrew his father and declared himself the Alpha. You speak too fondly of him, Marius noted. All I'm saying is that everyone has undermined him so far, and he's taking full advantage of it, Lyra shrugged. But how can we be sure that the thing about snow dust is true? Marius questioned. Could all be made up, Marius was right. All this could be made up to throw off anyone snooping around, but Lyra chuckled in the back seat. As I said, I know the Weddards. I've worked for them a couple of times, she replied. Do you have anything on them? I asked hopeful. She had snooped into everyone's businesses. I hoped Lyra had something on them as well. No. I'd never snoop on a witch, especially a Weddard, Lyra replied, shaking her head. It's not worth it, but you snooped this one time to know about the snow dust. I questioned. I found it while snooping around Rickard's data. I was surprised to find his communication with them, especially the frequentness. Lyra spoke, lost in her thoughts. What's his actual plan? What's after he sails with his navy to the Arctic? Is he ready to fight the Drakons there? Marius asked. He'd be burned to crisp even before he steps foot on their land. The snow dust can be mined from a couple of places in the Arctic. The first place lies in the Drakons' territory. That's not where he's going. He's going to the place at the Arctic's edge, almost close to the boundaries agreed in the treaty. However, the source is under an iceberg, she said, deep in her thoughts. I exchanged a look with Marius to ensure he thought the same thing. The rest of the journey was quiet. Lyra dozed in the back seat while Marius took the wheel. It was almost getting dark, but we were close to the place Lyra had told us about. We stopped only a couple of times at a gas station and a roadside diner to eat before hitting the road again without wasting any second. It's been a long time since I've been here, she whispered in the back seat when we entered the hilly region of Vestbroek, staring out of the windows. We drove uphill for half an hour before stopping in front of an abandoned manor. The building had never been renovated and almost looked haunted. Its vintage design added to its dark aura. Lyra got out of the car before we could. Matt gave out a threatening growl, but I quickly followed her while Matt parked the car. It was completely dark by now and there was no light around. However, we could see in the dark. I walked through the overgrown grass in the front of the house. A cobblestone path had been there, but it was under a thick layer of mud and overgrowth. When I stepped on the porch, I found Lyra standing in front of the door, frozen like a statue. Lyra, I called for her, touching her shoulder. She shuddered and turned around, her eyes wide with horror. Something is wrong, she whispered, terror laced in her voice. My breath hitched. I heard Marius freeze on the porch stairs behind me. I grabbed her by the waist and took her off the porch without thinking. This had happened before, and we wouldn't repeat this mistake. Marius immediately started rounding the house to ensure we weren't walking into a trap like last time. It's not going to blow up, Lyra protested, but I wouldn't listen to her. Her safety was our utmost priority. We weren't going to mess it up this time. She made a noise of protest when I hauled her back to the car. My defense system is still active, she tried to convince me, but I saw signs on the door. Someone had tried to open it, doesn't matter. Matt will be checking the place first, I told her firmly. She narrowed her eyes at me. Wouldn't you go help your brother? She asked, crossing her arms on her chest. Someone needs to keep an eye on you all time, pussycat, I smirked, knowing her well. She glared at me, stirring my wolf. I wanted to grab and kiss her fiercely, but Matt gave us the clearance to return there. I couldn't help myself, so I swept her in my arms and gave her a short, fiery peck that had her huffing. That was terrible, she complained. So terrible I could smell the hints of your arousal. I chuckled, earning a murderous glare from her, but I felt her wolf lingering beneath the surface, excited and ready to play with me. I also wanted to play with her, but that'd have to wait. Matt was waiting on the porch when we went back. He gave us a lingering look, scenting her, and I flashed him a smile. Lyra pushed out of my arms and unlocked the door by typing the password on a screen hidden behind a rotting wooden panel on the wall. The door opened with a hiss instead of a rusty groan that I had been expecting from the looks of it. But before she could step inside, Matt entered the house and scanned the insides. Lyra sighed deeply while I held her arm in case she was planning to bolt inside and put herself in any danger awaiting us inside. When my brother gave clearance, I took her inside, never letting go of her arm. The servers are in the basement, she said. That way, she pointed to the left hall. We walked there, Marius taking the lead and looking around for danger. Meanwhile, I kept our back clear and kept a hold on Lyra. Lyra stopped abruptly by a broom closet and opened it. I stepped beside her, ready to put myself before her in case anything exploded. Lyra made an annoyed noise, but I ignored her. These are the defense system monitors, she said, shoving me aside. A red laser scanned her, and an alarm rang somewhere. What the fuck? She frowned. What was that? I asked her. A screen lit up in the darkness, showing only 2 horizontal lines. Fuck, no, Lyra panicked, punching buttons and tapping the screen again and again. However, the horizontal lines never left the screen. Caspian. Matt called out for me from somewhere in the house. Lyra was still occupied with the computer, cursing under her breath. Come see this. Are you in the basement? I asked. Lyra punched the computer with her cybernetic arm, but nothing happened. It had been corrupted to the point that nothing worked. Yes, take the door on the left past the stairs, he called out. Lyra abandoned the computer, and we headed towards the basement door. This time I let Lyra walk ahead. Meanwhile, I always checked our back in case anyone was upstairs and wanted to surprise us. I found Marius at the bottom of the stairs in the basement. He went upstairs to keep guard while I turned to see an empty basement. Lyra stood in the center, clutching her hair. 61. Lyra. I stood in the middle of the empty basement where I had once stored all my important servers. All gone. There was nothing left at all. Everything had been taken, and the defense system had been corrupted. Even though I stood in that ghostly empty space, I still found it hard to believe that my servers were gone, that someone had dared to come here, somehow corrupt my defense system and take my servers where I stored years of my work. All fucking gone. Lyra, Caspian said behind me, but I couldn't hear him. His voice was distorted as if I was underwater. Instead, I was in my head, descending somewhere darker. This felt like a nightmare. One that had just begun. Lyra, he called out for me again. His voice was closer this time but felt more distorted than ever. All I could see was the space in front of me that seemed to be growing bigger and bigger. The walls pushing away until they couldn't be seen anymore. Until it felt like I was in a void. Everything gone. I opened my eyes and sat up. I didn't know where I was and how I got there. Everything was unfamiliar around me. It all felt like a fever dream I wanted to end badly. I rubbed my irritated eyes, groaning in myself, and just in time, an arm reached out to wrap around my waist and drag me to the other side of the bed. Hey, Marius's gruff voice greeted me, and soon, I found myself in his arms, feeling all the more lost. I blinked at him groggily, trying to remember what had happened. How are you feeling now? He asked. What happened to me? I asked him back. He searched my face pensively for a few moments. I noticed that we were in a dimly lit hotel room of sorts. It had to be a hotel room because none of the rooms in the brothers' house looked like this. Where's Caspian? I asked, pushing out of his arms and looking around. I was starting to remember going somewhere with the 2 brothers. However, apart from that, everything in my head was still pretty much blank. I groaned to myself. He has gone out to get some of our meds. Are you alright? Does anything hurt? Marius asked, sitting up and nearing closer to look at me properly. He looked more awake by every second. Nothing hurts, but why can't I remember anything? I frowned. He wrapped his arms around me and pulled me in his lap. I settled into his lap, feeling better than before but still lost. You hyperventilated and passed out, he answered tensely, checking my pulse. Why did that happen? I questioned him. I don't want that to repeat, he told me sharply. You must rest now. We had a long journey the whole day. We'll deal with everything tomorrow, he spoke, pulling me under the covers again and cradling me against him. I sighed, loving his warmth and caresses but didn't feel like sleeping. Instead, I felt well rested than ever. I don't want to sleep, I said, facing him. He lay on his side, our legs tangled, and his arm heavily draped over me, making me feel very secure. Can we go out? Where are we? What time is it? We're away from the pack. It's late in the evening, and the weather's not nice to go out, Marius answered with the same gruffness that made me pout. However, I sensed the dismissive tone in his voice. He didn't want to let me know for whatever reason, which slightly annoyed me. These brothers kept too many secrets. Then what are we going to do in this hotel room? I asked, running my hand down his front, and he tensed under my touch. I smiled, my head filling with all kinds of ideas. What do you want to do? Marius choked, widening my smile. His eyes darkened as if he could read my filthy thoughts. I remembered thinking about this before our journey to wherever we were going. I remembered thinking about having a good time with the two. At the same time, it had been on my mind a lot lately, though Caspian was not present yet. What a bummer. The brothers certainly did this deliberately. We can do all sorts of things, I purred, undoing a couple of his buttons. Meanwhile, he watched me darkly, not moving at all. The sorts of things we hadn't done yet, I whispered, slipping my leg over his torso and sitting up, straddling him. All the breath seemed to have left him as I placed my ass on the permanent bulge of his pants. He was hard, and his knot was tight to be released, exactly what I wanted. Not now, Lyra, he managed to speak. His voice came out pretty strained, but I wouldn't have it. I knew he wanted it too, and he was keeping up with this pretense because he thought I was still too weak to take his knot. I was going to prove him wrong tonight. Shoo. I placed a finger on his lips and dragged it down his chin and neck before unbuttoning the rest of his shirt. My wolf needs it. She has been bugging me about it a lot lately. It's torture having two mates and still not having one of their knots, I told him firmly. What about you? He asked, his eyes pitch black and his voice guttural. It was his wolf talking. Do you want my knot, Lyra? Or are you doing this just because your wolf's nagging you? I froze. That was a loaded question. One that could make or break things. My relationship with Marius was still somewhat rough and not as easy as it had been with Caspian, but I couldn't ignore my attraction towards him. Even though I had pushed him away in the past and said very nasty things to him, I had dreamed an awful lot of him, too, and wished that our past hadn't been so dark. That'd have made things so much easier for us. For me. After all, he was everything I had ever asked for, and so was his brother. A part of me was still bitter about the past, the same part that had driven me to do stupid things that had backfired. I now knew better than to rely on that bitter voice, the one that'd drive me to insanity if I kept listening to it. So now I listened to my wolf. She was my subconscious self, though more horny. Even though most of the time I didn't like what she wanted, I couldn't deny the fact that she wanted the best for me. She was a part of me after all. A part with the night's magic and the moon goddess's blessing. I hadn't listened to her in a while, constantly dismissing her as primal and unreasonable. But tonight, I decided to listen to her and let myself free of all the useless pretenses. I want your knot too, I whispered, grinding myself against his bulge. I need it or else I feel incomplete. Marius growled under me and flipped us around until I was the one under him. Are you sure about what you ask, Lyra? He asked, his voice rumbled darkly. Are you sure you want my knot? The man who killed your father? He asked. I froze under him. He searched my face, waiting. I drew in a breath as a wave of emotions hit me. That was a hard question, but I knew the answer deep down. It was yes, but I couldn't say it for some reason. Marius cocked an eyebrow at me. A knowing look flashed on his face. He clenched his jaw and rolled off me, sitting on the other side of the bed with his shoulders dropping with a pain-filled heaviness. A tear ran down my face as that bitter voice laughed at me so much for not listening to it. Maybe it was right. Maybe I shouldn't let it go as quickly. Perhaps I should continue to wreak havoc in their lives until there's nothing left of them. More and more angry tears streamed down my face until I could see no more. Until I could feel only one thing: madness. I hate you. I shouted at him, and just in time the door opened and Caspian walked in. 62, Lyra. I hate you. I roared, and right then Caspian walked into the hotel room. He froze as soon as he saw us, his eyes widening like a deer caught in the headlights. Don't you fucking leave. I threatened before he could even think about taking a step back. He looked between us before his jaw tightened, and he stepped inside, letting the door close behind him quietly. What's going on, Lyra? He asked, looking grim all of a sudden. You tell me what's going on. I growled, edging towards a meltdown. To say I was frustrated would have been an understatement. I wanted to rip my hair out. It had been going all right one moment, And then Marius had to ask me that stupid question, and I couldn't answer it even though I knew what I wanted. What are we doing here in the middle of nowhere? I demanded. A hint of puzzlement flashed in his eyes, and he looked past me, most likely exchanging a look with Marius. A look of understanding soon replaced the bewilderment. Another thing I hated was how the brothers could communicate just by looking at each other. It made me feel more excluded, as if I wasn't even supposed to be there. I blinked angry tears, glaring at Caspian. Lyra, he stated, edging closer to bed but not before looking past me at Marius. I was ready to leap at him and rip his face off if he did that again. Calm down. What happened between you two? Nothi. Before Marius could finish, I spoke over him. I asked for his knot, and he asked me a stupid question. I roared. I'd have laughed at my own words at another time, but I couldn't find the humor at that moment. My blood was burning with rage, and every breath filled me with frustration. I was about to burst if I didn't get what I wanted, and there was only one thing I wanted. No, I needed it like air. Their knots. Caspian opened his mouth to speak but closed it quickly, looking deeply baffled and awkward. What did you ask her? He asked Marius, his lips tight as if he was trying not to laugh. I gave him a threatening growl. I asked her if she wanted me or if it was her wolf. Marius answered behind me, sounding calm and patient, but his voice had an unmistakable edge. I asked her if she's okay fucking someone who killed her father. His words were followed by a tension so thick I could feel the air in the room turning solid. Caspian gave his brother a lingering look. We don't want you to do something you'd hate later, Lyra, Caspian told me grimly this time. I know the mate bond is getting stronger day by day, and it's demanding us to fulfill our mating, but that shouldn't take precedence over important issues that need to be resolved first. What's there to be resolved? I asked. Do you think the dead people will come back? Then something dawned upon me. What if they didn't want me because I was Giovanni's daughter? The realization almost shattered my heart. And that bitter voice laughed at me for even thinking that the brothers would accept me after knowing the truth. Fuck, I should have thought this through. This was unlike me to be so emotional with my thinking. In the past, I had always been rational and kept my emotions at bay, but ever since I met the brothers, my feelings have been all over the place, rusting away my rationality. The dead people aren't going to come back, Lyra, Caspian spoke, his voice solemn, and his eyes looked slightly unfocused as if he was playing a memory in his head. I knew he was thinking of his dead parents, especially his mother. The loss had affected him the most. But we don't want the dead to dictate our future, he stated firmly. Then tell me, does it matter to you that I'm Giovanni's daughter? I demand. No, the brothers answered together. We've said this before, and I'll say it again. You're not to blame for what Giovanni did. You didn't know anything. You were a child who got caught up in pack politics, Caspian added. Does it matter that my brother killed Giovanni? He asked next, his eyes heatedly trained on me. Behind me, I could feel Marius's scorching eyes burning on my back. This was my time to come clean. I had fucked it up previously, but now I can let it all out. I had to let it all out, or else it felt like I was churning poison inside me. I took a deep breath, turned, and sat against the bed's headboard. I wasn't facing any of them. I needed to get this out as simply and without any confusion. A lot depended on the words I was going to speak next. For a long time I wanted a closure. I kept looking and got none until I found out what had eventually happened to him. However, I hadn't learnt the full truth then. I wanted to avenge his death, and that had been my motivation for everything I did against you two for all those years. All I wanted was to bring you two down anyhow. That was all that mattered to me for a long time until it became the ultimate goal of life. Then I found out you two are my mates. That was shocking. I couldn't take it, especially because I had asked the moon goddess for someone particular. You what Caspian interrupted, but I kept on going because I needed to get it off my chest all at once, or it felt like I'd ultimately lose the opportunity and mess it all up. I promised her I'd accept whoever she chose for me. I hadn't anticipated something like this. I went back on my word. And she punished me that day by delaying the explosion so that I got caught in it and lost an arm, which will always be a reminder to me of going back on my words. It also forced me to depend on you two in a way I had never depended on anyone. I had never been cared for or looked after, and this was jarring at first, but it made me even more aware of the things I had never had. I had craved something like this for so long, and finally I was getting it. But it scared me because I knew it'd all disappear once you two learned who I was. Then I learned the truth and suddenly, it felt like my life was upside down and everything that I had known and believed was all false. I had one purpose in life and it vanished. I didn't know what to do with myself. It felt like my life had ended, and everything I had done so far had been useless. It's an unnerving feeling. I don't know what to do with myself anymore. I've been abandoned by people I loved and trusted in the past, and I've lost everything that ever mattered to me: my father, my life, my arm, years of my work. I trailed off as soon as I remembered the empty basement, the nothingness about that place that scared me. I've lost everything. I wailed. I don't want to lose anymore. I was in tears. I don't want to lose you too. I want my mates, I pleaded. 63. Marius. I don't want to lose anyone, she sniffed, tugging at my heart. I don't want to lose you too. I want my mates. I moved across the bed and pulled her in my arms before whispering in her ear. I'm sorry, Lyra. She wrapped her arms around my neck and buried her face in the crook of my neck, sniffing. I kissed her head while Caspian caressed her back, his eyes soft. You're not going to lose us, Lyra, Caspian assured her. We're going to be with you always. My brother is right, I told her. You're not going to get rid of us anytime soon. Caspian chuckled at my words, his eyes blazing with mischief. We'll follow you to hell if that's where you want to go, Caspian told her. But you're not getting rid of us anytime soon. You're ours now, and there's nothing that'll ever change it. We're going to take care of you so well, I whispered, teasing her with the tip of my nose. I felt her quiver at my words, making me yearn for her more. Yes, Caspian agreed, moving closer. We're going to give you everything you could ever ask for, he promised heatedly. I want you too, she whispered. I need you too. I need your knots, she spoke, sounding tortured. At the command of her words, my already swollen knot twitched, begging to be released from my pants and to be buried deep in her cunt. A hot jolt of need shot through my body, awakening my beast. I could see that Caspian was experiencing the same thing as I. So you'll have it, I promised, but you aren't. My words were interrupted by a fierce growl from Lyra. I want your knots tonight, she demanded. I don't need any more rest. I don't want to waste any more time. I need you too, please. She whimpered the last bit. I feel so empty, so numb with need that's all I could think of. My pussy cat, Caspian groaned, putting his fingers in her hair and gently tugging her back to press hot kisses over her shoulder. Lyra moaned, her smoldering eyes settled on my lips with a hunger that made me want to claim her right away. So be it, I growled as Caspian continued to set hot kisses on her neck and shoulder, making her quiver in my lap. I could start to scent the light hint of her arousal in the air, and it made my mouth water. I wanted to taste her so badly. You'll have our knots and marks tonight. I've waited for this so long, Caspian growled, gently biting the place where her neck met her shoulder, making her moan again. I took this moment to capture her lips and taste her finally. The heat that traveled through my body was making me crazier for her. I needed her then and there. Lyra whimpered against my lips, making my hunger worse. My chest vibrated with a thunderous growl before I laid her down and tore her pants and panties away until she was completely bare for me. Caspian did the same with her cute top and bra until there wasn't a thread of cloth left on her skin. Lyra gasped in surprise while Caspian chuckled at her startled reaction. Meanwhile, I didn't waste a second to between her legs and anchor her hips up before my lips landed on her folds. Lyra moaned out loud when I started lapping at her nub. I grunted, exploring her folds with my lips and loving the taste of her. My pussy cat, Caspian whispered to Lyra while gently kissing her and kneading her breasts, which were starting to swell back to their original glory. I reminded myself to taste them too. Look how my brother is eating you, Caspian purred between the hot kisses. He's going to devour you while I play with your beautiful tits. I teased her, flipping my tongue around her clit, drawing small circles around it while I put my middle and ring finger inside her cunt, slowly massaging away the rough spot at the top wall of her cunt. Her legs quivered around my head while Caspian kept playing with her tie-ties, saying dirty things to her. Look how well he's preparing you for our knots, pussy cat, Caspian whispered to her, his voice dark and sensual. So good, I couldn't help but groan myself. She's so needy. Her walls are clenching around my fingers hungrily. Fuck, Caspian growled. Your cunt is begging for us. It is, I groaned, taking my pants off while never taking my eyes off of her slick opening. Meanwhile, she watched me darkly with a primal hunger in her eyes, which lingered more around my knot. I grunted, stroking myself gently to spread her juices all over my knot. You've got to turn on your stomach for that, Caspian told her, slowly stroking her clit to maintain her steady pulse of need for my cock while she watched me hungrily. Turn on your stomach and put your ass up in the air and open up. Good girl, I told her as she did just as Caspian had asked her to. Yes, my sweet pussy cat, Caspian joined. Open up your cunt for my brother, and she did as she was told. So submissive and obeying. So vulnerable for me as she waited for my cock, and not with her ass up on the air. It was such a beautiful sight to behold. I climbed back on the bed, grabbing her hips and bringing her against me. She made a sound of surprise and need as I started to stroke the length of my cock against her slick opening. I had waited for this for so fucking long. I couldn't believe that I was finally going to give her my knot and claim her. Lyra, I groaned with need as I continued to lather her juices all over my cock. She whimpered impatiently. Ready to be fucked already. Patience, my pussy cat, Caspian told her, gently stroking her cheek. Let him take his time with you. It'll be easier for your cunt to take his knot. Gently, I sank the tip of my cock inside her. Her breath hitched and her body tensed. Caspian kept murmuring soft words of praise for her as she took me slowly, inch by inch, until my whole cock was buried inside her until my knot. It was purple with need and rested against her opening. Such a good pussy cat, taking the cock of her mate so beautifully. Caspian praised her while I felt her clench around my length, her walls protesting for being split by my greedy cock. Marius, she whimpered, squirming under me as I pulled my cock out and thrust it back inside her till my knot. I growled, my need for her intensifying as I started thrusting in her with a steady rhythm, trying to hold myself back from completely losing control. You look so beautiful taking my brother's cock, Caspian told her, kneading her tits while she moaned. So fucking beautiful, my pussy cat. My mate. Marius, she panted and moaned my name again and again, fueling my fire. I felt her walls clenching around me as I continued driving inside her. I need your knot. You need to come first, I told her while slowly increasing the rhythm of my thrusts. With each thrust, I tried to push my knot more and more against her slit, warning and preparing it for my knot. Please, she begged, her body quivering. Come for us first, pussy cat, Caspian urged her, reaching between her legs to stroke her clit while I continued fucking her. My knot was growing bigger in anticipation of being surrounded by her walls. Lyra whimpered, sounding on the edge. Yes, give us your pleasure, Caspian urged her as her pussy clenched around my cock mercilessly, and she cried out in pleasure. 64. Lyra, please, I begged for his knot. My body burned with an intense need for it. Even though I had his rod-hard cock forcing my walls apart, I needed more. It didn't help that I could feel the swell of his knot brushing against my entrance each time he thrust inside me, driving me mad with even more need. Come for us first, pussy cat, Caspian purred as he stroked away at my clit, making my walls clench around Marius's girth. It was unbearable for me. I was trembling as both the brothers placed with my body. Marius's thrusts grew hard and fast, the curve of his cock rubbing against one of my sensitive spots each time he drove inside me almost mercilessly. As Caspian continued to tease my clit, an intense wave of pleasure washed through me like a tsunami. I whimpered as my walls clenched desperately around Marius's monstrous cock, trying to force it out of my channel, but it wouldn't work because Marius held me in place, his cock hard and heavy, throbbing away in my pussy like it was there to stay. For the first time in a long time, my pussy could finally clench on something of its mate, making it happier than ever. Yes, give us your pleasure, Caspian whispered to me as my orgasm flooded my senses, making me scream until I was almost numb. Marius stopped thrusting into me for a second as my walls continued to clench around his cock almost painfully. I heard Marius growl behind me while I collapsed on my chest, my ass still high up in the air with his cock inside me. Good girl, Caspian praised me, setting hot kisses all over my jaw and brushing my hair out of my face. You're doing so good, he continued telling me while I could finally feel Marius trying to work his knot into my opening. I stilled, feeling the pressure increase. This was what I had been waiting for forever. I was finally going to take my mate's knot and feel full. My body started buzzing with a new anticipation, but I was slightly nervous. You're going to take it all, Caspian assured me, reading the uncertain look on my face. I stared into his dark eyes. He was still completely dressed, his knot hidden from me. I didn't like that. Take your clothes off, I told him, but he chuckled. I will soon, but you need to relax your cunt first, he told me. His voice as gentle and sultry as ever. The last thing I want to do is excite you when my brother is trying to put his knot in you. I groaned, but he was right. I tried to relax, closing my eyes for a few seconds while I felt Marius work with my cunt for it to open up wider for his knot. I drew a sharp breath when he pushed inside me abruptly, forcing half of his knot inside me at once. It's okay, Caspian assured me, you're doing amazing. Just relax and let it happen, pussy cat. Your cunt was made to take our knots. It's doing its job well, he told me. Are you alright? Marius asked, bending over me and caressing my cheek. His eyes were dark with lust and adoration as he looked at me. His hair was plastered to his forehead, and he looked flushed. So handsome and perfect. The fact that my pussy finally had his cock, and almost half of his knot inside it, satisfied me to a great extent. Yes, I whispered, I want all of it, I told him, sounding breathless but not stated yet. My words darkened the look in his eyes until it felt like I was staring at two abysses. Such a good girl, he groaned, setting hot kisses all over my back while I felt held of his knot pulse angrily at my entrance. I wiggled gently, reminding him to finish what he started, but he seemed to take his time with his kisses. I feel so lucky to give you my knot, baby girl, I froze at his words. Baby girl. He had called me that in my dream. Goosebumps pricked my skin with the realization. Listen to my brother, pussy cat, Caspian whispered at me, his hot breath fanning my neck. He has yearned for you so much. You'll not deny him anymore. Your cunt now belongs to him as much as it does to me, and you shall always open it up for his cock and not forever. Promise us, Lyra, Caspian demanded. Guilt filled my chest for having treated Marius so terribly in the past. I promise, I whimpered, biting back at the guilt. Say it, Marius demanded this time, not giving me all his knot yet. I knew that I owed this to him. My cunt belongs to you too, to take whenever and however you want, I spoke, trembling with need. It felt like I would burst with need if I didn't get to clench around Marius's knot soon enough. From tonight, your cunt is ours to use and breed, Marius growled. We'll take it whenever we want, and you'll bear yourself to us on demand, Caspian added. Yes, I quivered. Please, Marius. My baby girl looks so beautiful, begging for my knot, Marius whispered. My knot only belongs to you, and you can have it whenever you want. I want it now, I demanded. The brothers chuckled together. So impatient for my knot, Marius groaned, finally slipping the rest of his knot inside me with another thrust. I moaned out loud, feeling so full. I had never felt so full before, and immediately, this feeling of fullness sent another orgasm rushing through my body. Your cunt looks so beautiful with my brother's knot inside it, Caspian told me while still flicking my clit, extending my orgasm. Marius growled above me as he came inside me, emptying all the seed in his knot in my womb. But as soon as he did that, a new wave of fresh seed filled his knot instantly, ready to flood my womb. His knot felt so tight in my cunt, my walls around him hard, continuing to milk his knot until it could not store the rest of his seed, letting it spill out from the point of our connection. Marius collapsed with me on the side, his knot still pulsing away angrily, not ready to release me yet. Not that I didn't mind. Instead, I felt momentarily sated as I felt his seed trickle down my pussy. The two of us lay on our sides while catching our breaths. My baby girl, Marius muttered, placing hot kisses all over my neck while I watched Caspian undress before me, his eyes darker than the void, ready to swallow me. I watched hungrily as he set his throbbing cock free from his pants. His knot was swollen as well, almost purple with need. A bead of his seed appeared at the tip of his cock, making me thirsty for him. 65. Caspian. She watched me hungrily as I took my clothes off. Even though my brother had fucked her, and she still had his knot pulsing away in her cunt, the hunger in her eyes didn't lessen. She looked more hungry for us now, and it made my cock throb painfully hard. I watched her like a predator. Seeing her with my brother's knot made me yearn for her even more. I loved seeing them together after such a long time, finally connected as one. It was a sight to behold, and I was already looking forward to seeing them together more. Finally felt like we had united. The issue between Marius and Lyra finally seemed to have been solved. Even though I always maintained a cordial relationship with him, I could tell that the tension between them was slowly starting to bleed into our fraternal relationship. She finally caved in for him before it could turn into something worse, especially something stemming from jealousy. Marius was kissing her neck as I slowly climbed on the bed, my eyes only on Lyra watching me like a hawk. Her eyes set fiercely on my cock and the pre-cum dripping off of it. So beautiful, I whispered to her, my pussy cat. So needy for me even with my brothers not in her cunt. She smiled at me devilishly before reaching out to touch my hardness. That's mine, she claimed. I chuckled darkly. Of course, I told her, stroking her cheek while looking deep into her eyes. My knot is only yours, I told her, and immediately saw the bolt of possessiveness flash through her eyes. I didn't think my knot could feel any tighter, but it did as she looked at me as if she wanted to devour me whole. At that moment I couldn't help but unite our lips to kiss her fiercely. She welcomed my kiss as if she had been waiting for it, craving for it all this time. She parted her luscious lips, welcoming my branding tongue so I could claim her mouth. She moaned when our tongues united, fighting for control. I gave it to her momentarily but forced her soon after. She made an approving noise, giving everything to me. She gasped for breath, looking completely flushed when I finally let her go. Her eyes were pitch black as she looked at me, her fingers wrapped around my throbbing cock, stroking it gently and slowly, edging toward the knot that was about to burst with my seed. So full, she sighed, stroking my knot. I groaned, wanting to sink into her already, but my brother's knot hadn't released her yet. I almost lost it when she licked her lips, her eyes hungrily set on my cock. Take him in your mouth, Marius encouraged her, kneading her breasts. She whimpered in agreement as I moved closer. Good girl, Marius praised her as Lyra closed her lips around the tip of my cock and I almost came. She purred, licking the beads of pre-cum that leaked from my tip. I felt weak as I watched her lick my cock, tracing each throbbing vein while she reached between my legs and gently cupped my balls, heavy with my seed and begging to be drained. Seeing the tortured look on my face, she gave me a smug look. She knew what she was doing to me, making me want her more. Look at his knot. It's too painful for him. Let him fuck your mouth, baby girl, Marius told her, nibbling her ear, and she shuddered. Would that make me a good girl, taking both of your cocks together? She asked, her voice low and sultry. Yes, both of us growled together. And what would I get in return? She asked, her eyes gleaming with mischief. I'll make you come so hard that your eyes roll back in your head. And you're left moaning our names, Marius growled darkly, reaching between her legs to stroke her clit, and immediately Lyra quivered under his touch. So weak and needy for us, I growled, getting looser and rubbing the tip of my cock on her cheek, slathering some of my cum there. Yes, so needy, her walls are still clenched around my knot, milking all my seed greedily, Marius agreed, stroking her clit. Please, Lyra whimpered. Let my brother fuck your mouth like a good girl, Marius told her, holding her on the edge. Milk his knot, take his ache away. Yes, she breathed, wrapping her fingers around my knot, and I thrust my cock past her lips, not stopping until my tip was pressed against the back of her throat. She choked a bit but held it there, especially when Marius threatened to take his fingers off her swollen and needy clit. Yes, hold it there and feel him throb in your throat. Feel his need for you, baby girl. My chest vibrated with a thunderous growl as I held her head and started driving in and out past her lips. Meanwhile, she held on to my hips firmly, her tongue stroking the curve of my cock, making me fucking her mouth harder, driving deeper and deeper until she could take me no more and my knot was pressed tightly against her lips. I came hard, my cock sending thick ribbons of my hot seed down her throat, and she swallowed it all without a single complaint. I couldn't get more obsessed with her. Such a good girl, Marius praised her, his eyes filled with awe and desire. She takes my cock in her mouth so well, I groaned, no gag reflex. She's heaven sent. She gasped for breath, heaving hard when I pulled my cock out of her throat and mouth. Her eyelids were heavy with lust as she stared at me, completely wasted. I smiled devilishly at her. That's why she deserves to only come on our knots, Marius said, stroking her clit harder until she cried out with pleasure, coming hard until her eyes rolled back and he quivered. Her pussy clenched so hard around my brother's knot that it pushed him out, draining away all the excess cum and making space for me. Marius, she moaned, collapsing back as my brother moved and I took his place. Caspian, she sighed as I hooked her leg up and stroked my tip against her entrance. Yes, pussycat. It's my turn to use your cunt now, I said, teasing her by only inserting my tip and then taking it out. She groaned, making Marius chuckle as he cleaned her face with a damp towel. So greedy for us, he commented darkly. You know the word, baby girl. Say it, and my brother will give you his knot. Please, she pleased. My cunt feels empty. I can't bear it. I need your knot. I was planning on playing with her more. But her words made me slam my hips and drive my cock and knot both inside her. We both cried out in pleasure simultaneously, and Marius made a sound of approval, taking 2 knots back to back. She is definitely made for us, Marius commented. I cannot agree more, brother, I groaned, feeling her walls clench around me ferociously. 66. Lyra. I was a puddle as Caspian fucked my cunt like an animal in heat. He drove his knot in and out of me, the friction from it already pushing me towards another mind-numbing orgasm. I whimpered, doubting if I could take it this time. It was all too much for me, but at the same time I had been wanting this for a long time, and I didn't regret one bit of it. This was necessary for me and them. Here, suck my thumb, Marius whispered darkly, thrusting his thumb past my lips. I didn't have to be told twice because I sucked hard at it, feeling my body shake in anticipation of the orgasm. Caspian growled behind me and slammed his knot into my cunt with a rough thrust. My legs shook while Caspian's knot inflated with more seed, locking us together. Feeling his knot pulse inside me instantly made me come. My walls clenched hard around him while I shook with the force of the orgasm. Caspian growled, emptying his seed in his knot in my womb just like his brother had done a few moments ago. I had both of their seeds swimming in my womb, waiting to take root. The thought deeply pleased me, making me relax as the effect of the intense orgasm almost made me feel numb. Caspian and I were breathing hard while his knot continued to pulse away inside me. Not yet done. That's it. You did very well, baby girl, Marius told me, wiping my body with a wet towel, but all I could do was stare at his still hard cock and his knot. His knot looked less painful now, but still I wanted to reach out and stroke him. He chuckled as if reading my thoughts. This is enough for you tonight, he told me, caressing my cheek. You need to rest now. His voice was so soothing and gentle that I could fall asleep to that each night. I sighed deeply as he gently ran the wet towel over my breasts and down to my stomach. Caspian was still inside me, kissing my neck. Fuck. She feels so good, he groaned behind me, making me feel even more satisfied than ever. Even though I didn't want the night to end, I was already feeling dog-tired. My eyelids felt heavy with exhaustion, ready to flutter shut. I loved it, I whispered before slowly falling asleep with Caspian's knot still inside me. The next day, I woke up with a terrible ache between my legs. It made me groan whenever I moved. Hey, Marius was beside me again. I cracked my eyes open to see sunlight streaming into our suite. Today was unnaturally sunny for a city always shrouded by dark clouds. Marius, I sighed deeply as he appeared before me. He looked fresh and delicious, reminding me of last night. He gave me a bright smile before kissing my head. How much does it hurt? He asked me, a hint of concern in his voice. But before I could answer, I looked around, searching for Caspian. I've sent him out to look at some stuff, Marius told me, reading my thoughts. Where does it hurt, Lyra? Tell me, he demanded. It hurts down there, I told him, and he nodded as if he had been expecting the answer. I'll take care of that. Where else? He pressed. Does your head hurt? No, just there, I answered, slowly slipping up and flexing my neck from side to ease my muscles. I feel much better besides that, I added. It was true. Even though I had taken not 1 but 2 knots last night, I felt better than I had ever felt after waking up without an arm. Even my wolf felt content and happy, and wasn't busy spending her energy to heal me. Marius nodded. You look better too, he remarked. The bond is working well, you think so? I asked coyly. Yes, it's working really well, he answered darkly, pulling me into his arms. I realized I was still naked under the sheets, but he didn't seem to care at all. I sighed deeply in his arms, feeling peaceful. Caspian's presence would have made it better, but I could always seduce him later. I can feel your contentment in your ache, he added, kissing my neck. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the feel of his lips on my skin. That feels so good, Marius, but I want to shower, I told him. I'll help you shower, he said quickly. You look like you've already showered, I noted. I don't mind a second or a third, he returned slyly, cupping me in his arms and taking me to the bathroom. You're not so grumpy today. I snorted as he set me on the counter beside the sink and started preparing the shower. You know why, he said, turning to me and slowly removing his clothes. My eyes went straight to his cock to find it erect and his knot tight again. It's okay. It'll be like that until we're all marked, Marius said before I could ask him about it. I can bear it. Now come, he extended his hand for me and I took it. The water was warm as I stood under it. Having Marius with me in the shower felt crowded, but I didn't mind, mainly due to how he looked at me and his soft, caressing touches as he cleaned me. He was extra gentle while cleaning between my legs. I have something to ease that when we step out of the shower, he assured me, noting the redness there. I rubbed soap on his chest as he did my hair. It was a quiet and cozy shower, and I loved it until I remembered why we were there in the first place. The empty basement. All my servers gone. Lyra, Marius called for me. It's all right. Caspian's out there looking through the place to find what happened. Marius assured me as if reading my thoughts. I can't, it's okay. We'll find out, he assured me grimly this time. But you need to stop hyperventilating. It's not going to help. Well, he was right, but at the same time I couldn't help but keep thinking about it while we showered together. Marius kissed me heatedly before finishing the shower to bring me back to the present. Spread your legs wider, Marius commanded after the shower when I was seated on the bed, and he was between my legs with the ointment for the ache. I tried not to laugh as I spread my legs most sensually, and instantly, his eyes darkened. He gave a warning growl before I could reach out and do something to tease me. You might play with me, but it won't work, baby girl. I will never fuck you when you're aching, he said, gently applying the ointment over the redness. Immediately it made my skin feel cool and I sighed. I watched as he carefully worked between my legs. I couldn't help but notice how my breasts looked more swollen, especially my thighs. Even my hair was long enough to cascade over my shoulder. I was starting to regain my old body, making me feel even more content. 67, Lyra. I couldn't help but keep thinking about my missing servers while I had breakfast with Marius. Caspian was still nowhere to be seen, making me somewhat impatient. I tried asking Marius more about what his brother was up to, but he wouldn't answer me. You don't understand, I tried to tell Marius. Yes, I was starting to hyperventilate again, but I had a good enough reason to do it. My servers had a lot of sensitive information, and whoever had it was out there misusing it while I sat here doing nothing and completely clueless. We don't have much time. We need to find whoever did this soon, or else there will be big trouble, I told him, hoping he'd feel the same intensity of urgency, but he looked calm. We're looking at it, Lyra, he assured me. You don't have to stress yourself out. I have good reasons to, I groaned. Before I could lose my mind, Caspian was finally back, and it felt like I could breathe again. I was so glad to see him that I could have thrown myself in his arms and kissed the daylights out of him. It didn't help how his eyes gleamed with the darkest desires as he looked at me, reminding me of our hot session last night. Speaking of the devil, Marius muttered, looking unhappy. I wondered if it was because our one-on-one time was interrupted, but the look the brothers exchanged between themselves told me that something entirely different was going on of which I wasn't aware. What is it? I demanded, crossing my arms over my chest and eyeing the brothers. Tell me. I cannot stand you two having conversations just by looking at each other, I accused them. I need to know, I forced when Caspian glanced at Marius again as if silently asking for permission. He's going to tell me what he found, and you're not going to stop him, I told Marius fiercely, sternly jabbing my finger in his chest. He regarded me for a few seconds, contemplating something silently. Promise me you won't hyperventilate again and pass out, he demanded. You almost gave us a stroke yesterday. I won't, I declared fiercely, even though I was doubtful about it. Nonetheless, I needed to know. And it's not like you could just continue to keep it from me. I'll figure it out either way, and I need to know. We don't have much time on our hands. Marius sighed because I was right, and he couldn't counter my strong defense. While looking through the house, I found a note. Caspian finally spoke. It's cryptic, he added, reaching inside his pocket and taking it out before holding it before me. I wasted no second to leap forward and grab it before reading it. It was a long binary code. Nothing else. I stared at it for a moment, trying to decipher it in my head, but it didn't make any sense at first. The binary code could be deciphered into alphabets. What is it? Marius asked me, his eyes focused on my face while I tried to think of all the models to solve binary codes. I frowned when nothing came up. It's code, I answered. I don't know what it means. I've had one of our cryptologists look at it, Caspian informed me, but I was sure a cryptographer wouldn't be able to solve it. Whatever the code was, it had a personal message. Where did you find the note? I asked. On the empty floor of the basement, Caspian replied. No fingerprints or anything on it. Just the paper inked with the code, he continued to tell me as I flipped the paper back and forth to find something on it. But there wasn't anything. It was plain and it just had the code written on it. I even held it up in the sunlight to see if it had any unique texture or engravings, but nothing. I continued checking it while the brothers silently watched me, thinking about the code. Do you know anyone who was aware of your server's locations? Marius asked after a while. No, only I know about the locations where I store my servers. I frowned, gently bending the paper to see if something would appear. But nope. But nothing. It was a paper with the code inked on it, as Caspian had said previously. I read the code again and memorized it. Still, did you know anyone who could locate your servers? Any old alliances with whom things might have gone sour? Anyone to whom you might have accidentally revealed their location? Or anyone as skilled as you? Marius asked, deep in thought. I tried to think of the answers to his questions. I didn't make many alliances for my work because I preferred to work alone, and the ones I had previously were cordial. Nothing terrible happened with them that'd lead them to come after me. I was always careful with everything, so there was never a chance of having a slip and who could be as skilled as me. That was a hard one. I was the best hacker out there. I knew my shit very well and people knew me for it. Sure, there were many others, but they weren't as sharp as me. Not as sharp that they'd fuck me up like this, but again the servers were not there. Someone had found a crack somewhere and slipped through there. However, I couldn't think about it. I cannot think of anyone like that. I do have some rivals, but they aren't as powerful or as stupid to do something like this, I said while I went through the names. And you took out the guys who had some idea about me. That's true, but there's got to be someone out there. I'm not doubting your capabilities, Lyra. But no matter what, there's always someone out there lurking in the shadows and waiting for the right opportunity. Someone maybe you might not even know, Marius stated, and his words sent a shiver down my spine. What he claimed was worse. Not knowing anything about your enemy was a defeat, making me even more restless. I was always used to having the upper hand, but now the tables had turned and I didn't know anything. All I had was that code. It was the only hint. Is it possible to fear someone you don't know? I asked. Very much, Caspian answered. Then we might be in big trouble, I said. If you're captivated by Lyra's story, don't forget to subscribe to our channel and turn on notifications so you can get the latest content first. In the pursuit of her servers, Lyra unexpectedly uncovers a mystery entwined with her biological mother. How will she confront this sudden revelation? Join our exploration team, subscribe to the channel, and unravel the mysteries with Lyra. 68. Lyra. We need to find my other servers, I told the brothers, still thinking about the code and what it could mean. And where are they? Marius asked. On the other side of the country, I told them. Belltown, more specifically. I secretly hoped they were untouched. I was left with those servers and I needed them to scrape whatever was left now. We need to drive back to the pack first and then fly to Belltown, Caspian said. Can't we fly there from here? I asked. We don't have much time. I need to decipher the code and safeguard my other servers. Not that there's much in them, but they might help me locate the stolen servers in some way. I told them my mind was on overdrive, thinking of all the ways I could find out who did this. Regardless, we'd need to return to our pack first, Marius said. Why? I frowned. That would delay us. The brothers exchanged a look again, and Caspian chuckled. Remember, you froze our offshore accounts and reported us to the Revenue and Customs Authority for money laundering. Well, we're being investigated for that, and we need to be physically there too while the trial takes place. I groaned at that. Everything I had done to get to the brothers had only backfired for me. I wonder if it was the moon goddess again punishing me for trying to reject and run away from the brothers in the first place. Marius grew tense at Caspian's words. I noticed a quick look exchange between the two. Marius looked like he would tell his brother off, and Caspian rolled his eyes. Whatever I've done so far is backfiring at me, I muttered. Literally, I added, scratching my cybernetic arm as if it were real. That should have taught you something so far. He snorted and received a sharp look from Marius. I can pull some strings to shift the trial dates, but I'm not sure how that'll look for our case. Marius frowned, but I'll try. I could tell that he was trying his best not to make it seem like I was the one responsible for this mess when in fact, I was the sole person who created this shitstorm. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but blurt out because it felt like the more I'd kept it inside me, the more I'd drown in self-loathe. I already hated myself enough for doing stupid shit. Now, I was made to feel even more stupid due to the consequences. I should have died at the explosion. Marius shook his head disapprovingly. We're not holding it against you, Lyra, he spoke. You did all that before being aware of the truth. Yes, it's a headache, but it's all that it is. Nothing more, Marius tried his best to assure me. I half cried and half laughed at that. That means I'm not as good as a hacker, I cackled, a tear running down my cheek. Gosh, I felt like such a mess, but Caspian wrapped his arms around me securely. That's not what I meant, Marius clarified immediately. It wasn't a jab at your skills, Lyra. You're really the best. Whatever you've gathered about the Drakons, Weddards, and the Snow Court says everything. What I meant is that this thing isn't a permanent damage of sorts. Although, I don't undermine your capabilities of having done far worse than this. That's an odd compliment, but thank you, I sniffed, half giggling in Caspian's arms, feeling like I was on the verge of losing my sanity. I did it mostly to slow you two down, I spoke, sighing deeply at the realization, and it seems to be doing its job well at that. It's all right, baby girl, Marius assured me, moving closer and planting a kiss on my forehead. We're going to figure this out together. He's right, Caspian said. I can go there alone, I suggested immediately. It'd be quick and… Absolutely not. Fuck no. Both the brothers shot at the same time, shaking me a bit. We're not leaving you alone anymore, Lyra, Caspian told me fiercely. We're going to go there together. You never know what might be waiting for you there after this incident. I'll pull all my strings to see if I can reschedule the trial dates. But there's no way I'm letting you go there alone, Marius scowled. We don't have much time, I reminded them. I don't have any clue who might have had my servers and what fucked up things they could be doing with it. And I cannot stay sane knowing this. All right then, Marius breathed, we're leaving now. I'll see what I could make my lawyers do. And Caspian, prepare for the trip immediately. Right away, Caspian spoke, and Marius was already on his phone, calling someone while he slipped out of the suite with a grim look. I sighed deeply, missing him already, but I had enough alone time with him in the morning. It was now time with Caspian. My pussy cat, Caspian whispered in my ear as if reading my thoughts. I hummed, content to be in his arms and feeling the bond easily flowing between us without a barrier. It'd be even smoother once we'd marked each other. Could you be any more mischievous? Do you want me to? I asked, grinding against the bump in his pants that was definitely his knot. He groaned in response, his hand slipping under my sweater to gently cup my breast, which felt somewhat sensitive and heavy from last night's ministrations. It instantly incited my pussy to pulse with need, making me yearn for him. He chuckled at my question. Does it matter if I want or not? You're my pussy cat for a reason. You have a mind of your own, and you like to follow it unapologetically, he said, gently squeezing my breast and making me squirm a little. You don't mind that? I asked because lately, following my mind hadn't led me to many great things. It makes me want you more, he told me instead. His voice was reverent. You're so fierce. You're the fire in the winter of our lives. We love that. We needed that so badly, he whispered in my ear as his hand abandoned my breast and slipped into my pants before parting my legs. I moaned and opened up for him easily. Such a good girl, he whispered immediately, making me crave for him even more. I whimpered, grinding harder against his bulge. His fingers skimmed over my folds, but not in a pleasure-giving way. It was more of an examining touch, and I hated it. I wanted more. He caressed my inner thigh gently while his hot breath tickled my ear. Please, I whispered. Not now, but later when you're less sore. We've got to pack for another long journey, he promised darkly. And I was already looking forward to it, encouraging my wolf to heal me faster. 69. Marius. After spending hours talking on the phone with every person I knew who could help me deal with this trial, I finally managed to shift it one day back. It wasn't enough to my liking, but I couldn't complain in this situation. Having only one day at hand meant we needed to travel all day, which made me anxious, especially for Lyra's health. I was closely watching her, especially after our mating last night. She did well, and our knots finally encouraged her wolf to grow stronger. I couldn't help but notice how she looked so different in one day. All of it was because of our knots. Her cheeks looked fuller, her dimples were back, and her hair looked full and silky, my hands itching to run my fingers through them. Most importantly, I noticed how she seemed to have filled into the clothes I had bought for her. The swell of her breasts looked quite prominent and heavy, straining against her pink top. The sight of it made my cock twist with desire, but I pushed my needs aside. She needed to recover first before I was willing to fuck her again, because this time, I had doubts if I'd be able to hold myself back from fucking like a beast in heat. The thoughts weren't helping me at all, and then Lyra got up and purposefully flashed me her ass, tight in her jeans. It looked like an upside-down heart, making my heart yearningly ache for her. She was pure perfection, and no matter how much I tried, I couldn't take my eyes off her even when I was on the phone, sorting off some important pack business with Fidel. He had been left in charge of managing everything in our absence. I watched Lyra like a predator as she chatted with one of the air hostesses before using the washroom. Her eyes were twinkling brighter when she stepped out and headed towards me. I tried not to think about how tight my knot felt in my pants and how it'd be nice to get some relief. "What is it, baby girl?" I asked her softly as she leaned over me, placing her hands on my thighs, dangerously close to my knot. I sucked in a breath but ignored the hot need that fired up due to her touch. "I'm tired," she said, lightly pouting. "That's all right. We have a small bedroom at the back. Do you want me to show it to you?" I asked. "Yes," she answered. The mischievousness in her eyes didn't go unnoticed by me. Before going with her, I checked for Caspian, who was in the cockpit with the pilots. I led her to the back of the plane and opened the bedroom door for her. "There's enough place for two," she clapped her hands together. Her words made the ache in my loins worse. I fought a groan. She knew what she was up to. "Lyra, you aren't healed," before I could complete my sentence. She shoved me past the door and stepped inside, letting the door close behind her. Her arms were instantly around my neck while she pressed her luscious breasts against my chest. "I regret not tasting you last night," she spoke, her lips threateningly close to my lips, pushing harder at my self-control. I was afraid that if she started anything right now, it wouldn't end before we landed. However, she didn't care much about such mundane issues. She was more interested in my lips, enough to get all my attention. "You said you were tired." I tried to fight my lust by reminding her about her exhaustion, but it seemed to have left her body. I couldn't help but place my hands on her hips as she ground herself against me, wanting to get closer. "Not as much to keep myself from tasting you," she replied, her voice thick with desire. I snapped at that moment, leaning in and claiming her lips fiercely. She moaned against my lips and immediately submitted by parting her lips to welcome me. I claimed every bit of her mouth with my tongue, stroking her tongue sensuously in a way that never fails to earn me a moan from her. She sighed deeply against me after the heated kiss, finding herself straddling me while I sat on the edge of the bed, my hands resting heavily on her hips that seemed to have filled in even more overnight. I couldn't help but run my hands all over her curves. "I want the taste of you so bad," she whispered to me, slowly climbing off my lap and settling between my legs with her eyes steaming with lust, ready to worship me. My mouth was dry as I stared at her, slowly undoing my pants and taking my cock and my knot out. "Lyra," I groaned, and she hummed in response, trailing kisses over the length of my cock and then gently licking the tip. "I needed this so bad," she whispered. "It's all I've been thinking about." Her words alone made me groan and leak a bead of pre-cum, which she lapped up quickly. "Such a good girl," I groaned as she closed her lips around my cock and started sucking me hard and fast. No play whatsoever. Right down to business, and I couldn't have been more pleased with that. While seeing her sucking at my cock, I found it hard to keep my hands off her. So I pulled her top up to reveal her breasts that were threatening to spill out of her bra. I seemed to have grown overnight. She remained against my cock as I palmed one of her breasts and grunted in approval. "So big and heavy, everything I could have asked for." "I love them a lot," I told her as I played with her breasts while she continued to suck me, her hands working around my tight knot to milk it, sending me closer to the edge. Something flashed in her eyes and she pulled back immediately. I wanted to protest, but she took her breasts and started stroking my cock between them. That made me come almost immediately, painting her glorious breasts and her chin and lips with hot white ribbons of my cum, which she happily yapped away. Once she was done, I pulled her onto the bed. "Now it's my turn to taste you, 70. Lyra." Now it's my turn to taste you, Marius told me, flipping me on the bed. I wanted to tease him by rolling out of his reach, but there wasn't much space. And he towered over me like a beast, his eyes hungry, and his cock was still hard and raging, his knot full with his seed, ready to be planted deep inside my cunt. I whimpered at the thought. I needed more than just his mouth on me, mainly due to the way he was staring at me. My bond nagged me the most regarding him because I had fought him the hardest since finding out we were paired. Just having him nearby, feeling his eyes on me all the time, was enough to make my wolf beg me to go to him, and that was why I couldn't hold myself back earlier. Now he was looking at me like a starving beast. His imposing and domineering presence made me feel like a prey while I laid sprawled under his intense eyes, covered with his seed. My wolf was gnawing at me to let her on the surface so she could complete the bond with him and quench our thirst permanently, but I doubted if that'd ever happen. And I didn't want to risk doing this while on air. So beautiful, Marius growled, holding my thighs and tugging me closer towards him. Opening me more for him, my baby girl. My pussy clenched hard at his words, begging for him. I couldn't fight the whimper that escaped my lips. He hadn't even put his mouth on me yet, and I was already a mess. When he finally put his mouth on my throbbing core, my back arched, and I moaned out loud, not caring who heard me. Once his tongue started exploring my folds, I forgot everything. All I could focus on was how his tongue flicked my swollen and sensitive clit, playing with it mercilessly and making my walls clench again, reminding me of the emptiness there. Marius, I cried in pleasure as he continued eating me, his tongue doing delicious things to me, not leaving any part of me untouched. Heck, he even managed to find new pleasure spots for me. That feels so good. Please don't stop, I begged him, and he grunted, not stopping a bit. His tongue focused on my clit and started flicking it so hard that I came almost immediately, moaning his name out loud and quivering under him. He didn't remove his mouth from my cunt until he lapped all my juices away. A look of satisfaction dawned upon his face as he finally raised his head from between my legs. But I wasn't done yet. I needed more. I reached for his still hard cock, wrapping my fingers around it and making him groan while he was reaching for some tissues. You need to rest, baby girl. Today's going to be hectic, and you didn't get to sleep much last night, he told me in that oddly paternal manner that pissed me off slightly. I wasn't going to let him go yet. All I wanted to do was lay with him all day, play with him and explore all of him, talk to him and get to know more about him. It was the same case with Caspian. I just wanted to be with him and his brother over anything. I needed both of them around me at all costs, all their attention on me. Okay, maybe that made me a greedy bitch, but it was my wolf gnawing at my sanity through the bond. She needed their not so severely, but the brothers' overprotectiveness and circumspection around me started to drive me mad. All I wanted them was to drop the extra careful act around me for once and just ravage me like the powerful alphas they were. That was all I was asking for. Marius, please. I need you so much. It aches, I begged, looking at him as if he was the only cure for my burning bond. I wish I hadn't pushed you away so much from the beginning because it feels like my bond is now punishing me for not submitting to you earlier. I'm sorry I ran away that night, I told him. I knew we were past all this, but I wanted him to know what I thought. I wanted him to know that I deeply regretted doing what I did to him in the past, and if there were any way for me to go back in time and take his knot the first night I saw him, I'd have done that. My words made his eyes soften and increased the hunger in them simultaneously. He leaned over me and pressed a gentle kiss to my forehead, his cock poking my stomach, so close to my weeping cunt. It's okay, Lyra. The situation was different, he assured me. It wasn't your fault you didn't know the truth. You acted according to what you knew then. You cannot blame your past self for not knowing what you know now. Despite his cold and hard demeanor, he was so fucking understanding and forgiving that it made it hurt more. He was such a softie from the inside, having such a big heart. What did I do to deserve him? If anything, it made me feel even more guilty for it. I reached between us and grabbed his cock again, stroking him, hoping it'd encourage him to fuck me. He groaned again, placing hot kisses all over me but never making an attempt to shove his cock between my legs. Please, I whispered, squeezing his knot and aligning his cock between my legs. He froze. Please fuck me, Marius. I need it. Please use my cunt like the bitch I had been to you since the first day we met. I deserve to have my cunt sore from being used by you two all the time. I could feel his body growing tighter with tension at my words. He hovered over me for a few seconds, breathing hard, trying to control himself. Be careful what you wish for, baby girl, Marius finally spoke. He didn't sound like himself at all. I knew it was his wolf speaking, which got me excited and anxious at the same time. Because I might be too eager to bury my knot permanently in your cunt. His tip was already teasing my entrance, and I spread my legs wider, waiting, but he never pushed into me. Do it, I hissed. I was slowly wiggling his tip inside me. He grew even more tense. Please, Marius. Use my cunt, I begged, and in the next moment, he trusted inside me, driving straight to my hilt until his knot was fully seated inside my cunt. I cried out in pleasure as a near-painful orgasm ripped through me at the forced penetration, shaking me to the core. 71. Marius, please, Marius. Use my cunt, she begged, and that was it. I was trying to withhold myself and my wolf, but her words broke every wall of self-control I had in me, and I drove straight inside her, seating my hard cock and throbbing knot in her eager pussy. She cried as she came on my knot, writhing under me as the waves of strong pleasure washed all over her, almost numbing her mind. For me it was a sight to behold. At that moment all my dreams seemed to have come true. Seeing my mate coming on my knot was heaven. The way her walls gripped me and tried to greedily squeeze every drop of my cum out of my knot was addicting. She smelled like me. Her round breasts were still painted with my cum. You look so beautiful, baby girl, I couldn't help but tell her, wearing my cum while also milking my knot. Such a greedy little mate. All mine, I growled, slowly pulling out my knot and thrusting it back inside her. She whimpered under me as her cunt first tried to deny me entry, but I forced inside, claiming her cunt. It was rightfully mine to be used. Yes, please. Fuck me hard, she panted while I continued to thrust inside her. My knot was pulsing almost painfully as I edged closer to release. I got lost between the thrusts as I watched her underneath me, trembling while taking my knot. Tell me how it feels, I demanded, ramming my knot inside her again and making her cry in pleasure. She was clutching the bedsheets as if her life depended on them. I feel so full, so complete. My body aches with pleasure instead of the emptiness. I love your knot so much, Marius, she told me between her labored breaths and moans, and her words were enough to turn me into a complete beast. I pounded into her mercilessly, using her cunt like she had told me to. Finally, I slammed deep inside her, filling her with my hot cum. My knot pulsed intensely, inflating even more to accommodate the fresh load of seed into it, and eventually locking me inside her. She quivered under me as well as another orgasm rocked her, making her eyes roll back at the back of her head. I loved how she twitched over my knot. It was as if it was too much for her. But at the same time, she wouldn't know what to do without it. She needed it. Lyra. I breathed, my baby girl. I rolled us so we were both laying on our sides, facing each other, while my knot continued to pulse away inside her cunt, strengthening the bond and filling her womb with my seed simultaneously. I couldn't feel more blessed than this. The stars seemed to have finally aligned for me. Are you hurt? I asked her because I went a bit too tough for her too quickly. I should have waited. But she offered me a sated smile. Her eyes were pitch black as she stared at me with heavy eyelids. I love that, Marius, she told me. I love it so much when we're bonded like this, I grunted, agreeing with her. I can feel you still pulse inside me, especially against my sensitive spot. It's because you take my knot so well, I couldn't help but tell her. Your cunt is made for us. I wonder how it'd feel like having two of you locked inside me, pulsing away, she said. And it made me freeze. Before I could stop myself, I already imagined it, my brother and I fucking her at the same time. And then she'd come on our knots together. It shouldn't have made me hungrier for her, but somehow I wanted that. You're still not ready for that. I decided to speak before we could get ahead of ourselves. You must first get used to taking our knots properly. We can proceed from there, I told her, stroking her clit and stimulating her in the hopes that she'd clench around my knot just once again and send me over the edge to fill her with a second load of my fresh cum. I might as well be breeding her at this point, and the thought greatly pleased me. You're always so cautious, she snorted. Someone has to be among the three of us because Caspian's Reckless and Trouble is your middle name, I returned, rubbing her clit harder. She stiffened under me, panting and shaking as another orgasm threatened to wash over her. I slammed my lips on her as she clenched hard around my knot as she came hard, milking my knot again to the point that she was leaking my seed now. I kissed her fiercely, swallowing all her moans. I could taste the two of her on her, which deeply pleased me, especially my wolf. I love how you talk about us, she sighed deeply, a smile playing on her lips before she giggled. As if we are your unruly teenagers. Is that how I make you feel, baby girl? I asked her darkly, nipping at her neck, and she stilled underneath me, her breath hitched. Do I make you feel like an unruly teenager who needs to be disciplined hard? You can be honest with me, baby girl, I urged her when she remained silent. I like the overbearing nature of yours sometimes. It feels like someone finally gives a fuck about me and wants the best for me. It's like. She trailed off, her walls clenched around me for the last time before finally letting my knot go. It's like I can finally rely on someone and don't always have to have my guard up because I trust them. Her words filled me with adoration and made me feel even more possessive towards her. My wolf was purring inside me, beyond pleased. I will honor your trust, Lyra. Always, I told her, feeling the possessiveness flood through me. She looked at me as if my promise meant the world to her, but there was still something disturbing in her eyes. I feel unworthy of it, especially after all the trouble I gave you, even after knowing that you were my mate and it was hurting you, she said, her eyes slightly glossy with unshed tears. I wrapped my arms around her and tucked her body against mine. It's not your fault, Lyra. You were doing what you thought was best according to what you knew then. I haven't, and I will never hold it against you. You deserve all the love and wonderful things after everything you went through. We promise that we are going to look after you. And we're going to honor that till our last breaths, I told her fiercely. I wish I deserved that, she sniffed. I frowned and forced her to look at me. You do, I assured her, looking into her mesmerizing yet melancholic eyes. You absolutely deserve it, baby girl. 72. Lyra, I wanted to cry in Marius's arms for hours after he talked about it. Not only that, he cleaned me afterwards and applied more ointment between my legs to ease the ache. We lay in bed, curled up and kissing afterwards. When I woke up next, he was gone. It made me frown, but I got dressed before stepping out of the small bedroom. Marius and Caspian were both sitting together, discussing something important from the solemn looks on their faces. I didn't miss how their eyes lit up when they saw me. You're awake on time. We're about to land in half an hour, Caspian told me as I took a seat, feeling groggy from sleeping for who knows how long. How are you feeling? Marius asked, his eyes drinking me in with an insatiable hunger. Even though he fucked me a few hours ago, I still felt the need for him seep through my body. Heck, I needed both of them together again and soon. Fine, I croaked, fighting a yawn. Marius nodded slowly before telling me, it's going to be an hour's drive from the airport. We will go there, get those serves and get back on the plane. You can tell us if you feel tired anytime. We can change the plans. I'll keep that in mind, I said before the two returned to discussing pack stuff together. As soon as we landed, we were back on the road. Marius was driving this time while Caspian sat at the back with me. Seeking the opportunity, I curled up against him and dozed off again while feeling the weight of his arm around me. He whispered sweet nothings to me whenever he noticed my eyes flutter open. I wanted to snuggle closer to him and cuddle with him like I used to back in the pack, but I had to make do with whatever I had. After an hour of driving, we were finally at a similar old building where I kept my servers. Like last time, the brothers checked the surroundings first and ensured no one was waiting for us there with surprises. After everything was clear, I went inside the house to get my servers. At first, I checked the security system, which looked pretty much untouched, giving me hope. Luckily, the servers were still here, and we got them in a moving truck to take them back to the airport. However, I noticed another white paper with another code while taking them out. It looked very similar to the first one we found at Westbrook. They were here, I told the brothers, staring at the inked code. Instead of being binary, it was letters this time. I stared at it, memorizing it and trying to see if there was some pattern. I also compared it with the other message, but nothing clicked. When I showed it to the brothers, they took a picture of it and sent it to their cryptologist to look into it. We quickly wrapped everything up before checking everything and finally hitting the road again. I kept thinking about the codes on our way back to the airport. Whoever was behind them knew about all my servers, making me more anxious. I had yet to look at the servers I got from here. Even though everything looked fine on the surface, I had my doubts. Whoever was there to leave the code must have done some messing around. I would check the camera records on my defense system once we were back at the pack. I had a lot of work to do, which was the case with the brothers. I could sense their irk regarding the cases even if they didn't complain about it to me. If anything, this made me feel worse. I needed to get to work soon, or else I was going to pull my hair out. However, I was nervous to look through my servers. What if my impersonator messed up something? What if these servers of mine were corrupted? I'd be in deep shit then. They had the remaining of my work in them, and if somehow I lost them, then that was the end for me. It'd be all right, Marius assured me, sensing my stormy emotions through the bond. However, his words did nothing to help me. What is it? What's bothering you? He asked, his arms wrapped around me while we returned to the airport with my servers. This time Caspian was the one driving. I feel nervous about checking the servers, I told him. I refused to believe they left these untouched. Whatever happens, we'll find a way, Marius assured me. Or tried to. You don't have to worry so much. We'll find out who's doing this. We have the codes. Whoever it is, they'll be paying a hefty price for playing this sick joke, he told me. There was an edge to his voice that was hard to miss. I could tell that he meant what he said, and for once that sent a shiver down my spine. I caught a glimpse of his ruthless side, and that was terrifying enough. We were back at the airport in no time. It took even less time to load my servs in the plane and take off. As soon as we were in the air, a wave of exhaustion hit me, and I went to sleep immediately. Caspian cuddled up with me this time, making me fall asleep sooner. When I woke up the following day, Caspian was gone, making me groan again. I wanted to wake up with either of them. Having both of them would have been even better, but that was impossible. I was trying to be reasonable with my needs despite the bond that was getting more and more desperate to get me to mate with them. When I stepped out of the bedroom in the morning, the brothers sat together like last time, discussing something in hushed voices. As soon as I looked at their faces, I instantly knew something was wrong. The two tried to act normal when they saw me, but it was too late. What is it? I demanded when they tried to brush it off, even though I could sense their anguish through the bond. We were discussing the trial. Nothing more, Caspian tried to dismiss calmly, but I wasn't fooled so easily. Is that why you two seem nervous? I jabbed, I thought this was something meager for you two. The two exchanged a look at my words, and I swear I could have burst at that moment. I know something's wrong, and no matter how hard you two try, I'm going to find out either way, I threatened, and Caspian sighed deeply, already looking defeated. Meanwhile, Marius rubbed his face, looking away for a few seconds to gather himself. Tell me, I demanded. Well, let's just say your impersonator tried to fuck with the Mad Alpha, and it kinda backfired, Caspian tried to explain. Still, no matter how silly and uncomplicated he tried to make it sound, it was a grave situation, and now I was royally fucked. 73. Lyra. Tell me everything in detail, and don't try to sugarcoat anything, I demanded, plopping down next to the brothers. Marius glared at Caspian, who almost rolled his eyes. Despite the humor Caspian maintained at all times, I could tell this issue was serious. The impersonator tried to take down Rickard's systems and failed. He's now angrily hunting for that Morgan. Marius spoke, and immediately, I felt a weight settle in my stomach. That's fucked. Even if I snooped around Rickard's systems, I was never that stupid to do something like that. Fuck, not only does my impersonator have a death wish, but they're also putting a target on my back, I said, my head swarming with all the possibilities of how this could end. Along with this, the codes kept repeating in my head again and again until I got overwhelmed, and it felt like my head was going to shut down. The good thing is, Rick might be able to track down the impersonator, Caspian said. We could reach out to him at this hour and try to work something out. I wonder what would you say to him, I wondered out loud. Look, Rick, I know you almost got fucked by Morgan, but you don't have to worry about it because the one who tried to hack you is the fake one. I have the real Morgan with me who has been snooping around your system for a long time and knows what fuck-uppery you're planning in the Arctic, I said comically. Marius scoffed while Caspian gave me a playful smile. I'd love to see how Rickard would react to that, Caspian had the nerve to say. I wanted to rub my face in frustration, but I looked out the window. We were slowly descending and getting ready for landing. A momentary, pensive silence fell between the three of us. We were all lost in our thoughts, trying to find a way out of the fuckery which was all the product of my doing. I wondered if the moon goddess continued her punishments this way. I wouldn't be surprised if she had a hand in all this. I had not only tried to reject and run away from my mates, especially Marius, but had also given him a hard time. I could feel her dishing it all back to me indirectly. I crossed my arms over my chest and slumped in my seat, thinking about the codes again. One was in binary and the other was in alphabets. I went through them again and again in my head while we landed. Meanwhile, the brothers were busy discussing their trial that was supposed to take place in the evening. Once we returned to the pack, I got to work with my servers immediately. Marius provided me with the second library, which was big enough to fit my servers together. I got busy setting them up and powering them. Caspian lingered with me, but Marius had to leave to meet with some lawyers. However, he didn't do so before giving me a heated kiss. I was anxious about their trial, but if anything, the brothers only looked annoyed about the whole deal and nothing more than that. None of them tried to make me feel like it was happening because of me. Their nonchalant attitude made me want to clean up my shit quickly. I had been slacking off for weeks now, and a shit ton had happened since then. I wasn't going to bed until I figured out who dared to even fuck around with my main servers and then pull such a sick stunt with the Mad Alpha. Caspian helped me around with the servers, using it as an opportunity to touch, tease, and steal some kisses from me now and then. I was done setting up my servers by late afternoon, and they were finally working. By then, Caspian had to leave for the trial. I contemplated attending it with them but knew I'd be too anxious and fidgety to sit through the whole thing. Especially since I knew it was all my doing to make my poor mates suffer. I didn't need the reminder of it repeatedly. I decided to stay in the library with my servers and try to make something of the code. I needed to do something to prove to myself that I hadn't ruined everything yet. I wanted to make things right fast. I ran diagnostics on my servers as soon as I could access all my stored data. It didn't take much time to get back the results. Fortunately, everything in my servers was secure and hadn't been damaged by the tampering done to them. I could tell that someone had tried to access these servers remotely, but didn't get past the strong security system I had set. I even checked the camera footage from the place, and surprisingly it was intact and hadn't been tampered with. I watched days worth of footage while running other diagnostics on my servers to ensure that someone hadn't remotely implanted a bug that'd either corrupt the whole system, or send the replica of all my data to a third party. Once I started accessing my files, I was surrounded by screens again, and for once, despite having my cybernetic arm, it felt like I was my old self again with that fearless zeal that made me push all the boundaries. My wolf felt better and more content with our current state, even though we were supposedly in the middle of a crisis. I continued flipping through the surveillance camera footage when I finally caught something in it. Or rather someone. Almost a month after my accident, when I had been asleep in the hospital, someone managed to get past the security setup in that house. I watched the figure carefully. Whoever it was, they wore a black hoodie and had their face completely covered. But despite it all, from how they moved and their figure, I knew it was a woman. This puzzled me even more. I couldn't recognize the person, but the more I watched them, the more familiar their movements seemed. I watched the woman wander through the house, checking different rooms before going to the basement. I watched her take out the note with the code from her hoodie's pocket and set it on one of the servers. Then she went upstairs and stood in front of the primary surveillance camera. She stood there for a few moments before taking off her glasses and her mask. The face that stared back at me from the video was a lot familiar to me. We had the same eyes and almost the same facial features and, no fucking way. I shot up from the chair and searched for the codes until I found both. As soon as I looked at them, they were solved. Both the codes said the same name. Rivan. 74. Marius. The trial stretched long, but it went smoothly. Caspian and I didn't have to do much. Our lawyers took care of it all. All that we needed to do was to be present there. It was boring sitting there for hours. Even though I was in my pack hall, undergoing the trial with my brother, my mind was back at our home with Lyra. I wondered what she was doing while we were here. She had started working on the servers almost immediately when we reached here. I was sure she was still with them when our trial ended late in the venting. As soon as the trial ended, we wasted no time going home to our mate. I had been right, we found her with the servers when we reached home. She was sitting on the floor of our library, surrounded by her computers, her eyes glued to the screen in a transfixed manner. She even failed to notice us when we entered the library. Finally, when she noticed us, her eyes lit up brightly. This always pleased me, but her excitement to see us grabbed my attention. "Is everything working?" I asked her, looking at her setup. I was already planning to make a separate officer for her, where she could put all her computers and work comfortably. "Yes, and you wouldn't believe this. But I cracked the code, she replied. Really? I haven't heard from the cryptologists yet, Caspian said. But she shook her head. I told you they wouldn't be able to crack it. It was a personal note, she explained, looking back at her screen somberly. What did it say? Did you figure out who did all this? I asked, looking at her servers. Caspian sat by her side, looking at what she was working on. Yes, she answered. I know who did it and why they did it and where they can be found. Damn, that was fast. It's a shame I wasn't here to help you. You'd have been faster, Caspian remarked, and Lyra rolled her eyes. It'd have taken me days if you were here to help me, she shot back. Caspian grinned at her jab. Could you blame me for that? He said, leaning closer to place a kiss on her cheek. Such a flirt, Lyra snickered. We need to focus. We cannot lose more time. Then tell us who is behind all of this. What did the code read? I asked, feeling slightly impatient about the whole issue because now, not only were Drakens involved in it but also the Mad Alpha Rickard. Both were a bad combination to have your troubles come from. Both the code read one name, Rivon, Lyra replied. Who's that? Caspian asked. Lyra looked slightly uncomfortable at the question, but she answered after a short pause. Rivon Urquhart is the name of my biological mother. I stiffened. Caspian shot me a look as well. This was a new revelation to us. Is she the one who did this? I asked. No, Lyra answered. I'm an orphan, remember? Rivon died when I was maybe 3. I remember very little of her. But no, she didn't do this. I watched the surveillance footage from the house we got these servers from. 1 month after my accident, I saw someone sneak into the house and wander around. That person was also kind enough to show me their face, Lyra said, typing something up on her laptop. Caspian gasped when he looked at the screen. I circled the servers to see what made my brother react like that. On the screen was the face of a woman. However, I was surprised that she looked a lot like Lyra but had different hair. Who is she? Caspian asked while I stared at the picture. This is my half-sister, she replied curtly. I didn't miss the contempt laced in her voice. You have biological siblings? I asked her in surprise. I felt slightly ashamed for not knowing such important details about her family or childhood. I needed to know a lot more about her. She is the only one I know of. I grew up with her in the orphanage and she disappeared one day. I couldn't have cared less about her because we rarely got along. It was presumed that she ran away and died. I could have never guessed it'd be her, she said, staring at the screen absent-mindedly. After all these years. She trailed off, the contempt growing thicker in her voice. But how did she know about you being Morgan? Caspian asked. I had the same question. We'll ask her about it when we catch her, Lyra sneered. She has troubled me enough already and now she's pushing too far. I'm going to kill her once I catch her. Calm down, pussycat, Caspian spoke, wrapping his arm around Lyra. However, his words or his embrace did nothing to calm her down. The murderous rage remained in her eyes, and I didn't miss how her body looked tenser. Dark bags were starting to form under her eyes. You've had a long day already. We'll deal with this tomorrow, I declared, offering her my hand, but she scoffed at me. Are you serious? She shot. I wouldn't be able to rest until she's caught. You don't know how she is. She is dangerous like you. Caspian whispered suggestively, and for a second, Lyra looked at my brother as if she wanted to kiss and punch him at the same time. I'll have my men look for her, Lyra, I assured her. You'll go to bed after giving all her details to me. Ha! Have your men look for her. I wonder how that went last time with me, Lyra snickered. She is not right in the head. You men wouldn't be able to do shit. And that's why only you can find her. I asked, crossing my arms on my chest and leveling her with a determined look. Lyra shrugged nonchalantly. Well, we came from the same woman, and as far as I know, she wasn't right in the head either. Would it be surprising if we inherited some of her madness? Lyra asked. You're not mad, I told her, but Lyra laughed. Well, I'm not sane either, she said sardonically, but it's not about me. It's about her. We cannot afford to waste more time. She's out there and doing everything to put more targets on my back. She did it with Rickard and now she might do it with the Drakens. There is simply no time to waste here, Lyra stated firmly. I grunted because I had nothing to say against that. I knew that time was slowly running out, and we needed to act before Lyra's half-sister could get us in more trouble. Tell us about her, I urged. We'll deal with her either way, Lyra sighed deeply at my sternness. But she told us about her half-sister anyway. Her name is Erica Urquhart and she, 75. Lyra. I told them about Erica as much as I could remember about her, which wasn't much. And whatever I remembered about her wasn't great. Erica was a troubled child from the beginning. She was 3 years older than me, and never left an opportunity to terrorize or bully me. I still remember my deep relief when she disappeared and never returned. But now, staring at her face on the screen made me feel uncomfortable. The same way she had always made me feel. Is she a hacker too? Caspian asked after I told them about her. I don't know. But she was really good at stealing, I told them. I remembered how she used to steal from everyone in the orphanage, and used to find ways to shift blame to others. Well, most of the time it fell on me because she loved to see my ass whopped. I'll have my men look for her, Marius assured. I nodded, but deep down I knew it wouldn't be easy to catch her. But you need to rest for now. You had a long day, and I won't hear more about it, Marius warned me firmly. I narrowed my eyes at him, wanting to argue, but I gave up because it'd be fruitless. And I was starting to feel the exhaustion seep in. Okay, I sighed deeply. Caspian wrapped his arm around me and pressed a kiss on my cheek. Marius nodded before leaving Caspian and me alone. I frowned at his absence, but Caspian assured me quickly. He went to make some important calls. He'll be back soon. Let's have dinner and prepare for bed. He tugged me to my feet and almost swept me in his arms to carry me downstairs. But I scooted away in time to miss him. You're so touchy today, I giggled, and he gave me a hungry look. Can you blame me? He managed to get a hold of me this time and threw me over his shoulder. I shrieked and told him to put me down, but he didn't until we were downstairs. I huffed when I felt his fingers lingering close to my pussy. My pussy cat, he whispered to me. I've missed my pussy cat so much. I can sit you on the dining table and eat you out for dinner, he groaned. I whimpered at his words because they sent a hot holy of need through me, making me squirm more against him. He spanked me hard, making me yelp. Caspian. I tried to sound stern, but his name came out more like a moan because as soon as the stinging pain from his spank disappeared, a tinging pleasure lingered afterwards, making me want more of his spanks. You loved that, didn't you? He asked, his finger rubbing my pussy right over the pants. I can smell your arousal, pussy cat. The moment I spanked you, your sweet scent bloomed in the air. Tell me you liked it, I demanded. I wanted to say no. I wanted to get off his shoulder, but the only thing that came out of my lips was a yes rolled in a whimper. Fuck, my pussy cat is so sensitive, Caspian groaned, and the next moment he sat me down on the dining table. My breath hitched in anticipation. Was he going to do as he said, eat me out on the dining table? Fuck, I'd come so hard if he did that. Caspian's eyes were completely pitch black with lust when I looked at them. He stood between my legs, which were wrapped on his side, his hands on my hips. I placed my hands on the pack and pushed my chest out a bit more so my perky boobs would look more prominent and strained against the flimsy blouse I was wearing. What happened? Aren't you hungry for dinner? I asked, and he growled like the animal he was. In the next moment my pants were gone, and he turned me around so I was on my knees and my palms over the dining table, quivering with insatiable need and anticipation. Oh, I'm starving tonight, Lyra, Caspian growls behind me, spanking me so hard that it almost made me cry out loud. But the pleasure that followed was also as intense as the pain and as unbearable. I'm going to feast on your pussy until you ache. Now ass up, he commanded, and I did as he said. He spanked me again and I quivered, feeling more and more wetness leaking out of me and running down the back of my thigh. Caspian licked it off first before following the trail to my pussy, and finally burying his face in my cunt. Yes. I moaned, please eat me. I've been aching all day, I mumbled as his hot mouth closed around my wet folds, making my thighs quiver again. Caspian, I moaned his name as his hot, greedy tongue explored my folds and then found my pulsing and sensitive nub. He got to work immediately by flicking it mercilessly and sucking at it with all his greediness. I was squirming and moaning, bent on the dining table while my mate had his face buried in my cunt, lapping me away as if he had been thirsty for eternity. I was moaning for him when his tongue flicking grew more torturous on my sensitive clit, making my whole body heat up with need. My pussy started clenching, seeking for my mate's knots. Please. I need your fingers or you're not. I'm going to come. I managed to speak between the whimpers as he continued to push me closer towards the edge. Patience, Caspian shot as he continued torturing me with his tongue, taking his sweet time with my cunt for his pleasure. It didn't take me long until I came, coming completely undone on the dining table and collapsing over it, but Caspian didn't move his mouth from my cunt until he was done lapping up all my juices. As soon as my mind cleared of the sexual haze, I turned around, reaching for his pants. Now my turn, I said darkly, reaching inside his pants. Meanwhile, Caspian watched me with a feral look on his face. I'm going to drain your knot first and then have it in my pussy, I said, pulling his knot out. It was so full that it was almost dark for release. So full. All mine. My hungry pussy cat, Caspian groaned, bunching my hair and pulling me in for a kiss. I kissed him back but didn't indulge much in it because I was more hungry for his knot. I needed it desperately. In fact, I needed to have both of their knots desperately, but again I was making do with whatever I had at the moment. I pushed him back just in time, climbed down the table and got on my knees before wrapping my fingers over his knot. He groaned as I closed my mouth around his tip. My cat is so hungry for me, he breathed, and I couldn't have agreed more with the statement. 76. Caspian. My cat is so hungry for me. I groaned as she closed her mouth around my tip and her fingers wrapped around my painfully pulsing knot. I had tried to relieve it earlier but it didn't do much because now, my knot knew the feel of Lyra's cunt and that's what it needed to have so desperately. After fucking her, no matter how much I took myself in my hand to relieve myself, it didn't do shit. Lyra, I moaned her name out loud, fisting her hair harder. She pulled back and gasped, looking at me hungrily. Open up more, pussycat, I urged her. You need to take my knot as well. Please give it to me, she whimpered, parting her legs more and wiggling against me to take my knot. Fuck. That feels so good. I needed that so much. My pussy feels so fucking empty without your knots, she muttered, clenching harder and harder against me. The pulsing in my knot grew as I felt more seed filling it. I growled and started moving again, thrusting inside her deep and slow, feeling every bit of her pussy around me. When she couldn't take more of my seed, it trailed down her legs, but I didn't pull out of her yet, enjoying the snugness of her cunt. It was heaven for me. We were still connected when I wrapped my fingers around her throat and pulled her back against me to nibble on the soft skin of her neck that enticed me so fucking much. Yes, she whispered, breathing hard as I placed kisses all over her. While doing so, I heard footsteps approaching the dining table, and I didn't have to look to know that it was Marius. Marius! Lyra called out for him sultrily, and my brother gave in. I wouldn't have been able to hold myself back if she had called me like that. I continued placing kisses over her shoulder and back while my knot pulsed away inside her. She made a noise of complaint but didn't do anything to sweep my hand away as I continued to tease her. You look so beautiful with my brother's knot inside you, Marius said against her lips, kissing her slowly and salaciously. I love how flushed your face and pussy look after taking his knot, baby girl. You have the both of us, pussycat, I told her, nudging her shoulder. Once my knot empties you, you can sit on his lap and take his knot while I feed you. How does that sound? I offered, and she made a sound of acceptance. I groaned because her pussy clenched around me again, but this time harder, as if trying to push me out. However, my knot was still inflated, determined not to let her go yet. I'll give you whatever you want, baby girl. All you have to do is ask, Marius said, and I couldn't have agreed more with that. I want both of you at the same time, she demanded, and that made me freeze. I want both of your knots pulsing inside me at the same time. I want to be filled. Are you sure about what you're asking, baby girl? Marius was the one to ask her. She clenched around me, making me groan. Yes, she breathed. Not tonight, pussycat, I said. You're not prepared for 2 alpha knots yet. That's true, Marius joined. We're not denying you, but you need to be prepared for that, he said, and she scoffed, but Marius swept her into another kiss. But you can have my knot after his. I wouldn't let you go to bed unsatisfied, Marius promised. With that, I finally pulled out of her and watched my seed run down her thighs. 77. Lyra. I was disappointed when they refused to give their knots to me at the same time. Nonetheless, after Caspian's knot left my pussy, I sat on Marius's lap while his knot pulsed away inside my cunt. It made me feel content for the night while Caspian fed me. Marius's knot refused to leave me, and I ended up going to bed with him after dinner. He took me into his bedroom for the night. So adamant, Marius commented, his voice low and husky while we cuddled in his bed. Your knot doesn't want to leave me. I said when it continued to pulse inside me. It's not my pussy, Marius grunted and slowly messaged my folds to ease me, but it wasn't working. Instead, I clenched around him to give him a little tease. Relax, baby girl, he told me again, attempting to ease me, but it wasn't working. I sighed deeply, tangling our legs. It's because I kept rejecting you in the beginning. It doesn't want to let me go now, I whispered, snuggling closer to him to seek his warmth. Does it bother you? He asked, drawing small circles on my lower belly. Something about that small action made the butterflies in my stomach flutter. No, I whispered. I like it. Finally, after a while, his knot deflated and slipped out of my cunt while we lay in each other's arms, breathing hard. That was needed, Marius muttered, leaving my side to get a wet towel to wipe me. I lay on the bed and watched him clean myself while I fell asleep. The following day I woke up in his bed alone, and that immediately pissed me off. Before leaving his room, I took all my time in his shower, using all his products and choosing to wear his clothes before I went to their office to see what they were doing. Good morning, pussycat. You look so good in those clothes. Caspian was the one to greet me. Marius was nowhere to be seen though. I grumbled good morning to him grumpily as I invaded Caspian's lap, looking at what he was working with. He set kisses on my neck and buried his nose in my hair before taking a deep whiff of it. You smell so good, he muttered, wrapping his arm around my waist. I hummed, staring at the screen when I saw Rickard's name on an email. Did you talk to Rickard? I asked, sitting up and staring at the name to ensure my eyes weren't lying to me. Yes, Caspian sighed deeply behind me. It's Rickard who reached out to us for your impersonator because everyone knew we were looking for Morgan. Did you tell him anything? I asked. No, he answered sharply, we've decided not to disclose your identity, but we'll work with Rickard somehow to catch your sister, Caspian said. Did he tell you what she tried to do to him exactly? I need to know how capable she is, I said. And in response, Caspian showed me Rickard's email. I read everything with the speed of light. The email was all about Rickard raving about my impersonating sister, how she had been snooping around and found something on him, and how he was going to kill her as soon as he laid his hands on her. I flinched when I was done reading the whole thing. He's talking about snow dust, I breathed. I could hear my heart thumping away in my chest. If he somehow managed to get his hands on everything I collected on him, then it'd be the end of everything. He might be, but he hasn't specified it, Caspian stated. Marius is contemplating meeting with Rickard. What do you say? I rocked on his lap gently as a warm fuzzy feeling filled my chest to know that he was asking about my opinion on this matter instead of doing what they thought was best. This made me feel included, that they were choosing to look past the mistakes that I made in the past and still trusting my judgments. I briefly chewed on my bottom lip as I stared at the screen, reading Rickard's threat repeatedly. Meeting him could prove to be a mistake, but at the same time we could catch my sister faster. It was a time-sensitive issue, and a decision needed to be made quickly. What do you guys think? I asked, unsure about this myself. I hadn't met Rickard before, but after reading his email, I was somewhat anxious to see him in the flesh. We think meeting him would be best in this situation, Caspian told me. Especially after knowing about Frosterium. I think it'll be best to work with him, but what happens when he finds out I'm Morgan? I asked him solemnly. One problem at a time, pussycat, Caspian told me. If you want to know what happens next, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and join our adventure. Marius and his brothers are in a race against time to catch a mysterious figure named Erica. What secrets does she hold, and how will their pursuit change their lives? Unravel the mysteries with us and subscribe for the latest updates on the Alpha's quest. 78. Marius. I had been thinking of Rickard's email for the whole day, especially the threats in the them. It enraged my wolf because Rickard made those threats to my mate indirectly. It took me all the self-control not to send him a war declaration. I used to dislike him previously for his unpredictable and borderline insane personality, but that email had incited a hellish loathe against him that tested all my resolves. I had to constantly remind myself that even though that email contained threats against my mate, it also held the invitation from Rickard to work together on this important matter. At such a moment, collaboration was necessary, but it made my nerves tingle. When I reached home after doing some pack duties, I found Caspian and Lyra in the office together, discussing something solemnly while Lyra sat on his lap, looking cozy and relaxed. The sight of her reminded me how long of a day it had been without her. Even though I had gone to sleep with her last night, I still craved for her so fucking much that it was starting to hurt for not marking her yet. My wolf desperately wanted to complete the mating process with her and be completely bonded. I grunted seeing them together. I was glad that we seemed to be finally progressing together, but at the same time the process didn't feel fast enough to my wolf. I tried to ignore his nagging needs, but I failed when Lyra's eyes lit up with a salacious spark as soon as she glanced at me. Just one look from her turned the spark of desire into a raging fire. I couldn't help but step in and capture her lips while she remained seated on Caspian's lap. The way she moaned against my mouth made me want to erupt like a volcano and consume her into the lava of my desire. I missed you, she mumbled against my lips, making me groan. I tried to pull her in my arms, but she gave me a teasing smile and glanced at the screens. We were waiting for you, she told me solemnly. I glanced at Caspian to see if this would be about Rickard's email, and he nodded at me. I hate when you two do that, Lyra scoffed at the two of us, poking an accusing finger in my chest. Do what? I asked, and Caspian chuckled. Communicate silently, Lyra grumbled, climbing off Caspian's lap. It makes me feel left out, she complained, and Caspian gave me an amused look. Stop doing it, she hissed angrily. I shot my brother a sharp look. He was into teasing Lyra, but I didn't like to see her fussy. I liked more of her soft and needy side that always seemed to come out when she was with me. I suppressed a groan as the need to touch her and have her surge through my whole body, worsening my ache for her. Lyra sighed at my reaction. I'm sorry, baby girl. We cannot help it, I assured her, stepping beside her chair and tipping her chin to capture her lips again. We'll make sure to include you next time. Immediately, Caspian shot me a suggestive look, irking me. Lyra made a noise of frustration and glared at Caspian, who grinned at her mischievously. Before my brother could rile her up even more, I intervened. Did you read the email from Rickard? I asked, and instantly the playful aura from the room drained away. Of course, I always had to be the one to burst the balloons and ruin the party. However, my mate didn't seem to care. She was primarily focused on me, and that pleased a large part of me. Yes, she breathed, a dark look spreading across her face. I think it'd be best if we talk to him about this. We can work out something together as long as he doesn't get to know that I'm the real culprit, Lyra spoke, staring gravely at the screens, deep in her thoughts. I glanced at Caspian to see what he thought of it, and he nodded at me. All of us are on the same page then, I noted. We should reach out to Rickard as soon as possible and see what he has for us. When are we going to talk to tonight? I stated before Caspian could complete his question. I want to talk to him today. Call it impatience, but I want to act before Erica does something grave, I said, and Lyra nodded, still deep in her thoughts. I placed a hand on her shoulder, making her look at me. We'll deal with it. You don't have to worry about it, I assured her, and she nodded silently even though a storm was brewing inside her. The three of us sat in front of the giant screen in our office, waiting for Rickard to come online. I had arranged this call on a short meeting, and even though I was prepared with everything, I felt anxious because Rickard was unpredictable. Working with him would be tricky. I had made the mistake of signing a trade treaty with him, and it ended sourly between us because of huge losses. I wondered if he still held some grudges from the past. I wasn't very optimistic about this working out, but I was still willing to try it because the situation demanded it. When Rickard finally came online and his big, annoying face appeared on my screen, I couldn't help but scowl at him. Who's that with you two? It was the first thing Rickard asked before we could exchange greetings. Rick, we missed you so much. Caspian grinned with fake enthusiasm, and I tried my best not to groan at that. However, Rick's eyes remained on Lyra as she sat between us, trying to look innocent. Meet Lyra. She's our mate. Caspian introduced her while I crossed my arms on my chest and studied Rick's expression. He narrowed his eyes at us and asked, You two share a mate. When did that happen? We're not here to discuss our personal relationships, Rickard, I stated grimly. I want to make this quick because we need to catch Morgan soon. I felt Lyra grow slightly tense beside me. I reached for her hand under the table and stroked my thumb at the back of her hand. I deserve to know about any stranger you show up with to an important meeting, Rickard said. She's our mate, Rickard, I told him. And why is she here? He pressed. I know about Morgan, Lyra said suddenly. I've been after them for a long time, and I know a lot more about them than any person out there. This seemed to have gotten Rickard's attention, but at the same time I didn't like how his eyes gleamed. It was as if he held important cards against us. Maybe this is a trap and we've successfully walked into it. I thought about it for a second as I watched Rickard. I didn't know why, but something felt odd about this meeting. Or maybe I was reading too much into a trivial matter. Really? Then tell me everything you know about her, Rickard said. 79. Lyra, and why is she here? The Mad Alpha asked, wearing an arrogant expression on his face. Even though he didn't say it, I could hear the misogyny in his voice. He was one of those alphas who believed that Luna shouldn't have any say in important pack matters, and should only be interested in child-rearing and playing kitty parties with the rest of the she-wolves of the pack. A part of me was glad that he didn't have a mate despite being older than Marius. He was most definitely going to die mateless, and I was glad for that. A she-wolf's life would be spared. Seeing me intensified the look of annoyance on his face. It made me wonder why I hadn't given him more trouble in the past. It'd have been worth it, but I wouldn't let go of any opportunity to trouble him in the future. I was putting up with him because we were running out of time, and I grew increasingly anxious whenever I thought of Erica messing with my servers. They were the work of my life. I wouldn't let that bitch get away if she somehow fucked them up. I know Morgan, I answered this time. I've been after them for a long time, and I know a lot more about them than any person out there. It felt odd speaking about myself in the third person, but I kept a straight face. Rickard cocked an eyebrow at me while interest flashed in his eyes. I felt Marius tensing up beside me. He was still holding my hand under the table but had stopped drawing small circles with his thumb. Really? Then tell me everything you know about her, he said with a particular emphasis on her. Marius and Caspian were both tense on my sides. How do you know Morgan is a woman? I asked, sounding curious. Rickard chuckled. Only a woman would try to infiltrate my military systems and fail so gloriously, Rickard snarked. I clenched my fists under the table. I wanted to drive them straight to his face and wipe that smirk off permanently. It was decided once I got back my servers I was going to fuck him up and make an example of him. What a rational way of thinking, I commented flatly. Rickard barked another of his sardonic laughs and gave me a demeaning look. I don't expect you to get it, he sneered, but I know Morgan is a woman because I have my eyes and ears in a lot of places too. Instantly, I knew he was talking about the Weddard witches. They knew about me because I had worked closely with them. However, they had sworn secrecy about it. Still, this information found a way to be leaked, and I wondered how much more those witches had told him about me. For someone who was the champion of misogynists, he was too good of friends with the witches. We can trade information then, Marius suggested. Rickard cocked his eyebrow again in that arrogant way. I'm not sure how much I'll be able to trust anything I get from her, he commented, and Caspian growled. I heard Marius grinding his teeth beside me. But I want to catch that bitch and am willing to do anything for that, he added. What a gentleman. Tell me about what Morgan tried to do with your systems, I probed immediately. She tried to break into one of my military systems by pretending to be someone from my pack, but she got caught, Rickard shrugged. With his response, I tried to gauge how much Erica could operate my servers without being locked out. Can you send me more details? I asked, did she leave any trails behind? Did she get anything first, or was she detected right away? So many questions were bubbling in my head, and I wanted the answers to them to understand more about what Erica was up to. By the look on Rickard's face, I was expecting him to brush off my questions and demand something in return. But he surprised us by answering, I'll send you whatever I can, and yes, she managed to get her hands on something very important. I need to find her soon. The darkness in his tone was enough for me to guess what he was talking about. Frusterium. Fucking snow dust. This is not a wild guess but rather a hypothesis, I started, but I have a feeling that this isn't Morgan. She doesn't work this way. How are you so sure? He asked. Oh, trust her. She knows what she's talking about, Caspian chipped. And I find it strange that we haven't gotten anything from Morgan for months, but for some reason she goes after you, Marius joined. This made Rickard pause and think. I'm certain it's Morgan because of the trail she left. It had some of her signatures, Rickard said, making me almost groan. Erica wasn't playing. She was out there to destroy me in every way she possibly could. We'd like to look at them too, Marius said. All right then. I'll send you whatever I can. Rickard said in a dismissive tone, but before he could disconnect from the call, Caspian asked casually, "What did she steal from you?" I noticed how Rickard clenched his jaw at the question. His nostrils flared angrily. "None of your business," he stated, and disconnected the call before we could utter another word. "Something to do with snow dust." "I'm sure about it," I answered Caspian's question. "I thought so too," Caspian returned. "That went better than my expectations," Marius commented, and I sighed deeply, still feeling annoyed by this whole exchange. But how did he know about Morgan being a woman? "The Wetters," I told him. "Witches love gossiping. It had to be them because I don't see any other source. I need to know who did this," I gritted to myself. I had been away for a couple of months, and the sky seemed to be collapsing on me. This was overwhelming but, at the same time, infuriating. I needed to tie a lot of loose ends. As if Caspian could read my enraging thoughts, he tugged at my hand, snapping me out of my head. "Come with me," he said huskily. Caspian. After talking to Rickard, everyone's moods were shitty, especially Lyra's. I could feel it. She had been tense all day, even though I tried my best to ease her. She had finally started to get better, but I feared the current developments were stressing her out too much. The last thing I wanted was for her to hyperventilate and then ruin all her wolf's progress at healing her. Even though she was much better than before, her health was still vulnerable. It was the only reason why we hadn't been able to complete the bond with her. The urge to mark her and complete the bond was intense for my brother and me, but we were taking our time. Lyra still needed to be fully prepared for it. She still needed to phase into her wolf once and strengthen her connection to her wolf first. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to withstand two markings at the same time. To make matters worse, the way things were going, she was more stressed out than ever, slowing down the whole process. "Come with me," I said, tugging at her hand after the call with Rickard. Marius nodded at me silently, understanding what I was about to do. I needed to start preparing Lyra for the marking. Slowly and gradually. She sighed deeply, letting me lead her out of the office and back to her room. She protested as we passed by the library where she had temporarily set up her computers. I scoffed and stirred her back to her bedroom. "I've been trying to track my lost servers with the ones I have. I had them all synced, but for some reason, they're unable to pick up anything," Lyra said mindlessly as we entered her bedroom. I hadn't been paying any attention to what she was saying. As soon as we were inside, I pinned her to the wall and pressed my whole body against mine. She gasped and gave me a heated look, looking somewhat flush with the small gesture of mine. I grinned at her, my wolf stirring inside me for her. "Enough with work," I told her darkly, "it's us time now." Instantly, I smelled her arousal perfuming the air, and I couldn't help but groan in approval. I loved the way she reacted to me. It made me not swell painfully for her. "Were you not paying any attention during the call?" she asked, wrapping her arms around me to pull me closer until our lips were a few inches away. I wanted to capture them right away and ravage her, but I had something else in my mind. "No, I was thinking about my pussy cat." I told her. "My pussy cat," I whispered, taking the small toy out of my pocket without her noticing it, and then slipping my hand into her pants. She sucked in a breath, and the smell of arousal thickened in the air. "I need your knot, Caspian," she whimpered as I started to gently massage her clit. She moaned and clung to me, making me groan. "I have something better than that," I told her, slathering her wetness around her entrance to prepare her for the toy. She was unaware of it because I had concealed it in my palm. "What could be better than my mate's knot?" She groaned, and her words made my knot twitch with need. I wanted to drop the toy and give her my knot right away, but I continued with my plan. "True, but you'll like this, I promise," I told her. "What is?" Before she could ask, I slipped the small round toy into her pussy, letting its tail hang out of her pussy. "Caspian!" She cried my name as the toy started vibrating inside her. I couldn't help but capture her lips, drinking in her moans. She squirmed against me as ripples of pleasure washed over her. "That feels so good," she whimpered against my lips. "I knew my pussy cat would love her toy," I groaned, picking her up and placing her on the bed. She sighed deeply as the toy started vibrating. I had its remote in my pocket. "Ass up and spread your legs," I commanded, and she obeyed right away. "Good girl," I whispered to her, taking her pants off to reveal the tail of the toy sticking out of her wet lips. The sight made me groan. Just in time, Marius entered the room to join me. He grunted at the toy. It had been his idea. She likes your toy, I told him, turning it on again to make her quiver with need. She whimpered as her thighs quivered. Marius moved to my side before I turned the level of vibrations up, and she cried out, her pussy going wetter in front of our eyes. Please. She cried as her thighs quivered. I've got you, baby girl. Marius reached out to touch her clit while I continued to adjust the level of vibrations, making her squirm even more. You look so good, quivering with need for us. Fuck, I'm not taking that toy out of you, pussycat, I told Lyra. Marius groaned at my words, licking her juices off her inner thigh while still teasing her clit. Please. I need a knot inside me, Lyra begged. My pussy is clenching too hard. Stop torturing my baby girl. Marius growled at me before he put his mouth on her wet pussy finally and gave her a moment of relief. I chuckled and turned down the vibration. Was that too much for you, baby girl? Marius asked, pulling her into his lap and spreading her legs to stroke her clit. Lyra threw her head back on his shoulder as she breathed hard. I wasn't ready, she whimpered while Marius continued to stoke her clit, but he didn't take the toy from her yet. We need to go slow with her, Caspian, my brother told me, but I grunted. I want her to wear my mark so bad, I told him, and he sighed deeply because I knew he wanted the same thing. However, Marius was more patient than me. Lyra moaned at my words and started grinding against Marius's knot. I want both of you. No, fuck, I need you two inside me at the same time, she groaned. We need to work for that. Can you take me in your ass, baby girl? Marius asked. I want to try, Lyra groaned. I want to try it so bad, please. Marius and I both growled at her words. Even though we were the ones playing with her, she always seemed to be the one in control of us because all she had to say was please once, and we'd be ready to give her everything. All right, baby girl. We're going to prepare your ass for use. Are you ready for that? Marius asked. I was already digging out the lubrication from the bedside drawer for her. Yes, Lyra breathed. I want both of my holes used, Marius and I groaned at her words. Even though we were supposed to go slow with her, I knew we wouldn't last long with our crumbling resolve. 81. Lyra, I felt ready to burst with the toy inside me. It was something completely unexpected, adding more thrill to it, making my body hotter with need. Also, having both my mates in my bedroom made me needier for them. I was ready to beg them to give me their knots, but, like always, they were taking their sweet time with me, preparing me for them. I want both of my holes used, I told them, not caring if they went rough on me or not. I just needed to have them in one way or the other and somehow complete the damn bond. My wolf was constantly nagging me to mark them, to seal everything so that I wouldn't have to care about them leaving me. Even though I was sure now that they wouldn't leave me no matter what, I still had this irrational fear inside me. It had always been there since I was orphaned, and I had to hop from one place to another and get deposited back into the orphanage. Even though I was now an adult, sometimes that feeling of uncertainty found a way to creep in. It made my wolf want to fulfill the bond even more, especially now that she could finally be with her mates without me trying to fight the bond. The feelings that were surging through me were too much to bear. Be careful about what you ask for, baby girl, Marius whispered in my ear as he stroked my clit for the last time, and then turned me around until I was draped on his lap with my ass up in the air. Before I could respond to him, he spanked me hard, making me whimper. Right on time, Caspian turned on the toy, and I screamed as my pussy clenched hard, begging for a knot to fill it, though they wouldn't give it to me yet. Not so easily. Even though I was on edge, ready to burst with an orgasm, they slowed down the play even more, taking their sweet, sweet time to torture me. So beautiful, Marius growled, shifting me so that my pussy was easily accessible to him. He parted my butt cheeks to expose my tight hole. I sucked in a breath as he stroked his thumb over it. So tight, Caspian groaned behind me. I looked over my shoulder to find my mates staring at my hole together, a solemn look on their faces as Marius poked and probed it. I whimpered when he applied a bit too much pressure. I was anticipating for him to dip a finger inside me, but he didn't. I bit my lower lip to fight the sound of impatience. I needed it so fucking badly. She's never had her ass used, Marius muttered. I sucked in a breath as Marius dipped his head and licked the hole. Tingles shot throughout my body, making the throbbing between my legs worse. I hummed, clutching the sheets and arching my ass up even more for them. Tell us, pussycat. Have you ever played with your other hole? Caspian asked. No, never, I answered right away, and I swear both of them groaned. That's why it's so fucking tight and needs so much work, Caspian commented, and then I felt something cold and liquidly on my hole making me shiver. That was some lube, baby girl, Marius told me so I wouldn't be left wondering. I huffed as he rubbed the lube over my hole, and then slowly and gently slipped a finger inside me. I clenched around him immediately, feeling uneasy at first, but soon, it was replaced with excitement. How does that feel? Marius asked me with care. Good, I mumbled, watching the two obsess over my hole, like it was the best thing on earth. It made me wetter. I was dripping my juices all over Marius's pants. Let me touch her, Caspian breathed, and Marius took his finger out, giving me that sense of loss, but then Caspian dipped his finger inside me and slowly started to fuck with it. I squirmed, wiggling my ass slightly. I needed more than just a finger. I needed more. Does that feel good, baby girl? Marius asked, his voice low and thick with lust. Fuck yes, it feels so fucking good. I need more. Please give me more, I squealed. Caspian laughed and abruptly dipped another finger inside me, making me freeze. Marius groaned and reached for my breast and squeezed it hard. I could feel his knot growing harder beneath me. All of us were so fucking needy, yet these brothers were hellbent on taking this slow. This frustrated me but at the same time did nothing to ease my need. More, I demanded. Immediately Caspian removed his fingers, and before I could say anything, I felt him taking out the vibrator from my pussy, and in the next moment, he was pushing it against my tight hole. I sucked in a breath as he pushed it inside. Fuck, I whispered before he turned it on, and again, I was squirming with the need to come. My pussy clenched hard around nothing, making me cry out in frustration and need. Look how needy she is, Caspian muttered, his voice heavy with lust. How much she wants our knots, please, I cried, touching Marius's knot over his pants. His bulge was hard, and just imagining my pussy clenching around it made me tremble. The fluttering sensation in my ass wasn't helping at all. Yes, beg pussycat. Tell us how much you want this. Tell us how much you want your mates inside you. Tell us how much you want our knots to be pulsing inside you and filling you with our seed. Please. I need your knot. I feel empty. My pussy clenches hard, I whimpered, not having enough verve to speak. All I needed was a release because it was becoming too unendurable. I'm giving her my knot, Marius said right away, and finally, he deposited me on the bed and positioned himself between my legs while undoing his pants. I almost cried with happiness when he pulled out his hard knot and almost purple knot. It was what I had been yearning for all fucking day. Please. Marius, I whimpered as he rubbed the tip of his cock against my wetness. I've got you, baby girl, he told me before finally thrusting his cock in my wet pussy. I took all of him, including his knot, in a single thrust without an issue. Fuck, she had been really wet for us, Marius muttered as he bent down to capture my lips. I kissed him hungrily while feeling his knot pulsing inside me. At the same time, I felt Caspian turning the vibrator's level up a notch. I was writhing under Marius. I could tell Marius was also feeling the vibrations against his knot, making him growl. He pulled his cock and knot out of me and then slammed right back in. His thrusts were strong and urgent, almost rocking the bed as he pumped into me fiercely. As his thrusts grew more powerful and urgent, I felt the vibrations increase, and soon Marius slammed into me hard, forcing me to come while he filled my womb with his thick hot seed. The sound of our labored breaths filled the room. The toy had stopped working and I could finally catch a break. Meanwhile, Marius's knot pulsed away in my pussy, doing its work. Marius busied himself by showing my breasts some attention. His hot mouth closed around one of my nipples, and he sucked hard while he kneaded my other breast. I sighed deeply, feeling somewhat content, but I hadn't had Caspian yet. He had been watching us fuck while he controlled the vibrator with an evil smile on his face. Of course it had to be him. He started all of this event, though Marius was equally involved. Did you enjoy that, pussy cat? He asked smugly, edging closer to me. I wanted to grab him and wipe that smirk off his face with a heated kiss. I really did, I grinned at him, brushing my fingers over the bulge in his pants, and he groaned. I knew his knot was filled with his seed, ready to burst. But I need this too, I said, tapping his bulge. So demanding, he commented. Don't act as if you're not dying to use my mouth, I shot back. And I knew it was the truth because a pained look crossed his face. Open up and give it to me. Such a greedy little pussy cat, he muttered, undoing his pants anyway. I smiled at him slyly before taking him in my mouth while Marius's into still pulsed inside me. I knew his knot would take its time with me since it had its own mind. Until then, I pleasured Caspian and drained his knot with my mouth. It was the best way to end the night. 82 Lyra. I woke up the next day with Caspian, feeling somewhat sore between the legs but fully content. Last night, after Marius had given me his knot, I took Caspian's knot as well. After that, the three of us lay together with me lodged between them. It felt like such a bliss having both my mates on either side while I fell asleep. I wanted to have this every single night. However, as good as my nights were, I was equally cranky in the morning. I was never a morning person to begin with, and after waking up after the explosion, my body hated me even more in the morning. But Caspian whispered sweet nothings to me and got me in the shower. My mood improved quickly as we showered together. Afterwards, he took care of me by rubbing some ointment between my legs and giving me a heated kiss. Marius happened to join us for breakfast after his morning run, and my mood was better to see him. I sat on his lap as I had my breakfast while my wolf purred, feeling content. The brothers discussed pack matters while eating, and I listened to them intently to learn more about their pack affairs. I knew a lot about their pack already due to snooping around for years, but I hadn't met many people personally except for Fidel. Thinking of Fidel, I had to ask, how is Fidel doing? The two of them tensed at my question, especially Marius. I felt his free hand heavily resting on my thigh as if silently staking a claim. Possessiveness flashed in Caspian's eyes as well as he cocked an eyebrow at me. What about him? Caspian asked. There was an edge to his voice. I didn't miss how his gaze possessively landed on me while Marius lifted his hand from my thigh and wrapped his arm around my waist as if he were afraid I would flee from his lap. I smiled innocently at them. I haven't met anyone from the pack yet except for Fidel, I said. I wanted to know if he's alive after I tried to pull that boyfriend stunt with him. He's alive, Marius's voice rumbled behind him. His voice was thick with possessiveness. You don't have to worry about him, baby girl. I couldn't help but giggle at that. He's alive as long as you don't go about claiming him to be your boyfriend, pussycat, Caspian said. I smiled at him slyly. You don't have to worry about him. It's just that I had fun fooling him, I shrugged, and Marius's body loosened slightly under me. You're not seeing him anyhow. He avoids this part of the pack like a plague now, Marius informed me. That's a shame, I pouted. I'd have liked to have someone to toy with. Baby girl, the only toy you're getting is that tiny little thing we put in your pussy. Marius's voice was a whisper, but there was so much power in it that it made me quiver. It didn't help that my pussy clamped at the memories of last night, seeking there not even though it was sore from being used. Caspian gave a dark smile, making my pussy flutter along with my heart. Don't worry, Lyra. We'll get you more of those toys so your pussy always has something to play with, Caspian promised darkly, almost pulling a moan out of my lips. Meanwhile, Marius chuckled behind me. His laugh was deep and rumbly, giving me all those annoying butterflies in my stomach. She likes the idea, Marius commented. No, I don't, I muttered, making the two laugh at me. It was a lie and all of us knew that. There was no point in denying that because they could smell my arousal thick in the air. I couldn't hide it no matter how hard I tried. As soon as breakfast was over, I went straight to the library to look at my servers. I was done running all the diagnostics on my servers, and they turned out to be utterly untouched. That was a great sign. I had been trying to connect them to the stolen ones so I could hopefully track them or get any hints as to where they could be. But so far I didn't have any luck. I continued to go through whatever I had stored in these servers to see if I could get anything to help us. It was afternoon when Marius visited me to tell me that Rickard had sent them all the files. I didn't waste any moment to look through them to see if I could find anything. Any hints about where my sister could be hiding those servers. I knew well that she was using them because the stuff she tried to do with Rickard was only possible with them. I got busy combing through everything but didn't get much except for learning that my sister was good with what she was doing, and she had purposefully botched the attack on Rickard's military systems to send him a message and also throw me under the bus at the same time. I hated to admit it, but she was excelling at impersonating me. She tried to fuck with some other alphas as well in the next couple of days so she could get others more worked up about me. I already had a long list of people with a target on my back, but thanks to my sister, the list almost doubled in a week. This led me to spend most of my waking hours in the library with my computers, trying to counter whatever she was doing. I couldn't do much with whatever limited things I was left with, but I kept trying. I continued to track all her activities to find out where she was, but to no avail. The brothers were busy with their pack activities too. They had been postponing a lot of work since I landed in the hospital, and now that I was finally better, they had a lot of backlogs to clear too. However, they tried to provide me with as much information as possible from the other alphas. At the same time, I continued my work, even collaborating with their cyber team to help me track everything Erica was doing. It had been almost a week, but I was still as clueless as before, which was more frustrating than ever. I grew increasingly anxious as the days passed until I couldn't take it anymore. I was pacing in the library one evening, thinking about what to do next when Caspian found me. "You need to go for a run," he told me, and my wolf howled at his words. I swallowed at his words. I hadn't phased into my wolf since I woke up after the accident. Even though I had gotten used to my cybernetic arm, I was unsure and anxious to see how it'd turn out. "We'll be there for you, Lyra," Caspian assured me after reading my expression. I was hesitant, but I decided to go. I needed to let my wolf out sometime anyway, and I couldn't keep postponing this. This had to be done. My wolf stirred with excitement at the thought of being let out and united with her mates. She had been looking forward to this so much, and I was finally going to give my wolf what she wanted too much. 83. Lyra. It was starting to get darker when I stepped out with Caspian. The snow-covered pine trees stood so tall and proud around their house. I shivered as a chilly wind tickled my skin. I hated snow and anything cold, but as the sun disappeared behind the trees, its rogue rays would hit the snowy treetops to make them appear studded with diamonds. It was beautiful to watch. I took a moment to admire them. I had hardly stepped out of their house since they brought me here. Caspian had taken me for a walk once, and then there was another time when Marius walked me to the hospital for a minor scan of my head. Apart from that, either I had been too exhausted or too busy with shit to step out and go somewhere. Not to mention, the landscape was still covered with snow. I hated snow, but it looked beautiful today, and as I filled my lungs with some fresh air, the tightness I felt in my shoulder faded away. Yes, I had a lot to worry about, but at the moment the evening breeze and the beautiful sunset were too precious to miss. It immediately improved the shitty mood I had been having for the past week. I could tell Caspian felt the same because his face was covered with bliss as soon as we stepped outside. I followed him as he led me towards the woods at the back of the house before he started stripping. I watched him peel his clothes off to reveal those beautiful tattoos all over his body. I had run my fingers over them so many times that they were now part of my memory. I couldn't take my eyes off his beautiful body. He was a work of art, and so was his brother. When he was done stripping, he turned around and flashed me a wide smile. I tried not to stare at his cock and knot. The sight of them made me needly almost instantly. "Let me take your clothes off, pussycat," he whispered darkly, stepping closer to me. He removed my thick hoodie and captured my lips while undoing the front buttons of my blouse. He took his lips off me briefly to tug my blouse over my head before reaching for my bra. I shivered at how cold it was outside. Caspian continued to take my clothes. He pulled down my pant and panties all at once, making me step out of them. When I was completely bare, I felt slightly self-conscious. I hadn't been naked in the open for a long time, and with my cybernetic arm, I felt even more awkward. "It's going to be all right," Caspian assured me as he wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me against his naked body. I clung to him for warmth while he placed more kisses all over me, whispering sweet nothings between those kisses. While he was kissing me, I heard snow crunching behind us. I gasped at the enormous black wolf that stepped out of the line of trees. My breath lodged into my throat. It was Marius. I knew it was him as soon as I looked into his enchanting golden eyes. He looked majestic as he sat by the edge of the woods watching us, waiting. He was waiting for my wolf, which made me aware of my wolf's longing for her mates. Seeing Marius's wolf encouraged me to start preparing for the phasing. She wanted to be with her mates so severely. I had tried to suppress her so fucking much that it made me feel guilty now. I should have given her what she wanted long ago, but I would do it now. However, my wolf was anxious about it because of our arm. "We're here for you," Caspian whispered to me. "Now focus," he urged. I closed my eyes and rested my forehead against his shoulder while filling my lungs with deep breaths. In and out. In and out. In and out. I kept on going, focusing on my wolf. I imagined her brown fur, fluffy tail, majestic snout, and silver eyes. It had been a while since I had let her out. My wolf slowly stirred awake, taking over me. I groaned as the first wave of pain washed over me. Shifting after a long time was always harrowing. Felt like the first shift. Caspian continued to whisper sweet, encouraging words to me as I embraced the pain. "You're doing great, pussycat. Keep going. Show us your wolf. We've been waiting to meet her for so long. You can do it." "Yes, that's my girl. Marius's wolf is watching you so intently. He can't wait to chase your wolf, play with her and mate with her. You're his baby girl and my pussycat. I know you can do this. We're so proud of you." The pain was unbearable by now, and I was crouching on the snow, heaving as more and more pain engulfed me. It was significantly more painful around my cybernetic arm. I whimpered in pain. A tear escaped my eye. Caspian wiped it away and continued with his encouraging words, crouching beside me. When my bones finally started snapping and shifting, the pain rose so fucking much. I squeezed my eyes shut and focused on breathing as I felt my body morph into my wolf. With each passing second, I felt less and less in control of my body. It was a sign that my wolf was taking over as she continued to push me at the back of her head. When I opened my eyes next, I was on all fours and panting with my tongue hanging out. Everything felt normal. The cybernetic arm had rearranged itself into my wolf's front leg. I tested it out for a moment and got used to it instantly. It must be because I was already used to the arm in my human form, and the chip in my brain had been busy calibrating my arm with my whole body all this time. Despite the pain, the transition had been relatively effortless. A gray wolf stood before me, watching me intently with its similar golden eyes before it started circling me. The black wolf also stalked towards me and started sniffing and circling me, giving me a few rogue licks and nips here and there, making me shiver. My wolf purred out loud as her mates continued to lick and preen her with utmost care and curiosity. She sniffed and licked them back. She took her time enjoying this special kind of attention that she was getting from them. She had never gotten this type of treatment before, and she loved it way too much. It continued until my wolf seemed to have memorized their scent and tastes and vice versa. She finally rose from the snow and edged towards the woods, feeling slightly unsure because of the snow and the growing darkness. Marius took the lead, breaking into a run, and my wolf followed him instantly. Caspian remained behind me, nudging me and licking me whenever I stopped to look around. We ran along the territory boundary until my wolf memorized it. It was more like a warm-up for us, especially for me. After we were done running, we took a brief break by a frozen lake. Caspian's wolf got busy cleaning its paws while Marius's wolf stretched. My wolf was very aware of the two, and once she got the opportunity, she dashed into the woods with a wolfish grin, knowing that her mates would follow her. It was time for play. 84. Lyra, my wolf, ran deep into the woods with an unstoppable speed. It was after such a long time I had let her out, and she was having all the fun she could. Her excitement was on the peak. Knowing her mates were following her closely, it made her run faster. She wanted to give them a good chase. She wanted them to hunt her and then mate with her. She was completely in the mood, and nothing would ever stop her. Marius's wolf growled at her in warning, racing right behind her, but she ignored him and kept running. She dodged all the trees, and even though she disliked the snow as much as me, it didn't bother her tonight. She had been set free after such a long time. Snow was the last thing on her mind. She had decided that it wasn't going to stop her. But the snow had other plans for my wolf. My wolf took one sharp turn to put the brothers off her tail, but it backfired on her because she ended up stepping in thick snow. Before my wolf could figure out what was happening, she was half buried in snow, her hind legs sticking out. While my wolf struggled to escape the snow, I heard bones snapping before Caspian's roaring laughter boomed through the woods. My wolf growled at him in a warning. I felt Marius's wolf behind me trying to dig the snow around me. I wiggled my legs again and earned another laugh from Caspian. My wolf had decided that she was going to make him regret that once she was out of the snow. When Marius's wolf dug sufficient snow around me so I could move, my wolf dug herself out, instantly stepping away from the deep snow and shaking her whole body to get off the snow. Caspian was still in his laughing hysteria. Marius's wolf ignored him while he circled my wolf, sniffing and nudging to ensure I wasn't hurt. I was planning on running again, but as if sensing my thoughts, Marius's wolf immediately lunged at mine and pinned her against the ground. My wolf playfully snapped her jaw and growled at him to give him some trouble. Marius's wolf tried to scuff mine while she thrashed her head on either side. Not ready to give up yet. She snapped her jaws at him and gave him threatening growls to make him fight harder. She was being dramatic in the best way, and I couldn't help but roll my eyes at her. "She's so spicy," Caspian commented somewhere ahead of us. I couldn't see him because my wolf was too busy working up Marius's wolf, but I heard bones snapping again. Caspian had phased back into his wolf. However, Marius's wolf was relentless, and when he finally managed to scuff my wolf, he let out a thunderous growl that made my body shake. I could feel the ripple of growl all over my wolf's body because his wolf had mine pinning down to the ground. Just to be more dramatic, my wolf let out a low squeal. Caspian's wolf made a barking noise in response. It was as if he was mocking me, aggravating my wolf further. She was going to give him an even harder time now. I could feel Marius's wolf's teeth scrapping in the loose skin at the back of my wolf's neck. Instinctively, she stopped resisting and moved her tail to a side to expose her opening for him. Marius's wolf wasted no time to enter her. My wolf let out a low howl as he entered her, giving her the whole knot and locking up with her. As soon as Marius's wolf was sure that mine couldn't escape the knot, he let go of the scruff and started licking my wolf and nibbling her ear. Caspian's wolf lingered nearby, watching us mate, waiting for his turn. I could see the eagerness in his wolf's eyes. My wolf wanted him the same way, but she would give him extra trouble for making fun of her. The thought made her even more excited. Marius's wolf's knot kept pulsing inside mine for a while before it let her go. Marius's wolf licked mine before getting off and letting my wolf go. However, before Caspian's wolf could get me, my wolf dashed into the woods again, but this time she was more careful about the snow. Caspian followed close behind me, followed by Marius. My wolf zigzagged through the trees, making it harder for Caspian's wolf to catch mine. She wasn't going to let him so quickly. Soon, Caspian's wolf grew increasingly impatient, and my wolf felt satisfied with him. When he finally managed to catch my wolf snapped her jaws at him, but unlike Marius, she gave him a small bite on the shoulder. When he was distracted by the bite, she managed to tug his tail too, making him even more frustrated. She was enjoying every bit of the act. Marius's wolf watched us, lingering close by me. I could tell that he wasn't done with the mating yet. He wanted to have a second, third, and up to fifth round. He wanted more. Now that their wolves had finally met mine, I doubted they'd let her go without mating with her at least 5 to 6 times in the night. Meeting my wolf for the first time had their wolves quite excited, and this first meeting wouldn't last so quickly. It was going to be long and intense. My wolf snapped at Caspian's wolf, irritating him even more before finally lunging at him and tackling him down. The two wrestled until Caspian's wolf managed to get the upper hand and pin my wolf down before mating with her. Unlike Marius's wolf, his wolf didn't let go of the scruff even though the knot had locked us too. Instead, he was extra rough with my wolf and she completely loved it. Caspian's wolf took some time to let me go, and when he did, Marius's wolf was back again on mine, ready for a second round. My wolf took him eagerly, feeling happy and content to be with her mates again. This went on for the whole night. My wolf would let them mate her before she'd give them a good chase. She'd then let them catch her and continue her play. It was one of the best nights we had so far. And a part of me couldn't help but feel like it was the calm before the storm. 85 Lyra. A few more days passed, but still, I hadn't been able to get anything substantial that could lead me to my bitch sister. However, she continued fucking around with people, but now she was taking it to a different level by fucking with the werewolf council. This made me more anxious, and no matter how much the brothers tried to ease me, it didn't help. I spent more and more time holed up in the library with my computers, trying even harder. The brothers would have to drag me out of there to get me to eat, sleep, and function healthily. Caspian was more creative with his ways of dragging me out of there. He'd use the toys to tease me, to numb me so much with need that I'd have to seek the brothers to ease the throbbing between my legs. Even though being with them helped me take my mind off briefly, I returned to the cloud of darkness when I returned to my computers in the library. We talked to Rickard again for more clues, but he didn't have much to offer. This left me completely alone to find out about my sister. However, one morning, I woke up to find something odd happening to my computers. At first I couldn't figure out what was happening, but as soon as I found some files transferring themselves from one of my stolen servers, I realized instantly that my sister was at it again, but I wasn't going to let her get away with it this time. After beating around the bush, she finally decided to fuck with the servers that I still had. Even though the servers she stole had most of the important stuff, I never stored the complete keys to all my sensitive files in one place. I had half of them stored in the stolen ones, and the other half were in the servers that I still had. She was trying to break in with the help of my stolen servers to go undetected by my security systems, since my systems were interconnected and wouldn't sense anything off. But my systems were still somewhat complicated and required keys that only I knew. She must have put in the wrong keys that somehow altered the systems and froze everything for a while. I walked in on the frozen systems at the right time. I unfroze everything using the keys that only I knew and started bridging my systems to the stolen servers, rapidly changing all the keys required to unlock the system freeze so I could lock her out for a while. I had my heart in my mouth as I changed the keys, hoping it'd be too late for Erica to notice and figure out what I was doing. However, she started shutting everything down almost immediately, so I wouldn't be able to penetrate deeper into my system and lock her out completely. It was a race and I was finally hopeful. I started logging all the changes Erica had made to the systems on my stolen servers and tried to find out if she had somehow plugged them into any foreign systems. I needed to somehow get to know her location. That was all I was looking for in the heat of the moment. I was logging everything into my systems, anything that could help me know what she was doing, and where she might be before she could lock me out again and change everything. I screamed when my stolen servers went offline abruptly. She must have gotten frustrated and pulled the plug to shut everything down immediately. This halted and froze all the logging my computer was doing. My main screen went completely blank while the supporting monitors started showing logging unsuccessful in a giant font. I wanted to punch my fist through the screen, but before I could do something stupid like that in frustration, I stepped away, clutching my hair and crouching on the ground. What happened? Marius asked as both the brothers burst into the library. They must have heard me scream. Are you in pain again? I'm calling the doctor. Caspian shot instantly, but before he could leave I shot up. I'm not in pain, I cleared immediately. Then why did you scream? Tell me, Lyra. What happened? Marius asked, his voice laced thickly with urgency. I licked my lips and glanced at my screen again. Logging unsuccessful. Logging unsuccessful. Logging unsuccessful. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes to calm myself down for a moment. I was still feeling on the edge due to what had almost happened. I almost had her, but she slipped through my fingers. She's definitely in pain but doesn't want us to know, Caspian accused. No, it's not that, I dismissed again, but tears filled my eyes. I was feeling so frustrated and angry. I almost had her. I couldn't help but cry out loud even though I was trying everything to calm myself down. What? How? Marius asked. Both of the brothers looked shocked. I tried not to look at my computers again because I was afraid I would throw a tantrum if I saw the logging unsuccessful sign again. I needed to be calm and collected in this situation. If I let my emotions get the best of me and made a wrong decision, I could destroy everything. She connected the servers and tried to access some keys to the sensitive files. Those files had all the evidence of Rickard's plans to go to the Arctic and mine Frosterium. I had half the keys stored in this system. I locked her out briefly and accessed my stolen servers, but she pulled the plug, and everything went offline. I want to kill her so bad. I was so close. So fucking close to getting to that bitch. Lyra. Calm down. Marius stepped in to touch me while Caspian looked at my computers. I wrapped my arms around Marius and buried my face in his chest. I inhaled his scent deeply, and it eased me slightly. I loosened a bit in his arms and sighed deeply when he wrapped his arms around me and pulled me into a deep embrace. It'll be alright, baby girl. Everything will work out. I know you'll find a way. You always do, he whispered gently while running his fingers through my hair. I'm going to start graphically planning Erica's torture, I muttered against his chest, seeking more of his warmth. Even though Marius's presence had this imposing aura that overwhelmed me from the beginning, I felt so calm and content whenever I was with him. My wolf purred, seeking him out. Marius pulled back slightly to kiss my forehead before placing another heated kiss dangerously close to my lips. It was tempting, and for once I wanted to numb myself with a heated kiss. Come look at this, Caspian spoke up abruptly. I froze and slowly turned around to find that my screens weren't flashing, logging unsuccessful messages repeatedly this time. No. Instead, lines and lines of code were appearing on the screens. This meant logging was successful. 86. Lyra. When I noticed the lines of code appearing on the screens, I returned to my computers to look at them. I watched my computers log everything while I held my breath. Of course, they couldn't log everything, but still they managed to get most of the things before Erica pulled the plug. This was still something, and something was always better than nothing. I chewed on my bottom lip nervously as I watched my computer log as much as possible. Caspian sat beside me, silent and watching, while Marius lingered behind us. His eyes were on the screen as well. When my computer was done logging as much as it had managed to find, I got to work instantly, scanning the code to see what Erica had been up to so far. I was surprised that Erica hadn't touched much of the system. However, she had tried to open the sensitive files repeatedly and failed each time. She must have figured out that I had stored half the keys in these servers, which was why she attempted to access them. She has been trying to access the keys of those sensitive files, I told them, all our eyes glued to the screen. Did you manage to get anything regarding where she might be? Marius asked. I continued to chew on my lip nervously as I continued to scroll through the lines of code. There was a lot, and it'd take me some time to figure out. I needed to figure it out before Erica could be alerted and take my servers somewhere else. Or even worse, she does something to them. No, I can't let that happen. Not yet, but I'm looking, I answered. I'm sending it all to our team and we'll have them look through this as well. We need to be quick, Caspian said, grabbing the second keyboard, and I nodded silently. All of us were thinking about the same thing. I'll be with them looking at it. Let us know immediately if anything happens, Caspian said before leaving abruptly. This was one of the things about Caspian. When he was playful, he went all the way to play with me, and whenever he was working, he was intensely focused and nothing could ever distract him. Marius lingered in the library while going through the code with me. I enjoyed his presence beside me while I worked, but he had to leave my side to attend to pack matters. This left me alone with my computers again. Not that I minded being alone with my computers. I enjoyed being with my computers and cooking up new stuff, but with how Erica had been keeping me on my toes, things were making me more anxious. While Caspian reviewed the logs with the cyber team, I used my time to make malware software for my system in case Erica tried to pull something like this again. The malware would instantly freeze the system when Erica tried to link my remaining servers with the stolen ones. Also, the malware would instantly change all the passwords and keys and lock her out permanently so she wouldn't be able to fuck around anymore. I wanted to be prepared for her this time, and there was no fucking way I was going to let her slip. However, a couple more days passed, and she didn't do anything. I tried to reach out to the servers, but I got nothing. This made me anxious. I wondered if she did something to my servers. If she physically destroyed them, then I'd be heartbroken, but it'd fuel my bloodthirst for Erica. I mentally plotted all the things I was going to do to her once she was caught. I'd make her beg for her life. We had a lot of old unfinished business together that I'd gladly take care of. After Caspian had gone through the code with the cyber team, they had managed to get a location, but it wasn't exact. It was the name of a city up north, almost bordering Rickard's territory. A city named Curses. I had never had a reason ever to go there, and it was always cold there, even more reasons for me not to go there. But there was a possibility that Erica could be there, which made me want to go there as soon as possible. If I could teleport there, I'd be already in Curses, combing through the city looking for that stupid bitch. The fact that she was close to Rickard's snow court and the Arctic made me even more nervous. I couldn't help but wonder what she could be doing there with my servers. The chances of her living there were slim. Not that I had heard much about her after she ran away from the orphanage. Everyone there had thought her to be dead. But whether she lived in Curses or not, I didn't have a good feeling about her hosting my servers there. She was planning more than just messing around under my name. No. Erica was a girl who loved to be grand. She was an ambitious bitch, and so was I. But she had this madness to her that always made me uneasy. The orphan nurses said that it was because our mother dropped Erica when she was a baby. I always believed it was something she was born with. It must have something to do with her biological father. Our mother was crazy enough, but she wasn't so far gone. We need to go there as soon as possible, I told the brothers as soon as we learned about Curses. I have my doubts about Curses, Marius said. This could very well be something to throw us off. But what if she's already there? I asked, so close to panicking. I wasn't like this before, but things had changed with me after the explosion. It was like I could afford to express myself even more rather than suppress everything and put up a cold front. The brothers allowed me to be vulnerable because they always made me feel like they had my back and that I was always protected. We can send some of our men to look for her, Caspian suggested, but I shook my head. Erica might get alerted and move if we do that, I countered, and Marius nodded pensively. His eyes were unfocused as he thought deeply. We need to take a chance and go there. We need to be quick. She can't know that we are there looking for her, I said. But what if she isn't there? Caspian asked. I could tell that he was trying to plan out other options. If she's not there, we wouldn't have any other option but to look somewhere. But I doubt that. If you found curses in one of the logs of the service connection, then I don't think that's something to throw us off. You can't mess with the logs. They are always accurate, I explained. Marius nodded, but Caspian still seemed reluctant about going to Curses. We can't just go there and start looking for her randomly. Curses is a big city. We need some source, Caspian said, and I nodded. Is she a rogue wolf? Marius asked. No, that's the problem. She's human, I sighed deeply. She has never been part of any pack. And I scoured through the internet and didn't find anything about her anywhere else either, I said. Well then, we'll figure out something on our way there. But I think we must go there before it's too late, Marius said, and Caspian nodded. So it was. We started preparing for another trip, but it'd be far north, the northernmost palace I'd ever be, and hopefully I'd find Erica there. Stay tuned for more thrilling adventures with the Alphas. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Lyra's anxiety isn't just about finding her sister Erica, but also the looming threat of Rickard. If Rickard discovers the truth about Morgan, what will happen? Can Lyra protect herself and her mates? If you want to know how Caspian and Marius search for Erica under Rickard's shadow, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. 87. Caspian, I was apprehensive about going to Curses because of numerous reasons. Primarily because it was close to Rickard's snow court. I was sure our presence there would attract unwanted attention from him. He already knew we were pursuing Morgan with the same keenness. Still, I didn't want him to know about any of the current developments because he'd end up getting too invested in our business, and that was the last thing I wanted to happen. If he got too involved, he might discover the truth about Morgan, ultimately putting Lyra in danger. I couldn't let that happen. I'm more worried about Rickard than the possibility of Erica not being in Curses, I told Marius gingerly. I could tell he had the same thoughts but was eager to go to Curses and find Erica. Once he knows we're in Curses, he's going to come down to see us, I added. I know, Marius grunted, his face pensive, but we cannot avoid going to Curses. The only way we'll find out if Erica is there or not is by going there. Yeah, that's another problem. We don't know where to look, I said, rubbing my chin. I'm thinking of calling the city councilor and asking for all the details of the residence, Marius said. I could tell that he was still profoundly thinking about it. He was the one who was good with things like this, dealing with the bureaucracy. My patience was too thin to deal with those people. And you think he'll just give it to you? I asked. I'll wring it out of him if I have to, but I will get it somehow. Apart from that, I'm thinking of talking to Cedric of the Howling Moon Pack. His territory is close enough to Curses and he might be able to help us out. That'll definitely get Rickard's attention, I groaned. I didn't want to see him again after talking to Rickard on the video call that day. Whenever I interacted with him, he managed to get on my nerves. That day I disliked how he talked down to Lyra. The only reason I didn't throw my fist that day was because it was a virtual call. I'd have taken him to hell for disrespecting my mate if it were a physical meeting. I doubted if I'd be able to keep it civil if I saw him the next time. And he opened that cursed mouth of his. We cannot avoid Rickard, Marius sighed. But we'll find a way to deal with him one thing at a time. I'll be on the call with the Curses counselor soon. Start preparing for the journey. I intend to leave tonight. I grunted and left the office to call our private pilots and the other aviation crew to prepare for our flight tonight. I checked the patrolling duties, made some changes and attended to other pack matters. After dealing with everything, I went to the library to see Lyra. I had been craving for her so fucking much, but the backbreaking work was keeping me from her. Some days I dreamt of just disappearing with her in the woods with my brother and staying in a cabin without a care in the world, enjoying my mate to the full extent. But alas, everything was so chaotic. It didn't help that we hadn't completed our mating bond yet. My brother and I were desperate to mark Lyra and complete the bond ultimately, but her wolf was still taking time to go into heat. It was important for her wolf to go into heat for us to mark her, or else her wolf and body might reject the marks. More patience was required in this situation, but that was the very thing I lacked the most. I opened the library door and stepped inside to find Lyra's computer cramped there. She had them all laid on the floor where she was currently sitting. She was too consumed in her work to have noticed my presence. I snuck behind her silently and bent behind her. She let out a yelp as soon as she noticed my presence, making me chuckle. She frowned at me while I wrapped my arms around her and pulled her against me before filling my lungs with her intoxicating scent. My wolf howled for her, wanting to be closer to her. "My pussycat is so fucking busy," I muttered, slipping my hand under her blouse and cupping her breast gently before giving her a good squeeze. She squirmed under me but didn't fight my touch. "And you haven't been busy," she shot back. I sighed deeply. I couldn't pay attention to her properly because I had been so busy with work. It was one of my negative tendencies to get sucked into work completely once I put my mind to anything. Currently, my main goal was to find Erica and stop he from whatever colossal fuck-up she had planned. Seeing Lyra get more and more anxious day by day made this tendency worse. But it only seemed to backfire because I hadn't been able to pay proper attention to my pussy cat. "I'm sorry for that, my pussy cat. I know I haven't been able to give you want," I whispered in her ear while slipping my other hand into her pant to seek her clit. Meanwhile, I continued to knead her breast with the other hand to stimulate her. The way she moaned when I touched her clit made me claim her lips right away. I drank all her moans while I worked her breast and pussy all the same time. I dipped my ring and middle finger inside her and found her rough spot before drawing small circles around it. She tore her lips away from me and cried out in pleasure while her hips buckled uncontrollably. "Please. That feels good, but I need your knot," she whimpered, squirming. I didn't stop stroking her and continued to play with her cunt. "I know, pussy cat. My knot is eager for your cunt too. It's so fucking tight with so much seed. Do you want me to fill your cunt with it?" I whispered seductively while I continued playing with her. I knew she wouldn't last long, but that was the case with me too. "Yes. Please, I need your knot. I feel so empty," she cried. And the way her pussy clenched around my fingers almost made me lose control. "I'll give you my knot if you come for me first," I told her, digging into my pocket to get the toy. I licked it before slipping it in her cunt. "Caspian," she whined as I turned it on. It didn't take her long to come around my fingers. The toy still fluttered inside her as she collapsed against me, breathing hard while she rode the high of her organ. I unzipped quickly and pulled out my tight and painful knot. "Bend for me, pussy cat. Ass up in the air and spread your legs for me," I ordered, and she obeyed, tugging her pants down for me to see her round ass and her creamy thighs, but most importantly, her slick slit, which was dripping with her juices. I couldn't help but give her a hard spank. She squirmed with need while I rubbed my tip against her wet folds. The toy was still fluttering inside her. I didn't take it out of her cunt yet, and its tail still stuck out of her pussy. I nudged it aside and thrust inside her unit my cock, and my whole knot was seated deep inside her, along with the fluttering toy. Feeling it against my knot, while also having her pussy clenching hard around me, pushed me so close to release. I pulled back, thrust inside her roughly, and picked her hard and fast, chasing my orgasm. Lyra was moaning under her, her thighs quivering. Yes, use my cunt just like that. Please don't stop. I need it," she kept muttering under me, and I grew rougher with my thrusts. She was a moaning mess under me as I thrust deep inside her, seating myself fully in one thrust. Lyra came around me instantly while my knot and balls clenched. My knot started throbbing as it released my seed into her womb. The toy was still fluttering inside her and against my knot, easing us both at the same time. I wrapped my arm around her middle and pulled her into my lap, keeping my knot still inside her. Not that it wanted to leave her pussy so early. The way it was throbbing inside her, I could see that we were going to be stuck for a while. Not that I minded. Such a good pussy cat, taking her mate's knot so well and letting him use her cunt. I whispered in her ear while I stroked her throbbing clit. She whimpered, breathing hard and completely boneless in my lap. My cunt is yours to use whenever you want, she whimpered. It has been craving for you too for the past couple of days, she groaned. I know. I'm sorry for not giving you my knot earlier. I know Marius is busy too, but I'll tell him to knot you up soon, I promised her. Until then, drain my knot as much as you can. We have a long journey ahead. I groaned at the thought of going to Curses but was pleased with a heated kiss on her shoulder. She sighed deeply before letting me claim her lips. 88. Marius. It was late in the evening, and I had finally managed to wrap up the pressing pack work. I even talked to Curses city councilor, who agreed to help us look for Erica. It had been surprisingly easy to talk him into it. I pulled some strings through a neighboring pack, Alpha, which worked well in my favor. Caspian and Lyra were ready to leave and waiting for me when I returned home. I could tell that Caspian had tried to take care of Lyra's ongoing anxiety, but she still seemed fidgety. Her restlessness deeply irked me. I hated seeing her stressed out or even anxious. She had been overly anxious for the past few days, spending most of her time in the library. I wanted to tend to her, but something in the pack would always come up, and I'd have to leave her to take care of it. I could tell that she was craving my presence, my touch, my cock and my knot. However, she had been too anxious and preoccupied with the current ordeal to ask for me. Now that we were going away from the pack for a while and would be in the air, I knew the perfect way to make it up to her. We left for the airport as soon as I got home. The drive to the airport was mostly filled with discussions of the plan. I told them what I had gotten from the counselor of Curses and what we would do once we landed there. We also discussed how we would deal with Rickard if and when he showed up to see us and tried to insert himself into the situation. As soon as we boarded the plane and it took off, things seemed to settle. Lyra was sitting beside me, staring out of the window and deep in her thoughts. Caspian sat across me, typing away on his phone, most probably talking to the cyber team to check for any updates. I placed my hand on Lyra's thigh, and instantly my wolf stirred. He'd been wanting her and craving for so fucking much, yet work had kept me away from her. But no more. Until we landed in Curses, we had nothing else to do but either talk or fuck, and I was very enthusiastic about the second option. As soon as I touched her, she straightened slightly before glancing at me. I slipped my hand between her legs and cupped her over her pants. She sucked in a breath, and a small moan left her lips as she spread her legs for me. That small action of hers was enough to break my control. I pulled her into my lap and hooked her legs on either side of me to expose her core. When Caspian noticed this, he put his phone away and sat back with a smirk, ready to watch us. I started gently stroking her mound, pulling a whimper out of her lips. Marius, she breathed, resting her head back on my shoulder. Did you miss my knot, baby girl? I asked. Yes, she squirmed under my touch. The scent of her arousal thickly perfumed the air around us. Caspian's nostrils flared as he scented her, but instead of doing anything, he watched. That was what he seemed to be the most interested in. How much did you miss my knot? I asked, unzipping her pants and slipping my hand into them to find her soaking for me already. Very much, she whimpered, making me groan. I stroked her throbbing bundle of nerves, making her squirm even more. Get up and take your clothes off, I told her, and she huffed but obeyed me anyway. Caspian and I watched her strip herself slowly, taking her time to undo all the buttons of her blouse before letting it slip off her shoulders. She bent at a salacious angle to pull her pants down, showing off her beautiful round ass and her wet panties before she straightened up and stepped out of her pants. The more I watched her, the more I wanted to pin her down and fuck her like a wild animal in heat. Caspian was watching her with the same intense hunger as well. His eyes followed every single action and movement of hers. I hungrily eyed her swell of breasts. They had grown so much since she had come to us. I loved how they strained against her clothes now, deepening her cleavage. Her pink nipples were tight and jutting for attention. Bend forward and show me your ass, I commanded when she was done stepping out of her soaked panty. I wanted to reach out and knead her breasts so badly, but I held myself back. I had something special for her in mind, and I was eager to see how she'd react to that. However, she tested my reins as soon as she obeyed me and bent forward to expose her ass to me. It had some red marks. She was sore after Caspian had fucked her, and even in this state she wanted me. Did my brother use your cunt? I asked, touching her mound and slathering her juices all over her folds. Yes, Lyra whimpered and Caspian smirked at me. Did you drain his knot well? I asked, continuing to slather her juices over her cunt but slowly edging towards her back hole. With the other hand, I undid my zip and pulled out my throbbing cock and bloated knot. Yes, I let him use me, she whimpered, her legs trembling a little as I played with her cunt opening but didn't dip my fingers into her yet. I could tell it was making her impatient and simultaneously pushing her to the edge. Good girl, I told her. I'm going to use you now, I told her darkly. Please use me, she pleaded. Yes, fuck her raw. I want to see her trembling on your knot, Caspian growled. I spared him a glance to see him watching us hungrily. I rose from my seat and rubbed the tip of my cock against her wet folds. She made an impatient nose and tried to wiggle against my cock, trying to align her cunt hole to my tip. I spanked her hard, making her whimper and her legs tremble. Stay still, baby girl, or else you're not going to get it, I growled. Let him use you the way he wants to use you, pussycat, Caspian told her. Give it up to him or else he's not going to let you come. Please. Marius, Lyra whimpered as I continued to rub my tip over her, taking my time to spread her wetness all over. Stay still, I growled, and she stopped at once. Look at me, Caspian said on the other side. I want to see your face while my brother uses you. I grunted at his words because it made her wetter. When I was done perfectly lubing her back hole and my cock with her wetness, I dragged my tip to her back hole. She froze when I started pressing my tip against that hole. Marius, she moaned, a hint of surprise in her voice. Look at me, pussycat, or else you're not going to get it, Caspian said, and she obeyed him immediately. I entered her tight hole slowly but steadily. She clenched around me, but I forced in, seating myself up to the edge of my knot. Lyra was quivering under me while my knot pulsed angrily against her tight hole, wanting entry. He's using your other hole, isn't he? Caspian asked, amused. Tell me, how does it feel? He demanded. It feels good, she answered, still trembling. I groaned and thrust in until my knot was inside her too. She cried out loud while I wrapped my arm around her middle and sat back with her in my lap and my knot inside her. She spread her legs, exposing everything to Caspian. So beautiful with my brother's knot, Caspian commented, and she clenched around me. Now ride me, baby girl. Make your hole get used to my knot because it's going to be spending a lot of time there, I told Lyra, and she half groaned and moaned before moving her hips. Look at her go, Caspian whispered. I reached forward and stroked her clit while she gently rocked her hips to fuck herself with my knot. Does your cunt feel empty, pussycat? Caspian asked. Yes, she whimpered. Please give me your finger, Marius. I'm clenching hard, she begged. I've something better. Caspian smirked before slipping me the small toy that was now her favorite. She gasped at the sight, but before she could say anything, I turned it on and slipped it into her pussy and instantly her hips buckled. I could feel the toy flutter against my knot through her parting wall. This made me want to rut in her intensely. She was fucking me slowly, but I didn't want that. I wanted more. I'm going to use you now, baby girl, I told her. You're going to tell me if it hurts. She nodded before I held onto her hips and started thrusting in her uncontrollably. Lyra was moaning my name with her head resting back on my shoulder. Caspian watched me fuck her darkly. He had his knot out and was stroking it while watching her hungrily. This made me fuck her harder until she was a trembling mess over my knot. The toy kept fluttering inside her until she came hard, clenching around me before squirting hard. I came soon after, draining all the seed my knot had stored for her. My knot inflated with fresh seed while pulsing harder inside her, locking us together. Lyra lay wasted in my arms, trembling and wasted from the orgasm. Caspian groaned, reaching his release. He stood up and shot his seed all over her chest and stomach before collapsing back in his seat, his knot still hanging out of his pants. That was so good, Lyra whispered after catching her breath. Thank you for using me, my mates. You're welcome, baby girl, I told her possessively while my knot pulsed away angrily inside her, not intending to let her go for a while. You're gonna get used like this every day from now on, pussycat, Caspian said, and I couldn't have agreed more with that. 89, Lyra. The following morning, I woke up snuggling against Marius, whose arm was heavily draped over my waist. We were crammed into the small bedroom at the back of their private jet. Not that I minded it. I sighed and snuggled against him, bathing in his warmth and incredible scent. It hardly happened when I woke up to find Marius still in bed. Most days it was Caspian, but today I was glad I woke up to have Marius beside me. However, nothing could ever beat the feeling of waking up with both of my mates together. I felt sore from yesterday's action, but my wolf and I were fully content. It had helped ease all the built-up anxiety I had for the past couple of days. I drew small circles on Marius's arm while I heard him breathing lightly against me. He stirred in his sleep a bit before pulling me closer to him and placing a soft kiss on my cheek. I couldn't help but smile at that. I turned to place a small kiss on his cheek while stroking his arm gently. "Are you awake, Marius?" I whispered, and he hummed in response. His morning voice was husky, the sound of it making something flutter in my stomach. "Yes, baby girl," he responded after a few seconds. His voice was so beautiful, and his chest rumbled as he spoke. "Did you sleep well?" he asked right away. "Yes," I sighed deeply. I slept very well," he answered contently, nudging his nose against my neck, filling my chest with a warm fuzzy feeling that I couldn't fight. Meanwhile, his hand went between my legs to massage the skin around my mound. "Does it ache, baby girl?" he asked, worried. "Just a bit," I told him, and he got up immediately. I made a sound of protest, but he sat between my legs and spread them apart to see the state of my pussy. I watched him intently as he examined everything there. "You're very sore," he frowned, running his fingers over the red marks. "You should have stopped us last night when it got too much for you." "I enjoyed it," I shrugged, but he scoffed and got up before applying a wet towel and the ointment between my legs. I sat back as he cleaned me first, taking his sweet time to wipe every nook and cranny before massaging me with that strange oil that felt cool to touch at first, but then slowly it numbed the pain. It instantly made me feel much better. Seeing the look of relief on my face, Marius seemed to be less worried. While he was tending to me, Caspian entered the small bedroom to check on us. Before I could greet him, he shot his brother a worried look, but Marius dismissed it by shaking his head. "We need to be more careful when we go rough on her next time," Marius said, and Caspian grunted as he watched his brother massage me. "Does that feel good, pussy cat?" Caspian asked. "Yes," I answered. "But not as good as your cocks," I told them with a grin, but Marius still looked worried about me, and the look on Caspian's face was somewhat the same. "Tell us when it hurts next time, okay?" Caspian asked, pecking my lips, but I pouted at him. Even though I loved their doting nature, sometimes it annoyed me. "It didn't hurt," I protested, but they wouldn't believe me. I wanted to tell them they were being too gentle with me. I was a werewolf too, just like them. Yes, I was still somewhat weak, but I wasn't as fragile as a human who wouldn't be able to bear two alpha cocks and knots at the same time. However, before I could say anything, the intercom beeped, and the pilot announced to prepare for landing. This got all of us in motion. I took a speedy shower in the tiny shower. I wanted to share it with Marius, but there was only room for one, and we needed to be quick. When I stepped out, Caspian had packed our stuff and was waiting for me outside the bedroom. I joined him there for a quick little breakfast. Marius joined us soon after. The rest of the landing and the travel to our hotel was blurry. Caspian and Marius got busy making calls as soon as we landed. I busied myself by checking in with the cyber team for any updates. Also, I checked on my computers through a laptop remotely connected to my system so I could always stay alert in case Erica wanted to make a second attempt at stealing the keys. When we reached the hotel, the city councilor of curses was already waiting for us there with all the information Marius had requested. All of us got to work immediately with that. At first, we searched through the list for any new residents. I looked for my sister's name, my mother's name, or any other alias that Erica could be using, but we didn't find anything significant. We searched through other databases too, but still got nothing. It was soon getting frustrating, but I wouldn't give up. I was going to catch that bitch no matter what. No matter how much time it took or how frustrating this pursuit got. As evening rolled in, we were still without anything, no leads or any clues whatsoever. The city councilor did his best, but beyond a certain point, he couldn't help us either. I checked my computers to see if Erica would get back to them, but nothing happened. Also, she hadn't fucked with any pack systems lately, which kind of got me tense. If Erica was silent, it could mean she was planning something big. This swelled the urgency in me. I came up with new ways to generate any leads on Erica, but after a day when we managed to come up with nothing, my determination was starting to falter. If we keep going like this, it might take forever, I groaned, staring at the computers. Marius sat beside me while Caspian was away to take care of some other business. However, I wasn't expecting him to return so quickly. Someone's here to meet us, Caspian declared as soon as he entered our hotel suite. His face had an irked look, but his shoulders looked taut. Rickard, Marius growled on my side. 90. Caspian. What I had feared the most ended up happening. Rickard came to see us as soon as he learned we were in curses. As soon as I told Lyra and Marius about it, their faces turned sour. Lyra looked slightly more anxious. Maybe I shouldn't have let her know about Rickard. She was already stressed out enough because of her sister, and Rickard was terrible enough by himself. Marius and I should have dealt with him alone, but I could tell that one of the reasons why Rickard had shown up was to meet Lyra. He was curious about her, making me want to thrash him on the walls. I'll deal with him, Marius said, leaving Lyra's side. Is it going to be all right? She asked warily. You don't have to worry about him, baby girl, Marius assured her, but I could tell he doubted Rickard himself. We had been expecting him to show up, but beyond that, we didn't know what else to expect from him. Rickard was one of the most unpredictable men I had ever met. Whenever I met him, my senses were always on overdrive, analyzing everything about him to predict what he would do next. I had seen him rip off an alpha's throat at a diplomatic meeting over a simple disagreement. It was one of the incidents that had people calling him the Mad Alpha, but I didn't care much about him in the past because we avoided him like the plague. However, having Rickard and my mate in the same building made me uneasy, and I could tell Marius felt the same way. I'll go with you, I chipped, and Marius nodded. If you need anything, simply text us, but don't show up or call us. We don't want Rickard to meet you. He's a psycho, a misogynist psycho, Lyra snorted. Is it the misogynist trait that makes him the worst? I couldn't help but ask. Lyra shrugged. Does that mean it'd have been all right for you if he was only a psycho? I had to ask. Definitely, Lyra nodded. I can deal with psychos. I've dealt with a lot of them. Heck, I even grew up with one, and now she's out there fucking up my life while I try to find her. But a misogynist is worse than a psycho for me. Let's go now. I don't want him to come looking for us here, Marius urged, and I nodded. I'll see you soon, pussycat, I told her before pecking her lips. Don't leave the suite, and don't open the door until it's one of us, I told her, and she rolled her eyes. I'm not a child. Well, there's a misogynist psycho on the loose. Can't have him catch you, I shot at her, and Marius chuckled while Lyra glared at me. We'll be right back, baby girl. Don't go anywhere. Marius pecked her lips before the two of us finally left our suite. A tense silence stretched between us as we went down in the lift. Rickard was waiting for us in the hotel lounge, looking casual, but we knew better than to let our guards down because of his unassuming facade. Rickard greeted us by cocking an eyebrow at us. He looked around us as if searching for someone. I gritted my teeth. I had been right in assuming that he was partly here because of Lyra. You didn't bring your mate? He asked intently as Marius took the seat across Rickard. I sat between them, a hand resting on the gun in my pocket. Why are you here, Rickard? Marius asked him grimly. I wanted to ask you the same. Never have you two come this far. Is everything all right? Rickard asked. There was a dangerous edge in his voice. Everything is all right, Marius answered blankly, but Rickard smiled. Oh really? He smirked. Then, is this a vacation of sorts? Or a honeymoon? If so, you should have called me up. I have a lot of romantic sightseeing places in my territory your mate would have loved to see, Rickard offered causally, and I exchanged a look with Matteo because I couldn't tell where he was going from here. Thanks for the offer, but we're all right here, I said dismissively. He leveled us with a dark look before finally getting to the topic. Did you find anything about Morgan? He asked. No, Marius and I answered at the same time. That means a yes, he smiled. It's very easy to read you two. We didn't find anything on Morgan. We're still looking for her, Marius explained coolly while I kept my face blank of any expression. That's why you're here, right? She's in curses, Rickard concluded, sitting back and giving us a knowing look. He was trying to fuck with us. We were aware of this. Even though he was unpredictable, he still had some recognizable patterns. No, we're visiting our mate's family. That's all I told him. She's from curses. He asked. Damn, then I should definitely meet her, he urged. She's tired and resting. Some other time, Marius replied curtly, but Rickard still didn't want to leave. He didn't say anything for a few seconds, and all three of us sat in a tense silence. I was mentally preparing for everything: a fight, an argument, or simply a jab at our pact matters. "How did you find your mate?" he asked after a long pause, surprising us both. Marius and I exchanged a look. "Why do you want to know?" I asked cautiously but with a casual tone. Rickard shrugged and sat back, looking away briefly. There was something melancholic about the way his shoulders dropped at my question. "I'm getting old," he sighed deeply, "and I haven't found my mate yet." For a second I could sense the loneliness in his voice, and it reminded me of the time before Lyra strolled into our lives and blew up things. I knew the feeling of being mateless after everyone around you had found mates. Rickard was a few years older than Marius, and if he hadn't managed to find a mate yet, he likely had none. Even though I was greatly glad that he wouldn't be able to further his crazy genes to the next generation, at the same time, it made me feel bad for him. Being mateless was nothing less of a curse. Rickard looked severely cursed. "Is that why you came here?" Marius asked, slightly confused. "Because you wanted to know how we found our mate." Rickard nodded, his face somber. All the hints of arrogance were gone from his face, and he looked defeated and lonely. This was the last thing I was expecting from him. Rickard couldn't get more unpredictable than this. "You're a few years younger than me," Rickard told Marius, "yet you managed to find a mate at this age. Do you think it's possible for me too?" he asked, a hint of hope in his voice. Marius and I exchanged a puzzled look. "How would I know that, Rickard?" Marius said. "Just tell me, how did you find yours? That's all I am here for. Tell me how you found your mate. I'll figure something out from that. Or maybe not, but I need to know," Rickard demanded. Well, I licked my lips and thought up a story. I exchanged a look with Marius before telling him a fake story. It was late in the evening when Rickard finally left us. We had somehow managed to get him off our tail after assuring him that things could still work out for him. He just needed to be patient. It had worked on him, surprisingly. Lyra was waiting for us when we finally went back to our suite. "What took so long?" she asked right away. Rickard's feeling the blues for getting old without a mate. He wanted to know if it's possible for him to find a mate at this age too if it worked out for Marius, I explained, and Lyra looked surprised. "Seriously? Is that why that psycho came this far? To ask about mates?" she asked. "Didn't I say that he's unpredictable?" I reminded her. "It's a good thing he doesn't have a mate. The life of a woman has been spared," she said. "But fuck him. I've done something while you two were gone," Lyra said. "What is it?" Marius asked, taking his seat back next to Lyra. I stood behind her, staring at her laptop. "I posted an encrypted message publicly that my stolen servers were bound to pick up. In the message, I've asked her to meet me for the keys," Lyra explained gravely. "And have you got any repose from her yet?" I asked. "Yes," she answered. 91. Lyra. I had been anxiously waiting for the brothers to arrive ever since I got the response from Erica. I hadn't expected her to respond to me in the first place, but I had taken the shot by posting a bait in a public server that my stolen servers were bound to pick up and notify her. Her response had come quickly, too quickly, and I couldn't help but think she had laid out a trap for me the same way I was doing for her right now. I was not expecting her to be sitting there idle with my servers. This was the first time we had communicated directly, which meant that Erica was now more willing to come out in the open. She was tired of hiding and indirectly creating more mess for me. She now wanted to be more direct. This was a good thing, but at the same time it made me anxious. Was this something she had planned for while keeping low for the past week? I couldn't help but wonder about this. Even though I was the one who had put up bait for her to take, I couldn't help but feel that it was I who had walked into some form of trap, and now I was leading my mates into it as well. "Show me her response," Marius demanded, and I opened it for them to see. The first part of her message contained some coordinates on a map. I searched for the location to find out that it was an abandoned harbor outside the city. There was only one way to go there, but the road had been long blocked and abandoned because of the snow. So the best way to get there was by hiking there. I could go there alone. I had been definitely thinking far too ahead, even though I hadn't talked to my mates about this. "Should we send someone there to look for her?" Caspian asked. "She told me to go there alone or else she'd destroy my servers," I said, showing them the second part of her message that I had wanted to keep to myself, but I ended up showing it to them anyway because the brothers would find out one way or the other. "You're not going anywhere alone," Marius growled, and Caspian agreed. I sighed deeply. I knew that they were going to react this way. I had seen this coming, but at the same time, I wanted to tell them that this was the only way I could get to Erica. This was my first and only chance to meet her and get my servers back. I couldn't fuck up this chance or else she'd fuck up my servers. I knew she would without thinking twice. Even though I knew that going there alone could be dangerous for me, I had no fucking choice. I had to go. But I couldn't convince the brothers about this. It'd be like driving an uphill slope. It was 2 against 1. I was never going to win the argument. I guess it was one of the major drawbacks of having 2 overly doting mates. We need to do something, I muttered, drumming my fingers on the table and looking at Erica's message. Her almost instant response told me that she was desperate to get the keys, even more so now because I had managed to lock up some of the systems before she had pulled the plug. I wish I had gotten more time that day. I could have managed to lock her out entirely. We'll think of something, Caspian said. When has she asked you to meet her? There's no time mentioned here. But I'm planning to go there tomorrow afternoon and see if she's there, I replied. You're not going there alone, Marius affirmed again, putting his hand heavily on my thigh as if to ingrain his words deeper into my flesh. What are we going to do? I asked Marius. We're going to come up with a plan and prepare accordingly. But you're not going there alone, Marius pressed. She'll destroy my servers if she gets to know that I brought you 2 along, I reminded him. But Marius shook his head at me. That talk is to scare you. I don't think Erica would destroy the servers so easily. She's putting herself at risk to get the keys. She values the servers a lot, Marius reasoned, and he was somewhat right. She's crazy. We can't be sure, I told them. But both looked adamant about not letting me go there alone. Fine. Then tell me what to do. I asked grumpily. Times like these grated on my nerves. Sensing my annoyance, Marius gently ran his hand over my thigh before wrapping his arm around my waist. We're just looking out for you, baby girl, he muttered, placing a kiss dangerously close to my lips. I wanted to push back but leaned into his touch. Behind me, I felt Caspian move my hair to the side and kiss my neck. We know you're impatient to catch your sister, pussy cat. But you need to understand that we don't want anything like that explosion to happen again. We almost lost you once. We don't want to go through that again. I sighed deeply at Caspian's words. It reminded me that I was still too used to thinking for myself and hardly considered their thoughts and emotions. The brothers were overprotective of me because of the explosion and me losing an arm. They deeply cared about me despite our fucked up past. They had put everything aside and accepted me in every way. I definitely should have paid more heed to their feelings. You're too precious for us, baby girl, Marius whispered before pecking my lips, and instantly I melted against him. Caspian's heated kisses on my neck weren't helping me at all. The brothers seemed to have figured out quickly how to make me say yes. All right, I nodded. I wouldn't go there alone, but what are we going to do? I asked. It's time for some planning, Caspian said, and Marius grunted. 92. Lyra. The following day, we set out of the abandoned port at noon. It was a gloomy day and gently snowing. The hints of a storm lingered on the horizon. The brothers wanted me to postpone this to the next day when the weather was better, but there was no guarantee of that happening. The weather was unpredictable, and I didn't like to rely on its mood swings for my work. I had somehow convinced the brothers to go today after a lot of bickering and arguments last night. We drove as close as we could to the abandoned port with our small team of reinforcements whom Marius had flown in from the pack overnight. They had come prepared with weapons and whatnot for any ambush. By the time we reached the last edge of the snow-blocked road to the abandoned port, the snow had started falling harder. I could sense that the brothers were not pleased with this, but before they could suggest going back and coming back the next day, I hopped out of the SUV and took in my surroundings. The visibility was annoyingly low today. However, I could see the last bit of the road gradually swallowed by the snow. Ahead of me, there was nothing but snow as far as I could see. I'll have to walk northwest for a mile or two, I guess, I said after looking at the coordinates while Caspian stood beside me, gazing at the long stretch of snow. Meanwhile, Marius was busy instructing the reinforcement team. Caspian corrected me, and I clenched my teeth. The signal here is pretty bad. Communicating with the reinforcement would be a pain in the ass if anything goes wrong. We'll manage somehow, I suggested. Okay, I was overly optimistic here while the brothers were realistically dealing with the issue. I couldn't help it. I was growing restless to find Erica ever since I got the message from her yesterday. I put up another encrypted announcement last night to let her know I'd be here today to see her. She never responded to that. I didn't have a good feeling about it. If I were being honest with myself, I didn't have a good feeling about this whole thing. I woke up feeling uneasy today. I couldn't tell if it was because I slept at an odd angle last night while sandwiched between the brothers or if there was something off about today. I wanted to tap into my wolf's intuition, but she was unnaturally quiet today. That made me feel even more uneasy. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I wasn't cold because of the weather. We were all wearing proper snow hiking gear, but it was the nervousness that was slowly starting to set in. I was finally going to see Erica after such a long time. I didn't have a good feeling about meeting her. I just wanted to have my servers back before she could misuse them. We need to start soon. The snow's falling harder, I pointed out, and Caspian grunted. Marius joined us soon so we could start our hike. You'll stay close to us, Lyra, Marius warned me before we started with our hike. I wanted to roll my eyes, but he continued. And if you're planning to do anything that's not included in the plan, then you'll inform us first. Yes, Caspian joined. You'll not put yourself at unnecessary risk. When the situation goes out of control, you'll call for us. All right, I grumbled, slightly annoyed at their pep talk but also deeply pleased because of their doting nature. We want your word, Lyra, Caspian demanded. I will not put myself in danger and call for help when things go wrong, I said sincerely. The two of them nodded before kissing me one by one. Caspian pecked my lips quickly, but Marius took me into an intense kiss, by the end of which I was pretty breathless. Well, I needed that kiss to calm myself down internally. I was on the verge of hyperventilating. We've got your back, baby girl, Marius whispered against my lips, and I nodded, craving more than just a kiss at that moment. But we needed to set out soon because the weather was getting more and more terrible. The three of us set out on a 2-mile hike through the snow. At first, the snowing worsened and Marius and Caspian were already planning to go back. But fortunately, the snow lightened a bit and we could continue. At first, it felt like we were waking to nowhere. Vast stretches of snow lay around us without a thing in sight. We followed the compass until we could finally start to see the ruins of the old port. Massive abandoned warehouses came into sight. All their roofs had collapsed because of the weight of the snow, and their walls were cracking, a few frozen containers laid here and there. The three of us kept wandering through the ruins of the old port until we reached close to the exact coordinates. Marius and Caspian hid away while I continued walking to the coordinates. It took me to a vast clearing which seemed to be used to park the containers that were either newly unloaded or were about to be loaded onto the ships. Up ahead of me, I could finally see the frozen arms of those huge cranes used to load and unload the shipping containers. I could imagine the sea somewhere beyond those arms. I couldn't see it due to the low visibility and the snow. I stood in that clearing and continued to take in my surroundings, wondering where Erica was and where she could have hidden my servers. Were they in one of those containers in the distance? My servers were huge and heavy. I wondered how she had carried them here. I was thinking about the whole operation's logistics when I heard snow crunching behind me. I turned around with the speed of lighting to see a lone figure walking towards me. It wasn't Caspian or Marius. No, I didn't have to guess who it was. My hand lingered above the pocket in which I had my gun while I watched her close the distance between us. The lone figure undid its face scarf when it was a few meters away from me, and instantly, I was staring at a familiar pair of electric blue eyes that I had inherited from my mother. Erica stared at me for a whole minute before finally speaking. I hate it that we look alike so much. 93. Lyra. You're supposed to say I'm glad to see you or something along the lines when you meet someone, I told Erica, and she shrugged. I'm not glad to see you. But I'm glad you're here, Lyra. Are you glad to see me? She asked, flashing me her cryptic, unsettling smile that always made me shiver. I'm as glad as you are to see me, I replied coolly, and her smile grew. She regarded me for another minute while silence stretched between us. I couldn't help but stare at her and see how she had changed over the years. She was taller and slender than me. We had the same face and eyes, but some features differed. She didn't have the sharp canines like me because she was human. Of the two of us, I looked most like our mother because of my dark hair. Meanwhile, she had wavy brunette hair that she seemed to have inherited from her biological father. I could have never imagined that we'd meet again, she spoke, something unfamiliar in her voice. I thought you died, I told her, and she shrugged. What do you do now apart from theft and impersonation? I asked her, and she barked a wild laugh. I've committed myself to piracy, she said proudly, and I narrowed my eyes at her. Piracy? I echoed out loud. That was very unexpected but not surprising. Of course, whatever she had committed herself to required her to do illegal things. As the saying goes, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I wanted to laugh at that, but at the same time I was wary of everything about her, including every word she uttered. Yes, when I ran from the orphanage, a sailor offered me a job at his ship. He turned out to be a pirate, and I quickly learned the ropes and I climbed them until I got my ship and crew. Wow, congratulations, I said genuinely, and she flashed me a proud smile. Thank you, she smiled. But how does a pirate go from robbing ships to stealing servers? I asked her. And how the fuck did you even know that I'm Morgan? And how the fuck did you find where I store my servers? Why didn't you steal all of them while you were at it? I couldn't help but ask her all these questions. Her eyes flashed with excitement at my questions. Those are very interesting questions. She gave me her unsettling smile again. You see, the sea is an interesting place. It has no boundaries, no laws, absolutely nothing. A promising place for those who are running away from something like you. I asked, and for a moment, that crazy smile faltered and her eyes hardened. Apart from piracy, I sometimes like to host a guest or two on my ship. Guests who are on the run from any authority or foes on land, she explained. I once hosted this guest named Salicus Grante. I recognized the name instantly and sucked in a breath. Of all the people, Salicus Grante had been the one who knew my whole truth. He knew I was Morgan because, well, there was a time when I worked with him, but things turned sour between us and we parted ways. Kind of. Salicus wasn't happy with me and tried to fuck up things for me. I had to hire so many hitmen to kill him, but he always found a way to escape, and once he disappeared for almost a few years. Now, I could guess where he had been hiding during those years. I had only managed to get him killed a couple of years ago. Well, Salicus taught me a thing or two while he was at sea with me dodging your hitman. It's such a shame you killed eventually. We were such good friends. He had a good dick too and was pretty generous with it, Erica said, and I clenched my teeth. I had always been paranoid about Salicus giving away my identity. Still, I also knew that he wouldn't risk doing that because giving away my identity meant him outing himself as well, because he had been my partner in crime for a long time and had committed crimes far worse than me. Bringing any spotlight to me meant he'd be subjected to the same spotlight just by being associated with me. However, I could have never imagined in my wildest dreams that the two people I hated the most would somehow find their way to each other and conspire against me. I had always considered myself invincible, but I realized I wasn't as invincible as I had thought after the explosion. Maybe somewhere along the line, I got too blinded by my pride and ego to consider such risks. I had always worked hard to be the best at my craft and maintain my position at the very top, but I now knew that the place at the top was very slippery. One wrong step and I was entirely at the bottom again, at the mercy of my enemies. Salicus had to die, I told her blandly, and just to fuck with her I added, I hope you didn't fuck him raw. He had some disease in his dick. The unsettling smile was instantly wiped from her face, and she finally glared at me. Her glare made me oddly feel more relaxed and welcoming than her creepy smile. You sound like you have enough experience with diseased dick, Erica shot back. You're fucking those King brothers, aren't you? She asked with a smirk, and I shrugged, seeming nonchalant, but deep down, it terrified me that she knew what I had going on with Marius and Caspian. I wanted to keep her far away from my mates. It's a shame you didn't bring them to meet their sister-in-law, she purred. Or did you bring them with you? Are they hiding somewhere here? She poked, and I pressed my lips in a thin line about to snap. Let's get down to business quick. I steered the conversation away from the brothers because it wasn't making me feel any good. I knew they were hiding somewhere, and I wanted them to remain there and stay out of harm's way as much as possible. Where are my servers, Erica? I need to see them first, I demanded. Did you bring the keys with you? She asked, her tone very much businesslike. Yes, I hissed. All right then, follow me, she said, turning around before tracing her way back to the containers on the other end of the clearing. I glanced back in the direction where I was sure my mates were hiding. After thinking about it briefly and feeling the gun in my pocket, I followed Erica hesitantly. 94. Lyra. I traced Erica's footsteps to the way she was taking me. When she wasn't paying attention to me, I glanced back over my shoulder again to see if my mates were following me. However, I couldn't make out much in the snow. The snow started to fall again while strong winds blew from the direction of the frozen sea. Even though I was well insulated with the thick fox fur jacket and 2 more layers of thick sweaters underneath it, I was still shivering. On the other hand, Erica seemed unaffected by the cold despite wearing fewer clothes. I followed her through the maze of containers, fully alert, with my hand on the gun just in case she tried to pull a trick on me. "How did you get here?" I had to ask her because it was an important question bugging me for a while. How the fuck did she manage to transport those heavy servers in this snow? While on our way to the port, we didn't see any tracks of another vehicle that might have headed this way. Or maybe the heavy snow might have covered up the tracks. Still, it was baffling to me. "You'll see," Erica responded, walking without a stop. I followed her but maintained a safe distance between us. "You better be leading me to my servers," I told her. "I have them. I'm assuring you. I've tried my best to take good care of them. I know how much leverage they grant me over you," Erica spoke. "Why?" I still had to ask. This was something that had been bugging me for the whole night. No, actually, it had been bugging me ever since I found out that she was the one who stole my servers and impersonated me. Why do this? We went our ways. "Wait, are you mad at me for killing your casual fuck?" I asked. "Nah, as you said, Salicus was just a casual fuck who paid well for the cruise and my services. I wouldn't put so much effort for him though," Erica said. "I have my reasons. What are those?" I pressed. We took a few turns around a couple more containers. I tried to remember where she was taking me, but I wouldn't have to worry too much about it. I had my footsteps in the snow. I wondered if my mates were following them. "To start with, it was boredom," she replied. "Bitch, really?" I snapped. "You're the bitch here." She turned around abruptly and snapped back at me. I jumped back, my finger on the trigger, examining her stance for any sign of threat. "Literally, you are a bitch. How does it feel like to be a mutt?" she asked, giving me a judgmental look. It triggered something inside me, a primary memory so ingrained that I still remembered how it made me feel even after forgetting it. It made me feel dirty, unacceptable. Less than anything, and almost like a bug everyone wanted to squish. A very vague memory flashed in my head. I was barely a child and couldn't remember anything. But this particular memory had stuck with me. It was of my mother treating me differently after figuring out that I wasn't like her, that I was a werewolf. She used to treat me very differently than Erica, as if I had a disease that needed to be contained. It always baffled me to think about it. My mother fucked a werewolf and she ended up giving birth to one. Why did it surprise her that much? I didn't know much about my biological father apart from the fact that he was a werewolf and sold drugs. Our mother's taste in men needed to be lauded. Erica's biological father was a criminal of sorts too. So yeah, no wonder why she turned out to be like this. "Do you bark when you phase?" Her condescending question snapped me back to the present, making my wolf growl. "No, but I can tear you into pieces in the blink. Would you like a demonstration?" I offered. Erica smiled at me wickedly, but something dangerous lingered in her eyes. "Oh, I'd love to see you turn into an actual bitch," she said, "but we must keep going. Your servers are waiting for us." With that, she turned around and started walking again. "Was it only boredom that led you to do this?" I continued to ask. "Well, curiosity too. I wanted to know if you've become as fucked up as me," she replied, and for once I heard some real emotion in her voice. It was the pain that both of us bore, the pain that our mother had gifted us as soon as she brought us into this world. Up until now, I'd been seeing her as a purely evil bitch who wanted to see me fall at any cost, but somehow, her answer humanized her a bit. She was as broken as me but in different ways. "You know, Erica, it's not our fault we ended up like this. We can change." "Well, I'm trying to now," I said. Well, I was trying to change after finding out my mates. I needed to change to be with them in harmony. I had already lost an arm for not changing soon enough. "Oh really? Tell me, how is it that you are trying to change?" Erica asked. We took a turn and reached the end of the maze of containers. Surprisingly, I saw a small ship moored in the distance. It didn't look abandoned though, and was big enough to carry 2 containers. I wondered if she had come here on that ship. "Tell me, how do you try not to resent all the normal people around you and how easy their life seems to be? Tell me how you don't just want to burn everything down because we both know that's how it will satisfy us," she demanded. I could hear all the suppressed anger surfacing in her voice. "Well, I tried to burn down things. It ended up burning me in return, so I know it's not worth it," I told her. She gave me a long hard look before turning around and rounding the last container until we reached the other side. Is that your ship? I couldn't help but ask. Yes, that's my baby, she said. I call her Princella. She's cute, but she can fire torpedoes. It was a pricey update, but it was totally worth it. Wow, was all I could say as I glanced at the ship. It looked pretty unassuming. So, can I see my servers now? I stopped as I turned the corner of the last container. Erica was already inside it, waiting for me. I stopped in my tracks when I saw my servers. I wanted to go and hug them instantly with joy, but all the explosives stacked around my servers froze me in my place. At the top of my servers was a massive screen with a timer counting down already. Now either give me the keys, or we're gonna see fireworks in the snow. Erica smiled wickedly, sounding more excited about the fireworks than the keys. If you're curious about the story of Caspian and Marius, don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more updates. When faced with the ultimate choice between sacrificing herself or watching her servers plunge the world into chaos, what will Lyra decide? And as Erica's betrayal becomes clear, can Lyra find hope for survival amidst the ticking countdown to explosion? Don't go away. Subscribe to our channel to unravel the mysterious adventure of Lyra and the werewolf brothers. 95. Lyra, now, either give me the keys, or we're gonna see some fireworks in the snow. Erica smiled. I was too stunned to speak for a second as I stared at my servers between the explosives. The countdown had already begun on the screen. Only 4 minutes and 55 seconds remained, but the numbers seemed to flicker faster the more I stared at the screen. You bitch! I screamed and my voice echoed through the container. Erica laughed, petting a box of explosives like it was a puppy. I see you like this gift very much, but I need to see those keys, Lyra, or this is all going to blow up. Stop the timer, Erica. I roared, but she clicked a button on her small remote, and instantly the timer lost 1 minute. Instead of 4 minutes and 27 seconds, the timer showed 3 minutes and 26 seconds. I roared and lunged at her without another thought. I needed to get that remote from her soon. Being a werewolf hugely advantaged me in this situation because I could use my speed against her. In a split second I pinned her under me, but she tossed the remote away. I heard it skid away somewhere, but before I could go after it, she delivered a strong punch to my jaw, making me taste blood. I was about to go after the remote but decided to deal with her first. Oh, you want to throw punches? I have a great surprise for you. I growled and drove the first of my cybernetic arm at her nose. Erica screamed at the top of her lungs while blood splattered everywhere. I heard the cracking of bone and knew instantly that I had broken her nose. What the fuck, she cried. But I rained a couple more punches at her jaw until she was bleeding from the mouth. She shouted at the top of her lungs and finally managed to catch my cybernetic arm. I pulled my arm back, but the glove came off, revealing the steel. Her eyes widened as I aimed another punch at her, but before my fist could meet with her face, I felt a stabbing pain shoot through my abdomen and tingle every nerve in my body until I fell to the side, completely numb and unable to move. Fuck, they were right about silver. It does fuck with mutts. Erica spat her bloody spit in my face as she got up and started kicking my side, intensifying the pain in my body. She had stuck a silver knife right into my stomach, but the wound wasn't deep because of all the layers of clothing. However, I could still feel the silver burning my stomach, tormenting me. Somehow I managed to pull the knife out of me and toss it aside. Erica had stopped kicking me for the moment. Instead, she searched the floor of the container for the remote. I took those few moments to recover. The tingling was still intense in all my nerves, making it hard for me to move my limbs, but I somehow sat up and reached inside my coat for the gun. I pulled it out and pointed it to her on time as Erica rose with the remote. Behind her on the giant screen, the countdown continued. Only 1 minute and 55 seconds were left. Wow, Erica said as soon as she faced me with the gun. That's a cute gun, but I bet it's not as cute as mine with the silver bullets. Erica laughed and pulled a gun out of her pocket and fired at me in the blink of an eye. I barely got a moment to dodge the silver bullet. I fired at her head, but she easily dodged it and continued firing silver bullets at me. I had nowhere to hide, and I was still finding it hard to get up because of the effect of the silver knife. A silver bullet would take me out almost instantly. I had my cybernetic arm in front of my face to protect my head, and was twisted on the floor like a pretzel to cover the vulnerable parts of my body. I heard a bullet hit my cybernetic arm and deflect away. I continued using it as my only shield while trying to drag my body out of the container. Ah! I screamed when Erica shot me in the leg after failing to shoot me in the head. The burn of the silver instantly made my whole body twitch like an animal dying a pathetic death. This got Erica to stop and laugh. Now that's a sight to behold. I always wanted to see exactly how badly the silver bullets affect before she could finish. I grabbed my gun and shot at her. At that moment I was seeing red. It didn't matter that I had been stabbed with a silver knife in the abdomen and shot in the leg with a silver bullet that was slowly poisoning my leg. If it wasn't taken out of my leg soon, I might lose it as well, but I couldn't care less about it at that moment. All I wanted was to wipe that condescending smile off her face and see her in pain. I didn't want to give her instant death. No, I wanted to see her suffer. I wanted to see her writhe in pain, begging for mercy. Adrenaline was pumping through my veins at that moment, numbing the pain in my leg and the abdomen and making me focus intensely on my target. I managed to hit her shoulder, sending the gun flying out of her hand. I shot at her legs without missing a beat and was lucky enough to hit one, making her collapse to the ground with a cry. Even though my leg was bleeding uncontrollably, and I couldn't feel anything but pain below my abdomen, I managed to drag myself to her. Erica was still groaning in pain, clutching the wound on her shoulder. The remote lay beside her. I snatched it before she could take it. However, I couldn't figure out which button to push. It made me panic, and I glanced at the screen to find only 1 second was left. 96. Caspian. We should go, I told my brother after scouting the nearby area. I didn't find anything interesting, but heaps of snow-covered junk and the ruins of the abandoned port. When I returned from my scout, I found Marius trying to communicate with the reinforcement and maintain the communication channel in case things went wrong. I had a feeling that things were going to go wrong one way or the other. It was my wolf's intuition who was pacing inside me restlessly, desperate to see Lyra. I could sense the same restlessness in Marius, but he was highly skilled in hiding his feelings. "Did you find anything?" he asked, and I shook my head. He grunted. "I'm only getting static, and the weather's getting worse. We can't waste any more time." I agreed with him, and without wasting another second, we started following Lyra's footprints on the snow, threading through the containers and other ruins until we reached a vast opening surrounded by frozen crane arms. I eyed one of the crane arms that was bent at an odd angle. The sight made my wolf more anxious. The wind couldn't bend a crane arm like that. It was the work of something much more powerful a being. I shuddered and looked back at Marius, who was looking around as well. Lyra's footprints stopped at a point for a second before continuing ahead. A few feet ahead, another pair of footprints emerged. That pair of footprints took a U-turn while Lyra followed them. Marius stopped for a second, kneeling beside the footprints to study the second pair while I stayed alert, my eyes darting from one place to another in search of danger. I couldn't help but keep eyeing that oddly bent arm of the crane. "Who is it?" I asked Marius. "Another female," Marius replied after a few seconds, straightening up. "She's taller and heavier than Lyra." Both of us looked in the direction the footprints were headed, the maze of abandoned shipping containers. We exchanged a look before heading there with our guns out. Marius took the lead while I covered our back, fully alert. In a closed area like this, it was easy to get ambushed. Marius and I kept moving forward with a slow yet cautious speed until we heard a scream. It was loud and clear, cutting through the wheezing noise of the wind that hissed between the containers. The two of us broke off into a run as the scream echoed. My heart was ramming in my chest painfully. Even though the cold made it hard to breathe and run, Marius and I pumped our legs, following the two pairs of footprints through the snow as they twisted and turned in the maze of containers. Both of us wanted to get to Lyra as soon as possible. As we ran in the direction of the previous scream, we heard another scream followed by gunshots. Marius growled and shifted in his wolf to get faster to her. I stopped and got his gun, the compass and the communication device before running after him. I could hear my heart pounding in my chest as I ran. I was anxious to see Lyra. I was hoping those gunshots we heard weren't fired on Lyra. I wanted to see her alive and unhurt. Fuck, I wish I'd gone with her. But she had been very adamant from the start about meeting her sister alone. It was a miracle she had somehow managed to talk us into it. Fuck this. I wasn't going to let her put herself in danger again. I'd hate myself if she somehow got hurt today. Hopefully Marius would be able to get to her first, but this didn't ease my anxiety. I needed to see Lyra unhurt with my own eyes. While running through the maze of containers, I felt increasingly frustrated, anxious, and restless. I heard the growls of Marius's wolf, followed by more gunshots. After the last gunshot, everything fell eerily silent. I growled and ran faster through the snow, and when I finally reached the place of action, the first thing I noticed was blood-stained snow. Then I saw Marius's wolf lying at a distance. My eyes widened as I stared at him. He didn't move a bit, making my heart stop beating. I looked around for Lyra only to find a trail of blood leading away from the container and towards the port. The wind was picking up, and the snow was falling harder, making it almost impossible for me to see much. But I managed to spot a figure somewhere far ahead. I wanted to follow after it, but at the same time my brother lay in front of me lifeless. Lyra was nowhere to be seen, and I couldn't pick up her scent in the air because of the wind. I was torn about whether to follow the blood trail or check my brother. The decision should have been simple, yet my mind was bogged down too much. I went for my brother first. As soon as I rounded the container, I saw more blood staining the container's floor. But that wasn't what shocked me. No. I saw the huge servers surrounded by explosives, and there was a massive screen above it, and it was having a countdown in red numbers. Only 15 seconds were left on the timer. I panicked and reached for my brother's wolf. As soon as I lifted him, I saw a deep wound bleeding from the midpoint of his eyes. It made my blood run cold. Marius, I called out for him, but there was no response. His wolf's eyes were lifeless. Even though the timer was about to reach 0, I searched for his pulses but got nothing. I roared at the top of my lungs, feeling like my life had ended. I picked up his wolf and dragged him as far away from the container as possible. Only 5 seconds were left, but I refused to give up. I wasn't going to die until I found Lyra and the bitch that killed my brother. I phased into my wolf and kept dragging his dead body further and further from the container as quickly as possible, hoping that she was holding it up. "I'm coming for you, Lyra. But first." 97. Marius. As soon as I heard the scream and the gunshots, I phased into my wolf and ran. Staying in my human form and pushing through the snow was inefficient. My only goal was to get to Lyra as soon as possible. I needed to see her, otherwise I was going to lose my mind. Caspian didn't follow me immediately. He stayed in his human form and didn't phase to cover me, and also communicate with the reinforcement in case things headed in the wrong direction. Even though the snow was thick, I ran as fast as possible. The closer I got to the noise, the more screams and gunshots I heard. Every time I heard a gunshot, I felt like I had been shot. I'd feel a stab in my heart, making me hurry more. I was praying for Lyra to remain unhurt. I couldn't see her hurt again. She'd already spent so much time in the hospital, broken and weak. Caspian and I had almost lost her once. We wouldn't be able to stay sane if we had to experience the same again. I ran faster, and when I finally reached the end of the maze, I heard the noises coming from a container nearby. When I circled it and reached its opening, I saw Lyra somehow standing upright, bloodied. Meanwhile, another female crouched on the ground nearby, severely bleeding and in pain. It took me a second to notice that beyond them, inside the container, were the servers and explosives surrounded them. A giant screen above had a timer that had almost come to 0. I let out a growl, ready to leap and take Lyra away from there as soon as possible. "Oh, we have a guest." The other female spoke through pain. Lyra turned around to see me, and her eyes widened. That was when I noticed that she was bleeding from her stomach and her leg. Her leg looked deeply injured, and this immediately made me want to tear the other female into shreds. "That's one of the mutts you're fucking, isn't it?" the female asked in disdain. "Ugh, look at that ugly thing. I told you to come here alone, but I'm not surprised. Now take this." With that, she shot at Lyra. I growled and lunged towards her. "Marius!" Lyra yelled behind me. I saw the female point a gun and fire at me, but I dodged them. I was about to reach her and pin her down, but she shot me right in the head. "Marius!" I heard Lyra scream behind me as the force of the bullet jerked me back, and I landed on my side at an odd angle before hearing a bone snap. "You bitch! I will kill you." I heard Lyra screaming and firing at her sister, but the latter laughed like a maniac. I fought the pain that jabbed through my head, forcing my eyes shut. I pushed. I didn't want to go yet. I tried to growl, but I couldn't find the energy suddenly. It felt like my life was draining out of me. I smelled blood and felt something wet trickling down my snout. It was my blood. My hearing was numbing and my vision grew blurry. I saw Erica stumbling out of the container with her injured leg, holding something over her head. My eyelids grew extremely heavy. I couldn't keep them open anymore, and they finally fluttered shut. The pain in my head was too much to be bearable. It was a silver bullet, and that made me sad. Not because it was going to kill me. I was sad because I couldn't see Lyra for the last time before my eyes closed. Before going, I wanted to feel her touch and hear her voice for the last time. I would regret not marking her, but whatever time I had spent with her was beautiful. Whenever I'd go next, I would never forget those memories in case I got to keep them. I'd fight to keep those memories of her with me no matter what. As if answering my last wish, I felt two arms circling my neck in an embrace. One of those arms was made of metal. Lyra. I wanted to call out for her, but I couldn't move. The bullet must have hit somewhere important. It felt like I was paralyzed by pain. But I could still hear, feel, and smell everything. I heard Lyra's soft sobs above my head. She placed her head on mine, sobbing. I smelled her blood mingled with her tears. I wanted to tell her how much she meant to me, that I was still with her, and that I wasn't going to leave her. I just knew it. I was going to fight for her till the end. This wasn't my end. Yet. I'm sorry, Marius, she sobbed. I've been so terrible with you, and you're all being punished because of me. I don't deserve you. Her words hurt me. I wanted to tell her that she was speaking nonsense. I wanted to tell her she was the best thing that happened to me, even with how she used to push away me earlier. But that had made our union so much more worth it. I wanted to tell her that I loved her, that she had filled me and my brothers' lives with so much happiness. She'd given us a new life and I couldn't be a part of it anymore. It saddened me deeply. I wish I could talk to her for the last time. I love you, Marius. I will always love you, she whispered, kissing my head. I'll fuck that bitch up for doing this to you. I'll skin her alive. She started sobbing again as she held my head close to her chest for the last time before gently laying my head down. Even though my head was splitting with pain, some consciousness still lingered in me. I heard her drag her injured leg through the snow. Meanwhile, I waited. I waited for death to come, but it didn't. Instead, I heard the sound of snow crunching, followed by my brother's voice. Marius. He shouted my name, his voice laced with dread and sorrow. I wanted to tell him that I was still with him. I wanted to talk to him for the last time too. But I couldn't even move my eyes. I felt him searching for my pulse, but when he found none, he screamed and started dragging me away. That's when I finally slipped into darkness. 98. Lyra. I stared at the screen wide-eyed. It was flashing 0 seconds. I could hear my heart throbbing in my chest as I waited for the bombs to detonate and take the two of us out, but nothing happened. Instead, Erica threw her head back and laughed mockingly. That look on your face is priceless, she smiled, fighting the pain from the gunshot wounds I had given her. I turned to her, surprised. What did this mean? So it's all set up. I wondered out loud, ready to take her down. If this was all a setup, then I could save my servers after I put a bullet or two in her skull. Oh no, she laughed. That was to scare you. Do you think I'm that suicidal? You're a crazy bitch, I sneered, but I have the remote now, that's a plaything. The real deal is here. She chuckled in pain and pulled out another remote form under her bloodied clothes. Though when I press a button on this one, there'd be no countdown. Straight fireworks. Now that you know what's up, give me the keys, Lyra. I'm done playing, she demanded, a hint of impatience and pain in her voice. She was crouching low, seemingly unable to get up. My wounds were burning from the silver as well. I raised my gun at her, but she raised the remote, her finger hovering on the final button. I hesitated. I licked my lips and looked at my servers. It was either my death or whatever dangerous information I had collected since all those years fell into the wrong hands. It was either my death or the revocation of an ancient treaty between the wolves and the Drakons that would lead to a devastating war. The option was clear in front of me. I swallowed hard and stared at the remote in her hand, the finger hovering over the button that now controlled so many things in this world. So you're committing suicide? I asked. Not that I doubted it. I was buying some time for myself to accept that I'd never see either of my mates again. A terrible pain stabbed my chest. It was far worse than the pain that the silver knife and the bullet had inflicted on me. I'd die without seeing my mates for the last time. I remembered our last time together, the way Caspian had caressed my back assuringly throughout our whole hike, and the way Marius kissed me so fiercely. I wish I could taste the two for the last time. I wish I could be with them for the last time. I wish we had marked and completed the mating bond. No. That'd have worsened this for them. Even though my wolf was saddened by the fact that she'd never get to wear the mark of either of her mates or get to mark them back, I accepted it. It was for the best. I knew it was the moon goddess's doing. She was still pissed at me for troubling my mates. She'd given me everything I'd asked for, only for me to disrespect her by rejecting her and trying to run away from them. I probably deserved this, but my mates didn't. I deserved everything that happened to me, and that was going to happen to me. But it'd hurt them more. It made me feel like the biggest piece of crap. I really was the most terrible bitch out there for being so fucking selfish. Marius and Caspian deserved a lot better than me. Anything to see you dead, Erica laughed in my face. There was a bitterness in her laughter that sparked a last-minute hope inside me. It felt like that sudden surge of power and awareness a few moments before death. This was it. It makes me feel less insignificant to know that someone from my family is willing to die for me. I smiled at her, a genuine smile unlike hers, which contained so much bitterness. The smile faded from her lips, and momentarily, I saw an emotion flicker in her eyes. Wait, that's not what I meant, she shot, sounding offended. But I could see that my words had touched her somewhere deep, somewhere we never dared to venture. Even though we were different, we were cut from the same cloth. I could tell what the words did to her. Doesn't matter, I smiled. Erica stared at me for a hard second, her eyes growing rheumy even though she forced a determined look on her face. Her mask slipped slightly, and I caught a peek at her wounds. They matched mine. I nodded to her, hoping she'd know I understood why she was doing this. She was doing this because she had nothing to lose. She'd never had anything worth losing. Just like me until the brothers found me. She didn't have anything like that. She didn't have anyone to see tomorrow with. Oh, we have a guest. Erica shot abruptly, and I turned to find a giant black wolf glaring murderously at Erica. Marius. My wolf howled happily inside me, too glad to see one of her mates. For a brief second, Marius's wolf glanced at me, visually examining me for wounds. His eyes lingered on all the blood all over me, and he growled at Erica. That's one of the mutts you're fucking, isn't it? Ugh, look at that ugly thing. I told you to come here alone, but I'm not surprised. Now take this. Erica shot at me, and I ducked, shielding myself with the cybernetic arm. Whatever flicker of compassion I was feeling towards her was instantly gone. Marius growled and lunged at her. Marius! I screamed, watching his wolf racing towards Erica while she fired at him. I watched with wide eyes as she shot him point-blank in the head. I forgot how to breathe for a second as I watched his wolf jerk back and fall aside. Marius! I cried out loud, seeing his wolf on the floor, unmoving. You bitch! I will kill you! I screamed at her, dragging myself to Marius somehow. The pain in my leg was unbearable, but it had all been forgotten. I lied. Haha. This time the countdown's real. I'm getting out of here. Fuck you and your mate and those fucking servers. I heard Erica laughing as she ran out, dragging her injured leg. I wanted to go after her, but the pool of blood that was steadily growing around Marius didn't permit me to move. I collapsed beside him, circling my arms around his wolf's neck and pulling it over my lap. Tears ran down my face as I stared at the gaping, bleeding wound on his wolf's forehead, a silver bullet to the head. It was the ultimate death.
I'm sorry, Marius, is so bad.
I didn't want to. I wanted to take the bullet out, maybe, or try to revive him or do something to save him, but I couldn't move. I was completely numb. I didn't want to leave his side. I searched his wolf's eyes, which were dark slits without any life in them. That made me sob harder. This happened all because of me. I've been so terrible with you, and you're all being punished because of me. I don't deserve you, I sobbed uncontrollably. I love you, Marius. I will always love you. I kissed his head, feeling the world slipping away. It was only me and him. I wanted him for the last time. No, I wanted him with me forever. But that didn't happen because I made some foolish decisions in the past, decisions that brought him here because of me. Erica's laughter echoed in my ears, and slowly, the numbing and the grief were being taken over by a burning rage. I was going to destroy her. Take my sweet time to torture her before giving her death. I'll fuck that bitch up for doing this to you. I'll skin her alive. I sobbed harder, unable to find any words to let out the anger inside me. No matter what, my Marius wouldn't return to me anymore. But I wasn't going to let that bitch get away with this. I kissed his head last time and held him against my chest before laying it down gently on the floor. My heart broke seeing him lifeless. I wanted to stay but I couldn't. I needed to catch that bitch before she could get too far. She was injured but this was the best time. I took a last glance at my dead mate and followed the trail of blood in the snow. I spotted her dragging her injured leg a few feet ahead of me. I'll make you regret this till your next life, I gritted, following her to avenge my Marius. 99. Lyra. Even though I couldn't feel anything on my wounded leg down the knee, I kept dragging it mercilessly. My eyes were set murderously on Erica ahead. She was having far worse problems with her wounds because of her lack of werewolf healing capabilities. This gave me an advantage over her. She was also losing more blood than me, which meant that she'd grow weaker quicker. This was the best opportunity for me to strike her, to take it all out on her. Even though I was burning with anger, I couldn't stop sobbing. The image of Marius's dead wolf kept flashing in front of my eyes again and again, paining me. I was feeling that intense pain in my chest. I wondered if it was because of his death. My Marius. I cried but my anger was more intense. I was going to make Erica's life a nightmare. I was going to do the worst of things to her. The strong winds and snow tried to slow me down, but I pushed through, never taking my eyes off Erica, struggling to walk ahead of me. When I was close enough to her, I took out my gun and fired at her other leg. She screamed and collapsed on the snow, sprouting more blood from the gunshot. However, she still crawled while I dragged herself through the thick snow. I had to give it to her. She had a strong spirit. Even though she knew she would be caught no matter how hard she tried, she still tried to get as far away from me as possible. This would make the process of torturing her more fun. I was almost looking forward to it. I'd take my time to break that spirit of hers slowly. I wanted to see the same dead look in her eyes that I saw in Marius's. I let out a loud growl, used whatever last energy was left in my body, and lunged at her. She screamed and tried to thrash me, but I pinned her down by the neck, using my good leg to crush her freshly wounded one, making her cry out in pain even more. Where the fuck do you think you're going after killing my mate? I growled. My voice was much deeper, and I realized it was my wolf speaking. Not that she had taken over me. No, she had merged with me to fuel me with more energy since my silver-infected wounds, along with the bleeding, made my body weaker. My wolf was doing everything to keep me alive in the harsh climate. At the same time, she was furious at Erica and wanted to drink her blood. That was the only thing that would bring her peace at this point, and I was looking forward to it. I've got you. What will you do now? I hissed, fisting her hair and pulling her head back with a jerk that surely hurt her a lot. She squirmed and struggled, but I could feel that there was no energy left in her. The sudden drop in temperature made it even more exhausting for her to fight me. However, she continued struggling. I felt something sharp and hot against my side and saw the silver knife in her hand. This angered me further. I clutched the knife by the blade, not caring if it hurt me, and snatched it out of her hand. My anger suppressed all sensations in my body. The only thing I could feel was the thirst for her blood. I turned her around and punched her broken nose repeatedly until her face was even bloodier, and one of her eyes was purple and swollen. This finally seemed to have exhausted her enough that she couldn't fight me anymore. Don't worry. I'm not going to kill you so easily. I'll skin you alive. Oh yes, I will. I laughed manically even though I had frozen tears on my cheek. I was feeling on the edge of insanity. You killed him. I yelled at her in the next second while she lay under me, breathing hard and unable to move anymore. But she was conscious, I knew it. I found the silver knife and held it against her lips. I'm going to start here, I told her, and she made a noise of panic. This made me smile wider. I saw a hint of panic in her good eye, which was a mere slit and slowly starting to swell as well. I'll allow you to scream and beg for mercy, but you're going to get none, I said, playfully pressing the tip of my knife against her lower lip. She made a last effort to fight me by throwing a punch at my face, but it did nothing to me. I growled and tugged her lower lip out before starting to cut it. She screamed under me, but I didn't stop until it was gone entirely. Ha ha ha. Look at that. It's time for your upper lip now. Next I'll do the tongue and then the ears and then the eyes. I told her while she continued to scream in pain. The howling wind drowned her screams. Seeing her blood against the snow filled me with satisfaction. I scooped the snow stained with her blood and licked it, tasting her blood. Yes, that's what I wanted. That's what my wolf wanted. Meanwhile, Erica watched me with pure horror. I laughed like a maniac again before grabbing the knife and going for her upper lip when a blinding light hit me out of nowhere, disarming me for a second. I blinked hard trying to gain my vision but I couldn't see anything. My eyes burned suddenly, and I wondered if this was Erica's doing. I aimed a punch under me but my fist hit nothing. When I opened my eyes, Erica was gone from underneath me, and so was the snow. However, everything surrounding me was white, the floor as long as it went and the sky above me. I was deeply baffled as I stood up and looked around me. It took me a moment to realize that my wounds were gone, along with the blood. I pulled back my pant leg but there was nothing. I looked around again and wondered where this place was and what had happened to my wounds. Am I dead? I wondered out loud. No, you're not, answered a chilling voice behind me. I froze. Moon goddess, I whispered while she chuckled darkly behind me. 100, Lyra. Goosebumps erupted over my skin as I heard the moon goddess's eerie laughter. It sent a shiver down my spine and struck me with terror. I remembered the night in the woods when I summoned her and presented her with a long list of qualities I sought in a mate. Lyra, my child. I'm so glad to see you again, she said behind me. Her voice was low, almost a whisper. It always gave me the chills. It sounded too perfect, too otherworldly, too eerie. Where am I? I asked her. Is this the afterlife? Did I die? Yes, then I want to see Marius. Please. I started pleading without wasting a second. I was willing to do anything to get him back. At my words, the moon goddess only laughed. Her voice did not hint at mercy or compassion. It was as if my pleas were funny to her. This is a punishment, right? I know it is. You took my arm and now you took one of my mates, I cried. I didn't take enough, she remarked, and that gripped my heart. No, please, not Caspian too. What sort of punishment is this? I asked her, feeling a surfeit of emotions wash through me: anger, sorrow, resentment, regret, and self-loathing. When I granted you the wish, you promised me to accept whatever I had in store for you. I don't see you upholding that promise, she stated calmly. Her voice was smooth and silky, but there was a darkness to it that intensified my terror. I'm sorry for that. I'm foolish. Well then, you must honor that promise. If this is what I have in store for you, why not accept it? She asked casually. Please. Not my mates. You can take another arm, leg, or whatever you want, but not them. Please, I pleaded. Who are you to decide how I conduct my affairs? She asked, an edge in her voice. I swallowed hard and fell to my knees. She was still standing behind me, but an invisible force kept me from turning and looking at her. I'm not questioning your ways, but please. This once. Let them go. I know I made a huge mistake by not accepting them initially. I was blinded by pride and vengeance. I was foolish. I still am. I know that I must pay for not upholding my promise in some way, but please. Spare my mates. They don't deserve this. I've realized that I never deserved them, I told her. Silence followed my words. It felt like she had left me in this madness of complete white for a moment. But the feeling of her grounding presence behind me assured me that she was still here with me. When I blessed you with them, I never asked for a price, she spoke after a second. There's always a price for everything, or else people take it for granted. Just like you did. Her words made sense, but it was too late for me to realize this. Indeed, I had taken the two of them for granted. Everything they did so far was for me. What did I do for them in return? I tried to think of something I'd done for them, but I couldn't come up with anything. This made me loathe myself even more. All I did was take from the brothers. I'd been selfish and childish with them throughout our brief relationship. I'm willing to pay a price now, moon goddess, I told her adamantly, holding back my tears. Oh really? She asked. Yes, what will you give me? She asked pryingly. I licked my lips and tried to think of anything worthwhile that interested a goddess.
You was a mere mortal.
What did I have that a goddess could ever want? You name it, I told her after considering it. I might be selling my soul here, but I was willing to do so to save Marius and Caspian. Their lives were worth more than mine. I was the scum on earth that deserved to be washed away. The moon goddess laughed at me wickedly. Oh really? You'd give me anything? She asked. Anything? I shot, rising on my knees and clutching my hands in front of my chest. Anything? She asked again, a dark edge to her voice. I swallowed hard and hesitated, but I echoed, anything. All right then. I'd take both of your mates, she stated. No. I shot, please not them. You said anything, she reminded me. Her tone was playful while I was trembling, tears running down my cheek. Anything but my mates, I told her. I want something valuable to you, and I see that you now see how valuable they are. I heard the cruel smile in her voice. No please. Not my mates. I'm begging you, what else that you have that's invaluable? She asked. I thought about everything valuable to me but couldn't think of anything besides the brothers. They were everything to me. They were the most valuable to me, not my servers or all the money I had collected for all those years. Not that the goddess would be interested in such things. See, you don't have anything to offer to me except for the brothers, the moon goddess pointed out when I failed to give her an answer. She was right, and that shut me up. But I'll give you my life, I told her quietly, and she laughed. Then what's the point of doing all this? She asked. If it's a lesson you want to teach me, then I've learnt it well, I assured her. But the price to be paid is still unsettled, she reminded me, and this pushed me further to the edge. I've decided then. I'll have your blood, she spoke. I'll give you that, I told her instantly. Not your blood, she spoke. I'll take that sister of yours. If you wish me to spare your mate's life, then you must spare hers. Her words confused me for a second, but I nodded. I spare her life, I said freely. That doesn't end here, she stated, and for a second this made me wonder if she was making me walk into a trap. Damn it. Damn everything. If she was walking me into a trap, then be it. I'd do anything for my mates. In the near future she'll reach out to you for an important favor. You mustn't turn her down. Then there was the catch, but I felt there was more to it. However, it didn't matter to me anymore. I was willing to do anything for my mates. Anything. Would that assure the safety of both my mates? I asked her. Yes, she answered. I'll keep my word this time, I promised her. 101. Marius. I was met with the blinding white of the snow as soon as I opened my eyes. I blinked several times to get used to the glaring white. It took me a minute or two until I could see again. And the first thing I noticed was a stormy gray sky and the snow falling from it. I lay under the cold, open sky for some reason. I tried to recall what I was doing by laying in the open and staring at the sky, but I couldn't think of any reason. I sat up and looked around me. The place didn't seem part of my pack territory, which was even more odd. Instantly, many questions sprouted in my head. Where was I? How did I get here? What was I doing here? Why was I laying on the snow? I searched my mind for answers but found none. I frowned to myself, rubbing my head, and instantly hissed in pain. It hurt terribly, but why? I didn't remember getting any injury in the head. I searched my head for any wounds, but there were none. Still, there was a sharp pain in my head that throbbed away. It wasn't something I couldn't handle. It seemed to get better gradually because my wolf was healing it quickly. However, it left me even more puzzled. I got up and looked around for any clue. All I saw was vast stretches of snow, but behind me huge shipping containers stood. I stared at them for a second, trying to remember what this place was and how I got here in the first place. A groan somewhere near me snapped me out of my thoughts. I followed the groans until I found Caspian splayed out on the snow. Caspian, I called out, crouching beside him to check his vitals. He opened his tired eyes and looked at me in confusion. What happened? He asked after blinking at me for a few seconds. I'm trying to figure out the same, I told him, holding his arm and tugging him to his feet. Do you know this place? Do you remember how we got here? I asked him while he looked as confused as me, if not more. What's the last thing you remember? He asked me. I tilted my head to the side, searching for the last memory. Having breakfast with you and Lyra, I answered. I could tell he was searching for the same memory. He nodded once he found the memory I addressed but supplied. My last memory of us in a car and driving through an abandoned harbor town. What else do you remember? I asked him, still probing into my brain, but I could not come up with anything. The pain I had been feeling previously still lingered, but it wasn't as debilitating. It felt more like an annoying itch I couldn't scratch. I remember an entourage of sorts, Caspian tried to figure out loud. No, they were reinforcements. I remember feeling an urgency. I was trying to assure Lyra of something while you were in the front driving. Again, I checked my memories but found nothing similar to what Caspian said. All I remembered was having breakfast with my brother and our mate, and if I pushed more, I remembered cuddling with Lyra last night. Apart from that, nothing else came to my mind. If you say we were reinforcement, then we were on a mission of sorts, I stated, and it involves significant danger. Where's Lyra? Caspian shot, looking around. The same urgency washed over me when I realized what Caspian's last memories meant. Without thinking much, I phased and let my wolf take over. He took control and sniffed the air for any hints of her scent, but there were none because of the blowing wind. However, it didn't deter us and we broke into a run. Behind me, I heard Caspian turning on the comms device we used in rough weather. I ran through the maze of the frozen shipping containers, looking for any signs of Lyra. With every passing second, my desperation to find her grew. I needed to find her soon. I felt this immense sense of danger. It felt like a sword was dangling over my neck. My wolf growled and pushed through, running around frantically, but Lyra was nowhere to be found. I came across Caspian, but he didn't seem to have any clue about her either. I phased back, feeling irritated and restless about finding our mate. What did you get in the comms? I asked him. Nothing. The weather's too bad for it. All I got was static. Wait, did you hear that? Caspian cut off abruptly. We listened silently for any distinct noise apart from the wind's howling. Sobs, I answered, and in the next moment, we were running towards the direction the sobs seemed to be coming from. It took us a few moments, but eventually we found the sob source. We exited the labyrinth of the abandoned contains and were met with a vast clearing. However, a last container was laying a few meters away from the maze. The sobs were coming from there. We rushed towards it without wasting a second. As soon as we rounded the container and came face to face with its opening, the sob turned into a gasp. The first thing I noticed was massive servers surrounded by crates of explosives, a huge black screen hanging above the mountain of servers and explosives. Déjà vu hit me as I stared at the scene before me. I had seen something like this before but couldn't remember anything correctly. It felt like I was reliving something. When I forced my brain too much, several images flashed before my eyes. A female that looked like Lyra covered in blood. Lyra was covered in blood. A pained look on her face. Blood covering snow. Someone raised a gun and fired at me. Lyra crying while she held me against her chest. A devastated look on Lyra's face as she looked at me. I staggered back as these unsettling images flashed through my head. I couldn't make any sense of them, but the last image of Lyra looking at me devastatingly pinched my heart. It all felt like a fever dream, but at the same time, there was an unexplainable familiarity to it. It was as if I had experienced it. Lyra! Caspian shouted, and my eyes darted around the container until I finally found our mate slumped on the floor, looking somewhat tired and defeated. However, as soon as her eyes fell on us, they lit up with life. She looked overly glad to see Caspian, but she started sobbing uncontrollably as soon as she saw me. He's back, I thought I heard her sob as I went to her and scooped her in my arms. She threw her arms around me and hugged me tightly before kissing Caspian. I noticed that she was shaking uncontrollably. Caspian took off his coat and instantly draped it around her while she clung to me, burying her face in the crook of my neck. It's okay. We're here, baby girl, I assured her while Caspian looked around the place. Lyra suddenly raised her face and looked at me with wide eyes as if she couldn't believe that she was seeing me. Marius, is that you? She asked weakly, puzzling me even more. Of course it's me, baby girl. You're safe now, I told her, and she broke off into more tears, clinging to me as if she was afraid I'd leave her. It's okay. I've got you, Lyra, I cooed to her, and she sobbed harder for some reason. 102. Caspian. I looked at the explosives and the big screens and couldn't help but feel strange about the whole thing. I was already confused about everything after waking up from what seemed like a fever dream. We suddenly found ourselves at this strange place. Nothing made sense. I tried to force myself to remember, desperately searching my head for a proper explanation, but I got none. However, something about the servers, the explosives, and the big screen reminded me of something. I couldn't exactly figure out what it was, but it all felt too familiar. As if I had experienced something like this before. This feeling filled me with dread. Lyra was sobbing uncontrollably in Marius's arms as he tried to calm her down. She looked so terrified, as if she had seen Satan himself. I wanted to ask her why she seemed so terrified, but I didn't because it might make her freak out more. The servers, I said. We finally found them. Of all the things, I remembered we were here for Lyra's servers, which her sister had stolen, and now they had been found. So this was one good thing. We could finally take them to our pack and end this whole chase. We need to take them back, Maria said, stroking Lyra's head. I wanted to ease her too, but I was too shaken by everything. A myriad of images flashed in front of my eyes every time I blinked, and all those images contained blood and gore and other sickening things. For some reason, I saw Marius's wolf covered in blood, deeply disturbing me. I didn't know why I saw such things, but they terrified me deeply. I wondered if something in the air was making me feel these strange things, almost as if I were hallucinating. I couldn't shake off the image of Marius's wolf covered in blood, which kept flashing in front of my eyes again and again. No, Lyra shot. I'm not taking them back anymore. What? You wanted to find them so desperately. They have all your work. Why wouldn't you want to take them anymore? I asked her, puzzled, but she shook her head, blinking more tears. I reached out and touched her face. The sparks from the mating bond helped me calm down, but it wasn't enough. I couldn't see Lyra's terrified face. It was bothering me very much. I wanted to sweep her in my arms and kiss all her troubles away, but I felt too shaken. I was finding it harder to make sense of anything. I'm starting to remember something, Maria said. Your sister called us here, didn't she? We spent the whole day yesterday planning for this. Marius's words made me freeze. I closed my eyes and searched through my memories again, trying to find something that matched his words. The last thing I remembered was us driving through an abandoned port town. And then yesterday we were planning something. Maybe it was for this to come here and take the servers from Lyra's sister. But where was she? There were just too many gaps in my memory. I remembered Rickard visiting us when he learned we were in curses. I recalled feeling anxious about meeting him, and then confused and irked upon meeting him. However, I couldn't remember anything about the meeting with him. There are gaps in my memories, I told Marius, and from the deep frown on his face, I could tell it was the same for him too. He was sorting through his memories, trying to make sense of the whole situation. Meanwhile, Lyra watched us intently. The terror was still in her eyes and it put me on edge. She didn't feel safe here, which made me want to get us all out of here as soon as possible. Do you remember anything, Lyra? Marius asked. We need to get out of here, Lyra answered instead. Her widened eyes were enough to let me know that she did know something about this whole situation, but she seemed too terrorized to say anything. I exchanged a look with Marius. He'd noticed the same things as I. It made me wonder even more what happened, and how did we end up unconscious with so many gaps in our memories. But the terror in her eyes made me pull out the comms device and try to reach out to the reinforcement. We'll get out of here soon, baby girl. You don't have to worry about that, Marius assured her. I wanted to ease her too, but seeing that Marius's words didn't help her a bit made me more restless to get her out of there. This place was deeply bothering her. I'm calling in the reinforcements to get these out, I declared. You two can start the trek. No. Lyra hissed again. I said we're not taking them back. We're all leaving this place now. But why? I asked, puzzled. Marius mirrored my feelings. Even though I had trouble recalling anything correctly from the past few days, I still remembered how desperate and restless Lyra had been to find these servers because they stored essential and sensitive information. I remembered how she spent days and nights in the library with her computers, trying to find these servers, but now that they had been found, she didn't want to take them with us. It didn't make any sense to me at all. It's not worth it, she answered quietly. A dark look dawned upon her face. What does it mean? Marius asked. These are your servers, Lyra. You worked so hard for them. It's not worth it, she repeated, shaking her head. We cannot take them. Then what are we going to do with them? I asked, getting more and more puzzled as she spoke. We'll blow them up, she replied. But I'm not taking them back. They're too risky. I don't want to lose. No. I cannot do this anymore, she started sobbing again. Marius stroked her head, trying to ease her while he exchanged a look with me. Are you sure you want to blow this all up? I asked. There's so much stuff in them. I don't care about that stuff anymore, Lyra snapped. I'm telling you. It's not worth it. I have seen. No. I'm not taking them back with me. Blow this shit up and let's get out of here and pretend this ever happened, she said, sobbing. Do you remember what happened? Marius asked her cautiously. In response, she started sobbing harder. She knew, and she was fucking terrified of it. However, I was still hesitant about blowing up her servers, and I could tell Marius felt the same way. Give us one proper reason to blow up the servers, I said. I don't want you to regret this later. I'll never regret this. Trust me, she said darkly, saying that was enough. All right. Let's get out of here, Marius said. I nodded. Take her. I'll see how this could be set off, I said to him, but Lyra protested. No, I'm not leaving anyone behind. You're coming with us, she said defensively. I'm not staying back here, Lyra, I assured her, but she wasn't convinced. The remote to start the timer is somewhere here, she stated, looking around. Timer? Marius asked, looking at the screen with an odd expression. I felt that sickening déjà vu as more and more bloody images flashed in front of my eyes rapidly, making me feel dizzy. I got it, Lyra shot, holding a small remote. Give it to me, Marius said. Caspian, take her. I'll set it, no, she growled. I'm not leaving either of you behind. She screamed, her voice echoing through the whole container. She seemed deeply paranoid about something. A chaos of emotions was brewing in her eyes. Lyra, it's okay. Give it to me. I will see, I know how to start the timer, she snapped. We'll have 5 minutes to get out of here and run as far away as possible, she stated. All right. You don't have to run. Marius and I will phase. You can ride either of us, I said, approaching her to take the remote from her, but she jerked away. I'm starting to timer, and we're all getting out of here now, she commanded. I exchanged a look with Marius. He nodded. All right, I said. We're leaving now, I said, and Marius shifted again. I was about to shift too, but then I noticed a look of hesitancy on her face. Was she having second doubts about this? I wondered and was about to tell her that it was okay if she didn't blow up the servers, but before I could say anything, a determined look flashed on her face, and she pressed a button on the remote. The screen lit up with numbers, and the countdown began immediately. I stood for a second and watched the countdown as more and more broken memories flashed in front of my eyes, but Marius's growl snapped me out of my thoughts. We needed to leave soon. 103. Lyra, I tried not to stare at Marius's wolf when he shifted. However, my mind already started to blast me with the images of his dead wolf, his dead eyes, reminding me of the way blood was flowing through the silver bullet wound in the middle of his head. All those images made me sick instantly. I fought the tears back and reminded myself that Marius and Caspian were alive, and in one piece now. But now their lives depended on me keeping my promise to the moon goddess. They didn't know of my bargain, and they didn't need to know. I glanced at Caspian's wolf, and then at the screen before climbing on Caspian's back. Marius's wolf grunted before leading the way. I checked the compass to ensure we ran in the right direction. The two didn't seem to remember what had happened in the past hour. It was a good thing for them, but I wished the moon goddess had wiped my memory too. Maybe this was her way of torturing me to keep reminding me of the deal. The two of them ran fast despite the thick snow. In my head, I was counting down until the bomb would go off. It seemed to take forever, but the hot air angrily rushed past us when the explosion finally happened. Caspian's and Marius's wolves ran even faster, not stopping to look back. However, I glanced over my shoulder to see a huge fire had swallowed the containers. The scene almost blinded me. I sighed and laid my head on Caspian's wolf while he kept running. The adrenaline rushing through my veins for the past couple of hours finally wore off, and the exhaustion kicked in. But I didn't expect it to take over me so quickly. My eyelids grew heavy almost instantly, and they fluttered shut. Resting my head on Caspian's wolf's back felt good, and I sighed deeply, lulled by how Caspian's wolf was running. As soon as the exhaustion gripped me, I started feeling pain in all my muscles. I suppressed a groan and tried to sit up again, but it was already too late. I slipped into darkness soon enough and didn't remember a thing afterwards. However, as soon as I closed my eyes, I saw blood. I saw Marius's wolf covered in so much blood and not moving. I saw the same thing with Caspian's wolf. He was covered in blood and looked completely dead. Panic gripped my heart. I couldn't do much but stare at my mates covered in blood and gore. I wanted to cry, but I couldn't. I wanted to touch them and check for their pulses, but it felt like my whole body was bound. The more I tried to move, the more immobile I got until it felt like my body had become a statue. My ears rang with someone's laughter. I couldn't recognize who was laughing. At first, it seemed like the moon goddess was laughing at me, but then the laughter turned into my sister's. Her laughter rang louder and louder in my ear until it drove me towards the edge of insanity. I killed 2 alpha wolves. I'll have their heads on the wall of my ship's cabin. They'd look so beautiful there. Erica's words rang in my ears, terrifying me even more. I will kill you. I roared at her, but she only laughed at me. Her laughter echoed around me while I sat weeping in front of Marius's and Caspian's dead bodies. What did you do to them? I roared, but Erica didn't answer anymore. Her laughter was gone, and suddenly I was surrounded by darkness. I searched for Caspian and Marius, but their bodies had disappeared. I called out to them but didn't get any response. I kept wandering through the darkness, calling for them, but no one answered. I collapsed on my knees, sobbing, clutching my hair painfully. I've lost everything now. The realization hit me out of nowhere and I sat up. You didn't keep your word this time, so I took them. The moon goddess's voice boomed through the darkness. You'll never see them again. You didn't deserve them either way, please. No, I tried. Please, I was begging, but no response came again. Instead, the darkness seemed to be closing up on me, making me feel claustrophobic. I heard a strange rattling noise behind me, and when I turned to look at it, I saw massive jaws lined with rows and rows of teeth closing on me. I screamed as it closed its teeth around me and swallowed me. I snapped my eyes open and sat up, drenched in cold sweat. I looked around frantically to see where I was. I saw the familiar wallpaper of my room in the brothers' house. I was in bed, and every part of my body ached for some reason. My mouth was dry, and I reached for the jug on the bedside table, but it was empty. I tried to get off the bed, but suddenly my legs weren't working anymore. I tried to make a sound, but my mouth was so dry that it hurt to move it, and no sound came out. My heart was still ramming in my chest painfully, and my stomach twisted in my abdomen, making me gag, but nothing came out. I tried to remember what had happened. I remembered an explosion and then passing out. My brain refused to give me any other memory after that. Caspian, I called. Or tried to call, but my voice was too hoarse. Marius, I broke off into a coughing fit before a wave of pain washed over my body, making me whimper. Felt like I was being burnt alive. I tried to call them, but nothing came from my lips. I collapsed back on the bed, finding it hard to breathe. It felt like someone was sitting on my chest. My lungs refused to accommodate more air. More and more cold sweat broke all over my forehead. The door flew open when it felt like I would pass out, and Marius rushed in. Seeing him alive gave me a huge relief, but an intense wave of pain washed over me. His eyes widened as soon as he looked at my face. Suddenly he was screaming, and it took me a moment to realize that he was yelling for Caspian to call someone from the Pack hospital, but that was not what I needed. I needed him. I needed Caspian. I needed the two of them together. Baby girl, are you all right? Marius asked, getting on my side. Panic was written all over this face. I grabbed him as soon as he was near, and instantly it eased me, but a stronger wave of pain washed over me, making me want to climb him like a tree. Our eyes widened with realization. You're in heat, baby girl, Marius said darkly. The video is about to end, but the adventure never stops. Don't forget to subscribe and continue this journey with us. Lyra has finally entered her heat, but will her intense emotional and physical needs with Marius and Caspian cause her to forget her pact with the moon goddess? When Erica suddenly appears asking for help, how will Lyra handle this request that might go against her promise? Join our adventure, subscribe now, and miss none of the heart-pounding moments of Lyra's heat. 104. Lyra, you're in heat, baby girl, Marius said darkly. His words rang in my ears for a second as I came to terms with the fact that I was in heat. Finally, I parted my lips to speak but started coughing uncontrollably due to my dry throat. Water, I managed to breathe between the coughs. Marius reached for the pitcher on my bedside table but cursed when they found it empty. He left my bedroom briefly before returning with a glass full of water. I almost cried at the sight of water. Here, I've got you, baby girl, Marius said, holding the water to my lips. I chugged down the whole glass in 3 large gulps, which relieved me. It was then that Caspian stormed inside with a nurse, but his eyes widened with realization as soon as he looked at me. "She's in heat," Caspian said. I noticed the nurse slinked away silently like a ghost while Caspian stood at the doorway, shocked. His pupils were slowly bleeding into his irises and the whites of his eyes. A feral look dawned upon his face, making me want him even more. My wolf stirred inside me uncontrollably, gnawing at me to let her out and have her unite with her mates. She had waited for this for so fucking long, and now that we were about to complete our mating bond, she grew impatient. She wanted to mark her mates right away and seal the bond because, just like me, she was also scared of losing them. She'd been silent throughout the ordeal because it had shocked her completely. She went into a deep grief state, almost losing touch with me, but now the heat had awakened her. "Come here," I demanded, or my wolf demanded, because my voice came out dark and deep. It was almost a growl. Marius growled beside me, wrapping his arms around me and pulling me into his lap. I let him have me, but I didn't take my eyes off Caspian. I need him equally, if not more. I needed the two of them together. Previously, I had made love to both of them individually, but I needed to make love to both of them together. "I need you both," I gritted, increasingly impatient. I could feel a wave of pain rising in my body. Feeling both of my mates around me yet not claiming them was making my heat worse. Caspian let out a thunderous growl, slammed the bedroom door behind him and stalked towards me like a predator. Meanwhile, I watched him hungrily, reaching for Marius's cock simultaneously. Marius groaned against me, unable to stop himself from groping my breasts. I moaned with pleasure and surprise because my breasts were so sensitive all of a sudden, needing the attention of both of my mates. "Come to me," I demanded as Caspian stood by the foot of the bed, watching me darkly but with smugness on his face. Pissed me off. I wanted his hands all over me already, but he seemed to be taking his time. So demanding. "Pussy cat," Caspian muttered under his breath and climbed the bed and neared me on his hands and knees like a menacing predator. The sight turned me on even more, mainly because of the way Marius was fondling me. The brothers seemed to be working in sync to prepare me for the final claiming. I wanted to tell him to cut it already when an intense wave of pain washed all over my body, making me moan in pain. I clung to Marius desperately, seeking relief. "I've got you, baby girl," he assured me, taking my clothes off one by one. I growled and claimed his mouth hungrily, searching for pleasure, which I received immediately from the kiss. Marius kissed me back with the same hunger, spearing his greedy tongue past my lips and claiming my mouth heatedly until it felt like I was melting. I heard the sound of clothes ripping, but I couldn't care less. When I pulled back from Marius's kiss, Caspian claimed my lips hungrily, not letting me catch my breath, but I didn't mind. The heat was making me desperate for both of them, and I wanted to have the two of them at the same fucking time. While Caspian kissed me, I felt Marius fondling my breasts even more, planting heated kisses all over my shoulder and making me quiver. "My baby girl is finally ready to take both the knots at the same time," Marius whispered, planting more and more kisses over my neck and jaw, making me feel hotter. His words made me groan because that was what I wanted the most. "Please, fuck me already," I breathed as soon as Caspian let go of my lips. A dark, lethal expression was plastered on his face as he stared at me hungrily. All the hints of previous smugness were gone from his face. Whatever games he had planned for torturing me were tossed aside because my heat was bothering him equally. The primal need had overtaken everything. "Spread your legs for me, kitten," Caspian growled, and I immediately did that. I felt his probing fingers all over me, wandering through my folds before twirling my throbbing bundle of nerves. My pussy clenched hard, complaining about the absence of a knot. "Please give me your knots," I begged, and both the brothers groaned. "Patience, baby girl. We need to prepare your holes first." "You'll have our knots soon," Marius assured me, pinching my nipples, and I moaned. I wanted to tell them to just fuck me already, but I bit back my groan. I reached for Marius's cock instead and started undoing his pants. He groaned and let me go for a moment as he took his shirt and pants off in the blink of an eye. His hard and throbbing cock jutted out immediately, a bead of pre-cum already forming on its tip. It made my mouth water. I didn't waste a second to lick the pre-cum and take his cock in my hand. I gasped when I felt Caspian's hot mouth on my wet folds. I looked between my legs briefly to find him sucking hard at my clit, making me go crazy. Take my cock in your mouth like a good girl, Marius growled, poking his tip angrily at my cheek. I didn't have to be told twice. I closed my lips around his tip and sucked it gently, pulling a torturous moan out of his lips. It eased me a bit and took him in deeper until his tip was pressed against the back of my throat. Marius's hands were in my hair, holding me there for a second longer before pulling his cock out to let me catch on my breath. Meanwhile, Caspian was ravaging my pussy. Having my mouth fucked and my pussy eaten at the same time was nothing less than a dream come true, but at the same time it was easily overwhelming. Though I wasn't complaining. I had wanted this for the longest. Caspian, I cried when he started rubbing the sensitive most part of my inner walls, making my pulse harder with need. He was tongue-fucking my clit at the same time. It felt all too much, but Marius shoved his cock back into my mouth and started fucking it without a warning. Yes, look at her. She lets me use her mouth like a good little girl, Marius growled above me, and his words alone made me feel wetter. Such a good little pussy cat, holding her legs wide open for me, Caspian growled, making my thighs quiver. I was about to come from the way the two were showing me undivided attention, but right when I was about to come, Caspian took his mouth and fingers off my pussy. Marius pulled out of my mouth as well, and I made a sound of protest. In the next moment, I was on top of Caspian and felt the tip of his cock nudging my entrance. Yes, please fuck me, I demanded as he rubbed his tip all over my wetness before finally entering me. I cried in pleasure as he seated himself completely, his knot included. I felt it angrily pulse away in my pussy, giving me the orgasms that I so desperately needed. Caspian kissed me hungrily as I came on his knot desperately. It took me a couple of seconds to realize that my back hole felt wet. I looked over my shoulder, breathing hard, to find Marius lubing me up from the back. He's going to fuck your ass, pussycat. Stay still and let him in, Caspian whispered in my ear, reaching between us to stroke my clit to keep me prepared for Marius. Yes, I whispered when I felt Marius ribbing his tip against my back hole, slowly easing himself in. Take me in, baby girl. You can do this, Marius said behind me as he slowly eased all his cock inside me, and then, with a strong final thrust, he pushed his knot into me, making me cry out with the pleasure of having the knots of my mates together. 105, Lyra. I rested my head on Caspian's shoulder, breathing hard while I felt both their knots pulsing away inside me. I felt so tight and full. My muscles tried to clench around them but couldn't because I was too stuffed. Breathe, Caspian whispered under me, running his fingers through my hair. Are you alright? He asked, sounding concerned. Yeah, I sighed, trying to gain control of my breathing. I winced as a wave of pain washed over my body, but it soon turned into pleasure. How do you feel? Marius asked, his shot breath fanning my neck, making my pussy clench around Caspian's knot. His husky voice did wonders for me. I feel good, I whispered as he placed several hot kisses over my shoulder, making my heart stutter. Feels so full. So complete, I said, and Caspian groaned. I lifted my head to look at him. His eyes were pitch black and his canines were out. He looked ready to claim and mark me, but he seemed to be holding himself back. Such a good girl, taking two knots together, Marius praised me, and I shuddered with pleasure. Somehow he knew the right thing to say at the right time. I want more, I whispered, please fuck me. Use my holes. I know my heat is affecting you too equally, I told them. My whole body was burning, and I needed to be touched by them everywhere. Be careful what you wish for, pussy cat. Caspian growled under me before pulling his knot out briefly and thrusting inside me with an intense thrust. I moaned, feeling sensitive down there, but I needed it. Please. I know what I'm asking for, I moaned. I want you to desperately. I don't want to wait anymore. Marius wrapped his fingers around my trait and pulled me back against him. I gasped at the suddenness of his actions and the way their knots shifted inside me, pulsing hard. Without a warning, he pulled out his knot and thrust deep inside me again. Caspian started pounding into me in sync along with Marius, and soon they were fucking me together. I felt their knots entering and leaving my body in a pleasurable rhyme. Yes, please. Just like that, I cried with pleasure as they continued. I felt weak, and something was angrily fluttering in my stomach. Marius growled at my words, and his thrusts grew harder and faster. The sound of my moans, along with their grunts and growls and the sound of skin slapping, filled the room. Marius grabbed my breast hard as he continued to ram into me along with Caspian with a fierce intensity. The heat was the only reason I could take the two simultaneously at this intensity. Otherwise, it'd have been painful. However, I was sure I would have bruises from this and would be sore for days, but I didn't mind that. I needed this. I needed to give this to them for doing everything for me. They'd always meant well for me and loved me unconditionally. All I ever did was take and take from them. This was my time to give them without withholding anything. I wanted to give them fully. I wanted to give them everything. Their frantic thrusts pushed me towards another intense orgasm. This time I screamed as my muscles almost painfully clenched around their knots, making them growl like animals. I squirted over Caspian as I came. They slowed down with the thrusts a bit but maintained the rhythm. "Come for us, baby girl," Marius growled behind me, reaching between my legs to stroke my throbbing bunch of nerves. That brought another intense orgasm over me almost instantly, making my eyes roll back, seeing stars. "Such a good girl," Marius praised me. The two of them kept thrusting into me until they reached their release. They locked in together, filling my holes with their thick, hot seed until I couldn't take it anymore. Their knots inflated inside me, still pulsing and keeping them locked in with me. "Such a good pussy cat," Caspian whispered to me, kissing my jaw. Marius hovered over me, supporting his weight on his arms on either side of Caspian and me. I heard his hard breaths behind me while he gently rested his forehead on my back. I wanted to kiss him at that moment, but that needed to wait because the knots were locked tight in my holes, not letting me move an inch from them. The three of us were breathing hard and took a moment to gather ourselves. I felt mighty exhausted because of the heat. It was still there, and now and then a wave of pain would wash over me, making me wince, but it wasn't as painful as the previous waves of pain. "Are you all right?" Caspian asked, running his fingers through my hair. "Yeah," I sighed deeply. "She's still in heat," Marius growled behind me and Caspian chuckled. "It's not going to go away so quickly," Caspian said, and I groaned. "Wouldn't it go away after marking?" I asked. "It should, but sometimes the heat lasts longer," Caspian explained. "Since you have two mates, it'd be natural for it to last a week at least." I groaned at the thought of suffering through the pain for a whole week. "It'll be all right, baby girl. We'll take care of you," Marius assured me with a hot kiss on my neck, and it made me shudder with pleasure. Their knots continued to throb inside me wildly. Their crazy throbbing alone pushed me closer to another orgasm. The brothers groaned in pleasure as my muscles clenched around them again. I quivered with the orgasms, already feeling exhausted. Their knots deflated, and they were able to pull out of me. Marius moved away from behind me before he pulled me into his arms. He claimed my lips right away, kissing me with an intense hunger. I felt Caspian's hot mouth on my breast right where I needed them. I moaned into Marius's mouth and he kissed me harder. I pulled back from the kiss and gasped when Caspian started to suck hard at one of my sensitive nipples while also stroking my clit. I was so sensitive there that it almost hurt. I danced on the thin line between pleasure and pain as he continued to tease my sensitive clit. "Please," I whimpered. "This is for us," Marius growled behind me, gathering my hair on one side. My already racing heart sped up even more with the realization of what they were going to do. This excited my wolf too much, and she pushed me back to take over for the real action. I felt Caspian and Marius's wolf rising to their surface, ready for the claiming. My canines were out, and I salivated to taste my mate's blood. As Caspian stroked me harder and faster, I shook with the most intense orgasm I had ever had, squirting hard. Caspian and Marius growled and sunk their canines into me. Caspian marked me on the breast, while Marius marked me on the neck. I felt intense pain from their bites, but the pain was gone almost instantly, leaving behind pleasure. The pleasure grew more as I felt them drawing some of my blood. This overjoyed my wolf, but she didn't waste a second marking them back. I sunk my teeth into Caspian's shoulder, drawing blood. He growled in pain and let my breasts go. I moved fast because I wanted to complete the marking before falling unconscious from the exhaustion, and the magic working through my body to solidify our bond. When Marius let go of my neck, I turned around and sunk my teeth into my shoulder as well. It all happened in a split second. I was acting in the heat of the moment. It wasn't even me but my wolf working fast to complete the bond. She wanted this so badly for so long, and finally she could fulfill this. Satisfaction washed over me when I drew Marius's blood and finally let him go. My eyelids were growling heavy rapidly, and I was starting to see dark spots in my vision. You two are mine now, I said hazily. No one can take you two from me now. All mine. And you are ours, Caspian whispered. Ours forever, Marius added with a hiss, and that was the last thing I remembered before I was pulled into the darkness. 106. Lyra 2 weeks later. I sat in the library, staring at the computer's blank screen. Everything was gone now. I spent the past week formatting everything from my servers. To ensure no one could ever retrieve whatever I had removed, I decided to burn down my current servers and computers. I wanted them all gone. I was sure that I was done with all of this. But this left a question in my head: what next? This was all I knew. This had been my life so far. And now I was finally putting an end to it. I had to do this, and I did this willingly. I knew this was the right decision, and I'd never regret it in the future. I did this because of my mates. I did this for them because I couldn't imagine losing them. I had almost lost them, and it was traumatic enough. I didn't want them hurting because of me. In the past, I did my job despite it being dangerous because I didn't have anything to lose back then. Now, I have everything to lose, and I almost lost them at one point. I didn't want to relive that experience. My mates were more important than the crap I stole and collected from people. It wasn't worth it anymore. I was firm in my decision to destroy everything. The incident was still fresh in my head, and every night I woke up with nightmares about it. The brothers tried their best to soothe me and ask me what was bothering me, but I didn't want them to know about all those terrible things. I sighed deeply, staring out of the window. It was the end of February, and spring was waiting on the doorstep. The snow was melting away, and the days were growing longer. A new beginning was approaching, and I was ready to greet it and leave everything behind. I wanted to have a new beginning with my mates, especially since the mating bond was fulfilled. I could feel both of them through their bond and their emotions, which made me feel deeply secure about them. The connection always assured me that they were there, and whenever I felt worried about them, I'd tap into the connection and feel them. It made me feel slightly better, but simultaneously it was tiring, the whole mating thing. The heat was completely gone now, and parts of my body ached terribly, but I ignored them and focused on the contentment. I had wanted this for a long time, and finally I had it. I wouldn't throw this all away for a silly mistake again. I was now determined to make this happen. I wanted to be there for my mates and make their lives easier instead of finding new ways to fuck them up every day. I wasn't going to act foolish anymore. I wanted to start fresh, and I felt that getting rid of everything from my old life would make it easier. I was doing this for them, and I owed this to them after they had done everything for me. A sharp knock on the door pulled me out of my thoughts, making me sit up. Caspian walked in the next moment, holding a cup of coffee and a plate of pancakes. "You're up early today, baby girl," he said, setting them on the table before me and giving me a heated kiss. I kissed him back, and instantly, the marking on my breast tingled with satisfaction. After pulling back from the kiss, I hummed and stared into his deep dark eyes. He was so beautiful. Even though I was tired from the long heat week, a part of me still ached for him and Marius. I couldn't seem to have enough of them. I could feel the same enthusiasm flowing through the bond from his side. I wanted to kiss him more, but the exhaustion took over. "You're exhausted," Caspian remarked. The brothers could feel everything on my side through the bond, too. I couldn't hide much from them anymore, not that there was much to be hidden now. "I'm fine," I told him, fighting a yawn. He chuckled and settled on the chair next to me before pulling me into his lap. I didn't protest and let him hold me. It made me feel incredible, and I could feel his wolf purring cozily, making my wolf stir. "You didn't sleep well last night, baby girl," Caspian whispered, rubbing my back while I buried my face in his neck. "Yeah, I need some time getting used to sleeping with you two in the same bed. Marius's snoring and you spreading your limbs fully really helps," I said, making Caspian chuckle. "That bed's too damn small for the three of us. I've talked to our pack carpenter. She's making a bigger bed for us," Caspian said. "What size is it?" "King size." "It'd still be small with you fully spreading your limbs," I joked. "It's alpha-sized," Caspian said, and I giggled but sighed deeply with dizziness instantly. "You're very tired, baby girl. You should rest. The heat was brutal on you." "And so were you too," I reminded him, and he chuckled darkly. "And you loved it," Caspian remarked, and I sighed again. I loved it very much, and he knew about it. You have to rest now. You never recovered completely after being discharged from the hospital. He reminded me. You were weak and the heat weakened you even more, and then you keep waking up at night due to the nightmares, he said. The tone of his voice was prompting. I knew he wanted to know about these nightmares because they were pretty much recurring and didn't seem to stop no matter what they did. I wanted to keep them to myself for now because I didn't have it in me to talk about them. Talking about them would make them feel too real. I shuddered slightly as a bloody image flashed in front of my eyes, but I pushed it away before it could have a more negative effect on me. I'll be all right, Caspian, I assured him, but he scoffed. I told you to sleep longer this morning, but you weren't in bed when I returned from my early morning run. This won't work, Lyra, Caspian said in a gruff voice, and he almost sounded like Marius for a second. I didn't feel like sleeping, I told him. Why? Tell me, he forced, and I sighed again. He was growing all protective bear over me, and while it was slightly annoying, I loved this. I'd never take this for granted anymore. I just woke up and didn't feel like sleeping, I told him. Actually, I'd woken up with the intense urge to puke my guts out, but as soon as I went to the toilet, the feeling was gone. After that, I tried going back to sleep, but sleep never came, so I came to the library to distract myself by completing the formatting. However, I decided it was too trivial to mention. Caspian frowned at my response, not feeling satisfied. I'd have seen to this, but I'll have to go meet a delegation from an important pack in a couple of hours. Marius would be back by then. You'll lay down with him and take a long nap, Caspian ordered. I wanted to argue but couldn't find the energy to do so. I was feeling increasingly tired, especially after he held me. I'll try to do that, but how long will you two coddle me? I asked after a moment of peaceful silence. This had been lingering in my head for a long time, and I needed to let it out. I'll soon have to take over the Luna position. It can wait, baby girl, Caspian said. Your health and well-being is more important. The pack was without a Luna for all this time. It can go a few more months without one, Caspian said. You don't have to stress over it right now. Just rest. That's all. Thanks, I muttered at a loss for words. I was anxious about taking over the Luna position because I had never been in a pack setting before. I lived a nomadic life and this was all too new for me. I was only used to looking out for myself, and suddenly being entrusted with the responsibility for the well-being of so many people terrified me. I was used to creating trouble, not resolving them. I was used to working alone instead of working with and for the people. This was going to be a huge learning curve for me. It's okay, baby girl, Caspian whispered soothingly. You've had enough of shit. It's time for you to rest. The world can wait. I blinked the tears and tried to thrust the cloud of darkness away before Caspian could sense them through the bond. I wanted to tell him how much I loved him and how much he meant to me, but the words got stuck in my throat for some reason, making me blink more tears. I hid them before Caspian could notice them. I've brought you breakfast. Skip the coffee and have a good nap with Marius, all right? I'll take you on the run in the evening once I'm back after meeting the delegation, Caspian said as he held up a sandwich before me. The scent of food made me want to throw up, but the nausea was gone as quickly as it had come. I'll look forward to the run, I told him and took a bite, my eyelids growing heavier each second. 107. Caspian, do you remember anything yet? I asked Marius, sinking in the chair next to him in our office after coming back from a long run. He was busy looking through some emails from the cyber team on the new security updates. I wanted to spend some time with Lyra, but I left her alone when I found her asleep, and came to see my brother instead. No, he answered curtly. He knew what I was talking about without mentioning it. What do you remember? He asked me after a strained second of silence. I've been forcing myself to remember, I replied, though I haven't had much luck. All I see is blood, snow, and Lyra. I remember the strongest grief I'd ever felt since we lost our parents and then burning with anger. Nothing more than that, I sighed, flipping through my memories again and again in search of answers, but as always, I found nothing. Marius glanced at me briefly, looking away from the screen. What do you think it could be? He asked pensively. I shrugged. I don't know. Nothing about the situation makes sense to me, and the thing is that whenever I try to force myself to remember, I keep forgetting even more, I told him. Though I tried writing everything down somewhere just to keep things in order. Marius nodded at my words absent-mindedly, staring back at the screen. A thoughtful silence fell between us as we got lost in our thoughts for the moment. Do you think she knows? Marius asked after a few moments. I believe so, I told him. She knows. I still don't understand why she destroyed the servers, Marius said with a deep frown. She has also formatted her servers she has here and seems like she's planning to get rid of them as well, I told him. But why? He asked. This was the question that had been bothering me for a long time as well. I had been wondering about it ever since we came back from curses. I don't know, I replied. She has been acting odd ever since we woke up with chunks of our memories missing. I think it has something to do with what happened there that day, I told him. Do you think her sister blackmailed her into doing so? Marius asked, and this made me straighten up. I had considered this numerous times, but for some reason, this reason didn't seem enough. Our maid is not the kind to get blackmailed, I stated. Still, Erica could have found some leverage to use against her, and maybe that led Lyra to destroy her servers. Marius suggested, and that could be it too, but I didn't remember seeing Erica that day. Was Erica there that day? I asked Marius, and he fell into a dark silence for a few seconds. I keep seeing this smallest snippet of memory, Marius began. A blurry face that didn't belong to Lyra, but it's of a woman. My ears ring with someone's laughter and Lyra's screams, followed by the sound of a gunshot. This is all I could remember after straining my brain. Tell me more, I said. It was a feminine and sardonic laugh. I don't remember what Lyra was screaming, but she sounded terrified, and then there was the gunshot. Everything went pitch black after that. Marius replied with a frown deepening on his face. It's all right, brother. Don't strain yourself too much. At the end of the day, we are all safe and back home, and our maid is marked and sleeping away her heat fatigue, I said. He nodded, but I could tell that he was still churning this in his head. I didn't blame him. Everything about this was bothering me as well. It was like a riddle whose answer was right on the tip of my tongue, but for some reason, I couldn't realize the answer. It just doesn't make sense to me why she'd blow up her life's work. She worked hard for it and put herself in so much danger. Marius echoed my thoughts. Only she knows, I sighed. She definitely knows. Every time I'm with her I have this urge to ask her, but then I remember her nightmares and I stop. She's deeply traumatized by whatever seemed to have happened there, I stated, and Marius nodded in agreement. She used to have nightmares before too, Marius wondered out loud. Not every night, and they were different from these ones. I can tell. I can feel it, I told him. I do too, he nodded again before a pained look crossed his face. We have to talk to her about it. I tried once, but she dismissed the topic right away. She could feel it whenever I'm about to bring it up, and that seems to get her on the edge. I'm avoiding it for now, I told him. Regardless, we have to talk about it soon because it's definitely bothering her deeply. It hurts me to see her like that, Marius said. It hurts me too. I groaned while tapping into the bond to search for something distressing from Lyra's side. She was napping after all and could be having one of those nightmares again, but I got nothing like that. Everything was calm at the moment. She knows everything that happened that day, and it's haunting her in the dreams, I concluded. I second that, Marius said. Do you think it's why she blew up her servers? It could be that she got so terrified that she took that decision in haste. I hope that's not the case. She'd regret doing it later. I wouldn't be able to sleep if I blew up my life's worth of work, I said. I'd hate that for her too, Marius said. Whatever happened, I hope she speaks up about it soon because it's killing me. I could tell from the bond that it's bothering her and tiring her even more. Talking about the bond, do you feel something off about the bond since the last couple of days? I asked him. It was another thing that was bothering me. Something didn't feel right about the bond. I couldn't tell what it was. Our bonds are still new. It's going through a lot of changes to sync us all. Feeling odd is natural at this stage, Marius stated. At least that's what I read, but I understand what you're talking about. I hope it's nothing worrying. I'd hate it if she had to go back to the hospital. Wait, what if she's traumatized by the explosion itself? I don't think I'd take it well if I got caught in an explosion and lost an arm only to see another explosion. And Lyra, you're awake. I sat up, seeing her standing at the doorframe wide-eyed. 108. Marius. I hope it's nothing worrying. I'd hate it if she had to go back to the hospital. Wait, what if she's traumatized by the explosion itself? I don't think I'd take it well if I got caught in an explosion and lost an arm only to see another explosion. And Lyra, you're awake. I'd been staring at the screen listening to Caspian talk, but I straightened up in my seat, and my head snapped towards the door. Lyra was standing at the door wide-eyed. She looked pale and sick, and it worried me instantly. I wondered how much she had heard of our conversation. I tuned into the bond to find out what she was feeling. but all I got was exhaustion from her. I can't sleep, she croaked, walking into the office sounding and looking tired. She was about to sit beside me, but I pulled her into my lap instead. She sighed deeply in my embrace while Caspian leaned in to kiss her. "What's it, baby girl?" I asked, nudging my mark on her neck. It made her mark on my neck tingle with pleasure. I wrapped my arms tighter around her while she kissed Caspian back. I couldn't help but hum gently with satisfaction. We were finally together. It was the best feeling. Yet she wasn't feeling better. A lot of things remained unresolved between us. "I'm tired, but I cannot sleep," she sighed deeply. "I'll cuddle with you." "Come with me," Caspian suggested, but she shook her head and rested it back against her shoulder, glancing at the screens briefly. I exchanged a look with my brother, still wondering if she'd heard us talk. "I heard you two talking," she said as if reading our minds. She could feel it through the bond, so it was almost the same. "I don't regret blowing up my servers," she said after a tense pause. Caspian and I exchanged another look. I tuned into the bond to know what she was feeling, and I was hit with many intense emotions at once. It made me shut down to process everything. I could tell that Caspian felt the same thing. "Why?" I asked. "I had a choice to make." "I made one," she said darkly. "So it was your sister who—" "No," she shut down quickly. "It doesn't have to do anything with her." "You remember what happened that day," Caspian said, and I felt her grow tense in my lap. "Maybe," she whispered. "That wasn't a question," I said. "You remember what happened that day, and you keep getting nightmares because of it." She tensed up more at my words, and it made me feel bad to bring this up for a moment, but if we were already talking about it, then be it. I wanted to deal with it instead of skirting around and seeing her suffer. "Tell us the truth, Lyra," Caspian demanded. "Why can't we remember anything? What happened that day? Who made you blow up your servers?" He continued pressing until she scoffed and left my lap. My wolf groaned at losing her touch, but I focused on her. She looked so tense as if she was going to explode. It worried me. Whatever I felt through the bond wasn't helping me feel better for her. I expected Lyra to leave, but she stood by the window instead, looking at the melting snow. "I blew up the servers myself. It was a choice I made, and I'll never regret it. I'll do it again if I have to," she said, her voice sounding like she was in distant thoughts. "What about the other stuff?" Caspian asked. "What happened that day, Lyra? Tell us. It's been bothering us too." She stood by the window with her back to us for a long time, not saying a word. I tuned into the bond again despite the tornado of emotions brewing in her. It was a lot still, but I got a glimpse or two of a few memories through it. It further solidified my previous memory of a woman laughing and Lyra screaming, followed by a gunshot. The blurry face cleared a bit, and I realized that the face was Erica's. But the more I tried to read Lyra's emotions, the more it unsettled me. It was a visceral chaos that threatened to swallow me. And above all, I could feel Lyra trying to push us out of her feelings. She was closing up quickly. It frustrated me, but I wasn't going to push her. It seemed like she was overwhelmed by her emotions and was trying to make sense of them. It'd be counterintuitive to force her to share them if she was struggling to deal with them in the first place. "It's all right, baby girl. Take your time, but you'll have to tell us one day. It's hard for us to see you suffer and not be able to help you in any way," I told her, leaving my seat to stand beside the window. The fresh spring breeze strung the air, making everything feel like new. It reminded me of our new bond and the future ahead of us. "Things happen," she said after the longest time. "I made a promise to someone some time ago, and I could not fulfill it. I almost got punished for it, and I had to negotiate and make some decisions." "Promise to who?" "Negotiate with who?" I asked cautiously. Caspian leaned on the other side of the window, listening intently. "Erica," he suggested. "Not her. She didn't have anything to do with it. I still hate her, but she's not going to bother us for a while now," Lyra shrugged, looking ahead and blinking tears. I edged closer to her and draped my arm over her shoulder. Caspian stepped closer, holding her cybernetic hand. "Did you kill her?" Caspian asked. "No, she's alive somewhere, but she won't bother us, I promise. The servers are gone, so we don't have to worry about someone stealing them again and using the information to start some shit. It's all gone now. I want to leave it behind me. It's not worth it anymore. I've got too much to lose now," she said. Her words meant only one thing: someone else besides Erica was involved in this, And Lyra destroyed the servers because of them. I wondered who it could be. Why don't we remember anything? Caspian asked. Part of the negotiations, I guess, she shrugged. I exchanged a look with my brother and saw that he was thinking the same thing. Was it a witch? I asked out loud. As far as I know, they're the only ones capable of altering memory. No, not witches, Lyra said. You don't have to know. It's best you two don't remember anything. But why? Caspian asked. Why must we live in the dark and see you suffer? Part of the punishment for breaking the promise, she sniffed. What promise? I couldn't help but ask. A lot of questions were bubbling in my head. Lyra sighed deeply, wiping a tear. I'll tell you someday, but I can't right now. It's just. She trailed off for a moment and started crying harder. I'm such a terrible mate. 109, Lyra. I'm such a terrible mate. I had this urge to wail like an idiot all of a sudden. I wanted to have a sincere talk with them, but for some reason my emotions were fucking hard with me, especially over the past few days. I wondered if this was just the aftermath of heat or something else. I wondered if it was. No, this can't be that. Not every heat resulted in that, and my wolf would have told me right away if it was really that. No, you're not, Caspian snapped, wrapping his arm around me. You're the best thing that happened to us, Marius said, moving closer to me and touching my arm. Something fluttered in my stomach. You two are saying that to ease me, but that's not how it is. I troubled you two so much it was all worth it, Marius cut me. At the end of the day, we're glad you're here with us. This is what we wanted and we finally have it. Yes, this is all that matters to us now. What has happened has happened. I'm looking forward to moving ahead and starting fresh, Caspian added. You two are really optimistic about someone who hasn't done anything for you. It doesn't matter, and Lyra, you were sick for half the time. And the rest of the time we were busy finding our sister, Caspian said. Yes, it was a hectic and messy time. And expecting anything from you would have been unrealistic. You're still not completely healed yet. You need a lot of rest, Lyra, Marius said. I feel like I'm not doing enough for you two. What does enough mean for you? Caspian asked. I don't know. Take on some pack responsibilities maybe, or help and care for you two, I suggested, sniffing. My emotions were really fucking with me hard. Your presence is more than enough for us, baby girl, Marius said huskily, kissing my cheek. It makes our day just to see you. Hold you, love you and take care of you. Can't you see? I feel like I don't deserve this, I answered. I want to prove that I deserve this kind of. You don't have to prove anything to anybody, Caspian said. You're enough to us as you are. If anything, his words made me cry more like an idiot. He's right. You're enough as you are, baby girl, Marius added, kissing my cheek. You're our naughty little mate with exceptional skills, and we wouldn't change anything about that. We love it, Caspian said, making me want to wail like a child. I promise I will try to be better for you two, I told them, sniffing. I promise to honor you two by being the best, Luna. The only thing we want from you, baby girl, is to rest and recover fast. You've had it rough. It's okay. You don't have to get to work right now. Not that we'll allow you to work in this state, Caspian said. Our pack has been without a Luna for years. They can wait another year for you to recover completely and feel better. I really don't deserve this, I whispered, holding back my tears. You absolutely do, Marius said. I'm not used to this, I said. I'm used to earning my keep, being competent and looking out only for myself. I'm used to being selfish, I sighed deeply. Did I ever tell you two about asking the moon goddess for a mate? Doesn't everyone pray to the moon goddess for a mate? Caspian shrugged, not understanding what it meant. I remember you mentioned this in passing, but yeah, we prayed for a mate too, Marius added, and this time I chuckled. I don't mean praying to the moon goddess for a mate, I said, trying not to think about our last agreement. Then, Marius asked. I trailed off, wondering if I should tell them about it. If I did, then I might have to disclose to them what happened at the port, and I wasn't ready for that yet. I didn't want to remember Marius's dead face and the emptiness of losing Caspian too. It sent a shudder down my spine. I summoned the moon goddess, I replied quietly, and I asked for many things and well. I was shocked when I saw Marius and did things I shouldn't have done. It's okay, baby girl. You had your reasons, Marius assured. He's right, but how did you summon the goodness? Caspian asked. Well, I bought a spell from the weathered witches, I replied. Either way, I asked for a mate and fucked up badly. Is this somehow related to our missing memories? Caspian asked, and I tensed. The brothers exchanged looks. and I decided not to answer the question. Whatever might have happened, we trust you, Lyra, and we're glad you summoned the goddess and asked for a mate. It led us to you, Marius said, and the urge to cry returned. Something fluttered in my stomach, and my throat tightened. If I could go back in time, I'd have stayed with you that night, I told Marius. And I'd have met Caspian too. It would have been so good. You want to play that out? Caspian suggested, amused, and Marius chuckled. Does that mean I get to flirt with Fidel too? I laughed, tears still streaming down my face. I was expecting them to frown and scoff, but both laughed. You want to play baby girl? We can play, Marius offered darkly, making me laugh. All you have to do is ask. Caspian joined, and suddenly I was sandwiched between the two. My back was pressed against Marius's while my front was pressed against Caspian's. Feeling so close to my mates made my wolf stir. Their marks on my body sizzled with pleasure, making me want to climb them like a tree. Then I'm asking you two to allow me to return every favor that you've done to me. I am asking you two to let me prove to you two that I'm worthy of being your mates. I'm asking you two to let me serve you with whatever I have. I told them sincerely, and Marius growled behind me. We don't want anything from you, Lyra, he said. We want you, we want your love. That's all, Caspian said. Then I promised to love you two with an unwavering dedication. I swore. I promised to give back everything I had taken. I promised to honor and protect you two with everything I have. I promised to be the best mate I can be. I finally got it off my chest. I love you two. I've already promised you that we'll take care of you no matter what. And that still stands, Marius whispered. I love you, Lyra. My heart quivered at his words. I love you too, my pussycat. Caspian smiled and pecked my lips. And I'll ask Fidel what kind of casket he likes, Caspian added, and we roared with laughter. Epilogue. Lyra. 5 years later, what did you get? I asked Fidel over the comm while monitoring the lines of code that were appearing on the computer screen. Caspian leaned in to listen to the conversation. I put it on the speaker. Not a single one alive. They took themselves out before we got here, Fidel replied over the comm. In the background, I could hear the rest of the men of the raid team tearing down the place to find what those mad horde scientists had been up to. We'd been trying to find them for months, and after a lot of tracking and snooping around, we finally managed to find their location. That's what I thought. Caspian spoke beside me. Someone tipped them. What about their computers? Did they destroy them? I'm unable to get anything here, I said, looking at the lines of codes. I'd been trying to hack the scientists' computers for the longest time, but to no avail. They always found a way to evade me, but not anymore. I managed to hack the computer of one of their dealers and find their location. They destroyed almost all of them, but we've found one intact. You can get something from that, Fidel offered. In the background, the sound of the raid team working grew louder. Great. Bring them. I'd like to have a look at them and see what kind of fuckery they were up to, I said. Yes. We're taking them down, holy shit. Fuck this. Fuck no. I'm out. His screams were interrupted by a gauging noise before I heard Fidel vomiting. Caspian took the comm away from me instantly and shoved my vomit bucket in front of me. I'm fine, I groaned at him, pushing the bucket away. No, keep this. I don't want you throwing over the keyboards again. Cleaning them was a pain in the ass last time, Caspian hissed, making me hold the bucket. I don't get morning sickness anymore. I'm in my second trimester, I hissed at him, but he shook his head. The memory of me puking all over the keyboards was still fresh in his head, and he wasn't willing to take any risks anymore. Fidel, what's going on? Caspian asked, taking the comm. Meanwhile, I tossed the bucket aside and leaned in to listen more carefully. I just walked into the basement, and it's filled with stuff, Fidel answered. The terror and disgust in his voice were thick, and I looked at Caspian, puzzled. What stuff? I asked. Bodies, Fidel answered, sounding sick. Bodies of women and children. All cut up and sewed up. They were trying to create more Frankensteins of sorts. Vera's estimating they were trying to build bioweapons, Fidel answered. Caspian placed an assuring hand over my thigh. Send me pictures, Caspian shot before disconnecting the line. You need to leave now, Lyra. I don't want you to look at the stuff, I want to look, I asserted. I've been on the hunt for a while and I want to see. Lyra, Caspian leaned in, touching the small bump. Please, I don't want to see it, please, not in this state. You've done a great job tracking them. It wouldn't have been possible without you, but please, baby, I don't want you to see the gore and fall sick. Caspian spoke softly to me, and I almost melted at his words. I really want to please, Caspian requested. I know you want to, but please. You've had it rough in this pregnancy. You weren't so sick and tired when you were pregnant with Ralph and Aries. Alright, I sighed deeply because he was right. This was my thirst pregnancy, and the first trimester was the roughest this time. No matter how curious I was to see the things there, I wasn't sure if I could keep it down if I saw the gore. Fidel said there were dead bodies of children too. I didn't think I'd be able to take that because I had 2 kids of my own, and the third one was on its way. I will go check on the boys and see if Marius is back from the pack meeting. You'll tell me everything, right? I asked him. Of course I will, Caspian promised, pecking my lips sweetly. The mark on my breast sizzled from his kiss, and I wanted to kiss her deeper, but this wasn't the time. Go rest now. You've been awake since 6 in the morning. You didn't have your nap today, Caspian urged. I don't feel like sleeping, I told him, but I'll see. What do you want for lunch? I asked him before leaving. Whatever you and Angela decide to cook. Now please go. Fidel has sent me a bunch of pictures and I'm going to open them, Caspian pressed. Alright, I said and walked out of our office. I heard the door lock behind me. Caspian really didn't want me to see the gore. Just thinking about how Fidel had reacted made me feel uneasy, and even though Caspian had ensured that I didn't see anything, my mind was already conjuring many images. I tried to push those gore-filled thoughts out of my head as I went into the playroom to check on my boys. Usually Freya, our nanny, looked over them when all 3 of us were busy. I gently knocked on the playroom door and quietly entered it in case my boys were sleeping. Luna, Freya acknowledged me as I walked in quietly. I noticed Ralph, my eldest son, passed out on the floor while Freya gently rocked Aries to sleep. I peeked at Ralph and he was sleeping like he was the one who ran the pack. I smiled at him. Ralph looked more like Marius than Marius himself, while Aries took after Caspian completely, but he had my eyes. It made me wonder what the third one would look like. I was really hoping for a cute little girl. Marius and Caspian wanted a girl too. It'd make them so happy, but I had a feeling that this one would be a boy too. Let them sleep here together, I told Freya when Aries was completely asleep. I'll be in the office and it'd be easier to check on them. Okay, Freya nodded before she eyed my bump. Did you feel any sickness today, Luna? She asked. I'm doing oddly fine today, I shrugged. Alright. The doctor said you should come in tomorrow for an ultrasound, Freya reminded me. She was also a nurse at the Pack Hospital and had helped me in my previous pregnancies. Yeah, I will. I wonder if I'm having a girl this time, I pondered out loud and Freya chuckled. I think it might be a girl. You're glowing, Freya smiled. Isn't it supposed to be the opposite? They say the girls steal mom's beauty. No, that's nonsense, but I feel it will be a girl. The alphas really want a girl, Freya said. I want it to be a girl too, I pouted, patting my bump. Please be a girl. We've got too many boys in this house already, I said, and Freya chuckled. Would you mind looking after them for a couple more hours? I know you're supposed to leave early today, but we've got this thing today. I tried not to think about the terrible pictures Caspian was looking at. No problem, Freya assured. I glanced at my boys before going downstairs to have lunch. I wasn't feeling hungry, but I still decided to eat because I had a small breakfast today. I'll just make myself some smoothie. You don't have to fuss, I told our cook, Angela, as soon as I entered the kitchen. She nodded before leaving. I must have gotten too busy making my smoothie to notice the sound of the front door opening and closing. It wasn't until he was right behind me that I realized Marius was finally back. I gasped in surprise as he wrapped his arms around me and pulled me against him before showering me with kisses. My heart fluttered in my chest at the attention, and my nipples tightened. The horniness was finally coming back after being completely sick and miserable in my first trimester. I missed you so much, I said, turning around to kiss Marius. He'd been all morning. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Marius assured me, placing more kisses over my jaw and neck. His mark on my neck tingled with pleasure, making me want more. What is she doing? Marius asked, touching my bump. Sleeping, I sighed, and I think it's a he again. How are you sure? Marius challenged. I don't know, I shrugged. I just feel it. My guesses were right with Ralph and Aries. You're going to be wrong this time, Marius stated fiercely. Well, that's what you said at the time of Ralph and Aries, I reminded him, and he frowned. But I hope it's a girl too, I told him quickly. The boys were sleeping, aren't they? How did you know? I giggled. It's too quiet in this house, And I wasn't welcomed with screams and punches the moment I walked in, he pointed out. And is Caspian still in the office? He asked. Yes, we found them and I trailed off, remembering the call. And Marius pressed, a dark look crossed his face. It's a mess, I told him. Caspian sent me out of the office because there was too much gore. I've got to look at it then, he stated and headed upstairs. Wait, I followed, climbing the stairs after him. You didn't tell me what the other alphas said about the epidemic. Is it the same one related to the horde scientists? Marius froze at my question, which was an answer in itself. I swore under my breath as I caught up to him. Fidel said there were dead bodies of women and children mostly. Vera's nudging at the bioweapons theory more. It seems she's been right about the horde scientists spreading the disease all along, I said. And he looked even more pissed. Are any of the horde scientists alive? Marius growled. I could feel his fury through the bond. No, they offed themselves and destroyed their computers before our raiders arrived, I told him. Someone tipped them, Marius growled, and that's what I have been thinking too. I need to find the mole quickly. As soon we entered the hallway to the office, Caspian burst through the door, his eyes wide. Marius and I froze, looking at him baffled. Lyra. Caspian breathed. What is it? I pushed past Marius towards Caspian, trying to sense his emotions through the bond. Are you okay? Was it too much? I asked him, but he grabbed my wrist and led me into the office. I followed him silently. I was hoping to see gore pictures, but I saw a video call request from an unknown profile on the big screen. What's going on? Marius asked Caspian, but he was too busy typing away on the keyboard. Are you there? Caspian asked over the comm. I realized he was on a call with someone already. I wondered who it could be. Yes, the voice that answered pricked my skin. The next moment, Caspian disconnected the call and accepted the video call request. A hauntingly familiar face blinked back at me from the screen. A face that was so familiar to me because I'd seen it in my nightmares. A face that was very familiar to mine, especially the eyes. However, I noticed a strange glow in her eyes. They were puffy and red as if she'd been crying. Erica, I breathed. Shocked, surprised, terrified, and petrified. I froze as memories from the abandoned port started flashing in front of my eyes, and the moon goddess words rang in my ears. In the near future, she'll reach out to you for an important favor. You mustn't turn her down then. Lyra, I need your help. Please, my half-sister sniffed. If you enjoyed this video, please click subscribe and let us take you deeper into the werewolf society.